At this moment, La Hong and several teachers were also in a dilemma in the Shrek Academy Outer Court Dean's office. In a certain room of the academy, 5 people sat there discussing something. La Hong began to explain the purpose of the meeting, how the Star Battle Experimental Class's graduation exam will be conducted. The main theme must be determined as soon as possible. After determining the projects, further adjustments and preparations are needed. It will be too late if not decided now. She closed her eyes and continued. Everyone please share your opinions. Currently only one thing is certain. The Star Battle Experimental Class's graduation exam will have 3 items, one more than regular classes. The space became unusually quiet. Everyone sat there, no one offering any opinions. La Hong saw Manhua smile and immediately asked him to share his views. Teacher Tang, please speak. You are the guiding teacher of the Star Battle class, you have the most say. Manhua was startled, called out by name, me. Manhua began to state his opinion. The difficulty this year is already very high and you want to increase it further. If no one can graduate, won't our experimental class become a laughingstock? Chang Bin, holding a water cup, retorted, Teacher Tang, don't be so modest. Everyone knows the situation in your class. If the graduation exam's difficulty is still the same as usual, how can it reflect their excellence? La Hong crossed her arms and frowned. Then tell me, what are your suggestions? Chang Bin still spoke plainly. I think character remains the most important aspect. He revealed a slight smile, continuing to elaborate on his point. I think letting them undergo a trial in the 7 Holy Abyss is also a good choice. Xiao Qi spoke up in opposition. This is a bit much, Teacher Chang. Manhua's face turned ashen upon hearing this unreasonable suggestion. Are you trying to ruin these children? That's an inner court character assessment item. Chang Bin explained, teachers don't rush. I'm not saying the entire experimental class needs to participate. He offered a series of reasons, saying only the top 7 needed to be assessed. If they experience it now, they won't have to later. The older one gets, the more complex their mind becomes, and the harder it is to pass. Other students will undergo a normal character assessment. La Hong was surprised after hearing this. I'll decide on this proposal after discussing it with the inner court. Do any other teachers have suggestions? Someone immediately spoke up. I have a suggestion. For the practical combat assessment, let them complete a Do Tian mission, she said seriously. The academy has already considered this proposal. La Hong considered all opinions. But if they all pass, are we supposed to let all of them enter the inner court? Chang Bin disagreed. Absolutely not. There are only 7 spots at most, Xiao Qi retorted. Teacher Chang, this might not be fair. He met Xiao Qi's gaze, clearly explaining, 7 is still too few. Teacher Xiao, don't be so greedy. Look at how many from previous graduating classes got into the inner court. Manhua was restless. Let's hold an interclass competition, and you'll participate too. Our class will send 10 people. If your class can win, we won't need any spots. If you lose, you'll have to give us next year's spots. Luo Hong interrupted the men's argument. All right, stop arguing. I will report this proposal to the academy, and ultimately, the inner court will decide. She stood up. The Star Battle assessment will proceed as planned, with Lan Xuanyu and the 7 others being assessed individually. As for the character assessment, entering the 7 Holy Abyss requires inner court approval. For the practical combat assessment, signing up for a level 5 Do Tian mission, the decision will be made by the inner court. Everyone left one after another, but only Manhua remained, making Luo Hong wonder, why haven't you left yet? He calmly joked. I plan to apply to the academy to enter the 7 Holy Abyss for the assessment. Luo Hong was shocked by this crazy act. What? Do you know what the 7 Holy Abyss is? He still continued to explain the reason. I know what the 7 Holy Abyss is, but I know even more that you no longer trust me. Manhua's voice was low. And you're unwilling to give me another chance, but if I pass the assessment, will you? Those words surprised her. Manhua raised his head, staring firmly into Luo Hong's eyes. Will you give me a chance? She held her breath, speechless. He looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. You left me. I really can't go on anymore. If you're unwilling to give me this chance, then I'll give up. I'll apply to resign and apply to live again. Manhua clenched his fists, restraining the tears that were about to fall. Forget you. When did tears well up in Luo Hong's eyes? What are you still messing around for? Don't you know the importance of the Star Battle experimental class? Manhua reached out. This doesn't conflict with the children's graduation exam. All I know is that if this isn't resolved, I won't win your heart. He gently touched Luo Hong's chin. I'm almost at my limit. Perhaps only by truly forgetting can I truly start anew. She coldly shook off his hand, her eyes filled with indifference. How can an old man like you start anew? Manhua lowered his head in despair. That's still better than living a life worse than death. Luo Hong turned around, her body trembling. Then go die, stay away from me, the further the better. He looked at her retreating figure with a pained heart. All right, I understand. Manhua left, unaware that Luo Hong was secretly weeping. I'm gone, take care, she cursed unwillingly, crying as she did so. You bastard, go die. The scene switches to the Duluo World Simulation Cabin. Lan Xuanyu didn't know the graduation exam arrangements, but everyone was working desperately hard. Everyone adopted battle stances, and everyone enthusiastically reported one by one. 10 minutes to the chaotic asteroid belt, conventional weapons ready, modules in place, all normal, prepare for battle. Xuanyu with firm eyes gave orders to the entire team, prepare for battle, enter stealth mode. This is the interstellar battlefield of Duluo World. Players can choose to earn merit points in the battlefield. Different battlefields have different merit point values. Merit points can be exchanged for resources in various battleships. Everything was ready. He immediately shouted orders, "Prepare to enter the shield, prepare main cannon loading." Xuanyu was full of confidence in the upcoming challenge at this moment. The opportunity has come. As soon as Xuanyu caught a whiff of danger, he immediately warned the entire team, "A black battleship has been spotted ahead. Everyone proceed as planned, Yuge. The infiltration mission is up to you." As soon as she received the order, she firmly promised, "Don't worry. I guarantee it will be done without anyone noticing." However, before they could even make a move, the opponent's spaceship had already opened fire. Bai Shusho, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is really fierce, so intense right from the start." Xuanyu quickly pulled himself together. "Everyone hold on a little longer to buy Yuge some time." However, the opponent's spaceship still eagerly poured its firepower onto him. That person, having the upper hand, spoke condescendingly. "The opponents clearly look like a bunch of trash, keep firing." He hadn't been happy for long before an emergency alarm sounded. "Alarm, alarm, main cannon overloaded, about to explode. Please evacuate, please evacuate." He widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible. The next second the spaceship exploded and everything quickly became engulfed in flames. Only then did Xuanyu breathe a sigh of relief. "It's resolved." Lu Feng complained repeatedly beside him, having just experienced a false alarm. "This opponent was too brutal. I was almost shaken to death by him." However, Xuanyu still wanted to investigate further. "Let's go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he floored the accelerator and the spaceship sped away. After searching for a while, Lu Feng couldn't help but be stunned by the pile of gold before his eyes. "We're rich, how much did this guy steal?" And as soon as Xuanyu saw the other person appear, he exclaimed in surprise, "Yuge, you're back." Before she even had a chance to rest, she quickly reported the information she had gathered. "Their system was very easy to hack. No one discovered me at all." Hearing this, Xuanyu's face was filled with deep thought. "It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent. If they had been at full strength just now, it would have been terrifying." He pondered for a moment, then made a decision. "These items are enough to elevate our team by another level. To be safe, let's head back first." Lu Feng immediately confirmed enthusiastically. "Understood." Listening to the captain, as soon as he finished speaking, the spaceship turned around and returned. The scene switches to Luo Hong's office. As soon as Xuanyu entered, he asked her in confusion, "You were looking for me?" She immediately instructed him. "I have something to tell you. The qualification for you to enter the Spirit Pagoda has been prepared. You'll go as a Tang Sect disciple. You need to be aware that you can move freely on the Spirit Ascension platform, but you must return to the Academy immediately after leaving it. If any unexpected situation arises, someone will be there to assist you, so you don't need to worry." He then showed a stunned expression. "Will there be danger?" Luo Hong could only cross her arms, resigned. "That depends on what you can achieve." Xuanyu could only chuckle upon hearing this. After a while, he confirmed. "Understood." She also nodded. "All right, remember to prepare in advance." However, just as he was about to leave, she quickly called out to him, "Wait." Xuanyu couldn't help but feel confused. "Do you have any further instructions?" It turned out that Luo Hong was still concerned about her ex-husband, so she took the opportunity to inquire about Teacher Tang's recent situation. He thought for a moment before replying, "I haven't seen him recently. He's probably mostly researching at the Tang Sect." Luo Hong was temporarily satisfied and quickly saw him out. "I understand, you may leave." Yes, when she was left alone in the room, she constantly scratched her head and ears, appearing extremely distressed. A hint of sadness suddenly flashed in Luo Hong's eyes, then she tightly closed them as if reliving some past events. At that time, Luo Hong had just walked into the bedroom and saw a heartbreaking scene. On her bed, two figures were tightly intertwined. Luo Hong's heart felt torn apart. That person was none other than her husband Zhenhua and his lover. After such an incident, Tang Zhenhua was almost beaten to death by Wang Tianyu, but he could never explain why he acted that way at the time. He was subsequently expelled from the outer court, and he completely broke down because of it. After the two separated 10 years ago, Tang Zhenhua would occasionally secretly watch Luo Hong but dared not approach her to speak. Although a long time had passed, everything that happened that day was still vivid in his memory. Luo Hong couldn't help but hate him either. Back to reality, she was always overwhelmed by worries. The thought of Zhenhua using the soul-severing fruit made her crystalline tears seem ready to gush out at any moment. Does he really want to start anew? To forget everything here? To forget me? By the Seagod lake, two small figures flickered in and out of the romantic scenery. They were none other than Zhenhua and Luo Hong, the couple. In his imagination, her smile was still warm, as if there had never been a separation between them. Zhenhua also offered a slight smile in response. However, the cruel reality and awkward situation made him sigh, full of helplessness. Zhenhua sat by the lake, blaming himself until someone approached him from behind. It was Tianyu. "Soul-severing fruit, I don't agree." As soon as he turned around, his eyes were already red. "Pavilion Master Wang," he continued to strongly dissuade, "if you truly don't want to stay here, then go to the Tang Sect. Just don't see her." However, Zhenhua seemed very resistant. What if I don't see her? As long as she's in my heart, we'll see each other every day. Tianyu gradually lost patience, his tone a bit harsh. Can you tell me now what exactly happened back then? When Fei left, she also said it was her fault. Besides, your feelings for Luo Hong are so deep, don't you want to explain? Upon hearing this, he was even more unwilling to argue. It's my fault, I have nothing to explain. I not only harmed Zhao Hong but also Fei. I am a sinner. The soul-severing fruit might be my greatest liberation. It's the same for Luo Hong. I can't delay her any longer. Zhenhua's desperate tone carried a hint of pleading. Let me go. However, he was severely slapped by Tianyu. You're talking nonsense. Without any mercy, he added a few more bone-chilling words. Then Tianyu walked away without looking back, leaving Zhenhua lost and dejected. After a while, in Luo Hong's office, Tianyu burst in aggressively, startling Luo Hong. He didn't greet her but went straight to the point. What's your difficulty? If you didn't care about him, you wouldn't be like this. I've seen everything he's done these past few years. Can't you give him a chance? Now he wants to apply for the soul-severing fruit. Tell me, will you allow it or not? Faced with this difficult question, she could only lower her head in silence. A few seconds later she replied with tears in her eyes, if he wants to forget, let him forget. Upon hearing this, Tianyu was also speechless regarding these young people. You fool, you're too stubborn. If he truly had ill intentions, how could he have guarded you for decades? However, Luo Hong still had her reasons. But after all these years he has never explained anything to me. Teacher, how do you expect me to forgive him? He quickly suggested. Let him go to the Seven Holy Abyss, even if it's to uncover the truth of that year. She was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried without realizing it. But I'm afraid he'll be in danger. What difficulties are there with Tianyu? You're stubborn but soft-hearted. I'll ask the seventh elder to go easy on him. Luo Hong was stunned, wondering if this was true. Will he really not be in danger? Tianyu was so exasperated by the dog food just now. The scene switches to Lan Xuanyu's dorm. At this moment his voice echoed throughout the room. Teacher Nana, hurry, I'm about to start. Xuanyu quickly sat down, grabbing a good spot. Shusho, sit down, sit here. However, she poured cold water on him. Who wants to sit on the bed with you? Yuena quickly arrived and intervened. Sit down, Shusho. You're not allowed to tease me. Shusho, did you hear that? Yes, ma'am. After a while, everyone was seated and the two young people engaged in a hand-slapping game, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Xuanyu took the initiative to tightly grasp her hand. This decisive action startled by Shusho. But Xuanyu deliberately played dumb. It's starting. The host's exciting voice immediately rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to Tiando Star's most prestigious performance venue. Today, everyone's trip is surely worthwhile. Next, please allow me to invite today's protagonist, our beloved soul singer, Tangled. The fans below the stage immediately erupted in deafening screams. The host once again loudly called out the name of tonight's most popular person, young Master Le. Tang Li's appearance made the entire venue fall silent. He gently nodded to everyone. Anyone who had attended Tang Li's concerts knew that this gesture meant his concert had begun. As Wulin prepared to sing, the entire venue immediately quieted down. It was as if they were all preserving this unique moment for him. Her figure was already blurred, as if she had experienced countless eons. Her voice gradually became clear. How many times had it echoed in my ears? Life has 3 lifetimes, one of life, one of the human world. One hidden in my heart. Her third lifetime has always been here, always deeply etched in my heart. My memory is blurry, but my heart has always been searching. May heaven have eyes. Guide me, whether you are in the heavens above or the yellow springs below. No matter where you are, please take me there. Wulin closed his eyes slightly, tears streaming down his face. As he sang the last lyric, a sacred tear light suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Go, take me away. The entire concert was plunged into the same sadness as the artist. Tangled didn't use much strength, but every word seemed to strike the deepest part of everyone's soul. The fans didn't know that at this moment, severe pain was violently attacking his head, impacting his spiritual sea. This time he didn't compromise, he tried hard to remember. He desperately searched for those deeply missed memories, and finally he understood. There had always been someone in his heart, someone who had already occupied his entire being. The figure in his memory, with long silver hair tightly intertwined with his heart. Nana sat in front of the TV, and she herself didn't realize that tears were streaming down her face. The lyrics contained countless longings, impacting her heart and soul again and again. A figure was gradually emerging in her mind. She saw a golden light, a golden, towering, unyielding figure. Suddenly Wulin was in tears at this moment, and he himself didn't know why. With no other option, he bid farewell to the audience. I apologize for the impropriety. Then Wulin turned and went backstage to compose himself. To the astonishment of his fans, after a while, he came out again, and a warm golden light illuminated the entire stage. The next song, missing our loved ones but cherishing those around us even more, guarding time, guarding you. Gazing at time, gazing at one's heart, time flows with endless sorrow, hoping that in unexpected time, those fleeting heart-stirring moments, the familiarity in time is a peculiar call that guides me to seek hope. Hope has come. But it's also a little frightening, wanting to touch but fearing it will dissipate. Hoping that in time you will follow me, do not leave me. Hoping in time. Suddenly Wulin stopped singing and instead delivered a heartfelt speech. First, I want to apologize to everyone for making you wait a week because of me. Then I apologize again, today I can only sing 3 songs, next is the last song for this time, also a new song I wrote, I hope you like it. If life were only like the first meeting, this is for you. That innate singing voice rose again, pouring countless emotions into every lyric. When we first met, we were both like children, I guarded your innocence and purity. When we met again, you had grown up, you gave me warmth and support. Silver and blue interwoven flames are the deepest imprints in my heart. The two of them screamed, Teacher Nana. Xuanyu immediately ran over to help Jiuyuan up. Teacher Nana, what's wrong? Seeing that she wasn't moving, he quickly thought of a plan. Shusho, you watch Teacher Nana, I'll go find Elder Tree. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately grabbed his hand. Xuanyu looked confused. Teacher Nana, don't you want to see Elder Tree? Bai Shusho was still naive, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong? Is Teacher Nana suddenly like this because of Uncle La? Didn't you say they didn't know each other before? Nana only felt her head throbbing. That song deeply impacted her, also awakening some memories. It was as if countless fragmented memories were surging in her mind, and an unprecedented severe pain assaulted her heart. Who is he? Do I know him? Did he write this song for me? Bit by bit, memories kept flooding in and the pain continued to intensify. Even her cultivation couldn't resist it. Young Master La had already been helped off the stage by staff. The concert was somewhat chaotic. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho helped Nana back to the dorm to rest. Lan Xuanyu released his spiritual power, secretly sensing Nana's changes, but he only felt a vast and chaotic spiritual power occupying Nana's mind. His spiritual power had just probed and was almost torn apart in an instant. Suddenly, Xuanyu spat out blood on the spot, his body covered in sweat. Bai Shusho saw this scene and immediately became anxious. Xuanyu, however, he reassured her, don't worry, I'm fine. As if stimulated by Lan Xuanyu, the chaotic spiritual power in Nana's mind quickly receded. Her breathing began to stabilize and her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Only her hand still tightly held Lan Xuanyu's hand. After a while, Jiuyuan woke up. Xuanyu, disregarding his own condition, immediately asked, Teacher Nana, are you feeling better? She looked at him with guilt-filled eyes. I hurt you. Then Jiuyuan hugged him tightly. Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. Teacher Nana and Bai Shusho helplessly ate some jealousy. I'm not jealous at all. Afterwards, Nana bid farewell to Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho, saying she needed a few days to rest. Not knowing what it was, Bai Shusho felt even more clearly that she had known young Master La before. On Tiando Star, La Qingling was anxiously pacing back and forth. She had to worry about Tang Li's condition and also appease the audience. Fortunately, Tang La had already said at the concert that he would only sing 3 songs today. Otherwise, the concert venue would have been even more chaotic. More than an hour later, Tang Li's condition gradually improved. As soon as Wulin woke up, Qingling anxiously asked him, Drink some water, are you alright? He politely said, I'm fine, you made me worry. A few seconds later, Wulin softly requested, Qingling, please postpone the upcoming concerts, I haven't been feeling well recently. Once the ban on the mother planet is lifted, let's hold a concert there. She immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll arrange it, you rest first. Suddenly he whined. Qingling, I'm a little tired. She was startled by this gesture. If you're tired, then rest quickly. It's okay to rest more. I'll take care of other matters. We're on a freelance contract now. You're your own boss. You can arrange things however you want. I'll go arrange other things. You rest. After Qingling left, Tang La sat alone in the backstage, staring blankly at the ceiling. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu called to inquire about his condition. That song did make him very painful. But after singing that song, he felt like he really remembered some things. I must go to the mother planet and sing it again in front of her. Perhaps then I can recover all my memories. I definitely can. After Nana left, Lan Xuanyu would call every day to inquire about her condition, and the same went for Tang La. Lan Xuanyu was a little worried, but neither Nana nor Tang La were willing to tell him anything. Just then, Lan Mengchen returned with her mother. Lan Xuanyu specifically invited Elder Tree to help, and with the assistance of the Emerald Swan Bai Ji, Lan Mengchen's mother's life defect was also remedied. Lan Mengchen hadn't had a chance to thank Lan Xuanyu yet, but everyone could see that she was expressing her gratitude through her actions. She was no longer like before, cultivating even more diligently. While Lan Xuanyu was about to face a major event, the Academy officially notified him of the time to head to the Spirit Pagoda headquarters. The Spirit Pagoda headquarters is located not far from Shrek City, next to a Spirit Pagoda Academy. Originally, the Spirit Pagoda established this academy to rival Shrek Academy, but things didn't go as planned. The founder of the Spirit Pagoda was the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters at that time, the Lingbing Duluo Huo Yuhao. But over time, the Spirit Pagoda once grew strong, and the Federation had always been the driving force behind the scenes, supporting the conflict between the Spirit Pagoda and Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect. Since humanity entered the interstellar era, the relationship between the Spirit Pagoda, Tang Sect and Shrek Academy has eased a lot, but there are still some personal grudges, which is why Lan Xuanyu had to use the treasure-hunting beast's illusion. Now in the eyes of others he was already a young man of 27 or 28. Lan Xuanyu handed the red invitation to the front desk, successfully verifying his identity. Subsequently, the front desk staff led Lan Xuanyu to an elevator. After changing 3 elevators, Lan Xuanyu finally arrived at a circular hall. The front desk receptionist was not allowed to enter this last elevator. After entering the hall, a staff member immediately came forward. Welcome to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Is this your first time here? Xuanyu nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's my first time. Loya continued to enthusiastically introduce. Then I'll explain how to use the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. You should know that the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform isn't entirely a simulated world. If you're severely injured inside, it might affect your real-world condition. Please be careful. We'll provide you with a transporter, allowing you to leave at any time and return here at the staff member's prompting. Lan Xuanyu released his soul rings. She appeared very thoughtful. It's all right. You're perfectly capable of entering the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Please follow me. Loya guided Xuanyu through the procedure. Please take off your shoes and enter. After a moment, he entered a room full of machines. She then handed him a button. Don't push yourself too hard. I wish you a fruitful experience this time. Loya then announced the collection point. Master, this seems to be the Duluo forest. Xuanyu only had time to show a surprised expression before being sucked into the teleportation gate. Moments later, the teleportation gate reopened. He was left alone in the middle of a vast forest. Little Treasure observed for a while before tracing their exact location to a secret temporal chamber beneath the Tang Sect. The information flow began to oscillate, plunging the Spirit Pagoda headquarters staff into a panic. Alarms blared continuously throughout the Spirit Pagoda headquarters. Brother Shang quickly issued a notification, reporting an information flow attack, temporarily suspending all external operations and requesting all Soul Masters to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Loya had just returned and hadn't had time to take off her uniform. What's going on over there? Lu Peng had already lost his composure. What happened? The attack came from the high platform, leaving me flustered and confused. It's unclear at the moment. We've halted all external operations at headquarters, are reinforcing defenses and repairing the defensive wall. After hearing this, he kept urging everyone while simultaneously opening the monitoring screen, forcibly protecting the information database, and immediately moving to find the enemy, determined to catch these guys. Meanwhile, when Little Treasure discovered the rift, he felt uneasy. Could it be? Could this be a fragment of the God Realm? Xuanyu suddenly sensed something. What is that? The little guy then diligently explained. The God Realm suffered a great calamity originally and it shattered. For some reason the Spirit Pagoda found this fragment. Now they're using technology to inject human consciousness into this fragment, creating an independent space. The place we're in now should be the largest piece, and the soul beasts here are actually formed by absorbing the energy of celestial aura. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask curiously, so if I can find the origin of the Spirit Pagoda, can I directly absorb the celestial aura within it? Little Treasure immediately nodded in confirmation. Theoretically, yes. Hearing this, a strong determination suddenly ignited in his heart. Once his strength became greater, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Xuanyu turned his head and saw a giant red-tailed scorpion standing tall. Little Treasure immediately recognized it keenly. A red-tailed scorpion, this one is at least 10,000 years old. Its eyes were blood-red, full of murderous intent wherever it looked. Its sharp needle-like tail suddenly shot forward, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Xuanyu. While dodging, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" The next second, Xuanyu immediately counterattacked with a punch. He unleashed the Titan Divine Fist, creating a firepower that seemed to incinerate the entire forest. However, the red-tailed scorpion showed no fear, instead raising its head and retaliating with a fire-poison halo, which shocked him. In the nick of time, Xuanyu quickly summoned the golden dragon ascending to heaven. This time the monster was completely suppressed and mercilessly blasted away. Pressing the advantage, he drew the familiar abyssal rift. It was terrified, its eyes turning white, and its entire body involuntarily stiffened in place. As the critical strike blade shot forth like lightning, the red-tailed scorpion was unable to dodge. Taking the full blow under Xuanyu's gaze after the matter was settled, he put his weapon back into his ring, and Lan Xuanyu's face showed a triumphant expression. After dealing with it, the forest returned to its original tranquility after a while. Little Treasure looked at the spiritual power on Lan Xuanyu's body and exclaimed, "Master is right, there's celestial aura." He still innocently acted as if it was natural. "I feel extremely comfortable all over." The little guy was full of hope after hearing this. "That's good. If we can really find a fragment of the God Realm, it will be of great benefit to your recovery," Little Treasure softly asked. "Shall we continue then?" Immediately after, the little guy received Xuanyu's decisive nod. "Okay." The two then swiftly dashed off, moving with light steps. Their footprints marked every part of the forest they passed through. Lan Xuanyu encountered several more 10,000-year soul beasts. After killing them, he absorbed their energy to replenish himself. As they walked, they suddenly stopped in an uninhabited open area. Xuanyu quickly caught a scent of danger. It turned out the sable was watching them, and a worried expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Battle armor fusion domain, that's a 3-word battle armor." Xuanyu asked curiously, "What are those light streaks?" Little Treasure answered without hesitation. "After the soul beasts here are killed, their energy has already been claimed by the Master, but it also takes time to absorb. Our situation is special. I've already helped you directly absorb this energy into your body." He keenly spotted a loophole. "If I defeat him, then his energy will be mine." Thus such an ambition suddenly sprouted in his heart. Isn't this taking advantage? Before he could act, the sable made the first move. He rushed forward and summoned a blazing lion. The fire-breathing lion roared continuously, clearly intending to burn its opponent alive. Here, Xuanyu quickly used the power of the blue-silver grass, then he continued to summon a skill, elemental stripping. The blazing lion could now only emit smoke, and the sable was stunned by this scene. What? Xuanyu pressed the attack, immediately closing in on his opponent. He extended the light spirit orb forward. Elements. The spiritual energy in Lan Xuanyu's hand rotated at an astonishing speed, forming a tightly compressed ball of energy that whipped up a storm. Although he wasn't hit directly, he was mercilessly swept away. Soon, the sable's figure disappeared into the tornado ahead. It was then that Xuanyu reached out and extracted a green element. This action puzzled Little Treasure greatly. Master, what are you doing? Stripping an element from an elemental storm will make the elemental storm unstable. It's too terrifying. Just as the little guy said, the tornado suddenly exploded. The violent vibrations also threw Xuanyu off his feet. The entire forest was quickly filled with smoke and dust. The two of them were lucky to only suffer minor injuries. All right, Little Treasure even seized the opportunity to put on a show. Master, don't worry about me, I can still hold on. There was a reason for his daring venture. That energy was 5 times stronger. His blood energy was almost more abundant, and his dragon core was noticeably larger. The Advanced Spirit Ascension platform is indeed a good place. The Academy instructed me to cause some trouble for the Spirit Pagoda. So what kind of trouble should I cause? I can give it a try. After some searching, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. This must be it. Little Treasure couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, what do you want to do? Why do I feel a bit uneasy? He didn't answer immediately, but vaguely said, You'll know in a bit. Then Xuanyu stretched out his hand and summoned a small tornado. The little guy was still scared by what had just happened and seemed very worried. Master, you're not going to blow it up again, are you? He answered candidly. I want to test how large an area this elemental storm's explosion can cover. If it's completely uncontrolled, however, Little Treasure was still half skeptical. What if it covers the entire Advanced Spirit Ascension platform? Wouldn't we be blown up too? Xuanyu immediately raised his voice to assure, No, I just want to try. Maybe later when we go to the mid and low-level Spirit Ascension platforms, we can blow out fragments of the God Realm. The little guy knew he couldn't stop him, so he drooped his face. But I always feel it's very dangerous. Xuanyu gently stroked his head and comforted him. This is a simulated world, there won't be too much danger. While they were chatting, the tornado had already doubled in size. Little Treasure couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, are you really just going to let it explode on its own? Xuanyu confidently assured, Let's try, as long as it doesn't hit us it's fine. I hope it blows up a few soul beasts and creates some energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the two quickly moved away from the dangerous area. Let's go. Not long after, he felt something was wrong. A blue demon bird appeared from nowhere and Xuanyu felt surprised and confused. Unfortunately, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Oh no, I can't move. At the same time, that monster kept rushing towards him, trying to ram into him. Little Treasure screamed in fear. Master, danger! In the nick of time, another blue demon bird suddenly appeared from the opposite side. It immediately widened its eyes, surprised by this sudden appearance. And the newly arrived blue demon bird kept whispering to Xuanyu, Master, you must hold on. As soon as it finished speaking, the two monsters were already entangled in a fight, forming a romantic scene. Just as Xuanyu was still confused, what's going on? Why are there two? He received a glance from his teammate and suddenly realized. So it was Little Treasure in disguise? Coming back to his senses, Xuanyu then pulled out the abyssal rift. That blue demon bird was still immersed in love, completely letting down its guard. It wasn't until his blade was about to touch it that it suddenly woke up. Fortunately, the blue demon bird dodged in time, temporarily saving its life. The next second, it furiously shot out a series of sharp quills attempting to counterattack. Xuanyu didn't expect the opponent to recover so quickly, and for a moment he couldn't dodge. However, no matter how difficult the situation, Little Treasure was there to solve it. The little guy immediately pushed the blue demon bird into the previous tornado cave. It was instantly shocked because it had been stabbed in the back, and Little Treasure kept gloating. Xuanyu quickly seized the opportunity and shot out the abyssal rift as well. That blue demon bird took a knife to the chest and then free fell into the tornado cave. The next second, everything suddenly exploded, then was swept into endless void. Xuanyu seized a moment to frantically absorb the monster's spiritual power. The forest returned to tranquility. He had just gone through a life-and-death battle and couldn't help but exclaim, Soul beasts are too powerful. Their bodies can actually withstand the attacks of the heavenly sacred abyssal rift halberd. Little Treasure was overjoyed. Master, you're so lucky. We actually encountered a blue demon bird again. He recalled the earlier moment and asked, What happened just now? You were still so reluctant to part with it. The little guy diligently explained, There are two types of blue demon birds, space envoys and time envoys. The golden patterned blue demon bird I transformed into just now was a time envoy. If both appear at the same time, they might give birth to powerful offspring, which would be a phoenix, a dust phoenix. Hearing this, Xuanyu was suddenly shocked. What? A phoenix? Then he thought for a moment, chin in hand. The blue demon bird just now didn't fully use its strength because it was using its power to prepare for pregnancy. Little Treasure nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that's right. Suddenly both fell silent. He showed an innocent expression. Why do I feel something isn't right? The next second both shouted in unison. Elemental storm. Then the man and beast immediately left. Run, master, run. However, he felt another ominous sign. Indeed, a huge storm was about to hit the Duluo forest. Sensing the chaos approaching, Xuanyu hastily sped up like a bus passenger without a ticket. Run, a look of serious fear began to appear on his young face. Oh no, the button's broken. A sense of unease welled up in his heart, and he immediately shared his thoughts. Little treasure, do you think I'm going to blow up this advanced spirit ascension platform directly? Can we still escape? But little treasure gave a most ambiguous answer. I don't know, I don't want to die. If this place is blown up, we definitely can't go back. We just devoured the blue demon bird. We don't want to die. Before Xuanyu realized something was wrong and was forced to stop, as soon as he saw the energy tornado chasing him, he screamed in horror. Oh no, it's too late. Even as he said it, his body had already transformed quickly to face the storm. Dragon God transformation. Xuanyu hurriedly created an energy ball, threw it to the ground and plunged himself in. He had to get out alive. Thanks to that powerful energy vanguard, Xuanyu was able to leap high and dive into the underground lake. Avoiding the massive moving bomb above, it suddenly unleashed a fatal explosion, the aftershock spreading in all directions, making him close his eyes tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanyu's body was floating in some cold water. Although still unconscious, his brain began to emit faint sounds. I feel very weak. His firm chest trembled slightly with his rapid breathing, and his soul power also disappeared. This time he went too far. That explosion was too terrifying. As the mysterious heaven art circulated, a trace of soul power slowly began to appear, and his bloodline aura also slowly recovered under the effect of soul power. After a period when his soul power recovered, Lan Xuanyu, even though he could move, couldn't clearly understand his current situation. Was I teleported out? The cold air couldn't conceal the confusion gradually rising in his heart amid surging thoughts. Why is it so dark here? Is there a power outage here? He concentrated, drank a bottle of Seagod lake water and ate a vitality fruit. He felt alive again. When he felt the wetness on his face, Xuanyu lifted his hand in confusion. A strong metallic smell rushed into his nostrils, leaving him dumbfounded. Blood? Was I injured in the spirit ascension platform? He involuntarily fell silent, sensing an unusual absence. Little treasure, no way. Did that explosion kill little treasure? No, I can't stay here anymore. I must get back quickly. He stood there, staring at a pile of Spirit Pagoda uniforms hanging on a rack. Xuanyu sighed and decided to step back, put on one of the uniforms and pulled down the hood to cover half his face. He tried to lower his presence, quietly passing through the bustling crowd. But a sudden echo made Xuanyu stop. There are still injured people here. Don't wander around. He looked blankly in the direction of the voice. Seeing his dazed look, Miu anxiously pulled him along. How are you? Quickly, give me your arm. Xuanyu could only stammer a few words in his confusion. Aye, before she pushed him onto a hospital bed. Lie down quickly. I'll take you to the hospital for examination and treatment. Forcibly pushing the information flow with spiritual power was indeed too dangerous. The ambulance sped through the dark night. Inside the emergency cabin, Miu gently comforted the other person. You'll be alright, we'll definitely cure you. After his body entered a resting state, Xuanyu felt very comfortable and didn't know what to say. Unfortunately, the survival index on the scanner suddenly started flickering frantically, startling Miu into exclaiming, "Oh no, he's dying." Her eyes were clouded with sadness because of this. I'll give you an injection to boost your immunity. You'll be fine once we reach the hospital. With that, she pulled out a huge syringe, making Xuanyu's eyes widen in alarm. But contrary to Miu's expectations, as soon as the needle approached his body, it bent. Encountering such a scene for the first time, she was stunned. Your skin is too thick, and Xuanyu awkwardly played dead. Certainly know how to talk. As Xuanyu was wheeled through the hospital corridor, he silently pondered, I wonder how extensive the Spirit Ascension platform's explosion was. I was so far from the explosion, yet I was almost killed. Although I've recovered a bit of physical strength this time, I still have no combat power. I hope Shusho gets my message. I must leave here quickly and find a way to meet up with her. The male doctor looked at the newly admitted patient and said in a cold, procedural tone, How are you? I need to verify your identity. Xuanyu simply closed his eyes, waiting for his chance. Verify my identity? Wouldn't that expose me? Play dead. Just as he felt the doctor turn to check if he had anything to prove his identity, he slapped the back of the doctor's head. Xuanyu quickly put on the doctor's clothes, then placed the unlucky fellow on the hospital bed in his stead. Sorry about that. To avoid wasting time, he quickly contacted Bai Shusho. Shusho, where are you? But when he heard her gentle voice say, I'm on my way, how are you? Xuanyu calmly replied, I'm fine, see you in a bit. This made Bai Shusho fall into an annoyed silence on the other end of the phone. This guy definitely isn't telling the truth again. He's too worrying. Her foot unconsciously pressed the accelerator, sending the car speeding off. A moment later, after she picked him up in the car, she slowly asked again to confirm, Xuanyu, you look terrible. Are you really okay? But when she heard Xuanyu carelessly reply, Don't you trust my physical endurance? I'm fine, it's not serious. Bai Shusho's worries intensified. How did you get injured? What were you doing? Faced with his beloved's interrogation, he stammered, searching for an appropriate answer. The academy requires confidentiality. Sorry, Shusho, it was just a small mission and it went quite smoothly. The car's interior grew tense because of his words, making the moon shine even brighter as if to conceal all the negative emotions below. A moment later, the pristine white car suddenly stopped in a remote, desolate area. Bai Shusho gazed blankly at the man beside her, silently sighing, filled with helplessness. He was asleep, she had never seen him so exhausted before. But that focused gaze abruptly woke Xuanyu from his slumber, making him, who had been engrossed in admiring her, hurriedly turn his head to look straight ahead, unaware of when his cheeks had flushed. Xuanyu slowly sat up, rubbed his eyes and looked at her. "Are we at the dorm yet?" But when he heard Bai Shusho softly say, "Not yet, I'm taking you directly to Seagod Lake," you had already shed all traces of drowsiness and asked innocently, "Why is your face red?" In just a brief moment their conversation echoed through the entire space. "You should hurry and bathe in Seagod Lake." "I'm leaving." "Huh, Shusho, what are you doing? Good night." The magnificent sight before him completely relaxed Xuanyu. Seagod Lake is full of life energy, which is best for healing my injuries. The light on his face continuously shone, and it could also replenish life energy without any side effects. Suddenly the sound from his wristband startled Xuanyu. "You little rascal, where are you?" He could only obediently reply with a smile. "At Seagod Lake." No sooner had he spoken than Tianyu's figure rapidly appeared, startling Xuanyu. So fast, Tianyu didn't even need an introduction. He just cleared his throat and asked, looking at the other party's exhausted state, "You're injured, what happened?" But when he heard Xuanyu's perfunctory reply, it was very unexpected, completely unforeseen. Tianyu could only sigh and change the subject. "How are things at the Spirit Pagoda?" Recalling what had happened, Xuanyu dared not delay and immediately replied, "When I ran out, I didn't know what their reaction was." He looked at the other party indignantly and then spoke. "What exactly did you do?" "The Spirit Pagoda has gone crazy, directly negotiating with us. And the Tang Sect is also anxious, as if they're fighting for their lives." This information sent a chill down Xuanyu's spine. "Is it that serious?" Before he could hear the other party's relentless follow-up question, "You haven't been in the Spirit Ascension platform for long, have you? How did you get out so soon?" Finding it difficult to give a suitable answer, Xuanyu could only smile and choose the safest wording. "I seem to have caused them a bit of damage. I used a newly comprehended ability." He then recounted the entire process of testing the power of the elemental storm in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Wang Tianyu listened to Lan Xuanyu's narration. His expression gradually changed. It was a while before he slowly finished his lengthy account. "So I don't know what happened, only that there was an explosion and I was almost killed. Pavilion Master, have I completed the task everyone gave me?" Tianyu immediately burst out laughing, which made Xuanyu feel bewildered. "You truly are a talent." He didn't explain anything, only left one last instruction before activating the transfer energy. "Heal well, rest, don't leave the academy recently." This made him feel very stifled and he sighed deeply. "Teacher should also tell me what exactly happened, right? Well, this is simply setting me up for a harsh trial, isn't it?" In the cool lake water, rich life energy converged around him, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. His faintly aching internal organs already felt much more comfortable. 3 days later, Shrek Academy finally received definitive news. The Spirit Pagoda had indefinitely closed the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. An unprecedented explosion occurred at the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, destroying over a third of it. Early morning, the Interstellar Center already had to endure Zhenhua's boisterous voice. "The graduation exam format for our Star Battle experimental class has been announced. Besides the mandatory 2-word battle armor requirement, there will be 3 exams in total. First is the Star Battle assessment. Second is the character assessment, and finally the entire class will collectively complete a level 5 Do Tian mission. All assessment items have points. Reaching the inner court's required points will grant entry to the inner court." He was completely immersed in his own planning. "However, if you can complete a mission 1 difficulty level higher, you can earn 5 additional spots for the inner court. If you increase it by 2 levels, the entire class can enter the inner court." Only after the other party finished speaking did he sincerely express his thoughts. "I understand, teacher. This is the greatest advantage the Academy has given us." This made Zhenhua nod in satisfaction. There are 12 spots. That's already over 1/3 of the entire class. This situation is very rare. Even if you don't get into the inner court, you will enter the Duluo Hall in the future." Xuanyu understood his concern and said happily yet solemnly, "We will definitely do our best." Only after leaving the building did he excitedly shout into the air, "Graduation exam, here I come." The Star Battle experimental classroom was filled with the pure sunlight of early morning. Xiao Qi looked at his students for a long time, not saying a word, but the next second he solemnly bowed to everyone, which greatly surprised Xuanyu and his classmates. "Teacher Xiao." That voice made Xiao Qi hastily cut in, telling them not to speak. Not wanting them to wait too long, he bravely spoke his mind. "I'm bowing to you because I want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. I taught you and you've made me proud. Moreover, you are very likely to be the greatest pride of my life." The quiet space highlighted the sincerity in Xiao Qi's words, making them resonate even more. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to teach a class like yours again in the future, but at least for now, you are my greatest pride." The lengthy statement made him pause midway to catch his breath. Then he quickly bowed deeply to conceal the emotion welling up in the corners of his eyes. "Therefore I thank you from the bottom of my heart." That scene made Xuanyu frantically order class stand up. Everyone without prior agreement understood and bowed back to their respected teacher. "Thank you, teacher." This made Xiaoqi, who had initially composed himself, now openly weep. A moment later he eagerly stood up and admonished, "The graduation exam is almost here. I won't say any more words of encouragement to you. Because my students are all excellent." This prompted the entire class to respond seriously in unison, "Teacher Xiao, we won't let you down." After everyone's emotions calmed down, Xiaoqi calmly extended his hand and introduced, "Next, please welcome teacher Tang Zhenhua to say a few words to everyone." Contrary to everyone's expectations, he merely said a simple phrase with a sincere smile, "Students, keep up the good work." This next statement not only surprised Xuanyu but also made the Star Battle experimental class students cheer excitedly. "Go, go!" Everyone excitedly ran out, happy cheers rising and falling. "Let's go, the graduation exam has begun." The first item, the Star Battle assessment, filled the grand hall with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Tianyu looked at the man beside him and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you nervous?" Contrary to his expectations, Zhenhua merely shook his head gently. "No, I believe in these children. They can do it." His sudden silence made Tianyu even more anxious. "Are you ready?" This question made Luo Hong look worriedly at Zhenhua. Then she silently closed her eyes to calm herself. All the teachers tried to keep their minds steady, focusing on observing the exam before them. The Star Battle assessment required Lan Xuanyu and his team to survive for 72 hours in the chaotic asteroid belt and destroy at least 10 warships of the same or higher grade. Inside the cabin, Zhuohan reported with a frown, 21 minutes until the chaotic asteroid belt. Xuanyu immediately confirmed, "Good, maintain medium speed." Half an hour later, the spaceship began to enter an area full of meteorites. He had just finished listening to new information reported by his teammate. An extremely faint energy fluctuation to the front right, suspected to be an invisible battleship approaching. He then cleared his throat and ordered, "All ships silent." The decisive action made Luo Hong extremely nervous. The assessment hasn't even officially started. How could Lan Xuanyu take such a risk? A few minutes later, a silent battleship appeared, preparing to enter the chaotic asteroid belt. That scene made Xuanyu, who had been silent, speak seriously. "Main cannon charging." "Activate battleship." The spaceship quickly fired a round of cannonballs, completely obliterating the opposing ship, which offered no resistance. But that wasn't enough. Just as everyone thought they could relax, they received his ruthless order, "Accelerate into the chaotic asteroid belt." The pilot hurriedly stepped on the accelerator, sending the battleship speeding forward. The system announcement also took the opportunity to release new information, official countdown 72 hours. With the time limit set, Xuanyu nervously told his teammates, 6 fighters deploy. They quickly received the order, piloting small spacecraft to approach the target they had just bombed. After just a moment, one of them reported via intercom, "Captain, we found the rare metals stored by the enemy. Moreover, the remaining crew members have already automatically retreated." This made Xuanyu nod in relief and praise. "Very good, you should retreat quickly too." After he finished speaking and all the team members had returned, the enemy ship turned to ashes. This scene stunned Tianyu. "It's over in 10 minutes, Zhenhua meanwhile smiled happily, secretly exclaiming, "Excellent, a perfect start." After unloading the precious metals, the Skywing fighters were once again launched by Lan Xuanyu. Although all the team members didn't understand, they still grit their teeth and carried out the mission. Led by Yuge, they paved the way for those behind them. Not long after, the alarm sounded again. Bai Shusho hurriedly transmitted information back to the mothership. "I'm under attack. There's a colorful self-defense battleship. I'm attempting to retreat. The enemy is using nets to capture me, blocking my escape route." This made Xuanyu have to shout to Yuge in the distance, "Yuge, you continue reconnaissance. No need to return for support. We'll go support Shusho." Meanwhile, Bai Shusho and her teammates were still in a perilous situation. But when the enemy ship began to initiate an energy attack, she hastily and seriously ordered. The beam of light swiftly helped the entire spaceship narrowly escape death in the blink of an eye. But this only made Bai Shusho even more worried. The enemy's large-scale netting suggested they were wealthy. After thinking for a moment, she decided to call the mothership. "Xuanyu, I suggest we let them capture us on purpose to cause internal damage." But Xuanyu absolutely disagreed with this request. "Too dangerous. Once the enemy captures you, they'll paralyze your mech and you'll have to fight solely with your own strength." This made Bai Shusho even more determined to execute her plan. "Then I'll abandon the mech and engage in direct combat, even if we win. It would inevitably consume a tremendous amount of resources." Xuanyu knew this stubbornness would only needlessly prolong the delay, so he sighed and quickly agreed. Proposal approved. Bai Shusho's small spacecraft was immediately caught by the enemy's net without the slightest hesitation. When it began to accelerate away, he ordered a close pursuit, then opened the external communicator. "Release my teammate." Having just grasped crucial information, Zhuohan urgently reminded, "The enemy's firepower is too strong. They have 24 secondary cannon ports." With this information, Xuanyu quickly abandoned the idea of pursuit, choosing to evade and quickly hide the large spaceship among the massive meteorite clusters, allowing the enemy to depart freely. However, he had no intention of letting them go forever, and coldly ordered, "Crazy guy, prepare for support." This forced Lu Feng to bend over and haphazardly press buttons on the control panel. Meanwhile, Bai Shusho's spacecraft was slowly being dragged into the enemy ship's hangar, causing her to lose consciousness from the unbearable conditions. Watching the enemy ship's hatch close, Xuanyu felt agitated and uneasy. At the same time, Federation personnel began to pour out to check the situation. Presumably, the people inside have been paralyzed by our current, but how do we open the hatch of this fighter? This small spacecraft quickly attracted Ling Fu's attention. It looks quite pretty, feels much better than our fighters. However, this statement didn't diminish the timidity of those men. Why don't you try it? It's best not to damage this fighter. It's spoils of war. Perhaps thinking too much time had passed, a hatch suddenly emitted a loud bang, startling Ling Fu. It opened by itself. I'll fly up and take a look. As soon as he flew up to inspect, his face lit up with excitement. Bai Shusho's beautiful and captivating appearance, like a sleeping beauty, especially her fair jade-like face, completely mesmerized Ling Fu without him needing to say a word. There's a battle armor master inside who froze herself, and she's a great beauty too. We've hit the jackpot this time. Hearing this, Yu Dao also excitedly waved his hand. Bring her down so we can see. He understood the eager mood of his nosy teammates and immediately nodded. All right, you guys wait. By the time Bai Shusho's ice block was surrounded by those people with no escape route, her body had already begun to stir, but no one noticed. It wasn't until her azure eyes suddenly snapped open that those Federation soldiers were frozen. All of this was due to Bai Shusho's powerful ice prism scattering skill, while the protagonist's halo still enveloped her. She brandished her spear and thrust it at Ling Fu, making him, even in pain, only able to utter naive and cruel words. Is that so? Bai Shusho did not reply, only coldly clenched her hand, then proudly withdrew her spear. Watching him fall to the ground, the vast battleship drifted in space, completely silent. Bai Shusho, her back to Lu Feng, couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you okay?" This made the other party temporarily drop his guard and reply, "I'm fine, they still have people, let's go inside and check." Before the two could make a move, the spaceship's cargo bay exploded. 20 minutes later, Xuanyu anxiously spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Are you in trouble?" However, when he heard Lu Feng's concise report, "They're just a bunch of rookies, rich second-generation Federation kids. Now they've expressed willingness to surrender and transfer control of the spaceship to us." Lan Xuanyu burst out laughing. "Good, I'll infuriate them." The pleasant mood softened Xuanyu's voice. "Juahan, I'm leaving this to you." Entrusted with such faith, how could he not seize this opportunity? "Don't worry, boss." When he walked to the teleportation cabin and saw Bai Shusho again, the sight before him made Xuanyu stop in confusion. A row of unaccomplished boys knelt at Bai Shusho's feet, begging for a glance from her. The exaggerated, movie-like scene completely dumbfounded Lan Xuanyu. "What's going on?" Lu Feng, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, immediately became the reliable messenger. "They're all Shusho's fans and they said they want to become her disciples." Catching only a glimpse of Bai Shusho's displeased expression, Xuanyu immediately shattered the boy's illusions. "If this were the real world, your teammates would already be dead. Would you still be so relaxed?" This exemplary behavior, however, made Xianxia inexplicably angry, and she said sarcastically, "Don't talk in such an old-fashioned manner. Since we've been captured by you, do what you want with us, whether it's fighting or killing." Her serious demeanor puzzled Xuanyu. "Are you the person in charge here?" Feeling wronged by her earlier failure, she decided to maintain this attitude to the end. "Even if I am," Xuanyu didn't mind and continued, "Next we need your cooperation. If you do well, this battleship can be returned to you." But Xianxia reacted indifferently, not very enthusiastically. "No need for the battleship. What conditions do you have then?" He sighed before revealing the thought he had long held. "Only one condition: obey orders and follow instructions." After waiting a moment and seeing that the other party didn't propose any other conditions, Xianxia happily agreed. "Okay, that's it then, but we need to sign a Duluo world contract." This was Xianxia's request, and he quickly agreed, "Okay." Unexpectedly, she immediately started flirting, without any disguise. "Come here, handsome junior. I feel you're getting more and more handsome." This made Xuanyu, even though he had done nothing, feel Bai Shusho's murderous gaze. This forced him to quickly change the subject. "First, take me to familiarize myself with this battleship." Fortunately, Xianxia didn't notice anything unusual and happily replied, "Okay." Thus, Xuanyu's team gained reinforcements without sacrificing anyone. 2 hours later, Ding Juahan lured a small fleet over. The sight of ships in space startled Xianxia. "They can control battleships like this, those must not be large fighters, right?" Xuanyu didn't mind her bluntness and simply ordered, "Start." Juahan understood immediately. "Okay, boss." He quickly maneuvered the ship to face the enemy directly. The closer the clumsy battleship got, the more Xianxia's fear intensified to the point where she blurted out, "What are they doing? Are they going to ram us?" This emotion even escalated into panic as the ship she was standing on suddenly tilted sharply without warning. My goodness, battleships can accelerate vertically at 90 degrees. Only when the opponent confidently approached did Xuanyu whisper an order, "Secondary cannons, full salvo." These hot muzzles had been waiting for this command, and immediately fired a series of powerful shells, astonishing even the most experienced Xianxia. "That works too." After dealing with this threat, Xuanyu immediately returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Juahan, let's leave here and go deeper." His flexible change in attitude and extraordinary thinking left a deep impression on Xianxia. "Are these people commanders? We really hit the jackpot this time." Meanwhile, the observing teachers outside couldn't help but exclaim. While Luohang and Zhenhua calmly received information, Wang Tianyu seemed to be trying hard to overcome the shock he had just experienced. It seems that it's no problem for Lan Xuanyu and his team to survive 72 hours in the chaotic asteroid belt. 13 hours later, the 10th battleship was defeated, and this result made Xuanyu breathe a satisfied sigh of relief. Everyone rest. Shusho, Mengchen, Qianlei, the three of you go rest first. We'll switch in 2 hours. Le Qingling happily agreed. Okay. Not only that, he didn't forget to coordinate the merged team. Your people also divide into 2 shifts and take turns resting. Lan Yucheng quickly hid his happy smile and replied, Okay, big shot, no commander. The tranquil external scene before Xuanyu filled his heart with warmth as if it had been washed over by hot water. The combat mission is complete now, it's just a matter of holding on for 72 hours. After a while, as Xuanyu was still busy planning for the entire team, Yuqingya, when no one was around, quietly approached him. Big shot. This strange behavior displeased Xuanyu. You can call me Shui, and don't touch me. Seeing that he had drawn a line, she could only awkwardly step back and correct herself. Okay, Shui, are you military personnel? Before he could coldly end the conversation, that's none of your business. Yuqingya stopped being coy and went straight to the point. I mean, can we hire you in Duluo world in the future? We can pay you real world Federation currency. This suggestion, of course, surprised Xuanyu. Hire us? A whimsical idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Who doesn't need Federation currency? This made him muse thoughtfully. It's worth considering. He suddenly remembered something and pondered. Do you also need Duluo coins? Yuqingya gave an extremely excited answer. Yes, of course we need them. Therefore, he quickly took the initiative, and it didn't take long. Okay, in the future we can convert some for you, but it will be at black market prices. Getting such a good deal, she enthusiastically reached out to agree. No problem. 36 hours later, the huge spaceship was still sailing in space. Xuanyu excitedly announced to all crew members, more than half the mission is complete. Now it's time to show our strength. Sensing their anticipation, he encouraged everyone with an inspiring tone. Fighters attacked the battleship. A series of scout ships were sent out and quickly returned. The data transmitted back made Juahan more nervous than ever. Boss, we found a scout ship, but it's surrounded by asteroids. The atmosphere in the cockpit was tense, and Xuanyu immediately gave a cold order. You all attack it with full force. I'll be responsible for luring the asteroids. Zhu Ya was terrified as she watched the ship gradually approach. Captain, there are enemies ahead. But Heida excitedly watched the scene unfold. What are you panicking about? They're just a few fighters. Open fire. Because of this, his battleship actively approached the opponent. Maneuvering the ship over the asteroid field, Xuanyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, successfully luring them. Immediately after, he quickly made the ship turn sharply and fly in the opposite direction. This scene puzzled Zhu Ya. Captain, why is this person plunging straight into our asteroid field? Heida, as captain, casually ignored the question. Don't mind him. He'll be blown to smithereens by the asteroid sooner or later. To make this statement come true as quickly as possible, he immediately opened fire to detonate the asteroids. Unfortunately, Xuanyu's battleship escaped a step faster than him. He became more and more excited, and Juahan also became more active. Everyone, increase firepower and attract the enemy. While the asteroids exploded one after another like dominoes, Xuanyu maneuvered the spaceship to fly under the enemy battleship. His face was full of confidence, gradually seeing his plan coming to fruition. Let you taste the power of asteroids. Receiving a signal from his teammate, Xuanyu initiated a cobra maneuver and flew straight up, startling Heida. But just as his brain had time to think, he already saw rows of asteroids rushing towards him, getting closer and closer. No, the screams were drowned out by a series of artillery explosions in space. The aftershocks of the explosion helped Xuanyu's ship fly faster than usual. When everything returned to normal, Yuge said somewhat unhappily, Captain, your move was too ruthless. Juahan, however, happily retorted, that's strategy. Xuanyu ignored their emotions and still anxiously reminded them, don't be careless, they definitely have accomplices. Outside the venue, the spacious room was silent because of the images playing on the screen. After a while, everyone's exclamations surprised Xiao Qi. My goodness, this is an 18-year-old god-level pilot. How was he taught? However, some people chose to speak ill of Tang Zhenhua immediately after learning that he was the guiding teacher of these students. His students are already so powerful, how can the teacher's ability be poor? Tang Zhenhua's silence made Wang Tianyu look over. This time you go to the 7 Holy Abyss, don't get destroyed. Luo Hong also felt uncomfortable, silently looking at his resolute back. He had done many things over the years, and his face suddenly became blank because her mind was filled with various thoughts, and he was indeed better than before. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Tang Zhenhua only focused on his outstanding student. Lan Xuanyu, well done. The pride in his heart swelled unknown to anyone. As expected of the 58th ranked fighter pilot in the entire Federation. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was still nervously piloting the spaceship. Facing the unfamiliar fleet ahead, the clumsy sight made Lu Feng unconsciously exclaim in surprise, 7 battleship captains, that's a bit many. However, he still calmly reassured his teammates, then seriously ordered, trust everyone's strength, prepare for battle. 12 Skywing fighters scattered the surrounding asteroids in the blink of an eye. The difficult situation made Xuanyu hurriedly shout, everyone transform into mechs. Hide behind the asteroids. The ship rumbled, quickly transforming into a sturdy mech. Yuge looked at the data on the screen and sighed. The enemy's outer area has also deployed a large number of asteroids. Which forced Xuanyu, who was already busy planning, to give a brief command, "Fight independently." As soon as he finished speaking, the core members unanimously agreed. Understood. The empty scene in the galaxy made Conte frown and mutter. Why did they disappear so quickly? They can't escape. Search carefully. The long silence made time seem to stand still indefinitely. After a while, Lin Xin's voice broke the silence. Captain, we've searched around but found nothing. This statement made Conte very dissatisfied. How can they hide fighters so quickly? They must still be there. Until he heard Zhou Tong's suggestion. Captain, I think we should retreat first. He couldn't help but roar. Our comrades have sacrificed themselves. Even if we retreat, we must first avenge them. This made the other party awkwardly nod and perfunctorily reply. Understood. The stifling feeling grew stronger, making Conte more anxious than ever. I don't believe they can burrow underground. Search at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, a scout ship was quietly firing scanning beams. Seeing Conte's ship come into view, Xuanyu's tightly pressed lips curved slightly. The opportunity has finally arrived. He quickly maneuvered the mech into battle-ready status. The surface of the asteroid was pierced by a huge unexpected impact, cruelly thrusting into its underbelly. After everything was dealt with, Xuanyu had someone operate the machine to leave. Just as that huge mech landed on a nearby asteroid, it summoned a huge long spear, preparing for the next phase of the plan. Missing these scenes made Conte panic due to lack of information. What's going on? Scout Ship Number 2. Scout Ship Number 2, report. Before he could even react, he was already startled by Wu Ji's alarm and dramatic report. Reporting to the commander, we don't know what happened. It seems the scout ship hit an asteroid. There are enemies invading our battleship. It turned out Xuanyu had already ordered the mech to attack. When that battleship exploded, he immediately had his ship rush out. The ship suddenly shook violently, making Conte's face turn ashen. Only when he slowly gave the order, only at that moment did he see the enemy battleship hovering before his eyes, until Lin Xin desperately shouted from inside. Damn it, shoot it down. It was also at that moment that powerful shells became futile due to the opponent's exquisite dodging ability. As if this wasn't tense enough, Lin Xin added fuel to the fire. Oh no, he's already lured the asteroids here. All the crew members seemed to be frozen by the terrifying sight before them. Conte quickly reacted, unexpectedly clearing his throat to calm everyone. Stop firing, he wants to lure us into detonating the asteroids to escape. Launch the capture net, he can't get away. A series of energy nets were fired, but they still couldn't capture the clever ship. This astonished him. How could it still escape? It hadn't been caught by the asteroids yet. Taking the rare opportunity to show off, Xuanyu still skillfully piloted the fighter as if on a roller coaster, a provocative smile still calmly on his face. This scene easily stunned both Lin Xin and Conte. Is he even human? Is this really a human-piloted space fighter, a super strong individual? After a while he suddenly woke up and ordered his team, all cannons attack. Don't worry about detonating the asteroids. Before he finished speaking, he already saw Xuanyu using the same trick again, luring the asteroids to his side with a cobra maneuver. Those floating bombs were activated and changed color, making Conte desperately shout, "It's over!" before the entire ship plunged into an endless sea of fire in the vast universe. Just like that, Lan Xuanyu ended a battle with a single fighter in the blink of an eye. The meeting room suddenly fell silent, and everyone focused their attention on Xuanyu's team's splendid exam segment. In this atmosphere, Shao Qi was secretly panicking. Lan Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu. Unaware of the emotions his teacher had placed upon him, he still calmly allocated everyone to their correct positions. Everyone, prepare to surround them. Watching Xuanyu's scout team suddenly surge out, closing in on the huge ship ahead. The opponents began to panic, unable to comprehend anything. What should we do now? How should I know? It's over, it's over. When his own people had achieved the perfect distance, Xuanyu loudly shouted, "Full cannon fire." This shook the entire battlefield for a long time. The brilliant scene made Juahan laugh happily. We won. Waves of cheers surged, and Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Success! The entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, with only the surviving team's happy laughter. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy was enveloped in a silence completely different from the outside. Wang Tianyu looked at the screen before him and whispered to Tang Zhenhua, "Let them come back. The Star Battle assessment doesn't need to continue." Zhenhua, the Star Battle experimental class succeeded. Congratulations. Words of encouragement gradually soothed the pain in his heart, making Tang Zhenhua unable to help but bow deeply, thanking the Academy for its recognition. After a while, as soon as Xuanyu woke from the machine pod, he saw several of his experienced teachers. His excited mood made his voice louder than usual. "Teachers?" But before he could say more, Xuanyu was interrupted by Luo Hong. "You performed very well. Keep up the hard work in the next assessments." Shao Qi excitedly hugged his student, patting his back forcefully. "Xuanyu, congratulations, you all passed." However, unlike the two of them, Zhenhua merely suppressed his inner excitement and coldly instructed, "The 7 of you, come with me. I will tell you about the character assessment you are about to face." But this only made Xuanyu happier. Yes, a moment later, Tang Zhenhua's office suddenly became more crowded than usual. Looking at the children gathered around him, Zhenhua slowly began his speech. "The character assessment you are about to face is very important. This obscure opening made Xuanyu couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly does the character assessment entail? Manhua no longer concealed it. He frowned and reminded everyone, your character assessment will be conducted according to the standards of the Shrek 7 monsters. This will make sense to you. Seagod Lake not only contains the Eternal Tree, but also a special space called the Seven Holy Abyss, silently guarded by several seniors. His words startled Qianlei. The Seven Holy Abyss? Xuanyu meanwhile was lost in his own thoughts. Is this place that terrifying? Even teacher's expression has become unnatural. Manhua of course clearly saw their expressions and calmly continued. That's right, it's the Seven Holy Abyss. The Seven Holy Abyss is a place that amplifies one's ego. It will interrogate your mind and torment your spirit. If anyone cannot control their true self, they may even lose the opportunity to enter the inner court. This immediately sobered Xuanyu, who curiously asked, then how will it be assessed? Like, is it about greed for money? Is it AQA? Qianlei meanwhile was still wrestling with the real world. Is he not talking about me? Manhua recalled the knowledge he possessed and softly shared. The Seven Holy Abyss is a comprehensive assessment. There are 7 seniors inside, known as the 7 monsters. They will assess you on 7 aspects: greed, gluttony, lust, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. The air gradually fell silent, leaving only Manhua's voice. Your only advantage is your youth and pure hearts. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Qianlei. Then what counts as passing? What counts as failing? This question made him sigh heavily, using all his strength to admonish. Remember, no matter what you encounter in there, maintaining your original intention is the most important thing. This pure sincerity deeply moved the students. After a moment, Xuanyu spoke on behalf of everyone. Teacher, we understand. Afterwards, Lan Xuanyu and the others left the office and returned to their respective dorms to rest, leaving Manhua alone. Gazing wistfully out the window, Luo Hong's beautiful face suddenly appeared clearly yet faintly before his eyes. His hazy gaze was consequently tinged with sadness. A thought suddenly flashed through Manhua's mind. Without even the owner's permission, if I cannot pass this trial, perhaps our destiny has truly come to an end. Just as he was deep in thought, his wristband's beep-beep sound unexpectedly interrupted his train of thought. Seeing the caller ID, Manhua began to speak seriously. Dean, what is it? Luo Hong angrily shrieked. Don't go to the Seven Holy Abyss again, you're already old. Going there will endanger your life. But he only received a nonchalant reply. If I don't go, will you forgive me? After speaking, Manhua nervously awaited some response from the other party, only to see the connection screen suddenly light up, indicating that the call had ended. This left him stunned for a moment, then he accepted reality, forcing a smile. Subsequently, everyone gathered at Seagod Lake as previously planned. This group of young men and women couldn't help but marvel at the scenery. This is our first time on a boat on Seagod Lake. It turns out Seagod Lake is so vast. Look, we're getting closer to the Eternal Tree. Look, we're getting closer to the Eternal Tree. The closer they got, the more massive it appeared. Xuanyu couldn't help but interject. And the life aura here is getting richer and richer. This quickly made Wang Tianyu acknowledge, as expected of the one chosen by the Eternal Tree. This made him awkwardly scratch his head. Teacher, you flatter me. After a while, the wooden boat suddenly stopped, and Wang Tianyu softly announced, all right, we've arrived. Looking at the sparkling lake, Wang Tianyu began to deliver his prepared speech. Junior Wang Tianyu, leading the 7 chosen as Shrek's 7 monsters, Lan Xuanyu, Bai Shusho, Tang Yuge, Yuan and Weiwei, Lan Mengchen, Lu Feng and Qianlei of Shrek Academy, have come to accept the assessment. Please, 7 seniors, open the 7 Holy Abyss and allow them to participate in the assessment. A whirlpool suddenly stirred in the lake, surprising Xuanyu. Seeing the sight, Wang Tianyu calmly guided everyone. You may enter, jump directly into the whirlpool and the assessment will begin. Overcome with excitement, he voluntarily raised his hand. Teacher, let me jump first. Wang Tianyu looked at the young man and slowly nodded. Remember, you must stay focused. Xuanyu eagerly replied with one word, yes, and quickly jumped into the peculiar whirlpool. Leaving Qianlei puzzled, he just disappeared, didn't even make a splash. Subsequently, the 6 others followed suit, jumping into the lake one by one, disappearing without a trace after everyone had left. Wang Tianyu let out a long sigh. I hope they pass smoothly. But what surprised him most was Manhua's sudden statement. Pavilion Master, I'm going too. Xiao Qi looked at the other person's moonlit back in confusion. Teacher Tang, what do you intend to do? He just heard his pensive reply. Teacher Xiao, I've been very happy working with you these past few years. If I don't come out or something happens, please don't tell the students. Xiao Qi couldn't hide the confusion in his eyes. Teacher Tang, you? Before he could respond, Manhua simply walked slowly up to Wang Tianyu and confessed, Pavilion Master, I've made up my mind. My experiences in the 7 Holy Abyss can be shown to you and the Dean. He had just summoned an energy halo to surround his entire body. I'm leaving. But just as Manhua was about to gather strength and jump, Luo Hong's angry voice interrupted all the men's thoughts. You come back here. Her hand quickly grabbed her ex-husband's wrist and with a little force pulled him back while Manhua was still bewildered. Luo Hong hugged him tightly, mainly to hide her crying face. Tang Manhua, you scoundrel. He smelled the fresh scent of her body and dazedly looked at Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu, however, turned and left indifferently. There shouldn't be any problem. I'm going back first. Only Xiao Qi was left looking around in bewilderment. Ah? He saw the scene before him, a whole pile of public display of affection, and his face flushed abnormally. "What's going on, Dean and Teacher Tang?" But when he saw Zhenhua hastily waving his hand as if begging for mercy, Shao Qi, this blockhead, for once reacted quickly, understood. However, he hurriedly jumped into the lake, strangely muttering, "Run, run." This made the bewildered Zhenhua want him to move aside, but he jumped into the lake. But when only the two people with special feelings were left on the boat, Luo Hong's sobbing pounded in Zhenhua's mind like drum beats, making him fully alert. He couldn't help but voice his love. "Luo Hong, it's all right now." His hand gently stroked her soft hair. "I'm here." Their figures existed in an unstable space. Luo Hong's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhenhua's back. He didn't turn back, just poured out his heart. "Luo Hong, if you truly cannot forgive me, then forget me." Hearing Zhenhua's words, Luo Hong's tears could no longer be held back. "Scoundrel, do you want to leave me?" Even though Luo Hong tried to hold him back, Zhenhua's figure still dissipated before her eyes. "I won't allow it." When Zhenhua left, Luo Hong also collapsed. "Don't leave me." But then a hand gently touched her hair. Luo Hong instinctively woke up. Zhenhua held Luo Hong, comforting her sadness. He softly asked, "You don't want me to go?" Luo Hong leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Don't go." After getting a response, Zhenhua also felt curious. "Why?" Luo Hong buried her head deeper. "It's not good." Zhenhua then gently lowered his head. "I know you don't like me doing things that displease you, and you won't accept it. Only by letting me go to the seven holy abyss." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Hong's tears streamed down, and she covered his mouth. Zhenhua looked at her face with deep affection, gently stroked her hair, then looked directly into those tear-filled eyes and intimately called out, "My dear." He could no longer hold back his longing. "You've finally returned." The two stood on the boat, admiring the night scenery. Luo Hong then had another question. "Zhenhua, I have a question." "What question?" "Did I misunderstand you back then? My intuition tells me it definitely wasn't because of you, but I dared not believe she would do that." Now, Zhenhua had nothing to hide. She came to me because of a cultivation problem. If I had insisted on not going back then, what happened later wouldn't have happened. That's what I feel most guilty about. So it's all my fault. Luo Hong gently turned her head to look at Zhenhua. "Do you know why I didn't let you jump into the seven holy abyss? All these years you've never left me. When you were about to jump, I realized I couldn't live without you. I don't want to suffer alone anymore. Let's not be apart again, okay?" After hearing these heartfelt words, Zhenhua finally agreed. "Okay." Luo Hong's cheeks were flushed at this moment. "There's one thing I must tell you. We have a son." Hearing this news, Zhenhua was struck by lightning. "What?" Meanwhile, as Luo Hong and Tang Zhenhua reconciled, Lan Xuanyu and his teammates also began the seven holy abyss assessment. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly accelerated, devouring life energy. Xuanyu's body slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. His mind was dizzy and blurred. Upon waking, Xuanyu stood before a huge cave. He scanned everything around with his keen eyes. An aura of destruction and annihilation seemed to want to destroy everything. "But I can still feel the fluctuations of life energy. Is there a strange energy appearing? It seems to be an energy opposite to life energy." Suddenly, a light appeared, accompanied by a voice. "Welcome, little fellow." The light was so dazzling that Xuanyu had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. A white-haired elder had been waiting here for Xuanyu for a long time. "Welcome to the seven holy abyss. The first assessment is about to begin." The assessment is very simple. Seeing the strange man before him, Xuanyu was also bewildered. Ren Mian didn't wait for Xuanyu to react, but quickly pointed the way. "Come, this is the first examination room." Suddenly, the surrounding space transformed into a luxurious bedroom. Then the elder calmly introduced the first assessment. "Sleeping?" he asked back in confusion. "Sleeping." Ren Mian calmly explained the assessment rules. "If you can get up from the bed after you've fallen asleep, you pass." Hearing this, Xuanyu was also surprised. "That's all it takes?" But before he could get an answer, Ren Mian had already disappeared. Lan Xuanyu fumbled around on the bed for a long time, finding no mechanisms. The quilt was an ordinary quilt and the bed was an ordinary bed. Although he was half skeptical, Lan Xuanyu still lay down. The moment Lan Xuanyu lay down, he felt the change. This bed was simply too comfortable. The mattress was soft and elastic, and the quilt was warm and light. Lying down felt like returning to his mother's embrace, making him feel incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Lan Xuanyu quickly felt sleepiness overcome him and unknowingly fell asleep. Xuanyu also fell into a deep sleep in the warmth and softness of the bed. Xuanyu buried his head in the pillow, thinking, so comfortable. Just a little more sleep. In his dream, Xuanyu suddenly remembered Ren Mian's words just now. "If you can get up from the bed after you've fallen asleep, you pass." Lan Xuanyu recalled the elder's words and tried to turn over and sit up, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. Even though his consciousness was gradually blurring, Xuanyu still felt something strange happening. Why was the bloodline vortex spinning so much slower than usual? Then he also noticed the anomaly. Something's not right. After realizing something was wrong, Lan Xuanyu immediately concentrated his spiritual power to stimulate the dragon core in the bloodline vortex. The dragon core instantly vibrated, and the bloodline aura erupted, propelling the bloodline vortex to accelerate its rotation, and the rich life energy and immense destructive aura reappeared. His body was absorbing it. He clearly saw two purple lights emerging from the dragon core. But relying on his willpower, Xuanyu still jumped out of bed. What are these two energies? Suddenly, two auras flew in from outside the door, and immediately after, his gaze suddenly caught a shimmering figure appearing in the room. Ren Mian suddenly appeared, then hastily announced, "Little fellow, you passed." The elder immediately transferred Xuanyu to another place. In the next stage, Xuanyu was very surprised to see two new figures appear. Before he could react, delusion had already directly entered the assessment phase. "What are your thoughts on desire? Can you control your desires?" Xuanyu also answered her truthfully. "I already have someone I love and my desires are only for her." After receiving an effective answer, delusion also quickly left, passed. Next it was arrogance's turn. A philosophical question was thus uttered. "What are your thoughts on pride and arrogance?" Xuanyu was fearless and answered decisively. "One can be firm but not arrogant. I will be proud of many things but never arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Envy hastily asked his question, "Are you envious of others?" Although he found the question somewhat perplexing, Xuanyu still answered honestly, "I don't envy others. Everyone has their own life. They don't want anything, nor do they want to achieve any specific goals. They just have to work hard themselves." The 7 monsters asked questions consecutively, then passed him. "Pass, you passed." This left Xuanyu confused. "What's going on?" He was incredibly puzzled by how smoothly he passed. "Isn't this too easy?" Annihilation walked forward with a benevolent face and announced, "Little fellow, you've passed. I'll send you out." Xuanyu immediately refused. "Senior, I'm not in a hurry." But the elder ignored his opinion and immediately took the person away. "Quick!" Soon, Xuanyu was led outside. He walked in the air, then landed on the ground. At this point he had already appeared on the surface of the lake outside the 7 holy abyss. Xuanyu looked back at the tree in the water, silent in his heart. What exactly happened? In the 7 holy abyss cave, the 7 elders gathered together. Arrogance was very displeased with Nightmare's talkativeness. "What are you talking so much for? You even asked 2 extra questions. Don't you know that if he stayed any longer, he would absorb even more life energy and destructive energy?" He hastily explained. "I had to ask clearly." The sloth stage suffered heavy losses. Annihilation also quickly joined in, exposing Xuanyu. "This kid wasn't even willing to leave. I quickly threw him out. Where did Shrek Academy get this monster? In just a short while, 1% of our energy was absorbed by this kid." So the 7 monsters in the cave continued to discuss Xuanyu. "This kid will definitely refuse to come here in the future. How are his teammates doing? Didn't this happen to them? They're all struggling to wake up. These kids' spiritual power isn't weak. Move quickly. If there are no obvious problems, let them pass quickly, lest that kid comes back to cause trouble." At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was sensing the power of his bloodline within his body. He found that his bloodline power seemed to have increased significantly. In just a short while it was comparable to a session of cultivation in the ice and fire yin-yang well on Senluo's star. As soon as Xuanyu opened his eyes, he noticed a figure landing in the water. Xuanyu quickly recognized the person who had just appeared. "Qianlei, your assessment is over. How did it go?" Qianlei landed roughly on both feet, tears streaming down his face as he complained to the heavens. "Oh my god, it's finally over. It was too hard." Xuanyu stepped forward to ask his teammate about his situation. Qianlei sat on the ground and honestly shared, "The first stage was really comfortable. The second stage was too embarrassing. Over a dozen beautiful women tried to seduce me, but as soon as I thought of Mengchen I didn't dare, so I passed." Xuanyu was suddenly force-fed dog food and could only show a speechless expression. Then his teammates appeared one by one. Everyone's assessment was generally similar. Only Yuan and Wei Wei seemed lost in thought. Xuanyu still stood by the river, looking out with anticipation. "Why isn't Shusho up yet?" Finally, to Xuanyu's anticipation, Bai Shusho emerged. Seeing her figure, Xuanyu immediately ran over concerned. "Shusho, how are you?" But he only received Bai Shusho's rejection. "Get away from me." It seemed something had happened underwater. She reacted vehemently and quickly walked away. Faced with this perplexing behavior, Xuanyu felt confused. "Shusho, what happened?" "Shusho, wait for me." Lan Mengchen also went over to help another teammate, asking about her situation. "Yuge, are you alright?" She couldn't hide her tired expression but still pretended to be calm. "I'm fine, just a little tired. I'm going back to rest first." Seeing everyone acting unusually, Lan Mengchen couldn't help but feel a hint of worry. Did they encounter some trouble during the assessment? Yuan and Wei Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed, there was some trouble. "I'm going home to ask my dad." After speaking, everyone left. Only Qianlei and Lan Mengchen remained by Seagod Lake. He couldn't help but voice his guess. "They all seem preoccupied. Are they really alright?" She mechanically echoed, "Probably." Xuanyu successfully caught up to Bai Shusho, his voice filled with concern. "Shusho, what's wrong? Did you fail the assessment?" She didn't turn around, only replied perfunctorily, "I passed, I just want to be alone." After speaking, she disappeared behind the door, leaving Xuanyu standing there blankly full of questions. What exactly happened? Bai Shusho secretly blushed, cursing under her breath. "That bad guy, that jerk, will he really be that bad in the future? HMPH, I'm ignoring him." In the Titan family, although the villa was plunged into darkness, one room remained lit. Yuan and Wei Wei sat inside, his mind racing. Sister Tang Yuge, if she knew the truth she wouldn't be able to bear it. "No, I must find her." At Tang Yuge's home the situation was similar. She said in a panicked tone, "Mom, is it true? Is it really true?" Ziming just gently lowered her head and asked back, "Did he tell you?" At this point Tang Yuge could no longer hold back her tears, expressing the doubt in her heart. "Why isn't this true? I saw it in the 7 holy abyss. It had already reached that point." Ziming no longer concealed it. "It's true. You are not his biological daughter. I also betrayed him back then." This news completely shocked Tang Yuge. Mom, why is this happening? Why did you do it? So we were the ones who were wrong. So I'm just an illegitimate child. When her daughter said these words herself, Ziming couldn't hide the pain in her heart. She couldn't help but wave her hand angrily. Ziming ignored Tang Yuge, covering her swollen cheeks, crying out in pain. You jerk, do you know what you're saying? Do you understand what happened back then? Although tears still hung in the corners of her eyes, she still sternly ordered, get out of here. Hearing these words and the slap, Tang Yuge was scared and panicked. She quickly turned and ran out. As soon as the door closed, Ziming stood inside and could only sigh helplessly. Tang Yuge sat at the entrance of her home, head lowered, filled with grievance. Just then, Yuan and Weiwei walked over, asking repeatedly, how could this happen? How could this happen? A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Sister, are you alright? Tang Yuge was startled. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at him, then lowered her head again, trembling as she waved him away. Go, I'm not your sister. Yuan and Weiwei gently affirmed, no matter when, you are always my sister. A sudden voice rang out, Ziming, I'm here. Yuan and Weiwei quickly turned around and called out Dad. When he saw Feng Yu, he stood at the door. Before he could even speak, Ziming loudly rebuked, what are you doing here? To see our mother and daughter turn against each other? Feng Yu lowered his head and replied, I came to apologize. He calmly looked at Tang Yuge and explained, your mother did nothing wrong, I'm the one who made a mistake. Hearing this, Tang Yuge looked up in surprise. Feng Yu recounted that painful memory word by word. At that time, your mother and your father were both my classmates. I was deeply in love with your mother and actively confessed to her. But your mother chose your father and I simply couldn't believe it. Just then, your maternal grandfather suddenly disappeared during a mission. I secretly went to Senluo Star to find your maternal grandfather and rescued him. Another coincidence was that your biological father also went to find your maternal grandfather, but he had no news. A few months later, your mother thought your father had passed away. All hope was lost, and only then did she agree to marry me. Not long after, your mother told me that she chose to marry me because she was already pregnant with you. At that time, I felt like I was struck by lightning and I was furious for a while. Feng Yu choked, filled with regret. Later I saw your mother and your father meet and I fought with him. I told him that unless he won against me he would never be qualified to return to Shrek City. In fact, I regretted it long ago. Ziming, I'm sorry. Ziming finally came out at this point. Tang Yuge then spoke. Mom, Feng Yu said affectionately. Ziming, she smiled gently. You did nothing wrong, I'm the one who was wrong. He turned to leave, sadly revealing, I'm going back. Ziming quickly grabbed him. Wait. She choked, her eyes filled with remorse. At that time I never once fulfilled my duties as a wife. I'm sorry. Feng Yu frowned, puzzled. Ziming Yu stepped forward and asked, do you know where he is now? Ziming lowered her head and sadly replied, I don't know. Feng Yu seemed to have figured it out. If I can see him someday, I'll definitely tell him everything. Ziming, there's something I think I should tell you. These past few years, someone has often attacked me. I feel it's him, Ziming said in surprise. You mean he's actually been in Shrek City all this time? Feng Yu calmly guessed. Most likely. She looked very angry. Then why has he never come to see me, that jerk? In the star-studded night sky, a response came, because I'm a coward. Yuan and Weiwei and Tang Yuge were both startled by the voice. Tang Wulin suddenly appeared, his hands clasped behind his back, every word filled with guilt. Ziming, she looked up, trembling as she spoke. Teacher Tang Wulin. He flew to Ziming. She unconsciously called out his name in a daze. Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin slowly explained, I never knew Yuge was my daughter. Actually, I've always been by your side. Being able to see you often was already enough for me. Ziming choked back, asking, so all these years you've always been by my side? Tang Wulin then nodded in confirmation. Ziming suddenly raised her hand and slapped him hard. She cried, chasing him away. You get out of here. Ziming turned and ran into the house, slamming the door shut. Tang Wulin, his face streaked with tears, urgently called out, Ziming. Feng Yu kept calling, Weiwei, let's go home. Yuan and Weiwei firmly refused. Dad, I'm not going. I want to be with my sister. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes and his voice was low. Yuge isn't your sister. Yuan and Weiwei still didn't budge, replying resolutely, no. Hearing this, Tang Yuge suddenly looked up at Yuan and Weiwei. He stepped forward and affirmed, she is my sister. Yuan and Weiwei gently reached out and held Tang Yuge's hand. He comforted her with concern. Sister, don't be sad, you still have me. Her eyes were filled with tears, glistening, ready to overflow at any moment. The two could no longer hold back and hugged each other tightly. Tang Yuge cried profusely, choking out, little brother. Time seemed to stand still. The scene was frozen in this moment, with countless stars silently shining down. The two silently returned to Shrek Academy. Yuan and Weiwei walked Tang Yuge to her dorm door. He quietly watched her walk towards the door. Tang Yuge's hand trembled, stopping just as it touched the door. She lowered her head, her voice choked. Thank you today, don't call me sister anymore in the future, I'm not your sister. Yuan and Weiwei remained stubborn. In my heart you'll always be my sister. The two stood silently opposite each other, the invisible distance growing heavier. Finally, Tang Yuge gently reminded, it's time to go back and rest, the assessment will continue in a few days. Watching the dorm door close, Yuan and Weiwei knew that from this moment on his relationship with Tang Yuge had changed. The light in Tang Yuge's room stayed on until dawn before finally dimming. The next morning, warm sunlight filled the academy. Manhua emerged in an unusually neat and tidy manner. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Did something good happen? He replied with a brilliant smile, looking refreshed. Teacher, I'm simply full of high spirits. Your teacher's wife is back. He couldn't help but blurt out, teacher's wife? Lu Feng was also stunned and immediately asked, we have a teacher's wife? Manhua clapped his hand, signaling, when your graduation exam is over, come back. I'll take you to meet her. Just then, someone pushed the door open and walked in. It was Juahan. He looked a little embarrassed. "Hello, Teacher Tang, luckily I'm not late." Zhenhua's eyes twinkled with a gentle, caring light as he looked at him. Juahan was startled, stammering, "Teacher, why are you looking at me like that?" But his gaze didn't shift. Juahan quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I'll be early next time. Teacher, please stop staring at me." Xuanyu stood at the front of the classroom and began to explain. "All right, everyone's here, let's begin. Now I will explain the specifics of the 5th year Do Tian team mission." After explaining, he turned around and asked, "That's the general situation. Do the two teachers have any suggestions?" Shao Qi smiled and praised. "You've analyzed it so thoroughly. I have no objections." Zhenhua also nodded in agreement. Ultimately, among all the missions, one received 26 votes. Xuanyu began to assign the 5th year Do Tian team's secret reconnaissance mission to Dragon Origin Planet. The mission description was to go to Dragon Origin Planet, deeply investigate secrets on Dragon Origin Planet with mission completion calculated based on investigation results. During the investigation, killing monsters on Dragon Origin Planet also counted towards mission completion. Killing one level 9 Dragon Origin and submitting it on Dragon Origin Planet is equivalent to completing the mission. He then politely asked, "Teacher Shao, Teacher Tang, do the two teachers have any instructions?" Shao Qi only reminded, "Do not become careless due to your knowledge of Dragon Origin Planet. Everyone must be cautious and return safely." Zhenhua chimed in, echoing, "That's right, returning safely is the most important thing." Xuanyu nodded confidently. "Okay, it's decided." He turned and instructed the entire class. "Everyone go back and prepare. We'll depart in 4 days." Juahan gave a thumbs up, loudly shouting, "Go, go!" The clear sky bathed in sunlight illuminated the interstellar center. They embarked, a spaceship speeding through the vast universe. In the cabin, Xuanyu quietly whispered, "This time Pavilion Master Wang will be accompanying me." He closed his eyes, full of anticipation. Dragon Origin Planet, we're back again. In the spacious courtyard of the machinery factory, two figures stood opposite each other under the scorching sun. Junzi solemnly raised his hand to his forehead. "Pavilion Master Wang, welcome to Dragon Origin Planet." Xuanyu stepped forward and replied, "Commander Lei, no need to be so polite. I'm just here as an observer this time." He still maintained proper etiquette. "Pavilion Master Wang, please." Junzi looked at Xuanyu with kindness, making Xuanyu feel a little awkward under his gaze. Lei Junzi invited Wang Tianyu to the command center, while sending someone to arrange Lan Xuanyu's accommodations. Command center. The room was neatly furnished and the two were conversing when Chu Tei suddenly appeared. "Report, Lan Xuanyu requests to see the commander." Junzi nodded, allowing it. "Let him in." Xuanyu walked in and solemnly saluted. "Pavilion Master, Commander Lei," he then instructed, "there are no outsiders here, just call me Senior." Xuanyu didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Yes, Senior, I'm here to ask you to guide our 5th year Do Tian team on this mission." Junzi immediately replied, "Junior, come with me." Xuanyu focused as the map unfolded, his eyes wide as he listened to the explanation. "The reason this reconnaissance mission is so high level is mainly because we suffered severe losses during previous reconnaissance. After several years of investigation, we found that all dragon origins appear within this gray area. The purpose of this reconnaissance mission is to find out the reason for this gray area's appearance and ideally to uncover the secret of how dragon origins are produced." After listening, Xuanyu nodded. "Thank you, Senior, we will be careful." He secretly thought that this mission was more difficult than expected, but the benefit was that it was very likely to directly advance to level 6. Junzi calmly looked at him. "As for supplies, just say what you need." Xuanyu's eyes lit up, revealing an excited smile. "Then give me 2 antimatter bombs," he decisively rebuked. "No," Xuanyu frowned slightly, quietly chiding, "You just said anything." "Pavilion Master, Senior, I'll go prepare now. In 2 hours, all 33 Skywings will depart from the Dragon Origin Planet base." Xuanyu observed and assigned tasks. After initial reconnaissance, every 3 people will form a group to hunt dragon origins. "Wei Wei, Yuge, and I will be one group," both of them agreed. Okay. Yuan and Wei Wei quickly scanned the screen and then reported, "Captain, a group of dragon origins has been detected." Tang Yuge eagerly said, "Let me go." Xuanyu immediately approved. "Good, we'll cover you." Her eyes flashed with focus while the creatures below spewed fierce flames in retaliation. But in an instant they were all incinerated, and the monster trembled in fear. Xuanyu couldn't help but praise, "Tang Yuge, your new gold divine light developed from the 5 elements divine light is getting more and more powerful," she further explained. "The new gold divine light doesn't work as well on other creatures, but it does have a suppressing effect on dragon origins." On the first day, the second day, the third day, they became more and more familiar with fighting dragon origins. In the end, Lan Xuanyu and his team harvested over 6,000 dragon origin crystals. Chu Tei reported with an anxious expression, "Commander, we can't let them continue like this. How will we explain this to the cleanup crew?" Junzi coldly and briefly replied, "Understood." In the command center, Xuanyu heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." He walked in, his expression serious. Xuanyu quickly greeted, "Senior." Junzi spoke, "Junior, that's enough for now. You have to leave some for our cleanup crew." Xuanyu immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, Senior. Tomorrow we're going to carry out the mission," he emphasized, pointing. "It's settled." Then to business. The most critical moment was approaching. All 33 Skywing fighters gathered and flew towards the gray area. Xuanyu ordered loudly, "Everyone activate stealth mode." A sense of unease rose, and he murmured, "The distant sky is unusually dark." Xuanyu immediately gave instructions, "Other Skywing fighters wait outside the gray area for me." I'll enter the gray area first to scout, and so his fighter charged in alone and an alarm suddenly blared piercingly. Alarm, 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 danger ahead. Alarm, alarm. Something outside seemed to be affecting the fighter. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a magnetic field? Suddenly a huge beam of light struck the fighter's tail. Xuanyu immediately felt a bad premonition. He quickly turned the steering wheel to dodge the pursuit, cold sweat streaming down his tense face. Xuanyu secretly assessed, we've been discovered. Too many dragon origins. Let's retreat first and then figure something out. He opened the communicator and called his teammates. Can you hear my voice? The reply came, we can hear you. Xuanyu steadied his breath and spoke solemnly. The black and gray dust is metal fragments. This area has an extremely strong magnetic field and a large number of dragon origins. That area must hide the secret of the dragon origins. He immediately turned to Yuge, analyzing the situation. How are the metal elements in the geology near the gray area? She agreed without hesitation. All right. Yuge carefully observed the screen and reported the results. The metal elements here are extremely rich, even exceeding the metal element concentration of low-level dragon origins themselves. Xuanyu then asked, can we use a metal shield to infiltrate? She nodded decisively. Yes, he pondered, observing and replied, I understand. Then Xuanyu assigned tasks. I, Shusho, Mengchen and Yuge will infiltrate and scout together. Juahan, the command of the 33 Skywings is entrusted to you. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. 10 minutes later underground, the four figures of Xuanyu's group moved slowly. Yuge observed carefully and reminded softly, we've entered the gray area currently at the edge. He solemnly commanded immediately, everyone prepare for battle. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly Yuge stopped, wondering, Xuanyu, something's not right? Xuanyu frowned in surprise. What's wrong? She expressed her concerns. I feel there are 5 presences like level 9 dragon origins. With such terrifying strength, why aren't they attacking the dragon origin planet base? He pondered, his face grim, thinking, finding this reason should be enough to complete the mission. The four continued deeper. Yuge stopped again, her eyes wide with observation. Everyone asked, what's wrong, Yuge? She looked to one side and replied, there seems to be a cave over there. Xuanyu didn't hesitate. Let's go check it out. In the metal geological cave a heavy energy emanated, and golden light illuminated the surroundings. Yuge led the way, her eyes firm, and she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Level 10, if my spiritual power continues to probe that cave I will definitely be discovered. Xuanyu cautiously asked, can we go in and see? Yuge immediately replied, we can go in with our naked eyes. She reached out and placed her hand on the golden surface. Instantly, a scene unfolded before them, a space filled with star cores. Xuanyu and Yuge's eyes widened simultaneously, only to see pipes filled with blood-red liquid. Those scarlet star cores were condensing, their bodies exuding a fierce aura. Xuanyu held his breath, his eyes fixed, not moving for a moment. Rows of star cores operated on an automated assembly line, gradually taking shape. Suddenly one of them moved slightly, and Xuanyu's heart jolted. It actually has mobility. At that moment, the truth was revealed before his eyes. Dragon origins were not naturally occurring but created by humans. The star core's eyes gradually opened. Xuanyu's eyes widened, his face pale. Level 10, that was definitely a level 10 dragon origin. It couldn't be discovered. Yuge and Bai Shusho also looked surprised. She withdrew her hand from the golden surface and the space immediately closed. An urgent warning sounded, retreat. Then the four silently returned from the exit. 10 minutes later they finally returned to the surface. Mengchen saw Yuge's pale face and asked with concern, are you alright? She struggled to support herself, her voice weak. I'm fine. Just a little exhausted. Bai Shusho cautiously reminded, Xuanyu, don't contact the base here anymore. Let's go straight back. Xuanyu nodded in agreement. Let's rendezvous with Juahan first. Then he decisively ordered, return at maximum speed with stealth effect at maximum. Yes, the fighter lit up and sped through the endless cosmos. Xuanyu urged loudly, little treasure, come out for a bit. Little treasure appeared, still half asleep, eyes squinted. Master, I'm here. Xuanyu held a dragon origin crystal in his hand, urgently asking, do you see anything unusual about this dragon origin crystal? The little guy observed for a while, then stammered, isn't this an energy stone? Wait, on this energy stone. The stone was scorching hot, burning little treasure, who immediately let go and dropped it. Powerful divine consciousness, the little guy solemnly judged. Too strong. Level 1 divine consciousness, at least the divine consciousness of a level 1 god king. Little treasure turned to Xuanyu, asking in confusion, Master, where did you get this thing? Suddenly a gloomy voice emerged from the stone. Isn't it good to be alive? Why seek death? Xuanyu and little treasure both shuddered, their hearts pounding. That fierce voice continued, since you've discovered me, then you can only die. Black energy spewed forth, and the red stone shot directly towards him. Xuanyu's entire body stiffened, seemingly unable to resist. In the nick of time, a hand reached out and grabbed the stone. A spatial door opened, and a dazzling blue light filled the entire space. Xuanyu felt as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell, gasping for air, and looked up. Yuena appeared, her posture like a goddess descending to the mortal world. He couldn't hide his surprise, shouting loudly, Teacher Nana? Yuena urged with icy eyes, hurry and go. The figure of the heavenly dragon gradually appeared, and a terrifying voice echoed, isn't it better to be alive? He squinted and looked forward. Seeing Yuena, the heavenly dragon was grimly surprised. I didn't expect to find a strong individual like you on this tiny dragon origin planet. Xuanyu trembled as he observed. His heart was pounding. This person was too terrifying. I must help Teacher Nana. Then he waved, shouting at the same time, Teacher Nana, catch. Jiuyuana reached out and caught the abyssal rift without hesitation. At this moment her body shone brightly, and various elements intertwined and fused, forming a majestic halo that enveloped her. The heavenly dragon squinted slightly. A divine artifact, truly unexpected. Why don't you surrender to me? I can take you as my wife. Jiuyuana scornfully cursed, you talk too much. Then she turned to Xuanyu, decisively admonishing, you all go first. The heavenly dragon put his hands on his hips, confidently introducing himself. I am the lord of the heavenly dragon star, from the Dragon Horse Galaxy. You can call me the heavenly dragon. Jiuyuana's face was expressionless, her eyes full of disdain, not bothering to respond to his words. She charged with all her might, her figure transforming into a dazzling beam of light, the tip of her spear pointing directly at the heavenly dragon. Blue light and red-black energy collided, and an Earth-S8 shaking roar erupted between heaven and earth, shaking space violently. The spaceship suffered a huge impact, and the system continuously issued red alarms. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Suddenly, Xuanyu's eyes widened, and he looked up at the outside. For some reason, Jiuyuana's power transformed into a huge arrow, mixed with purple energy, and shot directly towards the heavenly dragon. In the distance, someone extended a hand, firing purple energy to support her. Xuanyu immediately recognized it, shouting in surprise, Pavilion Master Wang. The heavenly dragon still calmly advised, stop wasting your strength. He slowly raised his hand, and red light condensed in his palm, erupting with a destructive aura. Immediately after, the red energy burst forth violently, and Xuanyu was sent flying. Xuanyu and Yuge were both stunned, exclaiming, how could this be? It was just one move? Jiuyuana wielded two weapons, their power erupting. Extreme power burst forth. Her and the heavenly dragon's energy wildly chased each other in space, but he still dodged all attacks. After an intense struggle, the heavenly dragon slightly curled his lips. Stop now and return to the heavenly dragon star with me. Isn't it good to be my empress? If you don't want me to kill those little ones, I can also take them to the heavenly dragon star with us. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. Jiuyuana decisively shouted, daydreaming. The heavenly dragon closed his eyes, his voice lowering. If that's the case, then I can only kill you. What a pity. He spread his hand, and red-black evil flames surged out. Jiuyuana's eyes widened in shock. A nine-colored halo burst brightly from her chest, directly entering Jiuyuana's forehead. The heavenly dragon frowned and blurted out, this is a God King core. Nana looked at the nine-colored light cluster on her chest, and memories kept flooding back little by little. She lowered her head and softly murmured, I remember, I am. Her gaze suddenly became bright. Jiuyuana roared as if to tear apart the void. I am Jiuyuana. I am the Silver Dragon King. Her petite figure stood before the sacred halo, majestic and awe-inspiring. At that moment, purple-white light burst forth from Jiuyuana's entire body, and huge wings extended from her back, engulfing the starry sky. The heavenly dragon was stunned, an inexplicable doubt rising in his heart. This woman is very likely a true god king, he squinted, calculating. Since that was the case, the red longsword was slowly raised. Centered on her body, huge cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. Jiuyuana anxiously urged Xuanyu to leave quickly. Little Treasure trembled all over, muttering blankly, Dragon God Core Master, the Silver Dragon King. She's the Silver Dragon King. She was once half of you. Xuanyu was silent, his eyes blank, his heart in turmoil. He put his hand on his chest, constantly asking himself, how do I feel such a close connection with Teacher Nana? What is my relationship with Teacher Nana? Xuanyu stood frozen, his lips trembling as he whispered, Teacher Nana. Bai Shusho turned around and called out, Xuanyu. She noticed he wasn't himself and calmly advised, Xuanyu, something's wrong. Juahan, you take control of the spaceship in his place. Juahan nodded and responded, okay. Just then, Xuanyu suddenly shouted, no, go back. He struggled to run, continuously shouting, I must go back, I must go back. Bai Shusho stopped him in time. Xuanyu, calm down. If you go back, you'll only die. You can't do anything, and you can't help Teacher Nana. Xuanyu's eyes were moist, tears rolling down, but he still tried to control his emotions. Xuanyu decisively ordered, fly to the mother planet at maximum speed, prepare antimatter missiles. He stood opposite Bai Shusho, trying hard to appear calm. Shusho, I'm fine. Suddenly, he turned his head to look out the window, his gaze fixed on a point. Jiuyuana appeared before him. He exclaimed, Teacher Nana? She looked at him with a peculiar, warm and loving gaze. Xuanyu rushed over, his steps trembling, his eyes teary. Jiuyuana lowered her head, her tone brief but serious. Xuanyu, time is short, listen to me. I've remembered some things, but not completely. Go back and ask your mother where she came from. A look of hesitation appeared on her face. Because in the end, Jiuyuana still gathered her courage and said, because I might be your mother. Xuanyu was shocked to hear this. Tears wetting his cheeks, he was silent, unable to respond. She continued, I know, saying this might be very sudden, but I really feel that you might be my child. I don't know if I can stop it, but I will definitely try my best to protect you. If anything happens to me, go find Uncle La. He had the ability. Before she could finish speaking, Jiuyuana suddenly paused, her gaze directed into the distance, and then her figure vanished abruptly. Xuanyu desperately shouted, Teacher Nana. That voice made her eyes sparkle with tears. He pounded on the cockpit, screaming, Teacher Nana, Mom. The red light covering the sky surged. Jiuyuana flew straight ahead alone, directly resisting that fierce red power. Her face shone with determination, her eyes bright and her hands condensed surging energy. The heavenly dragon frowned, his voice icy. Since you refuse to submit, then you all die together. A red light suddenly burst from his chest, sharp as a net. After the heavenly dragon's power, huge black wings spread like a terrifying demon. Dazzling silver light emanated from Nana's body. A pair of huge silver wings spread. Jiuyuana gave her all, her petite figure standing resiliently before the huge black shadow. Under the terrifying explosion of red light, she was instantly repelled. She struggled to hold on, then suddenly turned her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she had discovered something. It turned out the spaceship was being sucked towards the star. Even a god-level expert would probably not be able to withstand the terrifying high temperature and gravity of the star. It absolutely couldn't be pushed into it. Jiuyuana poured out all her strength, sending a force with one hand to push the spaceship away from the dangerous trajectory. Her face was etched with determination, and only one thought remained in her heart. I must survive. Jiuyuana chose to sacrifice herself, allowing herself to be sucked in rather than let Xuanyu be harmed. At the last moment, as her body was gradually being pulled in, she whispered with love and guilt, "Xuanyu, goodbye. Mom is sorry." Jiuyuana's eyes were tightly closed, her eyelashes trembling in the golden light, her face filled with pain and helplessness. The surrounding temperature grew higher and higher, and the colorful light on Nana's body became more and more dazzling, gradually enveloping her body completely. Under the enormous gravitational pull of the star, it transformed into a 9-colored halo, gradually dissipating towards the star. Xuanyu's eyes were tense. Roars echoed throughout the entire space. The light shield around the 33 Skywing battleship then slowed down, completely escaping the star's gravity. He chased while calling out for Teacher Nana. Bai Shusho immediately shouted anxiously, "Xuanyu!" She quickened her steps towards him, calling out firmly, "Xuanyu!" Xuanyu roared weakly, "Let go of me, let me out." Bai Shusho hugged him tightly, comforting him. "Xuanyu, calm down, don't get agitated. Teacher Nana won't die. Teacher Nana is so powerful, she definitely won't die. Didn't she tell you to go find Uncle Le? Haven't you discovered the enemy's big conspiracy? We must report this immediately." Suddenly, a soft blue light permeated the air, making Xuanyu stop. It turned out Mengchen had appeared, gently plucking her fingertips, playing a melodious tune. At that moment, the three just stood quietly silent in the warm music. He calmed down, then spoke, "Shusho, let go of me. I won't get agitated." Then he sighed deeply and walked away. He decisively ordered, "Return immediately. Find a nearby planet to transmit intelligence. Juahan, you continue to control the battleship. I'm not in a state to control the battleship right now. I want to be quiet for a while." After a while, Bai Shusho opened the cabin door and asked cautiously, "Xuanyu, can I come in?" Xuanyu was still curled up in the corner, staring at the floor, gently nodding in agreement. She walked in. Xuanyu spoke first. "You're right, Teacher Nana won't die that easily. She has the strongest elemental control ability I've ever seen, and that 9-colored halo, that must be the Dragon God's core." Bai Shusho hugged him tightly, which surprised Xuanyu. Shusho, he didn't understand what was happening but still let Bai Shusho hold him. Then she burst into tears. "Teacher Nana will definitely be all right." After his emotions gradually stabilized, Lan Xuanyu finally called out Little Treasure, asking about the Dragon God's core. Little Treasure appeared and answered, "That's definitely the Dragon God core, the purest power of the Dragon God. And since it was extracted by the Silver Dragon King, she must be your birth mother. Otherwise you would never have the Dragon God bloodline inheritance." Xuanyu asked directly, "Then tell me, Nana is now missing in the star, what will happen to her?" Little Treasure replied with some difficulty, "I haven't encountered this situation before. If it were the Dragon God, the power of the star wouldn't be able to harm her. If it's just the Silver Dragon King, I'm not sure, but the Silver Dragon King has the Dragon God core." He immediately pressed on, "So Nana has a chance to survive, but she can't get out on her own, right?" Little Treasure continued. "If she can survive, that's probably the case. As long as you're within a certain range of the Dragon God core, you can sense her aura, but you can't survive on the surface of a star right now. Master, don't get agitated." The 33 Skywing battleship accelerated towards the nearest satellite. Lan Xuanyu didn't choose to return to Dragon Origin planet to contact Wang Tianyu. Every Dragon Origin contains a Dragon Origin crystal with a divine consciousness imprint. Once it was revealed that he was still alive, it might alert the enemy. Dragon Origin planet is now widely used. If it were to be detonated, it would cause incalculable losses to the Federation. After a day of full-speed flight, they finally reached the nearest space satellite. Juahan quickly reported, "Connection to the satellite signal has been established. Remote communication is possible." Xuanyu immediately requested, "First, connect to the Academy. I need to contact the Academy." After connecting to the Academy, Lan Xuanyu contacted Dean Luohong. She anxiously asked, "Xuanyu, that's great. Are you all safe? Is the entire class safe?" He replied without hesitation, "We are all safe. Please rest assured, Dean." Luohong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Where are you now?" She immediately notified the Federation government to send warships to pick them up. Xuanyu immediately responded, "We are currently connected to you from satellite phone and are returning to the mother planet. We have important intelligence to report to you now." Luo Hong allowed him to report. Then Lan Xuanyu recounted in detail what had happened on Dragon Origin planet. Luo Hong knew more about the widespread use of Dragon Origin planet than Lan Xuanyu. If something went wrong with Dragon Origin planet, it would definitely be a huge problem. The Dragon Horse Galaxy actually had such a conspiracy against the Federation. Once it erupted, it would inevitably be accompanied by war. Luo Hong decisively ordered, "This intelligence is too important. Return as quickly as possible. No delays. I will immediately report to the Seagod Pavilion and then inform the Federation." After listening to Lan Xuanyu's report, Luo Hong felt only dread. This matter involved too much. It was even possible that there were enemy spies within the Federation. Then he asked Luo Hong to make a phone call, and Xuanyu waited for the other party to connect. Then the voice rang out, "Hello. Who is this?" Hearing that voice, he felt a slight comfort and tears welled up in his eyes. Xuanyu politely introduced himself. "Uncle La, I'm Xuanyu," Wulin asked in surprise. "Xuanyu?" he anxiously asked. "Xuanyu, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Xuanyu tried to stay calm, his voice rising. "Uncle La, I'm fine." At this point, tears were already rolling down his cheeks, making him choke out. "It's just that Teacher Nana was absorbed by a star to save us." Wulin was shocked, frowning in surprise and doubt. "What?" His brows furrowed tightly and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. "What exactly happened?" Lan Xuanyu tried to compose himself, his voice trembling as he recounted what had happened earlier. "Uncle La, Teacher Nana, she," Wulin replied with confusion. "I'm not sure, but if she can control fire elements, she might still have a chance." Then he solemnly reminded, "Xuanyu, return to the mother planet immediately. We'll meet at Shrek Academy." He politely agreed, "Okay, thank you, Uncle La." As soon as he hung up, Wulin looked up at the night sky, silently praying, "Please don't let anything happen." Shrek Academy, under the golden sunlight, blue sky and white clouds. It was so peaceful here. Xianxia and Mu Chen were both at the academy. Xuanyu observed them, thinking, so many high-level personnel have come. This news must indeed be important. A majestic voice introduced, "This is our first deputy pavilion master of the Seagod Pavilion, Elder Yi." Everyone greeted Elder Yi in unison. Next, a person with long fiery red hair standing beside him was introduced. "This is the first god of war of the War God Hall, General Yu Mu Chen." Mu Chen walked up and spoke to Xuanyu privately. "The intelligence you brought back this time is extremely important, but it still needs to be verified. Come with me," he cautiously replied. "Okay." In the office, he sternly asked, "How did you discover divine consciousness in the dragon origin crystal?" Xuanyu honestly replied, "I once obtained a peculiar exotic beast called the treasure hunting beast. It once lived in the god realm, and it was it that identified the strength of the opponent's divine consciousness." Mu Chen frowned, his eyes full of surprise as he asked, "Treasure hunting beast, let me see it." He quickly nodded. "Okay, little treasure, come out for a bit." Little treasure then appeared, looking bewildered. "Master, who is this person? He actually has a second-level divine consciousness?" Mu Chen witnessed it firsthand, secretly acknowledging in his heart, "It really is a divine consciousness fluctuation." Then he spoke, "Can you confirm that the Dragon Horse Galaxy expert who attacked you was a second-level god?" Little treasure responded decisively, "That's right. The aura of a first-level god and a second-level god are completely different." Mu Chen continued to ask questions. Lan Xuanyu answered them one by one for over an hour. Finally, Xuanyu stood up and said earnestly, "General Yu, if the Federation can help me rescue Nana after you've finished asking, then you can ask anything. If not, I don't want to delay any longer." Mu Chen's eyes widened, full of surprise. "He actually dared to interrupt me," he sternly explained. "This matter is of great importance. I can understand your feelings, but I hope you understand the priority of Federation interests over personal interests. If this matter can finally be confirmed, then your merit will be immense." Xuanyu retorted bluntly, "General Yu, merit and honor are not important to me now. I just want to rescue Teacher Nana." Mu Chen's eyes widened and he said in a deep voice, "I've been patient enough with you, don't push your luck." Suddenly a spatial door opened with a roar. "So what if I push my luck?" Wulin's posture was cold and dignified like a savior. Xuanyu ran over and hugged him tightly, choking out, "Uncle Lo." Wulin gently comforted him. "Don't worry, no one can stop you." Mu Chen secretly identified him as the Golden Dragon King and he was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. "This is actually a true god-level expert." Wulin maintained a cold face, his eyes melancholic. He put his arm around Xuanyu's shoulder and said, "Let's go." He politely agreed, "Yes." Mu Chen shouted loudly, "You can't go." Wulin looked back at him, his voice full of power. "Just you?" He touched his golden dragon spear, ready to fight at any time. Mu Chen was immediately stunned and speechless, letting the two of them leave right before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxia had quietly appeared beside Mu Chen and the air was thick with a heavy atmosphere. When they had completely left, Mu Chen's shoulders seemed to relax and his whole body trembled. Mu Chen was very puzzled. "Elder Yi, is this one also from Shrek?" Xianxia slowly explained, "This one can be said to belong to Shrek Academy, and can also be said not to belong to Shrek Academy. If we were to truly discuss his status, he is even far above me." In Lan Xuanyu's dormitory, he sat opposite Wulin, listening to the information. "According to the information I've found, if I fell into a star, I could survive for a short time. So if we can reach the star and find her within a certain period, but relying solely on our strength, I'm afraid it won't be possible." He anxiously sought advice. "We need power to help us escape gravity. I'm not familiar with Federation technology. Do you know anything about this?" Xuanyu also hesitated a bit. "I'm not sure about that either. I'll go ask the Tang Sect." Wulin had no choice but to comply. "Okay, go." Yes, he understood and immediately got up to handle it. Soon he arrived at the Tang Sect. Deng Bo was happy to see an acquaintance and waved. Xuanyu, you're back. How was it? Xuanyu didn't beat around the bush and quickly grabbed the other's shoulder. Brother Deng, can you introduce me to the person in charge of our Tang Sect soul technology research? I have important questions to ask. Deng Bo took it for granted. Soul technology? You can ask me. Hearing this, Xuanyu eagerly pressed further. Then do you know to what extent the Federation's exploration of stars has reached? Can they approach the surface of a star? He kept asking the other party. Tell me the answer. This made Deng Bo a little confused. Why are you asking this? Among the currently known detection methods, only the probes of planetary-class motherships can approach the surface of a star. This information filled Xuanyu's heart with gloom. I should still seek the opinions of the higher-ups to see if there are other ways. After a moment of thought, he could only request, then I'll wait here for Hall Master Tang. When he returns, please tell him for me. I want to see him. Okay, Deng Bo responded. Then you wait here. After parting ways, Xuanyu quickly entered the lounge. Perhaps because he was too tired, he fell asleep after a while. As soon as he felt someone covering him with a blanket, he slightly opened his eyes, then immediately got up and bowed respectfully. I fell asleep, Hall Master. Tong Miao also spoke politely. Sit down and talk, you've had a hard journey. Deng Bo already asked me the questions you posed to him. I know you want to rescue that teacher. At the mention of this, Xuanyu seemed fully awake. Hall Master, Teacher Nana possesses powerful fire element control abilities. She definitely won't die. Tang Miao sat on the chair calmly explaining. Deng Bo's answer is also my answer. Only by connecting to the gravitational device of a planetary-class mothership can one resist the star's gravity. This made him secretly surprised. It seems this is the only solution. Then he boldly probed. Then under what circumstances would the Federation dispatch a planetary-class mothership for a search? In just a moment, Tang Miao's face showed some helplessness. It's difficult. Mobilizing any fleet is not an easy task. This time's merit is indeed an important card, but it's not enough. This matter cannot be accomplished by relying solely on pressure from the Academy and the Tang Sect. It could even backfire. Faced with the potential risks, Xuanyu became increasingly worried. Is there no other way? Tang Miao also kindly reminded at this point, if the Academy is willing to support you, there's still a chance, but it's best if you have other methods. You need to think carefully. At this point, Xuanyu had no choice but to give up. Thank you, Hall Master. Looking at his departing back, Tang Miao couldn't bear it and reluctantly advised. Xuanyu, there's one more thing I need to remind you. Your future path is still long. Do not make any wrong decisions because of this incident. He seemed to see through the other party's worries and immediately reassured. You're worried I'll join the War God Hall because of this? No, don't worry. He cautiously reminded. Don't forget your identity as the successor of the life school. This identity will be an important trump card for you. At this point, Xuanyu could only obey. Yes, in the Shrek Academy lecture hall. Mu Chen stood by the window listening to his subordinate's report. Shrek Academy outer court student Lan Xuanyu requests an audience. In an instant he became stiff and uneasy. He's back again? Is there something I don't know? But he just silently ordered, bring him to me. As soon as he entered, his youthful voice rang out, Greetings, General Yu. Mu Chen, without concealing his doubt, asked, Was there something you didn't report earlier? Xuanyu honestly admitted, Yes, it wasn't convenient in front of Elder Yi today. He couldn't help but say, Oh, and said, Tell me. Teacher Nana is actually from the War God Hall. Mu Chen's face was filled with undisguised shock. How did I not know about this? He mused, explaining. Before, when she came to teach at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, she was accompanied by Enpeju of the War God Hall. Hearing this, he quickly opened the connection screen and contacted Enpeju. As soon as it connected, Mu Chen pressed, Xiao Ju, I want to ask you something. Do you know Nana? The other party, however, spoke somewhat mysteriously. Her situation is special. It's a top Federation secret. I need to get approval from the Hall Master to disclose it. Mu Chen proposed without hesitation. Then ask the Hall Master. We'll have a three-way call. Peiju, okay, I'll ask immediately. After hanging up, a hint of gloom flashed across Mu Chen's face. You wait outside for now. I'll call you in a bit. Xuanyu understood and immediately got up. Yes, standing outside the office. He silently prayed. Teacher Nana, you must wait for me. Xuanyu stood outside the office for a long time. After a while, Mu Chen's voice came from the room. Come in, he said in a deep voice. Tell me the whole story of you and Nana. Lan Xuanyu recounted how he met Nana and became her disciple. After a while, Mu Chen finally couldn't help but be curious. You are the class leader of Shrek Academy's current graduating class. What about after graduation? Do you have any other ideas? For example, joining the War God Hall. After all, the War God Hall is directly affiliated with the Federation. Although Xuanyu felt this way, he still subtly refused. Thank you for your kindness. But I have several special identities and cannot easily leave the Academy. After graduation, I hope to join the military, contribute to the Federation, and defend our homeland. This made Mu Chen even more interested. Special identity, he replied. I can tell you, but I hope you can keep it confidential for me. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, I promise you, tell me. Xuanyu thought it over carefully and still honestly said, I possess a life energy interactive physique and am the next successor of the life school. This was like a life-saving straw, astounding Mu Chen. If I help you rescue that teacher, what benefits can the War God Hall military gain? Even the entire Federation. Xuanyu solemnly explained, First, the Federation can use this opportunity to publicize and gain support, fully backing our side. Second, if Teacher Nana returns alive, she will definitely join the War God Hall. He continued to speak. Third, in my personal capacity, I will do 3 things for the War God Hall in the future, provided it does not violate morality and is not against the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy. Mu Zhen seemed somewhat satisfied. Interesting, but the third point is a bit premature. Just then, Xuanyu, fearless, affirmed, not only am I the successor of the life school, I am also one of the future Shrek 7 monsters. In just an instant, the expression on the other party's face seemed to freeze. Shrek 7 monsters. However, Xuanyu didn't stop there. Not only that, I'm also an interstellar mech pilot. Super God number 58. Mu Chen's face grew increasingly grim as he listened. Super God number 58 is easy to verify, but the next generation of Shrek 7 monsters I cannot verify. How do you prove it? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his soul power instantly erupt. This scene surprised Mu Zhen a bit. Twin martial spirits are not enough. Even when he saw the halo on Xuanyu's chest, he still tried to maintain his composure. Martial soul fusion skill. The ultimate skill was exquisite, but not enough. Even witnessing Lan Xuanyu's powerful soul power, he couldn't help but marvel. All of them were 100,000-year soul rings. This was truly a monster. His originally serious gaze now held a trace of astonishment. Mu Zhen tried to maintain his composure. I think you've succeeded in convincing me. I accept your 3 promises, and I also promise to keep your secret. Lan Xuanyu suddenly bowed deeply and said gratefully, Thank you, General Yu. If you can help me save Teacher Nana, I, Lan Xuanyu, will remember this great kindness for a lifetime. Not only that, Mu Chen also kindly reminded that with Lan Xuanyu's talent, he could certainly learn a lot at the academy, but 18 was the best age to enlist. I suggest you go to the front lines and experience a real cosmic battlefield. But due to his worries, Lan Xuanyu still kept asking, Okay, I will definitely consider your suggestion seriously. If I'm to go to the surface of the star to rescue Teacher Nana, do you have any advice? The other party replied. I will immediately return to the military capital and swiftly approve the order to rescue Teacher Nana. Now you should return to the academy and seek help from more powerful individuals. He solemnly complied. General Yu, thank you. Meanwhile, in Lan Xuanyu's dorm, Wulin hastily opened the door when he heard a knock. Ziqian stood opposite him and asked softly, May I come in? She looked around and remarked, The academy's dorms are quite nice. Then she turned to Wulin and asked, The academy wasn't this big when you were around. Are you surprised? You knew the me from back then. Ziqian's tone held a hint of ambiguity. Do you think outsiders can just casually enter Shrek Academy? The reason you can is because you originally belonged to Shrek. Wulin was now bewildered and questioned. You mean I was originally from Shrek Academy? Ziqian didn't explain. Only silently observed, I've already heard that you want to rescue Nana, Wulin admitted without hesitation. She is Xuanyu's teacher, and Xuanyu is very anxious, so of course I have to help him. Besides, I feel like I knew her before. I have a feeling that I must rescue her. Hearing this, a contemplative look flashed across Ziqian's face. Is that so? Yes, you should indeed go rescue her. But with a keen intuition, Wulin hesitated. What did she want to say? At this point, the other party candidly admitted, What if I don't let you rescue her? Wulin frowned at the woman before him, then asked directly. You can't go. Why? Facing his interrogation, Ziqian still calmly replied. If I don't want to, no one in this world can help you. I can stop the Federation. But these words only made him more curious. Why are you targeting Nana? Did she offend you? Thinking of Ji Yuina's enchanting face, she suddenly let her anger erupt. Of course she offended me. If she hadn't left, even without her, it might not have been my turn. Don't worry, Shrek Academy will help Lan Xuanyu. Even after the other party finished speaking, Wulin didn't know what to say to prolong the conversation. Until Ziqian suddenly spoke in a slightly flirtatious and strange tone. Do you still recognize me? This forced him to examine her closely. Then he vaguely nodded. I think so. Not getting a clear answer from Wulin, she merely sighed and directly cut short the conversation. You don't even recognize her. How could you recognize me? It doesn't matter. I'm tired too. I'll find a chance to return everything to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ziqian turned and left, but her heavy heart wouldn't allow her to depart before pouring out all her feelings. There's one thing I've always wanted to tell you. People often say I love you for 10,000 years. After a heavy sigh, Ziqian finally mustered the courage to continue. But do you know I truly loved you for 10,000 years? With that said, she calmly walked forward again, leaving her dream lover behind. Stepping outside, Ziqian let the cool breeze wash over her. Unconsciously she had cried. I finally told him. But what does it matter? Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu had just walked into the room and asked, Uncle Luo, I'm back. But Wulin changed the subject in a blink of an eye. Xuanyu, you look very unwell. You're too tired. Don't push yourself. That concern was completely useless as he displayed an indifferent attitude. I'm fine, there's a clue. General Yu agreed to help me request a rescue from the Federation battleship. He had already thought of it, so he shared again. Uncle has already thought it through, if it really comes to it. Uncle can go first. Before Lan Xuanyu could flatly refuse, no, it's too dangerous. Nervous sweat fell, revealing his sincere worry. And Uncle can't find Teacher Nana. I have a connection with her, so I can sense her presence within a certain range. These words did not sway Wulin. Uncle probably can too. Uncle has a feeling. As long as I'm within a certain range of her, Uncle can find her too. This obvious determination made Lan Xuanyu even more anxious. "No, Uncle Luo, Teacher Nana has already left me. I can't lose you too." His earnest plea made Wulin pat his shoulder and comfort him. "Don't worry, Uncle will bring her back on the condition that I ensure my own safety. Let's work together." The next day the villa was unusually lively early in the morning, as its owner had woken up early. Lan Xuanyu was sitting on the sofa listening to the phone call he had just received. "Xuanyu, the Federation held an emergency meeting overnight. They agreed to the rescue." Before he finished speaking he had already responded excitedly, thank you, General Yu." This made the other party clear his throat and remind him, "Don't celebrate too early, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Since then the Shrek Aerospace Center had the honor of hosting important figures of this century. 4 god-level powerhouses, Tang Le, Elder Yi, Yu Mu Chen and Meng Fei, plus 2 peak powerhouses, Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao, as well as Lan Xuanyu and Shusho. Everyone boarded the War God 17 battleship and set off. 4.5 days later, that star appeared in Lan Xuanyu's sight again. This rare sight astonished both Bai Shusho and Lan Xuanyu. Although no one spoke, both were thinking the same thing with telepathic understanding. "Teacher Nana is waiting for us." Just as their emotions were low, Wulin's indifferent voice unintentionally broke the atmosphere. "Don't worry. We will definitely find her and bring her home." 2 days later, in addition to the spaceship carrying Lan Xuanyu and other important figures, the cosmic fleet also immediately arrived to support the situation. Mu Chen looked at the fleet before him and sighed. Facing such a large cosmic fleet, individual power is still very small. An officer came from somewhere and said solemnly, "General reporting, received signal from the mothership, permission to land." This forced him to put aside those ambiguous emotions and give the order, "Land." The spaceship also, because of this command, gradually approached the heavy battleship before them. After the other party opened the hatch, it also slowly flew in according to procedure. After a while, representatives from the 2 teams officially met below the cabin. The chief commander of the 7th Fleet, Fleet Commander Bai Ling, smiled, waiting for the guests to arrive. As soon as Mu Zhen saw the other party, he solemnly saluted, showing his true military nature, "Teacher," which made Bai Ling laugh and say, "No need to be so polite among ourselves." But seeing Zi Qian, he lowered his voice and said softly, "Elder Yi, it's been many years." This elegant attitude made Elder Yi particularly happy. "Indeed, you've been away from the mother planet for several years now." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Ling spoke solemnly, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Le, here to rescue someone. This is student Lan Xuanyu from Shrek Academy." His voice also became unexpectedly agitated. "Young people are truly remarkable, contributing so much to the Federation. Without further ado, let's go discuss." After everyone was seated in the conference room, Bai Ling stood up to open this important meeting. "Let me talk about the progress. The star probe is ready and can depart at any time, but the star probe is not allowed to enter within 10,000 meters of the star's surface. If a rescue is to be conducted, one must leave the probe's protection circle. Who will take action?" The stage was set, and Wulin quickly seized the opportunity. "I will." Meng Fei and Zi Qian also followed suit. "I'll be responsible for the rendezvous, and I'll be the third person for backup." After some thought, Mu Zhen also clarified his plan. "I'll be responsible for maintaining the star probe and covering their return. Pavilion Master Wang and Hall Master Tang will help me guard it." After everyone had shared everything, Lan Xuanyu and Wulin slowly spoke their last words. "I have a connection with Teacher Nana. Within a certain distance I can sense her aura. I probably also have a connection with Nana." The story's sudden ending made Bai Ling frown nervously. "I must remind everyone, safety comes first and time is limited. The probe will cooperate with them for 3 probes, each 3 hours long. If there is no harvest after 3 attempts, the 7th Fleet will return to base." The space became quiet, and Bai Ling sighed, "We can't delay any longer, let's begin." Everyone boarded the star probe and headed for the star's surface. As soon as the spaceship started, Lan Xuanyu's heart began to stir. "Teacher Nana, we've come to rescue you, you must hold on." Suddenly, the entire battleship echoed with a system broadcast, "Approaching 5,000 meters altitude, maintain stability, move in the predetermined direction." As soon as Bai Shusho had a moment, she hastily ran to Lan Xuanyu, handing him 2 items, saying they might help. But before Lan Xuanyu could say anything, he felt a finger tap his back. Turning his head, he saw Wulin gently remind him, "Get ready to start." This made him respond blankly. "Okay." Lan Xuanyu began to meditate and cultivate with silver, thanks to Wulin's careful guidance. "Concentrate and hold steady. Don't look, feel with your heart." 3 hours later, pure energy began to surround Lan Xuanyu's entire body, but as soon as he woke up, he anxiously shared his feelings. Besides fire elements, nothing was discovered. This made Bai Shusho frown in thought, until Bai Ling walked in and announced, "The probe location has been recorded. It will be excluded next time." Bai Shusho hastily held his hand tightly, trying to lift his negative emotions with words. "There are 2 more chances. We will definitely find Teacher Nana." The second probe began and a test ship was dispatched. But in the next 2 probes, still nothing but fire elements were found, making Lan Xuanyu's anxiety stronger than ever. "Teacher Nana, please let me feel your presence." This unusual attitude was easily noticed by Bai Shusho and Wulin, but they remained silent. The third probe began. No discovery in the first round, nor in the second. The third round was the final probe. Everyone's emotions tensed up with it. But after a while, as soon as Bai Ling's cold voice announced the end of the third probe, everyone saw Lan Xuanyu collapse from exhaustion. This made Bai Shusho rush over to support him. Xuanyu, the last shred of hope made him tremble as he pleaded, "General Yu, I can still continue probing after a short rest," until he received Ziqian's rejecting shake of the head. "Xuanyu, we've done our best," the once mighty Lan Xuanyu now cried emotionally. "No, I can continue." Even Wang Tianyu and Mu Chen could no longer follow him. Everything that could be done had been done. Lan Xuanyu suppressed his grief, preparing to return. In a brief moment he knelt on the ground in despair, sobbing, "No, teacher Nana won't die." This made Bai Shusho's heart ache, and she cried along with him. She held him tightly, whispering painfully, "Teacher Nana." Mu Zhen frantically shouted, "Wait!" This made Wulin even more anxious. "Let me go out, let me make one last attempt." This stubbornness made Mu Zhen even angrier. "Do you want to go out and die? Going out blindly would be very dangerous." However, Wulin still aggressively and firmly declared, "I'm going out." Seeing the tense situation, Ziqian quickly stepped forward to dissuade. "Let him go out and try. I'll ask General Bai Ling." Elder Yi quickly turned to the person inside. "General Bai Ling, someone from our team wants to go out to probe. If nothing is found within 10 minutes, they will return immediately." The other party also obligingly reminded, "Please search while ensuring safety." Having achieved his goal, Ziqian was very satisfied. "Okay, don't worry, the probe will be activated shortly. General Yu Meng say, you two are responsible for protecting the probe. I am responsible for reinforcing the exit to prevent damage. Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao are responsible for strengthening the defense of the protective shield." Wulin felt relieved after hearing this. "Thank you." He walked towards the door without hesitation. Seeing him so decisive, Lan Xuanyu ran over anxiously and grabbed Wulin's hand. "Uncle Luo, please come back safely, okay?" A complex sadness showed in his eyes, and he finally couldn't help but hug him, comforting him. "Uncle will definitely come back, and your teacher Nana will too." He suddenly remembered her name. She was Jiyu Yuena, Silver Dragon Wulin Jiyu Yuena. Mu Chen stepped forward and cast spatial magic, opening a fiery red door, and Wulin walked in without hesitation. His figure seeming to be swallowed, he let out an earth-shattering roar, and immediately a golden dragon manifested. It opened its massive maw, and then, with Wulin carrying a majestic aura, let out a valley-shaking roar. Mu Chen was still confused. Can he find her this way? Ziqian stood beside him, also helpless, perhaps. Looking at everything happening before him, Lan Xuanyu softly called out, "Uncle Luo." Inside the space, Wulin looked at the dragon before him with a thoughtful gaze. "It should be time to break through for you," the dragon roared again. Little Treasure was frightened and panicked by the deafening sound. "Golden Dragon King, does he want to recover all his power? That's a destructive power." Even Lan Xuanyu was stunned by the Golden Dragon's power. Are teacher Nana and Uncle Luo the two separated parts of the dragon god? Meanwhile, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly lit up. He excitedly looked at it, then cheered, "Teacher Nana's item is reacting." Then he looked at the gradually blurring silver in surprise, his heart even more shocked. The silver dragon spear also disappeared. As if it had a soul, it shot towards the golden dragon, meeting it in an instant. The golden dragon's gaze was threatening, focused on the silver. It suddenly flapped its wings, roaring again, and its form changed as a result. This astonishing transformation captivated both Lan Xuanyu and Little Treasure, and even Mu Chen and Ziqian couldn't hide their surprise. He broke through, level 120, becoming a god-level expert. After evolving, the golden dragon flew towards the scorching lava. The golden dragon aimed at the lava and immediately released silver. Mu Chen's face was filled with shock. He can actually penetrate the star's surface. Who exactly is he? Ziqian was silent for a moment before speaking. He is the Federation's hero, Tang Sect Master, Seagod Pavilion Master, who ultimately perished with the Silver Dragon King Duluo, Golden Dragon Moon God Tang Wulin. Hearing this, Mu Chen was struck by lightning. They are still alive. How is that possible?" Tian Chu seemed to remember something. Her voice also trembled. "I remember now. He was the one who avenged my parents back then. Uncle La is our family's benefactor." This only increased Xuanyu's admiration. Uncle La was actually Golden Dragon Moonsong Tang Wulin. Seeing the situation become serious, Bai Ling quickly stepped forward to command, ordering the blockade of all information signals and observation equipment for the fleet. "Everything seen today the entire army must keep secret. Any leakage will be severely punished." A sense of unease had risen in her heart, and she was determined to save them. Wulin quickly flew into the lava layer below, and everything spun around. That decisive action shocked Mu Chen. He can actually penetrate into the interior of the planet. Is he crazy? Before long, Wulin dragged out a shimmering egg from somewhere. Mu Chen quickly turned around and gave orders to prepare for the handover. However, Wulin cleverly refused. "Don't worry about me, I'll go directly to cool down in the air." Soon, he flew back to the spaceship. Seeing the mission completed, Ziqian finally spoke. "Let's go back to." The other party nodded immediately without hesitation. "Okay." As soon as he saw the person return, Xuanyu rushed forward to greet him. "Uncle La." He stood anxiously in front of the slowly opening hatch. When he saw Wulin, he was even more surprised. He looked at the egg in his hand, and curiosity finally welled up. "Uncle La, this is..." Wulin smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness. "Your teacher Nana is inside. Rest assured, she's fine. Xuanyu also felt incredibly relieved. Wulin looked at the egg he had just brought back, his face filled with affection and longing. She's just in a state of slumber. Given enough time, she'll definitely recover. This made Xuanyu even more excited. Excellent. Truly excellent, he calmly affirmed. Indeed, there's no better news than this. Xianxia also happily stepped forward to praise. What are your requests now? Everything you've done seems like a miracle to us, Wulin proposed without hesitation. Just give me a quiet room. But looking at the egg containing Guana, he felt a pang of heartache. However, we must return to the mother planet as soon as possible. She needs the nourishment of life energy. Xianxia immediately reassured him. We can depart at any time. Hearing this, Wulin generously announced, give me 1 day. After 1 day, we will return. The spaceship slowly moved towards its designated location. Tang Wulin slowly walked into the lounge. Suddenly his eyes turned red and he buried his face in his hands in immense pain. The surface of the silver dragon egg emitted a faint silver light, slowly spreading outwards. Tang Wulin's right hand rested on it, and energy flickered, flowing up his body and quickly enveloping him. Wulin calmly thought, the 18th layer is still unstable, I absolutely cannot let it out. 1 day later, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho meditated peacefully in the cold room. He slowly felt every subtle change in himself, pondering. It seems my spiritual power has entered another realm, the spirit domain realm. She happily gave a warm glance to the person beside her. You're awake. Xuanyu replied with a gentle smile. Uncle Le said we need to go back sooner. Teacher Nana needs life energy to recover. Bai Shusho felt overflowing with happiness. Okay, he easily embraced her. That's great, Teacher Nana, she's fine. Bai Shusho gently wrapped her arms around his back. Yes, that's great. The spaceship thus sailed forward, carrying a small spark of hope for the future. In Shrek City, the warm sunlight interwove with the tranquility here, and Mu Zhen looked kindly at the person before him, his eyes full of trust. Let's say goodbye here. Xuanyu, I look forward to hearing from you. I will definitely consider it carefully. General Yu, thank you again for your help. He then left, leaving Xuanyu standing there. Wulin calmly assigned tasks. Xianxia, find a place for me on the eternal tree. I need to enter seclusion with her for a while. The experienced mind complied with the task, no problem. Xuanyu ran over breathlessly, his face streaked with sweat. Uncle La, he held the child in his arms, his tone clearly sad. We are at Shrek Academy, don't worry, this world is too unfamiliar to me, it belongs more to you. Do whatever you want, this is a gift from your uncle's sister to your uncle. Now your uncle is giving it to you. Its name is the Golden Dragon Spear. Xuanyu was surprised and could only speak his truth. Thank you, Uncle La, I will cherish it. Wulin's heart warmed and he raised his hand, a doting smile on his face. Goodbye, he also waved back at the departing person. Goodbye, Uncle La. Xuanyu looked up at the sky, his mood sinking. Uncle, he's my father. Bai Shusho saw her beloved's sadness and couldn't bear it. She gently comforted him. Don't torment yourself anymore. You have 2 parents, they are both your kin. Those who gave birth to you are your kin, and those who raised you are your kin. Hearing these words, Xuanyu felt a warm current flow through his heart. He opened his arms full of joy. Shusho. Suddenly the phone rang. Xuanyu was a little surprised, then happily answered. Mom, I just got back to the academy and you're already calling. We really have a connection. However, he was met with an unfamiliar silence. Xuanyu softly called out as if probing. Mom, what's wrong? Nan Cheng's voice was heavy as if she was about to cry. Xuanyu. He was momentarily emotional, unable to control himself. Mom, are you okay? Did Dad bully you? Her tears streamed down. The sorrow in her heart poured out. Xuanyu. He was anxious, trying hard to solve the problem. Mom, don't cry. Did something happen to you? How about this? I'll bring Shusho back to see you, okay? Don't worry, we're going home now. A cold, silent space spread. The two looked at each other. He felt uneasy, not knowing how to face this. Shusho, I've troubled you again. You've worked hard during this time. Bai Shusho did not hesitate to give the person before her a dose of sobriety. What are you talking about? I must help you. Let's go. The dim sunlight gently scattered onto Heaven Luo Star. Lan Shao coaxed his tearful wife. What did Xuanyu say? Nan Cheng wiped her tears, her voice a little hoarse. He said he'll bring Shusho back to visit us. He hugged his beloved, soothing her in a gentle tone. What needs to be faced must be faced. Xuanyu's identity is definitely unusual. She cried even harder, her heart seemingly torn into 1,000 pieces. He's our child. Lan Shao was moved and could only hold the person in his arms even tighter. He's our child. After several long and agonizing days, Nan Cheng continued her unchanging life. Xuanyu saw the important person and couldn't suppress his emotions. Mom, I'm back. She was deeply moved and tears welled up. Xuanyu. Nan Cheng ran over and embraced her son. You're finally back. He stroked his mother's back, coaxing. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? Don't cry. She frankly faced the painful truth. Xuanyu, some things need to be told to you now. He didn't wait, immediately making a decision. Mom, you don't have to say anything. I'll always be Mom and Dad's child. What happened before doesn't matter. Nan Cheng was moved to tears. Son. Lan Shao confidently confirmed everything. He's right. The child has grown up and is more sensible. She was very annoyed, wondering who had been worried sleepless in the middle of the night. He awkwardly avoided the question. Don't tell our son anymore. Xuanyu eagerly and happily announced, Mom and Dad, this holiday I'm bringing Shusho home for meals. We're not going anywhere else. Nan Cheng immediately understood and indulged her son. No problem, Mom will buy you delicious food. Lan Shao quickly stopped her, determined to explain everything clearly and completely. Don't go for now. There are some things our son should still know. After all, it concerns his origins. Back then your mother and I were piloting a probe spaceship, conducting exploration in the extreme north of the mother planet, and then unexpectedly discovered a very strange yellow and white colored egg. Xuanyu was stunned when Lan Xiao mentioned his origin, another child. He narrated the process in detail. Lan Xiao and Nanchang discovered Xuanyu in the extreme north. He calmly explained the reason. After discussion, your mother and I decided to adopt you. Your mother cried, not only because she was afraid you wouldn't recognize us, but more importantly, she was worried about your safety. Xuanyu stood dumbfounded. A large line of text kept flashing in his mind. I am a child born from an egg. Bai Shusho looked at her beloved, secretly thinking he's not human either. He calmly accepted the revelation of the truth. I never expected to be born this way, but it seems to confirm history. Nanchang noticed the peculiarity and seriously pressed, what do you mean confirm history? Xuanyu recalled past memories, clearly stating, Dad, do you remember, back then, Shrek Academy was destroyed, and in the final battle Dragon King Duluo Tang Wulin and his wife Silver Dragon Duluo Jiu fought a great battle. According to historical records, the direction they disappeared in was north. He calmly assessed the situation. Teacher Nana should be Silver Dragon Duluo Jiu. Nanchang hurriedly wanted to confirm the information, still wanting to say something. Xuanyu frankly confirmed the guess. That's right, she is very likely my biological mother. Her thought just slipped out. Then my biological father? He brought up that steady and warm man again. Mom, do you still remember Uncle La? He should be the Dragon King Duluo from back then. Nanchang pondered the past events. Son, you must have encountered many surprises in your life recently, haven't you? Mom has only recently started to adapt. Xuanyu looked at the person before him, his eyes filled with warmth. Mom and Dad, don't worry. If it weren't for you, I might have already died in the extreme north, so I'll only love you more from now on. Nanchang tightly embraced her child, her heart filled with joy. My darling son, she let him go and scurried towards the kitchen. Mommy's going to make you delicious food. Bai Shusho decided to follow her future mother-in-law to help. What can I do to help? Xuanyu sat next to his father, his heart full of questions. Dad, do you want to move to Shrek City with Mom? If you did, our family could gather often. Lan Xiao seriously considered the suggestion. We'll return to the mother planet and I'll discuss it with your mother later. Nanchang called out from the kitchen, her voice barely concealing her laughter. Discuss what? I completely agree. Lan Xiao wasted no time in making arrangements. Okay, he went to contact Dean Luo Hong. After contacting Dean Luo Hong, accommodations were quickly arranged for Lan Xuanyu's parents in the outer court. As for work, that was even easier. The military had already transferred them to the War God Hall. During the holiday, Lan Xuanyu took Bai Shusho to tour various parts of Heaven Luo Star. But the journey eventually ended. It was time to return to Shrek Academy. The warship took off flying toward Shrek. Back at the academy, the teachers had already arranged accommodations for Lan Xiao and Nanchang in a wooden house by Seagod Lake. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho were also summoned to the outer court dean's office. The two entered the room. In a polite and respectful tone, Good day, Dean. Luo Hong went straight to the point. The main reason I wanted you to report immediately after returning is about the inner court. Your rewards have been decided. Your reward has ultimately been assessed as completing a level 7 Do Tian team mission. Bai Shusho was overjoyed. Doesn't that mean Xuanyu and the whole class can study in the inner court? She explained everything in detail. Originally, it was said that most of the 33 Skywings would go to the Tang Sect, but after discussing with your classmates, everyone still decided to join the Tang Sect. But studying in the inner court is an exception. He grew more and more excited as he listened. This was indeed good news, Luo Hong warned in a deep, serious voice. This doesn't mean you'll definitely graduate from the inner court in the future. You need to work even harder. Xuanyu quickly promised, I will, rest assured. She still couldn't hide her worries. After discussions within the academy and with the War God Hall, it was decided to change the teaching method for the first semester. This is also our first attempt at cooperation with the War God Hall. He confirmed with doubt, You want us to go to the military? Luo Hong frankly admitted, and then took the opportunity to propose a key condition. That's right, you are allowed to join the military for internships. All 33 Skywings must go, this time when you enlist. You are very likely to face real war, and you will be assigned certain missions, expected to last 1 to 2 years. Xuanyu hesitated, looking at Bai Shusho, but ultimately decided to follow his own will and the academy's arrangements. Leaving this tense space, he unconsciously looked up at the sky. Xuanyu withdrew his gaze, his expression becoming even more serious. This mission will be extremely difficult to complete. Anything can happen on the battlefield. We must prepare even more thoroughly when we go back, she calmly suggested. You just worry about this. Everyone believes in you. Xuanyu walked alone on the empty road. Qianlei's voice came through the communicator. Boss, do you know our whole class got into the inner court? Xuanyu quickly admitted, I know, the dean just called me. His voice barely concealed his excitement. This is great news. He calmly brought up future prospects. That's right, but next we might need to train in the military for a while. Qianlei remained positive. I heard about that too. Xuanyu was surprised. You're good. Your news travels fast, he winked, hinting at an unexpected piece of gossip. Of course I have another piece of gossip. The dean and teacher Tang have reconciled. They even have a child, and that child is in our class. He was bewildered about this special person. Who is it? Qianlei laughed excitedly, sounding very inappropriate. That cool guy Ding Juahan. He tentatively guessed his friend's thoughts. Don't you think he looks like Teacher Tang? Xuanyu thought helplessly. Not at all. Qianlei carefree vaguely guessed. Boss, you think with a new father suddenly. How big is Johan's psychological shadow area? He grew impatient with his friend's dragging. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. He quickly explained, boss, I'm not done yet. But Xuanyu had already hung up and he himself fell into deep thought again. I also have an extra father now. He focused on his watch, estimating the time needed, and decided to go to the Tang Sect first. Xuanyu redirected the call to another person. Brother Dang, I'm back. Is Hallmaster Tang there? I want to see him. Dangbo quickly replied, okay, I'll go over. Time passed and half an hour flew by. He happily greeted Xuanyu at the designated location. Xuanyu, you just got back, right? What's up? He went straight to the point with his request. Hallmaster, it's like this. The Academy informed us that we might go to the front lines for real combat training, and we could be in danger at any time. Can you lend us some good stuff? Tang Miao secretly felt pleased, and couldn't help but say courteously, so you're here for benefits. Speak, what do you want? Xuanyu seriously made his request. That ecological warship is good. He angrily interrupted immediately. No, that's not allowed. Don't even think about borrowing it. He shrugged and casually negotiated. Antimatter missiles or anything like that, whatever. These materials, no matter how important, are just inanimate objects, but people are alive. Tang Miao's face hardened, displeased. Brat, are you a little violent? He helplessly turned and left. All right, enough said. I'll find you something good. Tang Miao led Xuanyu to a metal door. The entire door was dark and heavy, with a massive 3-meter-high blood-red skull painted on it, and a pair of crossed bones below, along with a golden key intricately engraved with blood-red patterns. He gently inserted it into the keyhole, twisted, and it miraculously opened. Tang Miao reported in a deep voice to the person inside, Old Mang, we're here. A soft voice immediately responded, good, I'll be right there. Xuanyu spoke sincerely and respectfully, Hallmaster Meng Fei, hello. Meng Fei, with her eyes closed, appeared calm yet with a hint of caution. Was it right or wrong to let you come here? This is where our Tang Sect stores its most destructive weapons. To enter, 3 keys are needed. I hold one, Tang Miao holds one, and the Seagod Pavilion Master holds the last. Meng Fei announced in a deep voice, her feet slowly moving forward. The Seagod Pavilion Master has already given me the key, and now I will open this door. Xuanyu watched the keys neatly inserted into the keyholes, thinking the weapons behind this door are so highly valued, what kind of weapons could they be? The door opened and the light inside was dazzling, making him squint. Meng Fei calmly led everyone into the secret chamber. Follow me. Xuanyu curiously looked around, his gaze falling on an item compartment ahead, secretly musing, this terrifying feeling like encountering that heavenly dragon star last time. What exactly are the items here? Xuanyu silently observed the items around him. He couldn't help but feel nervous himself. Meng Fei calmly recounted some important information. The Federation government has actually always known about this forbidden armory. They also wanted to deploy our forbidden weapons, but we refused. This is a place to protect the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy. This time you'll be training with the military. The military will definitely try to win you over. If the Federation government takes any action because of your special identity, you need to have the power to protect yourself. So this time we will let you take some self-defense items. Xuanyu, puzzled, raised his question. Hallmaster, can I really use forbidden weapons? He softly mentioned the obvious. Is there anything you dare not do? Meng Fei sternly warned. Do not mention forbidden weapons to anyone. He understood her meaning and solemnly complied. He gently placed his hand on the glass. Meng Fei recounted the characteristics of the item inside in a steady tone. This forbidden weapon. We call it God's Wrath. The 36 God's Wraths you see are no longer in production. Each one you use is one less. This is the crystallization of our technology from 7,600 years ago. You only need to use the divine-grade metal we provide, attach it to its surface, and then use your spiritual power to tell it how long it needs to explode. Once God's Wrath explodes, it will generate terrifying shockwaves covering a diameter of 10,000 meters. Meng Fei concluded with a series of item transformations. When God's Wrath explodes with the explosion point as the center, an absolute safe zone will be created within a 3-meter radius. Xuanyu decisively said, that works too. He cautiously reminded them of the minimum safe distance. Of course, the safest method is to escape beyond 10,000 meters. After all, this thing hasn't been used in thousands of years. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted Meng Fei. Xuanyu, without concealing his excitement, pressed the hallmaster. How do I open it? I still need to package God's Wrath to take it with me. Tang Miao unexpectedly understood everything and was incredibly furious. You plan to take all of them? He asked carelessly. Aren't they all for me? Meng Fei was extremely annoyed, helplessly emphasizing you can only take one God's Wrath. Xuanyu pleaded with puppy dog eyes. How about 10 then? I promise not to misuse them. He flatly refused. Dream on. Xuanyu suppressed his desire, then calmly negotiated. Hallmaster, how about 3 then? After all, I don't know how long this trip will be. Meng Fei reluctantly accepted the terms. All right, 3 it is. Xuanyu couldn't hide his joy, then sincerely bowed. Thank you, Hallmaster. He then pointed into the distance. What about the next category? What is this? Meng Fei and Tang Miao walked out extremely angrily. Xuanyu was immediately kicked out of the mysterious secret chamber. He pondered over the item around his neck. Gained a lot. The Hallmaster also gave me a source-selected divine core, made into a pendant which can provide an invincible shield 3 times. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly a phone call interrupted Xuanyu's thoughts. Teacher Tang's call. He accepted the call. Teacher Tang. Xuanyu listened attentively to Zhenhua's words. Tomorrow morning, log into the Duluo world for a surprise practical combat technical inspection and training. A battlefield is not a game. Many times you will face life or death situations. He happily accepted the mission. Understood. The next morning, Lan Xuanyu logged into his simulation cabin on time. Soon he met his teammates at the assembly point. The students quickly gathered. He walked over with solemn steps. Follow me. Xuanyu gently nodded, quickly complying. Yes. The two continued forward until Manhua gestured. We're here. He touched the wooden wall and a large door immediately appeared. Manhua calmly explained the secret realm rules. After entering this door, each of you will be teleported to an independent area for trial. When you defeat 10,000 people, you can come out. Anyone who cannot successfully come out this time will not be allowed to enter the inner court. Yuan and Weiwei asked in confusion, Teacher Tang, haven't we already been approved to enter the inner court? Why do we still need an assessment? Lan Mengchen also noticed a similar situation. Yeah, he calmly resolved a series of disagreements. Being approved to enter the inner court doesn't mean you can graduate from the inner court. This is your first assessment for entering the inner court. Those who fail are eliminated. Manhua's face darkened a bit, and a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Begin entering now. Failure to enter within 1 minute will be considered a forfeiture. Xuanyu slowly walked into the large door amidst Manhua's voice, and the terrifying trial began. Space gradually enveloped him, taking him to an unfamiliar place. Others followed, entering one after another. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Filled with worry, the academy is truly ruthless, making these youngsters participate in such a bloody trial. It seems this mission to the front lines won't be easy. Manhua sighed helplessly, having no choice but to accept this heartbreaking reality. In the outer court dean's office, everyone was intently observing. 5 minutes later, all 33 students passed the first stage. The second stage began, and Bai Shusho remained constantly vigilant of her surroundings. Manhua looked at the screen, his face unable to conceal his worry. All the students gave their all. For the victory at hand, Tianyu spared no praise for their superhuman abilities. Everyone has a soul spirit to help them fight, so it seems passing the second stage is just a matter of time. Indeed, only 2 people failed the second stage. The third stage began 5 minutes later. Tianyu eagerly suggested, go check on Lan Xuanyu's situation. Luo Hong calmly accepted. Understood. The screen immediately switched to another scene. Now Xuanyu held the treasure, God's Wrath. Manhua looked at the object before him, unable to suppress his terror. What is that? How can it be so terrifying? It emitted dazzling light but also brought countless dangers. Duhan was so confused he didn't know where to hide. Xuanyu secretly warned him, his face unable to hide his fear. This terrifying aura. I'm done. I'm about to get my box lunch. Duhan fled frantically into the distance. But Xuanyu had already made his move and the treasure was activated. Manhua observed from beginning to end, unable to help but be startled. What is that? Tianyu sternly ordered a spatial isolation. If the Federation asks, just say we are conducting experiments in the Duluo world. Say nothing else. The atmosphere in the trial gradually quieted. Xuanyu was secretly excited by the power he had just unleashed. God's wrath is quite powerful. Amidst the lingering smoke and dust, a weary figure painfully appeared. Duhan's figure gradually emerged, accompanied by violent coughing. Xuanyu, with a soft heart, asked with concern, Han, are you all right? He couldn't help but shed aggrieved tears, questioning, do I look all right to you? Xuanyu calmly suggested, Senior, I actually didn't want to. How about we have another fair fight? Duhan was startled, asking incredulously. Fair fight? He held God's wrath blankly. How about asking, try this? He desperately shielded his face. No, quickly withdraw that thing. Xuanyu obediently took out the heavenly sacred abyssal rift halberd to engage. Senior, then let's begin. As expected, Lan Xuanyu won. 5 minutes later, Tianyu saw this scene and immediately flared up in anger. Pull that kid out for me right now, Luo Hong gently soothed. Teacher, please don't be angry. I think it's due to special circumstances. He immediately vented all his anger onto the table. She complied in confusion and helplessness. Yes, I'll go do it right away. Wang Tianyu dismissed the others, leaving only him and Xuanyu in the room. Tianyu, still fuming, reprimanded. Can that thing be used casually? Are Meng Sei and Tang Miao out of their minds to actually give that thing to you? Xuanyu shifted the blame. You'll probably have to ask them about that. Tianyu sternly retorted. You still dare to argue? He adjusted his emotions and cautiously asked, why use God's wrath? Give me a reason. He truthfully recounted all his thoughts. I'm afraid it might expire. If I can't use it during a military mission, wouldn't that be a big problem? Tianyu's anger surged again, and he sharply questioned, you really want to use God's wrath? Xuanyu unyieldingly argued, for the Federation I can't shirk responsibility. He helplessly tried to regulate his emotions. Do you think I'd praise you? Get out, I don't want to see you again. He silently bowed and quickly left. Goodbye, Dean. An hour later, the bloody trial ended. A total of 3 people passed the third stage. Jiayu, Lan Xuanyu, Tang Yuge. In the meditation room, Xuanyu gently held the golden dragon spear. He just stared at it blankly, his heart feeling like an empty shell. Suddenly, the golden dragon spear flashed with an unusual light. It enveloped the entire room, then took Xuanyu into a vast spatial dimension. He curiously observed everything around him. Where is this? A low voice echoed in the space. Xuanyu. He recognized the voice and desperately searched. Uncle Luo, where are you? Wulin appeared in the form of a spiritual consciousness, his face filled with sorrow. This is my consciousness space. The fact that you can come here must be because you calmly and earnestly felt my golden dragon spear. My memories are gradually recovering, and I don't want to recall the past, perhaps because those memories are too painful. Back then, your mother and I were on 2 different battlefields, and your mother and I were in love. In the final moments she let me go rather than hurt me. Wulin's tone gradually turned melancholic, and sadness poured out. And now my memories are gradually returning. When I discovered our true relationship, I didn't even have the right to say I love you. 10,000 years have passed and we made you suffer. I am truly sorry. Xuanyu interrupted, his voice filled with emotion. I truly never hated you. He was teary-eyed, but a smile touched his lips. I never have, and I feel incredibly happy. Wulin's heart was filled with warmth, wanting to give him the best of everything. Let me introduce your relatives. Your aunt is the dragon butterfly Duluo. 10,000 years ago, your uncle-in-law was the founder of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Ice Duluo Huo Yuhao. Your grandfather is the Thousand Hands Duluo Seagod Tang San. Xuanyu looked at the images that appeared, his eyes filled with admiration. You can learn from your grandfather in this spiritual space. The Thousand Hands Asura simplifies the complex. For the next week, Xuanyu immersed himself in the cultivation of the Thousand Hands Asura. Time gradually passed until the day Shrek Aerospace Center assembled before their departure. General Yu Mu Chen personally conferred their ranks. With a benevolent smile, he first called Xuanyu forward to receive his rank. Xuanyu, you have achieved outstanding results during your mission in the Tiando Department. I confer upon you. Mu Chen solemnly presented the item, the rank of Major General. The people in the room immediately stirred, no one able to hide their admiration. Major General, did I hear that right? That's a general's rank. Xuanyu gravely prepared to mobilize troops and board the ship. The Star Battle Experimental class is about to depart, target Federation 7th Fleet Base. In the following days they arrived at the fleet and merged with the mothership. Xuanyu was then led to a conference room. Dao Hansi smiled kindly, greeting him warmly. Hello. Xuanyu raised his hand in salute, showing respect. Greetings, Chief of Staff. His face shone with a warm glow and he said pleasantly, have a seat, don't be shy. We're all family now. I've already reviewed your files. You'll be assigned to search teams in various fleets with at least 5 people per group. You decide the specific groupings. Xuanyu deliberated before making a decision. No problem. He suddenly remembered something important and asked curiously, Chief of Staff, what kind of missions will the search teams be carrying out? Dao Hansi readily explained with practical information. It's highly likely you'll receive orders to undertake missions in enemy territory. Reconnaissance missions may include special operations, he sternly and gravely instructed. I'll give you 1 day to organize yourselves. After you return, report the group assignments as soon as possible. Within 24 hours you'll receive specific arrangements. Xuanyu understood and complied. Yes, upon his return, Xuanyu immediately convened a meeting with his classmates and the grouping was quickly completed. Xuanyu's group goes without saying. The leaders of the other 4 groups were Ding Juahan, Bing Tinliang, Wang Zijiao and Shi Xinyu. The mothership flew steadily in space within the Star River Battleship Command Center. Xuanyu stepped forward, saluted and reported. Sheng, hearing the call, listened intently. But when he recognized the person before him, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Our youngest general is here. War is about to begin. A general mobilization order will be issued shortly. Our 7th Fleet is the main force in this operation. The 3rd and 5th Fleets will launch a flanking attack from within the Dragon Horse Galaxy to support our operation. Xuanyu thought to himself, the Federation is going to move against the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Sheng calmly processed the information. The military's order this time is just one word: fast. We must do our best to destroy their military and research facilities. Shen Wu participated in the planning process. What about the reconnaissance blockade network? He pointed out a flaw in the plan. Once we act, the reconnaissance blockade network won't be intact. I'm afraid we'll have trouble. He helplessly accepted the fact there's no other way. Xuanyu had been silently listening in a corner. He now understood completely. Sheng manipulated the system, executing tactics at hand. The core objective of this war is to do our best to destroy the Dragon Horse Galaxy's military bases. Some areas will require ground operations. He turned and ordered the person behind him. Ground operations must be swift. General Shen Wu straightened his back and solemnly named, yes. Shengyi's face was cold as he loudly issued instructions. You will command the Star River Operations Department. Immediately begin landing operations to ensure mission completion. Xuanyu was filled with unease trying to connect all the pieces. This operation was very likely related to Dragon Origin Planet. Sheng solemnly stepped forward. Junior General Xuanyu. Xuanyu stood at attention and responded in a deep voice. Reporting, he calmly suggested. The command center will assign you important tasks. Any problems? Xuanyu quickly and decisively accepted the mission. No problem. Mission guaranteed. Sheng turned his gaze to the others, announcing, all right, that concludes the meeting. Junior General Xuanyu, you stay. Everyone quickly left. Only 2 people remained in the room. He turned around, looking trustingly at the person behind him. General Yu Mu Chen personally recommended you to me, which shows you are exceptional. Sheng, however, looked up, his expression incredibly melancholic. The enemy's development speed has been very fast in recent years and we must stop them. He sternly issued an order. Next, your team will go to the General Command Headquarters for observation. Xuanyu readily accepted the order. Thank you for the promotion, Captain. Xing gently advised. All right, you go rest first. I'll send someone to notify you before the battle begins. Xuanyu suddenly remembered something important and immediately called out to him. Captain, I have one small request, he calmly replied. Speak. Xuanyu clarified his doubt. We brought an attack-class battleship with us this time. Can it be registered under our name to confirm it belongs to the fleet? Xing answered without hesitation. That's easy. Xuanyu's gaze sharpened, and he unconsciously curved his lips. Thank you, Captain. Xuanyu looked into the distance, thinking that his year of military life would definitely be very exciting. After the 33 Skywing battleship was registered, Lan Xuanyu warned everyone that if they encountered danger, they should immediately call for support. A solemn atmosphere permeated the air, making everyone feel pressured. Back in Lan Xuanyu's room, he was working diligently, trying to figure out the right direction. Bai Shusha walked in lightly, her tone full of concern. Commander, are you researching tactics? Xuanyu's eyes lit up when he saw his beloved. Shusho, he immediately discussed tactics with her. Currently, we are roughly in this position. If we attack, we should first target Pegasus Star. Xuanyu assessed the immediate problem. If we lose this battle, we might lose everything. If we win, we'll have the chance to penetrate deep into the Dragon Horse Galaxy for landing operations. Bai Shusho gently reminded. The Federation seems confident in winning this frontal battle. Xuanyu tried to connect the key details. Although I don't know what the Federation plans to do, I always feel that this operation is related to the secret of Dragon Origin planet we discovered last time. She pressed on seriously. So what are you thinking? Xuanyu opened up. I'm thinking if I were the commander, how would I utilize Dragon Origin planet to fight this major war? Bai Shusho looked at him worriedly. Xuanyu, do you know why I came to find you? I want to tell you, in future missions, wherever you are I will be too. So you must protect me and even more protect yourself well. I don't care about merits, I only wish for your safety. A warm current surged in Xuanyu's heart and tears welled up involuntarily. I understand, Shusho, I will never easily take risks. He hugged his beloved, unconsciously seeking comfort. Don't worry. The next day, the mothership departed. After 3 days of travel, alarms blared in the command center. Xing quickly announced in a deep voice, attention all teams entering combat zone soon. All teams prepare for battle. Xuanyu's gaze turned to the distance, and his heart couldn't help but be excited. The Dragon Horse Galaxy had already discovered the 7th Fleet and had formed up, ready to engage. Xing looked at the screen, his tone serious. Xuanyu, come here. The two looked at the screen together, each with their own guesses. He calmly explained the exquisite strategies of battleship technology. Even if the Dragon Horse Galaxy works hard to catch up, there is still a huge gap between us. This is why we can defeat our opponents on the frontal battlefield. Even if the opponent has a 30% chance of suppressing us on the frontal battlefield, it doesn't allow us to arbitrarily blockade this direction of airspace. After all, their resources are also rich. If they can be pinned down on the frontal battlefield, more warships can be produced. In fact, for years we have been engaged in a war of attrition precisely to prevent the Dragon Horse Galaxy's warships from posing a threat to us. Xingyi's voice remained steady in the space, meticulously guiding every detail. Look, the Dragon Horse Galaxy's warships are like a motley crew. See, they want to compensate for their quality gap with quantity. The longer the war drags on, the more important resources become. I have always believed that the war against the Dragon Horse Galaxy should start as early as possible. The Federation has not launched a full-scale attack because it is worried that those top-tier powerhouses will attack Duluo planet. Xing put forward an uncertain hypothesis and offered a solution. If they enter our administrative planet, a single individual could destroy an entire planet. By then, even if our battleship's firepower could eliminate them, it would be useless. The Federation, including Shrek Academy, War God Hall, Tang Sect, and Spirit Pagoda, are all concentrating various resources, hoping to cultivate ultimate god-level powerhouses. It's just too difficult. Even the mother planet's own energy cannot meet the demand. Otherwise, we would have launched a full-scale attack long ago. The information just now sparked Xuanyu's interest, and he thought to himself, ultimate god-level powerhouses. It seems this captain already knows about Uncle Luo's breakthrough to ultimate god level. Xing stroked his chin, guessing the enemy's intentions. It's starting. Do you believe it? The opponent won't fight us to the death, they'll just feint and then retreat. They want to interfere with us and delay our attack time. Xuanyu keenly understood, then asked in confusion. Because they can't stop our panic, he didn't deny it, but further explained, exactly, they can't stop it. Even if we only have one fleet, we can't defeat them. They also cannot break through our defenses. We can hold out until reinforcements arrive, while our firepower can tear through their defenses, causing them to continuously lose personnel. The sound from the main console caught Xingyi's attention. All fleets prepare, red light on. This means the mothership is taking control of our battleship. Xuanyu vigilantly guessed what might happen. Captain, is this control easily seized by the enemy? He calmly understated. No, the mothership uses electronic waves and divine sense connection to control us. With current cosmic technology, seizing control is impossible. And Xingyi's gaze turned to the screen where the battleships were firing. It started. Xuanyu instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying hard to resist. The light is too dazzling, I can't see anything. Cannon fire echoed throughout the space. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, fighting to the death. He observed the battle before him, secretly analyzing that there was no strategy, just a pure confrontation, winning by firepower. Xuanyu worriedly ventured to ask the captain, "Is there no strategy at all in fighting in vast space?" Xing forced a smile and calmly explained, "It's not that there's no strategy. With the mothership and 4 Dragon King-class battleships as the core, forming a shield for the entire fleet, even ultimate god-level powerhouses cannot penetrate it. This is our strongest advantage. Therefore the Dragon Horse Galaxy's powerhouses are thinking of disintegrating our plan from within." He looked at the battle in his hands, his smile devoid of any joy. "We're surrounded. The opposite side has lost at least 30 larger battleships. The opponent's attacks are completely ineffective." Xingyi's expression gradually became solemn. "Now it depends on whether they can endure it." Xuanyu heard this and asked in confusion, "Endure what?" He gently turned and explained, "Endure not using your credit, clearly. The Federation already has a plan for Dragon Origin Planet. If the opponent uses tactics corresponding to Dragon Origin Planet, it means their tactics will be exposed. I wonder if cosmic battleships can satisfy the opponent's appetite." Suddenly a sound came from the wristband. "Xing, the 3rd Fleet and 5th Fleet have engaged the enemy. Prepare to execute the Yuan Star Plan," he sternly and clearly reported. The Yuan Star Plan's combat method is to use the Yuan Star transmission filtering system to keep Dragon Origin Planet in an energy release state, as if it's constantly being used. Only this state can dispel the Heavenly Dragon's doubts. Xing analyzed the situation, continuously issuing orders: shut down fans, stop scheduled energy release, shut down 70 of shields, shut down scheduled lighting system, only maintain projection. The battleships flew in sequence according to the plan, forming a formation. Xuanyu observed the battle, constantly worrying. "Captain, isn't luring the enemy like this a bit too much? We might not have time to activate the defensive shield, even if we can fire soul-guided cannons. If we don't activate the shield in time, it might result in a mutual destruction." A terrifying glint flashed in Xingyi's eyes and his voice carried a hint of coldness. "You underestimate us strategists too much." The aircraft, amidst deafening explosions, still quietly awaited instructions. The wristband transmitted the kill tactic instruction. "Destroy Dragon Origin Planet, activate all defensive shields, activate all fans, all teams fight freely." Xing quickly took the order. Xing understands, Xing attacks. Battleships gradually shed their defenses. Scorching weapons were activated. Energy flows converged in one place, merging with Xingyi's voice. "Behold our Federation's most powerful weapon. It is enough to destroy a planet. In the current situation, it only needs to exert 30 of its power. No need to supplement too much energy." Power was unleashed and objects within the range instantly turned to nullity. Through the explosion before their eyes, combined with the main cannon bombardment, in a short time more than half of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's thousands of battleships were destroyed. Undeniably, the scales of victory had tipped to one side. Xing leisurely enjoyed everything happening before him. "This is our gift to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and not just from our side. The 3rd Fleet and 5th Fleet are doing the same. They gave us Dragon Origin Planet, we give them a Yuan Star Plan." He cheerfully turned and asked, "Xuanyu, do you want to know what happened before?" Xuanyu listened attentively. "Yes." Inside the Combat Command Center, Xing calmly recounted the tactics formulated. "Do you remember an order I issued just now? All space mechs and fighters prepare." That was actually an order for them to attack. Even our main radar found it difficult to detect them. Each space mech and fighter carried an antimatter-guided missile. When the fleet stopped, they released those space ghosts into the air and the enemy would automatically fall into our ambush zone, then directly crash into our minefield. Outside the huge battleship, an area had already been scorched. Zhu Hong looked at the surrounding scene, her heart constantly throbbing. What's going on? Why did all 3 sides collapse? The Heavenly Dragon saw everything, trying to analyze everything around. "I don't know what happened. This is a trap by the Duluo Federation," he questioned in panic. "We painstakingly accumulated this force, but now we've suffered heavy losses. You can't shirk responsibility," he sternly guaranteed. "The losses were caused by me. I will personally compensate for them." The Heavenly Dragon lipped up, deciding to go elsewhere. However, Zhu Hong had already flown in front of him. Blocking the general's path, he revealed himself furiously, his voice barely concealing his anger. "Get out of my way, why are you blocking me?" He tried to resolve the conflict and suggested, "Right now your mind is in utter chaos. From now on, hand over the command of this galaxy's operations to me, and you immediately return to Heavenly Dragon Star to stop the Duluo Federation Army's invasion." The Heavenly Dragon thought carefully, calculating safe countermeasures. "Should I request aid from the Crimson Mother?" Zhu Hong closed her eyes, objecting. "That guy is insane. Cooperating with her is simply inviting disaster." He reluctantly accepted. "All right then, let's do as you say for now. I think I already know why the secret leaked." A trace of hatred flashed in the Heavenly Dragon's eyes. Those tiny ants had not yet disappeared. Back in Xingyi's command center, everyone had arrived. Xing smiled, welcoming the people in the room. "Xuanyu, on behalf of all soldiers, I thank you very much. Without you all, it might have been us who were routed." Xuanyu kept deflecting awkwardly. "This is just what we should do." He seriously asked about the situation. "How do you all feel about this battle?" Qianlei gave a thumbs up, happily exuding a sinister warm light. He suddenly became timid, as if he had committed some ominous sin. Ah no, it's clever and wise. Xing quickly corrected the information. Actually, saying sinister isn't wrong. Survival is the only meaning on the battlefield. If you lose that, nothing else remains. Don't let the continuous defeats of the Dragon Horse Galaxy allied forces deceive you. In fact, their individual combat strength is truly very strong. Now we have entered the interior of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. First, we must destroy the Dragon Horse Galaxy's bases and military equipment to prevent them from using Dragon Origin Planet to destroy other planets. In this process, we can only attack one target at a time. Xuanyu unconsciously expressed his doubt. Captain, when can we launch landing operations? Xing seriously elaborated on key information. Soon, the most important mission of our 7th Fleet is to destroy military facilities. Everyone in the room reported understanding in unison. Seeing this momentum, he quickly and satisfactorily ended the meeting. You all go back and rest, awaiting orders to depart. Only Xing and a series of reasonable strategies remained in the room. Senior, I have set the stage for him. Let me see what your beloved disciple can achieve. He unconsciously smiled, his eyes full of anticipation. On the sun-drenched mother planet, Shrek Academy stood majestically. Zhenhua lay on the sofa enjoying delicious fruit. Luo Hong was annoyed by this sight. What kind of posture is that to lie in? What if other teachers come? He consciously understood and complied. Then I'll sit and listen. What? Where does it hurt? His worry deepened. The war should have started by now, right? Our son is also there. Aren't you worried at all? Zhenhua's voice also revealed his unease. How can I not be worried? But he had already pulled himself together and decided to trust his son completely. But for his future development we can't do that. However, I believe our son will definitely achieve success. His future will definitely allow him to become the captain of an armored ship or even a frigate. Luo Hong immediately asked blankly, What? My son can't be a commander? Zhenhua calmly gave a practical reason. Being a commander is a bit difficult, to be honest. I still hope he can participate in landing operations, but he's my son after all, and I'm still a bit soft-hearted. Although she said she was soft-hearted, she still accepted the reality before her. All right then, he frowned and retorted, what's good about it? Without experiencing danger, how can one grow quickly? His worries immediately surfaced in his heart. If it weren't for me back then, you would definitely be doing very well in the military now. Zhenhua said, flirting with his wife while lying on her lap. What's the use of that? Could it have helped me marry such a wonderful wife like you? She looked worriedly into the distance. Do you think they'll really fight this time? He sat up, pondering seriously. Actually, we're not ready for an all-out war yet, Luo Hong teased casually. Besides the explosion, you were also sprawled all over your beloved disciple. If we win, the Federation will definitely give him more credit. Zhenhua quickly denied it, his tone firm. I'm afraid not. The Federation, giving Xuanyu the rank of Major General, is already an extra reward. She was sullen, constantly worrying. You mean the Academy selecting a new generation of Shrek 7 monsters is to prepare them for military service? He immediately affirmed this possibility. Of course, otherwise with Xuanyu's age and strength how could they have been chosen? It seems this year of military training is both a test and a cultivation for them. On the 3rd Star River-class frigate of the Duluo Federation's 7th Fleet, Xuanyu was holding a meeting with his teammates. Our mission is reconnaissance. If we act with the main force, the gains will definitely be small. How about we try a more distant planet? Qianlei expressed no objection. Boss, we'll do whatever you say. Although he said that, he wasn't blindly reckless. We still need to prioritize safety. Let's get ready to depart. After receiving approval, Lan Xuanyu immediately and silently left the Star River battleship and headed straight for the Dragon Horse Galaxy. A day later, the battleship arrived at the wormhole area. He calmly issued an order, prepare to jump through the wormhole. As his words fell, the battleship began to accelerate. This caused Bai Shusho and the others' hair to fly in the wind. But Xuanyu suddenly shouted loudly, Maximize the shield, crazy guy. Charge the main cannon, prepare for battle. Tiny lightning bolts began to appear at the edge of the wormhole. A beam of light without any warning suddenly appeared in front of the 33 Skywing battleship. Xuanyu focused intently, maneuvering the battleship to quickly dodge the attack. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Then he said to Little Treasure in a trusting tone, Little Treasure, it's all up to you. The 33 Skywing battleship split into two and another identical battleship appeared. Dahan immediately became confused when he saw it. What kind of black technology is this? Is it a real battleship clone? Which battleship should the main cannon aim at now? Then he answered his own question. Hit both. Seeing the enemy launch an attack, Xuanyu shouted loudly, Activate stealth mode. On the other side, Nanhu had been staring intently at the screen, eyes wide. The battleship is gone, what do we do? Dahan stood by, answering without hesitation, Continue attacking. Xuanyu didn't show weakness, preparing 2 anti-matter-guided missiles locked onto the underside of the enemy's large model battleship in front. Shusho, she replied concisely. Okay, with a command 2 blue missiles accelerated forward. Dahan immediately shouted, Not good. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion immediately followed, giving them no time to react. It was only then that Xuanyu's tone relaxed. Yuge, film this scene, she replied calmly. Yes. Qianlei could no longer contain his inner joy. Awesome. Little Treasure beside him also looked happy. I've also done a great job on the other side. Xuanyu continued to issue instructions. Wei Wei, send a message back to Xing. Tell them we've dealt with the enemy forces outside this wormhole, he quickly responded. Okay. After completing all this, he ordered the battleship to advance again, continuing their journey. Activate ghost mode. First credit secured. All battleships accelerate forward. Xuanyu focused on the map in front of him. We're almost at our destination. Dragon Horse Planet 76 has an extremely rare metal called Void Element Star. It is one of the rare metals currently known to the Duluo Federation, and is also listed as one of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's most important military resources. This time, the Duluo Federation's attack on the Dragon Horse Galaxy has Void Element Star as one of its 3 primary resource targets. They are extraordinarily valuable and represent significant military merit. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu has begun to pay attention to this place. He ordered everyone to assemble to confirm the battle plan. Let's have a meeting. Determine the next course of action. After arriving at Planet 76, Little Treasure will help us conceal our aura and infiltrate Planet 76. This operation is mainly to gather intelligence and Void Element Star. For the infiltration part, Yuge, Wei Wei and I will go. Mengchen, Shusho, Crazy Guy, Qianlei, you all stay on the battleship and be ready to provide support. He felt a little disappointed. Boss, aren't you taking us? Mengchen immediately glared and threatened. Listen to the arrangements, but then Bai Shusho also spoke up in protest. Let me go with you, no matter success or failure. I want to be by your side. Hearing this, Xuanyu had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, that's settled. The 4 of us will go. He continued to outline his plan. After we successfully land Yuge, you immediately use your metal escape technique to get us underground. Little Treasure will follow us the whole time, helping us conceal our aura. The little guy standing by raised his hand and guaranteed, no problem, leave it to me. Then Xuanyu looked to the other side and instructed, Crazy Guy, you guys photograph the surface of Planet 76 from outer space. Also, don't contact us actively. Radio waves will expose us. We'll contact you from outer space when we return. He quickly and loudly responded, understood. He continued to hypothesize the worst-case scenario. If we are really discovered by the enemy, launch antimatter guided missiles with me as the center. I already have a way to protect myself. Qianlei immediately stood up to object. Boss, that's too dangerous. But Xuanyu merely comforted softly, it won't be. You launch the antimatter guided missiles and then immediately fly away. If we can escape, we'll contact you again. Saying this, a confident smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Xuanyu had already secretly made up his mind that the Void Element Star resources were indeed too scarce. For the Federation and also for Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect, this mission must succeed. 3 days later, their battleship was already approaching its destination. A deep blue planet appeared in the vast universe, but outside this deep blue planet was an extremely distorted halo. After observing it, Xuanyu immediately frowned tightly. The situation is more complicated than I imagined. Dragon Horse Planet 76 actually has such multi-directional defenses. What's wrong? Lan Xuanyu and the others circled the planet and performed a simple analysis. Yuge offered her judgment. This planet's surface defense layer should be space attribute. It doesn't have defensive capabilities itself. Bai Shusho stood by and added, but it definitely has a warning capability. Qianlei heard this and turned to ask for an opinion. Boss, are we still going? Xuanyu responded with a very familiar phrase. I'm here too, of course we're going. I already have a plan, everyone listen. He began to analyze in detail. Our biggest advantage right now is the stealth performance of this battleship. With the current reconnaissance capabilities of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, they won't be able to discover us. Then Xuanyu assigned tasks. Looking at the current shield situation, we'll definitely still collide with it when we break free. At that time, you guys attack again from here. Cover us. Lu Feng nodded steadily. Okay, seeing that everything was arranged, he announced the end of the meeting. Then everyone start preparing. We'll act in 3 hours. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 began to meditate, silently recovering their soul power. 3 hours passed quickly. The 4 of them walked to the rear cabin. The other 3 also went to see them off. Lan Xuanyu's group piloted their Skywing fighters into space and soon approached the protective shield. He calmly issued an order, prepare to enter. After speaking, Xuanyu looked up at Little Treasure. Little Treasure, hide our aura. The little guy immediately used his ability to open a small hole. Leave it to me. As soon as they entered the planet, Bai Shusho quickly reported data. This planet is basically only deep blue. The surface of the planet is uneven with a faint metallic luster. There are many buildings on the planet's surface. The air has been analyzed and is not suitable for human habitation. Protective suits are required and gravity is 3.2 times that of this planet. After hearing this, Xuanyu decisively ordered, prepare for landing, touch down. The other 3 planes followed closely, observing cautiously. He looked at everyone and commanded, Yuge, analyze the metal. She quickly placed her hand on the ground to sense. The planet's surface is azurite, with a purity between 35 and 40. Yuge tried to probe deeper, but failed. There's an energy blocking it below. I can't continue probing in this direction, otherwise I'll definitely be discovered. Bai Shusho heard this and turned to ask for instructions. Xuanyu, what do we do now? He didn't answer immediately but continued to ask. How strong is the energy? Yuge quickly provided the answer. Not weak, and it also has defensive properties. The opponent's god-level experts will arrive here in a very short time. Now we have nowhere to run, even if we wanted to. Xuanyu's gaze drifted into the distance. It seems we'll just have to make a bit more effort and go in to take a complete look. Bai Shusho seemed to have guessed something, exclaiming in surprise. You mean we're going to infiltrate their base? He calmly nodded in affirmation. Yes. Xuanyu looked at the base and sighed softly. This empty tribe has protected the entire surface of Planet 76 like a turtle shell. She asked for the detailed plan. What should we do now? But he calmly replied. Just wait and see, there will definitely be an opportunity to get in. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanyu suddenly called out to everyone loudly. The opportunity has come, let's sneak in before they close the door. He quickly checked again. Little treasure, are you ready? The little guy answered confidently. Ready, everyone can go in now. The four of them slipped in before the door fully closed, and Hui's voice carried a hint of excitement. Success. Yuge also let out a sigh of relief. Finally in. Soon, Xuanyu issued new instructions. Yuge, perform another metal scan. I don't believe the ground here also has a protective layer. After checking, she happily denied, no problem this time. I'm going to use 5 elements escape now. He heard this, and his spirits immediately lifted. Good, Yuge, quickly take us in. 2 minutes later, 10 meters underground, a protective shield appeared under their feet again. Regarding this, Enwei was at a loss for words. Seriously. While Bai Shusho was so angry she gnashed her teeth. Is this empty clan related to turtles? Unlike them, Xuanyu was quite relaxed. Don't worry too much, everyone. The continuous appearance of protective shields means we're going in the right direction. Yuge moved horizontally, heading towards their base. A moment later, the four finally found the base. While touching the protective shield, he said to the person behind him, Little treasure, use your divine sense to help us see what's inside. Through the little guy's ability, Xuanyu could see many people and a huge machine. He quickly made a preliminary guess. It seems they're forging metal, but not void element star. Bai Shusho once again took the lead in asking for instructions. So what do we do now? Xuanyu's tone was very firm. We must go in and take a look to confirm. Yuge still replied as usual, concisely. Okay. After some searching, Xuanyu and his group finally entered. He now had enough evidence to confirm his previous guess. Indeed, they were not forging void element star, but another substance Tang Yuge had once mentioned, demon silver. Not only that, Xuanyu also offered his analysis. They must be transporting demon silver to a higher level base. We'll follow the vehicle later to see where they're going. Soon, the four of them climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, following this beetle-shaped transport vehicle to a very distant place. 2 hours later, the group saw another building, a base 10 times larger than the one they had seen before, appearing before Lan Xuanyu and the others. Lan Xuanyu and his team had entered a huge warehouse, and he was amazed by the scene. Xuanyu muttered to himself, There's so much demon silver here, what exactly are they trying to do? After observing for a while, Enwei stepped forward and asked, Brother Xuanyu, there's no void element star here, what should we do next? He heard this and comforted his teammate. Don't rush, just wait and see. Transport vehicles carrying demon silver entered the warehouse every 10 minutes. The staff here were responsible for organizing them. 3 hours later, another vehicle drove in. An empty clan member urged loudly, Hurry and load the goods onto the vehicle. Sasha passed by, turning her head slightly to glance. Enough, just put it here, the subordinate quickly replied. Yes. Seeing this, Xuanyu softly reminded everyone, Let's go, we'll follow. Lan Xuanyu and the others jumped onto the drilling vehicle again. It left the demon silver warehouse and came to a building in the center of the base. The vehicle quickly reached the central area. On the ground was a huge metal tray engraved with some not-so-fancy patterns. After the vehicle stopped, the metal tray slowly descended. After descending 50 meters, the vehicle drove into a passage. The drilling vehicle used its drill to clear a path directly drilling underground. Xuanyu sat at the front of the vehicle, unable to help but exclaim, It must have drilled over 1,000 meters already. Little treasure next to him heard this and stammered a reminder. Master, something interesting, I sense a familiar aura. He tilted his head and asked, Can you determine what it is? The little guy shook his head in frustration. No, but it's the aura of the God Realm. Perhaps a treasure of the God Realm is here. Xuanyu secretly guessed in his heart, There's actually a treasure from the God Realm on Planet 76? Could it be a fragment of the God Realm? Putting that aside for now, he loudly reminded his teammates, Everyone be careful, we're almost there. Just then, Little Treasure sensed something again. There's a very powerful presence. Master, please restrain your aura. The drilling vehicle continued to advance rapidly. Xuanyu and his teammates gradually saw the scene inside. Is this void element star? On the other side, an empty clan member, hearing a shout, began to busy himself. Where are the people? Unload the goods. A high-ranking individual stepped forward, sat down, and began to circulate soul power. Witnessing this scene, Xuanyu immediately felt dizzy. Are there really god-level empty clan members here? And that high-ranking individual had already stood up and picked up a cart. He carefully observed by sticking close to the rock wall. Xuanyu's heart was filled with doubt. Why go to such great lengths to transport demon silver here? There must be some reason inside. Thinking of this, he turned his head and suggested, Let's go in and take a look. The group moved slowly, trying to avoid detection. Xuanyu, walking at the very front, was the first to be stunned by the sight before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, The spatial elements are so dense, what exactly is this place? Before he finished speaking, a tentacle stretched out from the lake. Little Treasure saw this and immediately transmitted his golden energy towards it. And the little guy also didn't forget to shout loudly, "Lazy, is that you? Lazy, I'm Little Treasure." Xuanyu was very surprised. "Do you know it?" Before Little Treasure could answer, Lazy in the lake heard the sound and poked its head out. Seeing who had arrived, the little guy's tentacles danced excitedly. Then it quickly rushed ashore. As it neared the shore, Lazy suddenly jumped up, crying and hugging the treasure-hunting beast before it, shouting, "Little Treasure." Seeing this, Yuge immediately wanted to act, but Xuanyu stopped her. "Wait, let's observe the situation first." Meanwhile, the little guy was already sobbing uncontrollably. Xuanyu was utterly shocked to see that when Lazy's tears fell to the ground, they actually changed. Void element star. Lazy rushed over, sobbing uncontrollably. "I thought I'd never see everyone again." Little Treasure could only gently coax it. "Don't cry, Lazy. Aren't we all still alive, Lazy? Look who this is." The little guy looked over at the sound, and then countless lights twinkled in its round eyes. Lazy immediately jumped over happily, tightly hugging Xuanyu's face, continuously cheering, "Master, even though I was accidentally pulled out," the little guy still eagerly expressed its feelings. "Master, Lazy has missed you so much." Xuanyu turned his head and asked indifferently, "Does it also come from the God realm?" Hearing this, Little Treasure recounted in a deep voice. "A long time ago, Lazy always followed you. Normally when you cultivated, it would stay by your side, responsible for spatial projections. In our God realm, there was once a classic saying with Lazy's help. And then that classic line, 'If I cultivate to human form, I will definitely be a great beauty.'" The little guy affirmed vigorously. "Yes, that's the one." Xuanyu, for his part, also felt quite helpless. "Was it an acquaintance?" Lazy began to complain about the hardships of these past years. "Before following you, I didn't even need to eat or drink. Now it's troublesome. I always want to eat." Having no other choice, Little Treasure stepped forward to explain. "Master, it's like this." The little guy began to narrate in a captivating tone. "Initially in the God realm, Lazy and its younger brother were the guardians of the God realm's spatial elements. After diligent cultivation, the younger brother also became the god of spatial elements. Lazy, however, was extremely lazy, only sleeping by the dragon god's side every day. Until the God realm war, when the dragon god was killed, Lazy was abandoned in the void." At this point, the little guy continued, "From then on I drifted in space like that, and then secretly resolved to become stronger and avenge my master." A hint of disdainful smile curled at the corner of Little Treasure's mouth. "Avenge your master with you," Lazy then said, somewhat sheepishly. "But I was too sleepy and just fell asleep like that. Later those ugly guys came. They took my saliva and I started following them for food." Xuanyu finally knew the answer. "So all the silver liquid here is secreted by you. As long as you keep eating demon silver, void element star will be produced, is that right?" The little guy frowned, puzzled. "Master, what you're saying is too complicated. I don't understand." Xuanyu could only summarize and reiterate, "Simply put, as long as you eat demon silver, void element star will be produced." Lazy finally understood, nodding in confirmation. "Yes, eating too much makes me drool," confirmed. Xuanyu immediately became happy. "If we take you with us, will we be discovered?" The little guy opposite honestly replied, "I don't know either." Hearing this, Xuanyu could only shake his head helplessly. Compared to this lazy bug, the treasure-hunting beast was indeed much more reliable. Little Treasure suddenly spoke up. "Then can you teleport yourself outside, preferably outside this planet?" Lazy, however, was somewhat unwilling. "But there's so much good food here. Where would I go?" The little guy immediately answered without hesitation. "To a place where you can sleep soundly without needing to eat." Hearing this, Lazy's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? But I can't teleport. I've never learned." Xuanyu watched this scene even more speechless. "So you only know how to drool?" The little guy showed no shame but was rather proud. "That's right, I'm just a lazy bug after all." Xuanyu had no choice but to ask the other beast, "Little Treasure, if we take it with us, will we be discovered?" The little guy tilted its head up, silently calculating, "We shouldn't be discovered in the short term, but you can't touch anything else here." Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately made a decision. "All right then, you conjure a lazy bug here, and then we leave. To take it with us, it's best to hide its aura completely." Little Treasure nodded seriously. "Let me take it with me." After acquiring some of its aura, the little guy used illusion magic to conjure a fake lazy bug. The little guy seized the few seconds before falling unconscious to praise, "Little Treasure, you're amazing. Now I can sleep peacefully." "Bye-bye," Enwei on the side was openly surprised. "To be able to fall asleep like that, how good must its psychological resilience be?" The little guy, while putting the lazy bug into its pocket, urged in a deep voice, "Master, leave it to me. My illusion magic can only last for about an hour. We must leave as quickly as possible." Xuanyu quickly gave the order. "All right, retreat." The four walked out along the tunnel again. They quietly climbed onto the transport vehicle. As the transport vehicle drove out of the warehouse, Xuanyu and his group piloted their Skywing fighters towards Protective Planet Number 1. As soon as they emerged from the barrier, an alarm sounded, and the electronic signals on the fighter were clearly disturbed. "Alarm, alarm, enemy invasion." Xuanyu nervously ordered the others, "Accelerate forward." But at this moment, Enwei suddenly cried out in terror, "Brother Xuanyu, look over there, isn't that our battleship?" Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately turned his head, his pupils widening with it. Looking at the wreckage of the battleship, Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. The expressions of the other three were identical. Mengchen tried to contact them, but the only response was a beeping sound. "Lu Feng, if you hear me, answer." Qianlei, answer me. Tears could no longer be held back, streaming from his eyes. Xuanyu angrily pounded on the cabin wall. Damn it, how could this happen? Impossible. At this moment, only Yuge among the four remained calm. Xuanyu, calm down, let's leave here quickly. But he gritted his teeth and resolutely refused. We can't just let it go. Flames of hatred burned in his emerald eyes. Little Treasure, detonate. The little guy's expression wasn't much better at this moment. Yes, Master. Afterward, Little Treasure turned to report. Master, it will detonate in 30 seconds. Hearing this, Xuanyu urged in a deep voice, let's leave here quickly. His gaze fixed on the front. Qianlei, Lufeng, Mengchen, I have avenged you. 4 streaks of light quickly flew away, but a beeping sound came from one of the planes. Xuanyu's walkie-talkie soon connected. Boss, weren't you just calling us? You came out so quickly. The 4 were immediately stunned, unable to believe their ears. Qianlei, he on the other end, was completely unaware, still naively narrating. Boss, you wouldn't believe how dangerous it was just now. As soon as the antimatter guided missile was launched, a battleship exploded right by us, and then we were caught by the empty clan and directly destroyed. It was heartbreaking to watch. Hearing this, Xuanyu was completely stunned. His voice held a hint of hope. Little Treasure, is it still possible to stop it? But the little guy quickly dispelled his thoughts. It's already time, it's too late. No sooner had he finished speaking than the planet emitted an earth-shattering explosion. Qianlei on the other end immediately cried out in terror, what's going on? Xuanyu didn't answer, just quietly mumbled, is the power of God's wrath really that great? Just then, Little Treasure's voice stammered again, Master, Lazy is gone, all the spatial condensation fluid and void element star have been detonated, so, this incomplete statement was enough for Qianlei on the other end to guess. Boss, we didn't do this, did we? The response was his urgent shout, everyone run! The 4 quickly flew towards Skywing Fighter number 3. Lan Xuanyu rushed directly to the main control position, quickly piloting the battleship away. Once safe, Little Treasure stepped forward again. Master, there's something I think I should tell you. Xuanyu turned his head and pressed. What is it? The little guy expressed its worry. The empty clan is very sensitive to Lazy's aura. As long as they're within a certain range, they can sense Lazy's presence. It's really dangerous on the same planet. Xuanyu immediately understood. It seemed this operation couldn't be completely concealed. Thinking this, he decided to report to Xing. Just say that we successfully infiltrated Planet 76 and destroyed the source of void element star production. Bai Shusho turned and asked bluntly, say it directly. Xuanyu calmly explained the reason. The void element star has been destroyed. Even if the empty clan is foolish, they'll guess it was the Federation, and they'll definitely seek revenge. It's better to notify the fleet to be prepared. Hearing this, Qianlei walked forward, confused. So what do we do now? Xuanyu calmly turned and replied, let's wait for news of reinforcements and then decide what to do. His tone carried a hint of reproach. You went a bit too far this time. Bai Shusho immediately stepped forward to explain, we thought you were all dead. If that hadn't been the case, Xuanyu wouldn't have detonated that bomb on that planet to avenge you. Mengchen nearby played the role of peacemaker. As long as everyone's alright, that's what matters. Qianlei could only sigh in the end. This misunderstanding is huge. On the Duluo Federation 7th Fleet's Dragon King-class frigate number 3, Duhan respectfully saluted and reported, just received a message from the 33 Skywing battleship. Xing held his coffee, calmly saying, read it. He, obeying the order, narrated one by one. The 33 Skywing battleship reports that they have successfully infiltrated the empty clan's Planet 76 and simultaneously detonated their void element star's central reserve area, with the source of the void element star also being completely destroyed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, well done, there are only 7 people and yet, but halfway through, Xing suddenly realized something. Wait, where did you say they detonated? Duhan was puzzled but still repeated truthfully, Planet 76 destroyed the source of void element star production. He placed his coffee cup on the table. They actually destroyed the void element star. That's the void element star, are they crazy? The man didn't know the answer either, and could only add. They said the empty clan is very likely to retaliate against us, so we should be prepared. Xing clutched his forehead in a headache. They've really caused a huge problem, he sighed, trying hard to calm his emotions. This kid is really something, but it seemed to have little effect, as Xing was still trembling with excitement. My heart is racing. Connect me to the mothership, I need to see the commander. As soon as it connected, Bai Ling's serious voice rang out. What's wrong, Xing? Is something going wrong on your end? He stammered, unsure how to explain. Commander, there's a slight problem. Those young people from Shrek Academy. She was a bit impatient. What is it? Xing sighed helplessly. Those little guys blew up all the void element star on the empty clan's Planet 76. Bai Ling on the other end was immediately shocked. What? All blown up? Everyone knows how stringent void element star's defenses are. How could it possibly be destroyed? He sighed again. I don't know how they did it. I estimate it won't be long before the empty clan definitely attacks us here. This time he could say he was completely stunned, and his voice became very stiff. This matter is very troublesome. Wait for my order. I must report to the Federation immediately. Full hour later, Bai Ling contacted again. Ask them if the destruction of Planet 76 was discovered to be done by the Federation fleet. Xing immediately accepted the order. Understood, I'll go ask right away. But they went in a Tang Sect 33 Skywing battleship. This battleship doesn't belong to the 33 Skywing pirate group. I think if they managed to escape, they must not have had close contact with the enemy. He nodded in response. All right, I know, but you should still go ask. 20 minutes later, after receiving confirmation, Bai Ling decisively issued the order. Sheng, destroy all related information about this matter. This event never happened and we know nothing about it. Understood? He stood at attention, replying loudly. Understood. After seeing the commander off, Sheng finally let out a long sigh. These kids really know how to cause trouble. Qianlei's puzzled voice rang out in the battleship. Boss, the fleet said they didn't see the report we sent back earlier, and they also said there's no need to report that matter anymore. What exactly is going on? Xuanyu stood at the front making a guess. It seems the Federation wants to play dumb. If that's the case, I have a new idea. Let's go to Heavenly Dragon Star. Since the top experts of the Dragon Horse Galaxy have all gone to the mother planet for negotiations, there should be no danger for us this time. Thus, 3 days later, after multiple alpha jumps, the 33 Skywing battleship arrived in the airspace of Heavenly Dragon Star. Xuanyu loudly issued orders, prepare to land. This time, all 7 of us will go together. The 33 Skywing battleship will be set to silent automatic cruising mode and wait for us here. Immediately after, 7 fighters shot out into space. Yuge quickly made a judgment. According to the detection results, the environment around Heavenly Dragon Star is excellent, very suitable for human habitation. Hearing this, Xuanyu was particularly satisfied. Excellent, let's prepare to land. Passing through the atmosphere, they saw several dragons leisurely circling and flying. Xuanyu couldn't help but be curious. Little treasure, do you recognize these creatures? The little guy only replied after concentrating its spiritual power to scan. I don't know, but I can feel dragon bloodline within them, though their dragon bloodline isn't pure. Hearing this, an idea suddenly sparked in Xuanyu's mind. If these creatures really have dragon bloodline within them, can I exert some pressure on them? Just as he saw a dragon fly by, he couldn't wait to try. Let's give it a try. So Xuanyu concentrated his mind and golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The dragon over there seemed to sense something, and its face immediately turned pale. It looked up and glanced around and immediately tucked its tail and fled. Seeing this scene, Xuanyu was very satisfied. It really worked. At this point, he returned to the main topic. Little treasure, help us transform into the appearance of the blue ocean race on this planet. That way, it will be much easier for us to enter the city. After ensuring everything was in order, Xuanyu urged, let's go, let's enter the city. On the streets of Heavenly Dragon Star, countless creatures of various forms flowed continuously. Looking at the scene before him, Enwei couldn't help but exclaim, do these dragons also live in the city? Qianlei beside him immediately chimed in. No wonder the buildings here are so huge, that's so cool. Then his gaze lingered on a passerby. Centaurs are truly amazing. Mengchen walking ahead could only remind him, just focus on walking. Before long they arrived before a magnificent building. Xuanyu assigned tasks to everyone. Let's go inside and take a look, learn more about Heavenly Dragon Star and find some relevant information. Perhaps it could help the Federation. After entering, you immediately pick up a history book and intently study Dragon Origin Planet. Pegasus Planet originally belonged to the Pegasus clan, and they also controlled these 2 planets. There were also interstellar teleportation arrays within Dragon Origin Planet and Pegasus Planet. Just stepping into this teleportation array would teleport one to another planet in 1 second. One day, Dragon Origin Planet experienced an anomaly, giving birth to the Dragon Clan. These dragons were naturally powerful and possessed extraordinary wisdom, quickly occupying a large area of the Pegasus Planet binary star system. Afterwards, the leader of Pegasus Planet gathered the strength of the entire clan to cultivate a super god-level expert, who then engaged in a great battle with Dragon Origin Planet. Therefore, Dragon Origin Planet and Pegasus Planet were able to stabilize and maintain their current state. While reading, Bai Shusho suddenly called out to Xuanyu, here's a star chart of Dragon Origin Planet. He walked over and picked it up to examine it. Dragon Origin Planet has 13 main cities with Dragon City as the capital. According to historical records, Dragon Origin Planet has 18 Dragon Knights, each one a god-level expert. Xuanyu pointed to a location on the map and said, we are currently in Wind Dragon City. The mineral resources here are very rich. Saying this, he couldn't help but beam with joy. It seems we've come to the right place. Xuanyu folded the map and put it in his pocket. Then he turned around and called everyone. Let's go, we're going to the Mineral Trading Center. They arrived at Wind Dragon Minerals, located in the Mineral Trading Center of Wind Dragon City. As soon as they walked in, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Do they sell everything here? Xuanyu suddenly noticed a jewel-pressing monument. At the same time, an introduction also happened to sound. The transaction method in the treasure pressing area is similar to opening a blind box. Customers will choose and purchase one of the stones here, and then have an appraiser identify it on the spot. The most valuable item here is Void Element Crystal. Whoever is lucky enough to draw it will instantly get rich. Of course, more often than not, people lose even the ticket money because what they draw is just an ordinary stone. The treasure pressing area is also divided into levels. The higher the level, the more expensive the ticket. But the probability of drawing a treasure will also be higher. The introduction was very enticing, but thinking about his own situation, Xuanyu frowned. This is interesting, but it means I don't have an account with Dragon Origin Bank and they won't let me buy a ticket. However, he quickly perked up again. Let's go, we'll get an account and then play around. Xuanyu's gaze swept across the room, then locked onto Liang Pu, who was walking and singing. He he couldn't help but call out happily. That's him. Once he had a target, Xuanyu stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Friend, could you come and chat with me for a bit? He responded cautiously. About what? Xuanyu leaned in and whispered, I saw you just came out of the mineral trading center. I have a few good things here. I wonder if you're interested in buying them? Liang Pu immediately looked around after hearing this. He quickly pulled Xuanyu behind a pillar. Let's go, let's talk over here. Liang Pu leaned in and asked, Brother, where did your goods come from? As long as they're good, the price is negotiable. So Xuanyu quickly handed him something. He took it and looked at it. Isn't this deep-sea silver? What's so rare about it? Halfway through his sentence, Liang Pu suddenly stopped, his eyebrows gradually furrowed. No, this is, seeing his expression. Xuanyu immediately guessed, did my friend see it? His voice became serious at this moment. Where did you get this deep-sea silver with life force? Xuanyu reached out to take back the deep-sea silver and explained, Duluo Federation. This is deep-sea silver imbued with life force, guaranteed to be good quality, and it's highly valuable in the human world. Liang Pu immediately showed a troubled expression after hearing this. The item itself is good, but this item of yours is probably of dubious origin, isn't it? In that case, it'll be difficult to acquire. But Xuanyu saw through this familiar price-haggling trick at a glance. Then forget it. He, however, reached out and pulled Xuanyu back at this moment. Don't go. How much are you planning to sell it for? Xuanyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. It's not convenient to talk here. Find a safer place. But on this dragon origin planet, I'm blacklisted and can't trade. I'll have to borrow your name. How about we make money together? This time Liang Pu answered very straightforwardly. Follow me, however. Xuanyu stopped in place and pointed behind him. I have a few other friends. They're all from our clan. It should be fine if they come along, right? He didn't seem to mind much. Let's go together. Sunlight streamed through the window. Liang Pu took advantage of the waiting time to ask his name. Xuanyu answered cautiously. We all use code names. You can call me Guardian Wing. Hearing this, he also introduced himself. I'm Liang Pu from Sunyu Sea. Once everyone had arrived, he led them back to his private residence. We're here. Liang Pu turned to everyone and said, This is my room. Please have a seat. He himself went forward to close the window and a formation was immediately activated. Seeing this, Xuanyu's eyes immediately widened in surprise. There's actually a design like this here. Though unsaid, Liang Pu could guess. The room is equipped with a soundproofing system to prevent sound from escaping, and it also ensures there are no eavesdropping devices. After explaining, he eagerly asked, How much stock do you have? If we cooperate, how about 70-30 in my favor? Xuanyu had no objection and agreed to his terms. But I have one more request. We're blacklisted. He honestly stated his conditions. I need a Dragon Origin Gold account now. Can you help me get one? Liang Pu didn't rush to agree but asked instead, How much of this stuff do you have? How will you supply it in the future? Xuanyu still answered according to the actual situation. I can't guarantee how much I can get. Once I have the goods, I will contact you immediately. He frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. Then how can I be sure? After you have a Dragon Origin Gold account, won't you trade on your own? But Xuanyu didn't care. It's simple. My account will be shared with you. You can view all my transaction records. Liang Pu's expression immediately softened after hearing this. Okay, so how much do you have this time? Xuanyu didn't answer, just placed a huge piece of deep-sea silver on the table. He saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. You then added, I only have this much this time. I will transport a second batch of goods in a while. Please try to set up the account for me within 2 days. Dragon Horse currency will also be directly transferred to the account. How about it? Liang Pu nodded without hesitation. Okay, then you can stay here for now, but I have to take this thing with me to sell it. Do you trust me? Xuanyu gestured with his hand. Take it. Hearing this, a joyful smile immediately appeared on his face. Great. Liang Pu pushed over a stack of money. Let's decide it this way. I'll find a way to arrange things for you. Consider this a deposit. Before long, his voice sounded from outside the room. I'm leaving. Lu Feng, watching his receding figure, sighed. Our treasure hunting beast was a huge help on this trip. Qian Lei, standing beside him, also excitedly said, So it seems we've successfully infiltrated. Xuanyu took this opportunity to state his intentions. This is a great opportunity for us to acquire resources. After I send Lazy back to the mother planet, I'll return and even Heavenly Dragon won't discover us. Bai Shusho immediately understood. Are you planning to be a regular here? He nodded in confirmation, yes, but everyone still needs to be careful. Act cautiously. Don't reveal any flaws. What is our ultimate goal? To find the life core of Dragon Origin Planet. I have an even bolder idea. Through observation that day, Xuanyu slowly and deliberately said, I can tell that the Dragon Clan holds a very high position on Dragon Origin Planet. To truly dismantle the Dragon Clan's control over the Dragon Horse Galaxy, perhaps we can start from within. Bai Shusho quickly caught on. You're not thinking of impersonating a Dragon Clan member, are you? He nodded firmly once again. Yes, she immediately objected loudly. No, that's too dangerous. Knowing she was worried about him, Xuanyu gently reassured her. Shusho, not now, at least not until my strength undergoes another qualitative change will I attempt it. His voice was very sincere and solemn. I suspect that the dragon transformation on Dragon Origin Planet is related to the sacrifice of the Dragon Clan back then. If that's the case, my bloodline can naturally suppress them. If I can become a Dragon Knight on Dragon Origin Planet, they can't deny me. Qianlei, listening nearby, immediately showed a competitive spirit in his eyes. Boss, you're truly the bravest person I've ever met. Xuanyu tried his best to inspire team unity. Everyone, we are now establishing a cooperative relationship and we must become stronger. Otherwise we won't be able to gain a foothold in this dragon clan. Enwei asked worriedly at this moment. Brother Xuanyu, what should we do these next few days? The whole team listened silently to his answer. Use 1,000 dragon horse coins as starting capital and then go make money. Xuanyu then told Little Treasure to prepare. Little Treasure, it's your turn. The little guy quickly responded. Master, just leave it to Little Treasure. Lan Xuanyu went directly to the lowest level of the treasure pressing area, bought 7 of the cheapest tickets, 5 dragon horse coins each. Then he chose 7 ores of various shapes, all covered with thick layers of ore, which from the outside looked no different from ordinary stones. At this moment a group of people entered the screening area where Dong Shu was appraising these ores. Bai Shusho watched Dong Shu scrutinize them, her heart full of doubt. This person doesn't look reliable at all. Qianlei, on the other hand, suspected the ores. Xuanyu, can these broken stones really be sold for money? After the appraisal he announced with a beaming smile. Little brother, you're really lucky. This contains Star C Silver Star. I will acquire it for 4,500 dragon horse coins. Bai Shusho said softly at this moment. Help me look at this stone. She slowly placed the stone on the table. The brilliant light it emitted was truly beautiful. Dong Shu touched it and confidently asserted, 6 kilograms of Sky Star iron, valued at 2,300 dragon horse coins, 1 kilogram of demon silver, valued at 3,500 dragon horse coins. The total value has reached 23,000 dragon horse coins. Qianlei and Mengchen, after hearing this, were overjoyed. He, on the other hand, thought to himself, this group of people seems interesting. Xuanyu happily said to everyone, it seems this method really works. Let's go check out the 500 dragon horse coin area. With Little Treasure's assistance it wasn't difficult for Xuanyu to find valuable ores. Master, take this is valuable, this and that. Dong Shu was currently examining the large stone Xuanyu had brought. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, This contains nether iron, this is worth 40,000, at least 40,000 dragon horse coins. Xuanyu happily replied, okay, I'll sell it to you. He turned around, placed his hand on another stone and asked, could you also take a look at this one for me? As soon as he saw it he thought, could it be Dong Shu? At this moment he confidently looked at Xuanyu. You didn't win this time, but I have to say you're already very lucky today. Bai Shusho felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. Did we miss? Is this person trying to trick us? Xuanyu didn't rush to judge but asked, is it possible you felt wrong? He immediately denied it. Are you doubting me? Our Black Cultivation clan are professional appraisers. Xuanyu heard this and smashed the stone without hesitation. Then we want to open it and see. A unique purple ore was exposed in the cracks of the stone. Seeing Xuanyu's power just now, Dong Shu also felt a sense of dread. He actually broke the stone so easily, it seems I've encountered a master of the Blue Ocean clan so as not to make a mistake. He carefully examined the stone. At this moment a gasp of surprise suddenly came from Dong Shu's area, causing a commotion throughout the entire venue. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5 discussing what happened over there, what's going on. He at this moment seemed to disbelieve his own eyes. Too much crystal, this is too much crystal, it's over. This time I'm dead. Dong Shu looked up at Xuanyu and said softly, everyone please wait a moment. You happily agreed, okay. Then you turned around to reassure Bai Shusho. Shusho, don't worry, you won't lose out. Dong Shu gleefully called out to Xuanyu and his party, everyone, could you come to the back to chat for a bit? Feeling something amiss he became wary. What's wrong, trying to trick us by taking us to the back? If you want to buy now, follow the rules. He slammed his hand on the table which somewhat surprised Xuanyu. The light of magic spread everywhere, making the surrounding people even more curious. Seeing the anomaly, everyone immediately gathered around. Quick, look what treasure they've opened over there. The crowd gathered in the appraisal area grew larger and larger, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Dong Shu at this moment called for some subordinates, then loudly announced, our Black Cultivation clan's appraisal ability is the strongest in the entire galaxy. Do you want to embarrass us? Xuanyu calmly retorted, are you threatening me? His fearless attitude further angered Dong Shu. From now on our Black Cultivation clan will refuse any cooperation with you, and we will also notify your Blue Ocean clan. Xuanyu still didn't care, confidently replying, is that so? As soon as his words fell, Bai Shusho's bloodline evolved into the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, punishing the treacherous Dong Shu. Everyone from the Black Cultivation clan gasped when they saw it. It's a dragon, the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon whispered eerily. Are you threatening my loved ones? Dong Shu and his subordinates quickly knelt and begged for mercy. No, your excellency, we wouldn't dare. The demon dragon revealed its huge and proud form. No wonder they were scared out of their wits. The atmosphere grew tenser and tenser when Xianxia suddenly rushed over and shouted, what are you arguing about? He stopped mid-sentence, startled and panicked. As soon as he saw the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment he lowered his head in alarm and bowed. Respected high-ranking Dragon Clan Lord, who has angered you? Everyone from the Black Cultivation clan was shocked to hear this. High-ranking Dragon Clan, Xuanyu stood aside at this moment, secretly thinking, luckily we learned about the history of Dragon Origin Planet in advance. The hierarchy of Dragon Origin Planet is very clear. The highest rank is the Heavenly Dragon Clan, followed by the high-ranking Dragon Clan. Below the high-ranking dragon clan are the mid-ranking dragon clan, low-ranking dragon clan and sub-dragons. Seeing Xianxia, the abyssal ice demon dragon opened its mouth and demanded a solution. I was guarding treasures and earning money here, and someone tried to trick me and wouldn't pay me and even threatened me. What should be done about this? He listened, his brows furrowed and a clear look of anger appeared on his face. According to the law, they should be killed. Dong Shu and his accomplices were so scared they could only kneel and bow their heads, pleading, "Your Excellency." The demon dragon ignored these cowards, turned to Xianxia and said, "Killing is unnecessary, just pay me the money. I came here to make money." "Who cares about their lives?" he replied tremblingly. "I understand." Xianxia began to vent his anger on others. "Did you all hear that clearly?" The Black Cultivation clan members replied in unison, terrified. "Yes, we heard. We will pay immediately. We will buy it ourselves, Your Excellency. We will pay 1,000,000. He continued to grumble. "What are you waiting for? Go get the money." Everyone ran off like mad, taking giant strides. "Your Excellency, please wait a moment. We'll go now." Bai Shusho also transformed back into human form at this moment. "This is acceptable." Xianxia was somewhat surprised by this, thinking, transforming into human form. Xuanyu's lips curled into a confident smile. They took the bait. Bai Shusho turned her head and called out, "Xiao Lan." And Xuanyu looked back in a panic. She began to ask, "What do you say?" Without thinking much, he quickly replied, "With me here, just give your orders." But Bai Shusho waved her hand repeatedly. "You wait here to collect the money. I'm tired, I'm going back to my room to sleep." Watching Bai Shusho's confident strides as she walked away, he, though annoyed, could only respond, "Okay, take care." Then he turned to look behind him. Xiaoxia's face was flushed red, lost in thought. "That's a high-ranking dragon clan member who can transform into human form and will likely become a dragon knight. I must find a way to make connections." Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly shouted, "Excuse me, are there any large auctions happening soon? My lord is very interested in the auctions here." Upon hearing this, he was like a fish in water, an opportunity. Xianxia ran quickly, taking 3 steps at a time, saying as he ran, "That's wonderful, please wait a moment, I'll go get you an invitation. You must invite your lord to come together." He handed over the invitation, subtly reminding, "Our auction tonight has quite a few good items." Xuanyu was somewhat surprised. "It's so thick." He looked at it while thinking, "There's even a bronze dragon horse under the invitation. Does the dragon horse galaxy also engage in bribery?" Xuanyu didn't think much of it and readily agreed, "Certainly." But the doubt in his heart lingered. Why was this lower-ranking dragon clan member so eager for Shusho to attend tonight's auction? Before long, the sun disappeared behind the mountains, leaving space for the mystery of the night. This time, spoils filled an entire box. This result made Lan Mengchen excited. "I suddenly feel that Heavenly Dragon Star is a really good place." But then her voice turned cold. "Too bad I can't transform into a dragon." Xuanyu then announced to everyone what had just happened. "I've received the invitation to tonight's auction. This money is our starting capital. It's just that the lower-ranking Dragon Clan member's attitude was unusually proactive just now. I wonder if there's any problem." This made Bai Shusho a little worried. "Can I change back to human form now? If I still use the Blue Ocean race appearance, will I be discovered?" Xuanyu agreed with her idea. "That works. Tonight you can appear in human form and see their reaction. Also, we must create a background story for you." Bai Shusho then pushed the task to him. Xiao Lan, I'll leave this small matter to you." Xuanyu angrily shouted, "You're getting addicted to calling me that, aren't you?" She giggled. "That name sounds really nice, Xiao Lan." Xuanyu then looked at Tang Yuge, who had been silent. "Yuge, any new discoveries?" She replied, "Yes, this place is very vast. I can constantly feel the changes in the underground metal elements. There's a very strong source of metal elements. Tonight I'll use Metal Escape to investigate and see if I can find a hidden treasure or something. The warehouse of this mineral trading center must be enormous. It can't be concealed." Xuanyu was full of confidence in this tactic and boldly replied, "We just need to take the most expensive things and empty out all the void element crystals." In another scene, at the trading center, the auction hall was now bustling. Witnessing this, Xuanyu was a little excited. "It's so big." Xuanyu couldn't help but recall what had just happened. "Just to enter, we paid a 3 million dragon horse coin deposit. The abundance of resources in this dragon horse galaxy exceeds our imagination. Thanks to Shusho's high-ranking dragon clan aura, we were able to enter a private room. But the citizens of the Dragon Horse Galaxy seem uninterested in human appearances. The waitress was also a Blue Ocean race member. Are they testing Shusho's preferences?" Everyone was enjoying the food with great relish. "It tastes good. I've been so busy eating, you should try some too." "No need." Unexpectedly, a voice came from the stage. "Hello everyone. Welcome to tonight's auction." The auctioneer bowed politely and said, "I am Yite, and I will be serving you tonight." Yite bowed to the distinguished guests on the second floor. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. Yite solemnly announced, "Our auction is about to begin. Please make your bids quickly and participate enthusiastically." Bai Shusho, Xuanyu and their teammates were already in position awaiting the opportune moment for bidding. Suddenly a man in a white suit walked towards them and Xuanyu's heart tensed. Only then did he see clearly that it was Tang Wulin, the young master of Wind Dragon City. Xuanyu was somewhat surprised to see him at the auction. but Bai Shusho, as soon as she saw him, was as if her soul had left her body, secretly thinking human-form dragons are truly beautiful. Huang Yuling had already chosen the seat next to Bai Shusho. To lighten the mood, he turned and softly said, "Forgive my intrusion. My human name is Huang Yuling. May I know your esteemed name, miss?" She replied coldly. "You?" Upon hearing this, he asked back with confusion. "Just one character. I heard that today Miss displayed an ice attribute aura, scaring those lower species away. I've already apprehended those Black Cultivation clan members who offended you, and they are at your disposal." Bai Shusho, hearing his incessant chatter, quickly raised her voice. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Be quiet." Huang Yuling also responded unhappily. "All right, I'll watch the auction." Qianlei couldn't help but let out a snicker. "Boss, you have a love rival." Xuanyu flared up. "Get out." After a while, Yitei's voice came from the stage again. "Our first item tonight, 5 tons of demon silver, starting bid 5 million dragon horse coins with each increment not less than 100,000 dragon horse coins." Bai Shusho then turned and enticed Huang Yuling. "Huang Yuling, do you think your family can handle this auction?" he replied confidently. "My family can be said to handle it, we just need to pay taxes to the chief." She continued, "What if I bid on something and don't pay?" Huang Yuling, wanting to show off in front of Bai Shusho, pressed the bidding button, and the lights in the room flickered. Yitei quickly said, "Box number 1, distinguished guest in box number 1 has bid at the reserve price. Is there any other guest who would like to raise the bid?" Seeing that he was acting on a whim today, she couldn't help but think, what's wrong with the young master today? Bidding for demon silver again. After a while, no one else pressed the button. Yitei then announced that the first item was sold at the reserve price. "Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box number 1. Huang Yuling then confidently turned to Bai Shusho. "Miss Shusho, it's just a mere demon silver. I can give you as much as you need, but speaking of which family are you from in Heavenly Dragon City?" Xuanyu stood beside them saying nothing, just silently observing. Bai Shusho, upon hearing this, glanced at him. "Are you checking my background?" Huang Yuling continued to babble. "Then let me guess. You possess ice attribute power, so you must be from the Ice Martial family. Am I right?" she replied coldly. "No." Upon hearing Bai Shusho's answer, he frowned and thought, "Impossible. There can't be a mistake." A faint purplish-black glow swirled around her. Huang Yuling quickly dodged and then shouted, "Dark elements, dual attribute ice and dark. You are from the Heavenly Dragon clan." Bai Shusho then retracted her power and softly explained to him, "I am not from any family, I am me." Huang Yuling's face turned pale at this moment, secretly thinking, so she's a high-ranking Dragon Clan member with dual attributes. She will definitely become a Dragon Knight in the future. "Miss Shusho, I was presumptuous just now." Bai Shusho then turned and motioned to discuss. "How about this? For every question you ask me, you must buy 1 auction item for me." He readily agreed. "No problem." Xuanyu felt incredibly proud upon hearing this. "My Shusho is amazing," and she, always true to her word, said, "You just helped me bid on the demon silver, so you can ask me a question now." Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yuling quickly asked, "Then my first question is, where did your dual attributes come from?" She replied concisely, "Born with them." He was incredibly confused upon hearing this. "Dual attributes are born with? That's truly unheard of." At this moment, Yitei's voice already echoed throughout the venue. "The second item for auction is Tyrostal," he said with immense excitement. "Miss Shusho, you bid on this." She then spoke in a colder tone, "I don't need this, it's not pretty." Hearing this, Huang Yuling waited without hesitation. "Then let's wait for the next item." Before long, it was the next round of the auction. "The next item is a specialty of our clan, Taiyunqing's 7-colored gold. This auction has a total of 100 kilograms of 7-colored gold with a starting price of 8 million dragon horse coins, and each bid must not be less than 500,000. Xuanyu, upon hearing this, became interested in this treasure, secretly thinking this metal contains water, fire, earth, light, dark, and space, 7 elements which are very beneficial for cultivation. Seeing his emotions fluctuate slightly, Bai Shusho, without thinking, turned to Huang Yuling and said, "This one is pretty. Let's bid on this." Huang Yuling's heart melted when he saw her so gentle. Her smile is truly beautiful, stunning. She must be the most beautiful human form of a high-ranking Dragon Clan member. After a long while he calmed down, secretly thinking, "I've lost my composure." Then he happily asked, "I'd like to know which family you are from." Bai Shusho still insisted on her original answer, "Not from any family." Is such a foolish question worth 10 million dragon horse coins? Huang Yuling, knowing his chance to ask a question was used up, looked at the treasure. "Do you want 7-colored gold?" "Yes, but 7-colored gold, while beautiful, has no practical use." Bai Shusho, with a sulking expression, turned and accused, "Are you talking about practicality to a girl?" Her coquettish and adorable look made him unable to resist. "I understand." He then pressed the button. Yitei, having received the signal, loudly announced, "Distinguished guest room A, bid of 10 million. The entire venue was dumbfounded at this price, and she couldn't help but wonder what's wrong with the young master today, bidding continuously. Bai Shusho then happily looked at Huang Yuling. "All right, you can ask your question." Hearing her previous answer, he was somewhat cautious. "You can't lie to me." This made Bai Shusho unhappy. "Why would you think I'm lying?" Seeing her strong reaction, Huang Yuling was a bit distracted. I'm sorry, esteemed sister, I was presumptuous. As a high-ranking Dragon Clan member, how could you lie? But if you're not from any family, then where are you from? Bai Shusho replied coldly. Considering your generosity, I'll say it again, born of heaven and earth, as I said before. He didn't believe it, insisting, what does born of heaven and earth mean? She at this moment disdained to argue, saying, that's for the next question, you still owe me an item, don't you? Huang Yuling was eager to know and quickly said, esteemed sister, please bid as much as you like, but could you tell me first? I'm truly too curious. Seeing Huang Yuling's sincerity, Bai Shusho also accepted. Alright, then I'll tell you first. Actually, I don't know where I'm from either. When I woke up I was lying on the beach and then I found myself transformed into a dragon. In my previous memories I seemed to be a member of the Blue Ocean race, but I don't know why I transformed into a dragon. At that time I was rescued by a Blue Ocean race family. These people behind me are not actually my family but friends I grew up with since childhood. Our dwelling place was very remote, and as I gradually grew up I truly understood the meaning of the Dragon Clan. So I thought of coming to a big city to take a look. I have no family and no money, otherwise why would I need you to bid for things for me? Huang Yuling, hearing this, didn't believe such an absurd thing could happen, and asked, are there still high-ranking Dragon Clan members who haven't awakened? How is that possible? The dragon transformation era has passed long ago? Feeling that he was persistent and didn't believe her, she became a little unhappy. Believe it or not, Huang Yuling then consoled her. No, I don't disbelieve it, I'm just very surprised. Xuanyu stared at him with gloomy eyes from beginning to end, as if Huang Yuling didn't care at all, and continued to ramble. No wonder I've never seen you, esteemed sister, at the Heavenly Dragon Assembly. I didn't expect there to be such an unawakened dragon spirit among our high-ranking Dragon Clan members. This matter is indeed very surprising. Esteemed sister, may I ask, as a high-ranking Dragon Clan member, have you registered your identity in Heavenly Dragon City? Heavenly Dragon City provides support to all high-ranking Dragon Clan members. Does Heavenly Dragon City provide money for support? How much money? After a while, the auction continued and Yitei's voice rang out again. Next is today's final item, also the highlight, the most precious one. Please take a look. 10 void element crystals. The empty tribe produced many void element crystals. But in recent years, the empty tribe's control over void element crystals has become stricter and they are usually difficult to obtain. These void element crystals are taxes paid by the empty tribe to Heavenly Dragon Star. Hearing that this rare treasure appeared here, everyone bid generously. 21 million, 23 million. Yitei was still guiding the process according to the program. It was transported to our Wind Dragon City. This time it was specially brought out as an auction item. As today's important item, the starting bid is 20 million Dragon Horse coins with each increment not less than 1 million Dragon Horse coins. The entire venue continuously shouted out 26 million, 28 million. Bai Shusho, seeing these void element crystals, praised them profusely. This is so beautiful, I like this. Is it a bit too expensive? Yitei then looked at the VIP box and shouted, 81 million. VIP box beta bids 81 million. Huang Yuling was a bit confused. VIP box beta? He then ordered an investigation into who the guests in VIP box beta were today. His subordinate complied. Yes? Then he turned and smiled at Bai Shusho. Esteemed sister, you want void element crystals, no problem. Yitei then shouted. The guest in VIP box alpha bids 200 million Dragon Horse coins. She was extremely confused at this moment. 200 million? Is the young master angry? Hearing a knock on the door, Huang Yuling knew that the people from VIP box beta had arrived and said, come in. Zhang Zhangyu and his companion had arrived and quickly said, Zhang Zhangyu of the empty tribe greets young master. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What do you want with me, your excellency? You made me spend a lot more money. At this point they saluted sincerely. We are willing to buy back the 10 void element crystals for over 200 million, and we hope to build a friendship with the young master. Huang Yuling quickly refused. No need, I'm not interested in your friendship. The empty tribe members continued to persuade. You must have heard Planet 76 has problems and will not be able to produce void element crystals for some time. Void element crystals are very important to us. So the lords discussed and decided to send us to Heavenly Dragon Star to acquire some void element crystals to solve our immediate needs. If the young master is willing to help, our tribe will definitely thank you handsomely. He then replied coldly, then how many void element crystals do you want? They pleaded. The more the better, of course. Huang Yuling didn't want to waste any more words and agreed to leave his contact information for Illison. You can go. Yes, I hope the young master can help us. He then turned to Bai Shusho, esteemed sister. I've given you a good show. There must be a big problem within the empty tribe, and this might allow us to gain greater benefits. I can't accompany you anymore today, esteemed sister. I'll leave you my contact information. We can contact each other anytime. I wonder if you have time tomorrow, esteemed sister. I'd like to treat you to dinner and also hand over today's auctioned items to you. She readily and immediately agreed. Tomorrow works, I'm not busy either. I should be in Wind Dragon City these few days. Huang Yuling's heart melted upon hearing this. Good, then I'll see you tomorrow. By then it was dark and the space gradually became quiet. At the auction, Bai Shusho waved to her teammates. Let's go. Back at their lodging, she sat down out of breath and frustrated. Acting is really tiring. Just then a voice came from the conference table. Huang Yuling today was clearly trying to lure out the Empty clan, definitely to profit from this. But at the same time, this incident also revealed some information to us. Xuanyu concluded at this point. Firstly, the relationship between the Empty clan and other tribes of the Heavenly Dragon Star is not harmonious. Secondly, Wind Dragon City's resources are indeed very abundant. Lastly, the high-ranking Dragon clan may also be divided into several different factions. Bai Shusho listened, puzzled. So do you think he'll believe what I said today? He gave a preliminary judgment. Most of it, yes. Our only problem now is Liang Pu, she asked calmly. So how do you plan to arrange things? Xuanyu seemed to have a plan already, and he commanded with ease. Little Treasure has already left a divine sense imprint in his mind, so he can be remotely controlled, Little Treasure cleverly replied. Leave it to me. Bai Shusho was speechless after hearing this. You truly are a schemer, Mengchen beside her continued without changing her expression. I just want to know how you feel about using your girlfriend for a honey trap. She then added fuel to the fire. Speaking of which, that Huang Yuling is quite handsome too. But you're more of a schemer than he is. Xuanyu, hearing her compare him to Huang Yuling, stormed over to argue. Where is he handsome? Look closely at your boyfriend. Am I not as handsome as him? Bai Shusho chuckled and quickly changed the subject. You're so thick-skinned. Let's talk business. What are you planning to do next? He then stated his plan for tomorrow. When you have dinner with him tomorrow, try to inquire. See if Wind Dragon City has any suitable places for cultivation. He should offer you some cultivation spots and also try to recruit you into the royal family. Tomorrow you can agree to join the royal family. Let him first arrange your identity documents. He'll probably also ask if you want to become a Dragon Knight. Remember to note that down when he does. Bai Shusho was somewhat surprised by his detailed calculations and asked, You've even calculated how he'll react. Xuanyu gently explained, Tomorrow's dinner is very important. Once this is done, your identity issue will be resolved. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the door and the two immediately looked back. It must be Yuge returning. Indeed, Yuge had returned to report the news she had gathered. As soon as she entered the door, Xuanyu asked about the situation and she immediately replied, There are many large treasure vaults, but none of them can be entered. No matter how you try to approach, an alarm will be triggered. It's very troublesome. Seeing that it was late, he soothed everyone's emotions. No need to rush, just note down the locations of the vaults for now, alright. Everyone go rest. Tomorrow is also very important for us. A full moon, like a giant silver plate, cast its soft silver light upon all things. The next day, about an hour later, Bai Shusho's dinner with Huang Yuling concluded. As soon as Xuanyu saw her, he shouted, Shusho. She now looked at him with suspicious eyes. You schemers are truly terrifying. What he said was almost exactly what you calculated last night. I'm starting to be afraid of you now. He ran over, panting with joy. Shusho, my little tricks are useless in front of you. Mengchen, seeing the couple showering each other with affection, flared up. Are you two done? Hurry up and discuss what we should do next with everyone. After a while, Xuanyu finally began to ask about the situation. When will Huang Yuling arrange your identity documents? Bai Shusho immediately recounted what had just happened. He said he'd send them tomorrow. Today he also told me that Wind Dragon City has many places suitable for your cultivation, and also said their royal family has many cultivation methods suitable for you. He listened, somewhat puzzled. How did he describe the power of Dragon Knights? She recalled Huang Yulang's words. He said Dragon Knights are currently the most powerful combat force, and also said that you and I both have a chance to become Dragon Knights, and that the royal family would customize a dragon spear for you. Xuanyu was curious about this special weapon. Did he say anything about the power of the dragon spear? She turned and replied, I didn't ask too much. In front of him I've been trying to appear as if I don't need anything. He didn't scold her, but replied happily, I have a general understanding now. There must be some secret within the Dragon Knights. You can try to learn more about this. Bai Shusho understood the situation and nodded in agreement. Okay, Xuanyu began to plan for the next few days. He will definitely contact you again tomorrow. Just tell him that we'll leave the day after tomorrow or the day after that. He will definitely invite you to settle in Wind Dragon City again. You can agree this time. She softly replied, Okay. At this point, the sky had grown dark. Everyone returned to their lodging to rest. By evening, Liang Pu had already brought the identity documents to Lan Xuanyu. The metal for auction had also been purchased. Lan Xuanyu and his group already had 2 million Dragon Horse coins in their hands. So Lan Xuanyu gave all this money to Liang Pu and asked him to buy demon silver. Bai Shusho also acquired a necklace today. This was a storage necklace. The internal storage space was even larger than Lan Xuanyu's Ring of Destiny. It was late now, but the lights in the hotel room were still on. Xuanyu had been busy recording from just now until now, seemingly not yet finished. Bai Shusho asked Mengchen worriedly, What is he writing? He's been writing all day. She only shook her head helplessly. Who knows, probably plotting something again. Suddenly, his confident voice rang out. Everyone, rest here. Don't go anywhere. I have to go out. When I'm not around, everyone lacks the protection of the treasure-hunting beast and can easily be exposed. Remember to be careful. I'll be back soon. Mengchen listened, puzzled, and asked, What are you going to do? Don't we need to go with you? Xuanyu replied happily, despite everyone's confusion, No need, I'll go alone. It'll be faster that way. He turned and ordered Little Treasure. Treasure-hunting beast, cover me, Little Treasure cleverly replied. Yes, master. With that, Xuanyu and Little Treasure jumped out the window, and a blue light suddenly shone, surprising him. The Emerald Demon battleship now exerted its power, its speed so fast that Xuanyu couldn't help but be impressed. So fast, worthy of the Emerald Demon battleship. It wasn't long before they reached the predetermined location, and he pondered. This was the capital of Heavenly Dragon Star and also the most prosperous and lively place in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, Heavenly Dragon City. The city was rich in life force. Suddenly an aura emanated, making him feel soft and extremely comfortable, but accompanying it was also someone's voice. Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu. This made him turn back in surprise to search. Is someone calling me? Who is it? Recalling the voice just now, he couldn't help but ponder, but this intimate call also contained an extremely strong sense of danger. Cannot go. If I go, I will surely die. That was the feeling. Feeling that something was strange, Xuanyu turned to ask, Little Treasure, do you feel anything? Little Treasure didn't understand what he was saying at this moment. Feel what, master? Hearing this reply, Xuanyu was even more confused. Treasure hunting beast didn't feel anything. The dragon core in the center of the bloodline vortex emitted a brighter light than usual. The bloodline power in my body kept fluctuating. Perhaps that's why I feel so strongly. That means it's related to the dragon bloodline. Could the secret hidden in the sky be the huge secret the Heavenly Dragon clan is hiding? And this secret might even be related to the previous dragon transformation. At this moment, the Emerald Demon battleship was still streaking through the sky like a rocket. After reaching its destination, it slowly descended. He also quickly calmed himself. Calm. There was another more important thing to do now. Xuanyu turned to the Emerald Demon battleship and instructed, Wait for me here for a while, Little Treasure then interjected. Master, let's begin then. With that, Xuanyu summoned the still sleepy Lazy. Seeing him, the little guy immediately cheered, It's master. He now took out a gift box. I brought you something delicious, eat it quickly. The little guy pounced on it eagerly. It looked so tasty, but after taking a bite its body felt unwell, and it immediately cried out. Xuanyu was filled with joy in his heart. Success. He quickly turned and commanded, Little Treasure, quickly take Lazy away. Little Treasure cleverly replied, Yes, the Emerald Demon battleship now carried everyone back. This attracted the attention of Yu Hei and his companions. It's the aura of the Mother of Autumn. Yes, it must be it. Besides it, no other creature can create such a large spatial fluctuation. The Mother of Autumn is on Heavenly Dragon Star, and it's in Heavenly Dragon City, right here. The Heavenly Dragon clan, it must be the Heavenly Dragon clan. It was late at this moment, but the lights in the hotel room were still on. Suddenly, someone's hand hastily opened the window. It turned out Xuanyu had returned, but what greeted him were everyone's gazes. Everyone stared at him angrily, making him confused. Why are you all still awake so late? Bai Shusho now complained loudly. How dare you ask such a question? You went out without even telling us. Of course we were worried about you. He quickly soothed her. I'm sorry, I actually just went out for a stroll. Then he quietly turned to everyone. I'm sorry for making you all worried. This time I went to Heavenly Dragon City actually. It was only now that Lan Xuanyu told everyone his plan. The situation was basically like this. Mengchen listened, her face showing obvious disdain. Sneaky, you're really sneaky. Yuge, on the other hand, stood by, somewhat puzzled. Then do we need to leave here immediately? Xuanyu replied. No rush, leaving now would make it easier to be discovered. Heavenly Dragon City must be in chaos now and might even be locked down. I guess the Heavenly Dragon will also return soon. Tomorrow we'll stay here for another day and resolve all the previous matters. Shusho, we'll leave after you say goodbye to Huang Yuling. We've gained enough this time. Let's talk about the rest next time. I guess Heavenly Dragon Star will be in great turmoil this time. Qianlei listened, puzzled. Boss, are you planning to come back next time? Xuanyu replied happily. Of course, but from now until we return, let's first digest the resources we've acquired this time. When Bai Shusho talked to Huang Yuling about wanting to leave, Lan Xuanyu could confirm that Heavenly Dragon City would definitely be in chaos. Huang Yuling was not there. He and his father had gone to Heavenly Dragon City overnight last night. Heavenly Dragon City was now like the center of a vortex, beginning to spin violently. Although Huang Yuling was not there, Bai Shusho's identity issue was still resolved properly. It wasn't until night fell again that Lan Xuanyu and the other 7 checked out and rushed into space. It wasn't until they returned to the battleship that they truly breathed a sigh of relief. Mengchen and Qianlei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back, it was a close call. When everything settled down, Xuanyu turned to everyone and announced, This time we destroyed Planet 76, and the military didn't punish us because the military didn't want to completely break ties with the Dragon Horse Galaxy at this time, and also to protect us. I plan to give the military a piece of void element crystal and some useless but research-worthy metals and minerals in exchange for military merit badges. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone unanimously agreed to his plan, shouting happily, We have no objections. He didn't stop there but added, Also, we must return to the mother planet to send Lazy back, to avoid being discovered by the Empty Clan. Bai Shusho listened, somewhat puzzled. Is the mother planet's environment suitable for it? He confidently explained. The mother planet's environment should be fine, and I plan to entrust it to the most trustworthy person. Uncle La, after this trip we will hand over the void element crystal and other things to the Tang Sect and the Academy. I guess this will exchange for a lot of cultivation resources. We must use these resources to improve our strength before returning to the fleet. Qianlei listened, his eyes shining like searchlights, and happily announced. The speed of acquiring cultivation resources is even faster than completing Duluo mission. Xuanyu also added, "This is also why we need a formal identity on Heavenly Dragon Star." A few days later, the battleship was still sailing in space. He now reconnected the signal. "Xing, this is 33 Skywing, please respond." As soon as the signal connected, Xing rushed forward to scold, "What's wrong with you, kid? Why did you cut off contact? Don't you know this is very dangerous in the military?" Xuanyu was full of grievances at this moment. "Captain, we had no choice. If we didn't cut off contact, we might have been discovered by the enemy. But we brought back good news. Can you take us back to the battleship?" He stopped scolding and allowed them to return. "Come back first and then talk." After some review, Xuanyu and his team returned to the 7th Fleet. Xing solemnly walked to his team. As soon as Xuanyu saw him, he gave a crisp military salute. He was finally back bringing news. He extended his hand and gestured, "Come with me." Xuanyu immediately responded loudly. Seeing Xuanyu return without a word, he felt a bit strange. Xingyi's anger had not subsided, and he said, "Now you've become a good boy?" Xuanyu quickly lowered his head. "Captain, I was wrong. I caused you trouble." He turned and waited for Xuanyu's reply. "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" He stammered at this moment, only able to repeat what he had just said. "I was really wrong, especially for causing you trouble." Xing was furious after hearing this. "I originally wanted to scold you, but then he thought better of it and let it go." The two went to the conference room to discuss. His serious and obedient appearance annoyed him. "All right, stop pretending." Then Xing solemnly got to the point. "To be honest, if the empty clan battleship hadn't suddenly rushed out, I wouldn't have believed that you actually destroyed their most important resource planet. Planet 76 has now shrunk by a third, becoming a huge meteor." Xuanyu's face still held an innocent expression, listening attentively. This made Xing even more furious. "So you destroyed a resource planet. You're really something." Xuanyu could only smile and brush it off at this moment. He was still considering some things. "Most people have a very negative opinion of your actions this time. Now tell me, can their void element crystals still regenerate?" Xuanyu replied without hesitation. "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult." He opened his mouth wide and said in surprise, "You destroyed a treasure in the universe. One of our negotiation terms for winning the war and withdrawing troops was the void element crystals. You actually destroyed Planet 76. This puts immense pressure on the Federation's high-level negotiators," Xuanyu calmly retorted at this moment. "How are the negotiations going now?" Xing hesitated. "Now we can only deny that we did it." After some careful thought, he tentatively asked, "Captain, has the empty clan fleet retreated? Are they not planning to attack us anymore?" Xing then frowned. "How do you know?" Xuanyu calmly said, "I have an important piece of intelligence to report to you." Hearing this, he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's go." Xuanyu recounted the entire process on Dragon Horse Star to Xing, who listened in disbelief. "What? You said you've been to Heavenly Dragon Star? Are you crazy?" Xuanyu quickly reassured him. "Captain, please listen to me first. On Planet 76, we discovered a liquid with incredibly powerful spatial fluctuations. We carefully extracted a little. We tried soaking demon silver in it, attempting to create Void Element Star, but it proved unsuccessful. Destroying Planet 76 was indeed too reckless of me. At the time, I thought all my teammates had died. That's why I detonated that timed bomb. Therefore, I decided to make amends by going to Heavenly Dragon Star. I poured the remaining liquid from Planet 76 into Heavenly Dragon City, and it immediately emitted huge spatial fluctuations." Xuanyu kept scratching his head as he narrated. "After that, we fled back. Heavenly Dragon City is a bit chaotic now, and here." After hearing this, Xing seemed to have his soul leave his body. "You mean you blamed Heavenly Dragon Star for Planet 76 being blown up?" Xing sat in the cold room with a serious expression. He unreservedly expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, "You actually framed Heavenly Dragon Star? You little rascal." Xuanyu bashfully admitted, "Theoretically, yes," he quickly complained. "Why didn't you bring that liquid back immediately?" He explained helplessly. "There wasn't time, Captain. The empty clan was hot on our heels. If I ran this way, they would definitely catch up." Xuanyu quickly reviewed the operation. "If I took a detour back, that liquid would also completely lose its effect. It was better to let me use it. So you see, the empty clan fleet isn't here anymore, right? They must have gone to Heavenly Dragon City to demand an explanation." He shook his head in annoyance. "All right, I'll report this immediately." "Any other important news?" he reported frankly. "None." Xuanyu suddenly remembered something and suggested, "Also, I brought some things back from Heavenly Dragon Star. Would you like to see them?" Xing gently advised, "That's not urgent. Let's talk after I've reported. Wait here for a moment." Xuanyu solemnly accepted the order. 2 hours quietly passed, and in a flash, Xuanyu fell asleep. Suddenly, a harsh sound woke him. Had the captain returned? Xing walked in excitedly. "Xuanyu, you rascal, you really did it." He happily reported the important news. "The intelligence you provided is very important to the Federation. We may not need to rush into negotiations. Your actions this time have bought us more opportunities and time. The fleet has issued an order to continue seizing resources later. The commander has reported to higher authorities, and your actions will be considered making amends." Xuanyu thought to himself, a shiver running down his spine. The Federation is full of old foxes. Next, how to maximize profits is their business. Xing still hadn't forgotten the previous items and suggested, "Now let me see what good things you brought back." He extended his hand, motioning, "Bring them out." He hesitated, unsure where to begin. Xuanyu dejectedly gestured. "That's all there is." Xing reluctantly complied. "All right, I'll step back a bit. Do you think it's wide enough?" The air in the room gradually solidified. He prepared to activate the items in his hand. Shall I take them out now? Xuanyu's ring glowed and books surged out with the energy flow. Witnessing this, Xing couldn't help but ponder. So Heavenly Dragon's Star also uses books to record various information. In the Duluo Federation, paper books are very rare. He looked at the pile of books and complained, "Don't tell me you brought back quite a lot. Anything else?" He frankly stated the truth. "No, this is all of them." All these books were bought from the Heavenly Dragon's Star bookstore, and should help everyone understand the Dragon Horse Galaxy more deeply. Xing turned page after page, continuously marveling. So much textual information is very significant for a deep understanding of Heavenly Dragon Star, and even the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. He unconsciously cast his gaze at the person in front of him. Any entity that leaks information about the Dragon Horse Galaxy will be listed as a mortal enemy by the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This little fellow actually managed to get so many. He's truly impressive. These books are even more important than resources. Xing was grateful but still had a belly full of questions. This is undoubtedly a great merit. But what makes me even more curious is how you managed to enter Heavenly Dragon Star and obtain these things. Xuanyu, being sensible, immediately explained, "It's like this. I have a soul spirit that can rival a god-level expert in the realm of illusions. I obtained it accidentally. The Titan Giant Ape can also vouch for me. Now let me demonstrate its abilities." Xuanyu transformed his body into another form capable of changing at will. Xing was incredibly astonished. Amazing. Not only can it mimic appearance, but even energy fluctuations are perfectly replicated. That Blue Ocean race member just now with a Soul Master rank equivalent to a human's 2 rings. 3 rings, and he can even transform into an empty clan expert, even exuding a god-level aura. A sinister smile unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth. "Captain, it's not over yet." Xuanyu disappeared into space-time, leaving Xing utterly bewildered. "Where did he go?" His voice rang out steadily, explaining the operation with focus. "With this nearly invisible ability, we were able to enter Planet 76, evade all sorts of enemy reconnaissance, and even bypass Heavenly Dragon Star's radar. Moreover, I have now obtained the identity of a Blue Ocean race merchant on Heavenly Dragon Star, allowing me to trade with them and acquire more resources." A talisman appeared, and Xuanyu's body gradually reappeared. This time we also obtained something unique to the Dragon Horse Galaxy, which they call Bronze Dragon Horse coins. Xing walked forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Amazing, it's a waste of talent for you not to be a spy." He imagined the profits he could gain excitedly. "What does being able to infiltrate Heavenly Dragon Star mean for the Duluo Federation? It means we have the ability to go deep behind enemy lines. In the future we can do whatever we want on Heavenly Dragon Star, and we won't need to resort to war to acquire resources." Xuanyu politely refused, and proactively expressed his desired outcome. "Captain, I don't want to be a spy. I want to be a merchant, a big merchant on Heavenly Dragon Star. The Dragon Horse Galaxy is rich in resources, and there are many extremely precious resources. We can even acquire everything the Federation needs through trade." Xing suddenly understood, a slight sense of loss in his heart. He took out a void element crystal and immediately asked seriously, "Look what this is." Its energy radiated out, instantly filling the empty room. Xing looked at the object before him, stunned. Could this be a complete void element crystal? Xuanyu quickly confirmed. "Yes, and it's an extremely pure void element crystal." He carefully held the item in his hand, joy overflowing. "Xuanyu, here, void element crystals are calculated in milligrams. Even 1 milligram costs a huge amount. Yours must be 500 milligrams, right?" He grumbled in his heart. "Did I give it too early? Now I regret it terribly. I should have given it in batches. I have 10 pieces and I just gave one away casually. Sure enough, I gave them too much." Xing made a decision in the blink of an eye. "All right, with this void element crystal, anything you did before can be counted as making amends." Xuanyu angrily retorted repeatedly, "What making amends? I haven't even stated my conditions yet." "All right." In the empty room there was silence. Xuanyu awkwardly made a request. "Captain, there's something I need your help with." Xing listened with pleasure. "What is it?" he stated frankly. "This trip to Planet 76 I used some special items from Shrek Academy. They're all used up now and I want to return to the mother planet to replenish them." He confusedly wanted to confirm. "You want to go to the mother planet?" Xing was silent for a moment, then irritably said, "Wait, you little brat, are you planning to go back, get the stuff, and then blow up Heavenly Dragon Star again?" "No, that won't do, it'll cause huge trouble." Xuanyu obediently endured. "Captain, am I that kind of person?" He immediately asserted, "Yes, you are that kind of person. You throw antimatter missiles at the drop of a hat. You're a ticking time bomb," he painfully countered. "I wouldn't dare." Xuanyu used all his sincerity to guarantee, "Captain, don't worry. I'll consider it after I bring the good things from Heavenly Dragon Star back. In fact, Heavenly Dragon Star's living environment is even better than the mother planet's, and its life essence is richer. If we can take over Heavenly Dragon Star in the future, wouldn't that be even better?" Xing sighed unconsciously after hearing this, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. He could only tactfully dismiss him. "That's all for the future. I've noted your requests. Go back and rest for now and I'll notify you." Xuanyu stood up straight, saluted and said, "Thank you, Captain, I'll be leaving now." He left there and walked down the corridor to the next place. Xuanyu happily greeted, "You're back?" Bai Shusho couldn't help but rejoice. "Xuanyu, you're back. Qianlei immediately asked, "Boss, quickly tell us if the captain gave you a hard time." He happily confirmed, "Of course not, everything went smoothly, and the captain even said he'd credit us with merit." Xuanyu enthusiastically proposed, "I've brought back the everlasting life fruit and Seagod lake water. We can use them for cultivation." Everyone quickly responded, "It's been a long time since we cultivated. This is so luxurious, awesome, absolutely awesome." Lan Xuanyu brought out all the good things he had brought back this time for everyone to cultivate with. Although the consumption was huge, the effect was undoubtedly the best. Everyone focused on cultivating. 2 days later, Xing called Lan Xuanyu to the conference room and approved their leave to return to the mother planet. Lan Xuanyu immediately set off piloting the 33 Skywing battleship. Taking everyone back to their warm homeland, Xuanyu enthusiastically absorbed everything around him. As expected of the mother planet full of life energy, Qianlei cheerfully echoed, "So comfortable." He excitedly laid down the rules. "All right, let's return to Shrek Academy discreetly." Everyone happily agreed. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu and the 7 others returned to the academy, intending to enter discreetly through the main gate. But after passing through the gate, they couldn't be discreet even if they wanted to, because the thunder god Duluo Wang Tianyu was already waiting for them behind the academy gate. Beside him were Dean Luohong and Tang Zhenhua. Xuanyu bowed respectfully. Pavilion Master Wang Dean, teacher, we're back. Luohong complained, "What's going on? Why are you back so soon? Did you desert?" He quickly explained the situation. "Dean, how could that be? We returned with the commander's special approval." Wang Tianyu walked forward happily to greet them. "Good job, kid. A gold coin will always shine no matter where. You guys need to come with me to the inner court." He activated the formation, taking the entire team to a distant place. A magnificent sight immediately appeared before their eyes. Everyone was astonished. Energy emanating from ancient trees permeated the air. Xuanyu's eyes were filled with envy and his heart was constantly racing with excitement. Pavilion Master Wang led us flying together. The direction of flight was precisely towards the true center of Shrek Academy, also the sacred land longed for by all soul masters. Shrek Academy Inner Court, Eternal Sky City. This is my first time in Eternal Sky City. What could be better than this? They flew with the wind, their faces etched with awe. Passing through layers of mist, a colossal sky-obscuring tree appeared before them. On the giant tree, every thick branch emitted a faint golden light. Every leaf seemed to be carved from precious jade. The life energy was so rich it felt almost substantial. Wang Tianyu quickly urged, "Come in." Qianlei painfully clutched his chest. "Boss, I'm dizzy and nauseous," Xuanyu explained through his discomfort. "Absorbing too much life energy can cause a bloating sensation. You'll probably feel better once you adapt." Everyone walked together on the unfamiliar path. Wang Tianyu stopped, solemnly announcing, "We're here. This is Eternal Sky City." Xuanyu took in everything before him, his mind left with only this complete scene. This is the interior of Eternal Sky City. There's not a trace of metallic aura here, instead it's filled with rich life energy. It's truly amazing, like returning to ancient times, to a world where soul masters reigned supreme. The unique sight captivated his mind. The vitality here. It's more than several times richer than the outer court. It's as if every life spirit is calling to us, freely traversing within our bodies. Only today do I clearly sense it. We are already inner court disciples. Sunlight streamed through the lush leaves. Wang Tianyu activated his ability and the gate before them was unlocked. Everyone was astonished by the marvelous sight that appeared before their eyes. The gate opened, and light shone dazzlingly from within. Wang Tianyu happily gestured to the students behind him. "Follow me." They quickly obeyed the command, each following the instructions. Their steps moved forward in unison. The dazzling light made Xuanyu feel overwhelmed, so bright. Then his gaze lingered on the beautiful scenery in the distance. Ahead was a floating island with tree saplings continuously growing and spreading. As far as the eye could see, a mansion was hidden beneath a giant tree. Wang Tianyu generously provided helpful information. "I'm sure you've guessed it. This is the inner city of Eternal Sky City." Every word he spoke astonished everyone. "These giant golden trees you see are golden trees. This wooden house is our Shrek Academy's Seagod Pavilion." Xuanyu's heart pounded violently, filled with unparalleled admiration. "Seagod Pavilion, is this actually the Seagod Pavilion? This is the sacred place that soul masters have always yearned for. Every member of the Seagod Pavilion is an absolute core, an extremely powerful presence within Shrek Academy." Those powerful sages appeared in his mind. Whether it's the Tang Sect, War God Hall, or Spirit Pagoda, they can only rank behind the Seagod Pavilion. Wang Tianyu pushed open the door, naturally leading everyone into the reception room. "Come in." He turned and gave an important instruction. "Wait a moment, I'll go notify the members of the Seagod Pavilion to come over." Xuanyu happily guessed. "Pavilion Master Wang, are we here to attend a Seagod Pavilion meeting?" Wang Tianyu generously expressed his opinion. "Haha, you're not qualified yet. I hope that in the near future you'll be able to secure a seat here." And we happily agreed. "Just being able to observe from the side is already amazing." He unreservedly expressed his excitement. "I feel incredibly thrilled right now." Qianlei was overjoyed. "Me too. This is a Seagod Pavilion meeting." Mengchen in a flash spoke an important piece of news. "I heard that the Seagod Pavilion meeting has on many occasions decided the future direction of the entire Federation. Every decision has an extremely profound impact." Everyone exclaimed in admiration. "That's truly incredible." Suddenly, a figure squeezed in from behind. You little brat, you're back really fast. I heard you were tortured badly this time, even alarming the Federation. Xuanyu abruptly turned his head. Elder Tree smiled kindly, his eyes filled with warmth. Elder Tree affectionately advised. We'll talk in detail later, especially about Heavenly Dragon Star. The Academy is very interested in that matter. That incident also holds extremely significant meaning for our life school. He bowed to listen. Strange, Meng Fei entered the solemn room with light steps. We're here. Yanxing politely knocked on the door, not forgetting to respect his elders. Oh, Elder Tree, long time no see, he greeted with a slightly surprised, soft voice. You're back too. Elder Tree smiled helplessly and slowly explained the reason. Wasn't I not coming back with such important intelligence? I had to come back to listen, and I'll hear it from these youngsters later. Xuanyu couldn't hide his curiosity, countless questions he had never heard before swirling in his mind. Who exactly are these people? The high-level executives all unexpectedly came out. Big brother, you're here. He pondered this strangeness in his heart. Big brother looks very ordinary, his appearance is ordinary, and he doesn't exude any aura, yet these three can call him Big Brother. What level of strength and identity does this person possess? Could this be the leader of this generation of Shrek 7 monsters that Elder Tree mentioned before? Only this can explain why Hallmaster Meng Fei, Pavilion Master Wang and Hallmaster Tang Miao would address him this way. And even more excitingly, if this is truly the case, then it's simply incredible. Suddenly, a low, deep voice echoed, announcing the arrival of an important guest. The Pavilion Master is here. Xuanyu and the others were all shaken. The Pavilion Master walked over calmly, and a cool, clear aura permeated the room. The sages in the room all respectfully saluted the Pavilion Master, who solemnly responded, Xuanyu observed covertly, a guess forming in his mind. The Seagod Pavilion Master, the current leader of the Federation, is actually a woman? Yanxing pursued disappointedly. Is this all the people today? Tang Yu quickly announced the start of the meeting. Let's begin. Tianyu spoke frankly, offering a suggestion. Xuanyu, you participated in the war between the Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy this time. Today's Seagod Pavilion meeting is for you all. Next, the members of the Seagod Pavilion will ask you questions. Xuanyu immediately responded, yes. With curiosity, he posed the first question. We already know your trial process. Now we need you to tell us things the Academy doesn't yet know. After returning, are you still planning to go back to Heavenly Dragon Star and maintain your identities there? He confirmed the information without hesitation. That's right, Heavenly Dragon Star is rich in resources. Lying in ambush there can yield more resources, a portion handed over to the Federation, and another brought back to the Academy and Tang Sect. Yanxing's expression was serious, his tone cold. Can you guarantee your safety? Xuanyu frankly expressed his thoughts and useful information. It seems fine for now, but if I encounter a god-level expert or someone who has been in close contact with me, I think I might be recognized. Therefore I hope to get support from the Academy to allow everyone's strength to reach a higher level. He nodded with satisfaction. That's a good idea, and it's also beneficial for future development. Meng Fei immediately agreed. If safety can be guaranteed, I think it's fine. Yanxing pondered for a moment before commenting, this child is both brave and cunning, not bad. Elder Tree provided information, and also gravely warned, Xuanyu, you said you sensed that Heavenly Dragon Star's life core is even more powerful than the Eternal Tree. This information is very important. You said there's a certain power calling you above Heavenly Dragon City, and it's also very dangerous. I advise you not to go near there. As for life energy, you can try to bring some back. Mu Zhen shifted the topic to personnel matters. Among the Dragon Horse Galaxy representatives who came to negotiate this time, 4 god-level experts want to fight. We must overcome these 4 major obstacles. Xuanyu couldn't help but be astonished. 4? There are 4 god-level experts? Too strong. He continued to offer logical arguments. This also more clearly proves that the cultivation environments of Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star are better. He explained the problem with confusion. Exploring the secrets of Heavenly Dragon Star and understanding it is also one of our important missions. Please rest assured, Pavilion Master and all seniors, we will never act recklessly on Heavenly Dragon Star. Zi Qian selflessly spoke some harsh words. Blow it up then. Are we supposed to wait for them to grow stronger? Even places like Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star, if they truly cannot be captured, it's better to destroy them. Mu Zhen was awkwardly at a loss for words, but she retorted. Whoever feels sick should take medicine, he submissively conceded. The children are still here. Watch your language. Mu Chen annoyedly questioned. What, are you afraid I'll corrupt the little ones? Zi Qian pointed in Xuanyu's direction and reminded. Doesn't she not take him as anyone's son? Can I corrupt him? She clarified everything, frankly accepting all suggestions. Lan Xuanyu, your actions this time have been highly praised by the Seagod Pavilion. The requests you just made will all be fulfilled by the Academy. The resources you brought back and the merits you earned will be converted into cultivation resources for you according to your characteristics. In the future, when you return to the 7th Fleet, you can decide your specific action plans yourself. Everyone in the room remained silent with no signs of objection. Xuanyu and his teammates bowed, expressing their sincere gratitude. Thank you, Pavilion Master and all seniors, for your trust. He hesitated to offer a suggestion. Actually, I have a few more things I'd like to hand over. Tianyu quickly agreed. Bring them out quickly, he urged impatiently. Hurry up, everyone still has business. He quickly began to act. Oh right, Xuanyu's ring flashed and sparkling void element crystals surged out with the energy flow. The high-level officials present were all astonished, their faces pale with shock. Tianyu couldn't hide his surprise. These are 10 void element crystals. You call this a few things? Xuanyu offered a perfunctory smile. Tang Yu held the items in her hand. Oh my goodness, this is the first time I've seen such large void element crystals. I was wondering why this kid was so foolish to give such a huge piece of void element crystal to the Federation, he secretly lamented. Stop scolding, the kid already regrets it, he was overjoyed. Our Tang Sect spatial research will definitely reach new heights. Mengfei nodded in agreement. Excellent, Tianyu boasted triumphantly. Indeed, the younger generation excels the older, he praised unreservedly. Excellent, excellent, Xuanyu humbly demurred. You flatter me, it's all thanks to the teacher's excellent instruction. Tang Yu retorted cunningly. I wouldn't dare teach you. Ziqian observed from afar, thinking as expected of his son. She decisively rose to leave, not forgetting to issue a directive. Are you done asking? If so, the meeting is adjourned. Tianyu, you are responsible for safekeeping. Tianyu nodded in compliance. Yes, Ziqian provided important information. Your father's secluded cultivation place is upstairs. He knows you're back. You can go find him. The respectful Xuanyu was overjoyed by this news. Uncle Luo, he bowed. He felt deeply grateful. Yes, Pavilion Master. Yanxing put his hand on Xuanyu's shoulder, his tone warm. Xuanyu, he softly said something ambiguous. Later it will be your turn to inherit. His heart suddenly lit up and he secretly guessed, inherit? Is it the Shrek 7 monsters? Yanxing with sincere encouragement departed. Come on youngsters, Yugei secretly admired. Truly incredible, like a dream. Qianlei's eyes gleamed with excitement. They're all big figures. Bai Shusho hadn't recovered yet. Too thrilling. Tianyu hastily left a message. Wait for me, I'm going to see Uncle Luo. Everyone readily agreed. Okay, he was filled with anticipation and joy. Uncle Luo, I'm coming for you. I've missed you so much on the second floor of the Seagod Pavilion. Xuanyu cautiously approached the room. The person inside immediately responded, come in. He slowly pushed open the door and Wulin's figure came into view. Xuanyu's gaze lingered, his heart filled with unspoken tension. He smiled kindly and softly called out, Xuanyu, you're here. He carefully stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. Uncle Luo, I'm back. Xuanyu's tears streamed down, his heart aching. Teacher Nana, Wulin's face gradually grew somber and his pain slowly showed. Xuanyu, come here. He pulled Xuanyu into his arms, transmitting warmth and comforting his heart. Don't worry, everything is moving in a good direction. For her, this incident wasn't entirely bad. He hugged him tightly, burying his face deeper. He gently encouraged. I heard all the conversations downstairs just now. You did well this time. We humans have an old saying, wealth comes from taking risks, and taking risks is also a kind of fighting spirit, so go ahead and do it boldly. Even if you fail, so what? Just follow your heart's calling. Wulin's words brought warmth to Xuanyu's heart. Both Teacher Nana and I will always stand behind you and support you. The Dragon Horse Galaxy powerhouses who came to negotiate this time are indeed very strong. Currently, your cultivation still needs to be improved. Others can simply rely on the help of rare treasures to break through, but you are different. Do you see that pit outside? Xuanyu seriously confirmed the information. I see it. There's highly condensed life energy there. Wulin instructed him to carefully examine every piece of data he possessed. That is the source of life for Duluo star. It can be said that the life energy of the entire planet is condensed here. Moreover, under the effect of the eternal tree, it accumulates life energy by absorbing cosmic energy. 10,000 years ago, when we defeated the abyssal plane, the mother planet devoured life energy, thereby reactivating its vitality and evolution. Each step of planetary evolution becomes more difficult. Planets like Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star, blessed by heaven, can produce powerhouses beyond the god level. If planets like Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star could evolve one step further, then they could become a divine realm. Wulin frankly pointed out the necessity. Our Duluo star would need tens of times more life energy to reach that level. This is the difference in life energy levels in the universe. Although the mother planet's source of life outside cannot currently allow our planet to evolve, its life level has already risen by one level. The resources you brought back this time qualify you to cultivate once in the lake of life. I have already discussed it with the Pavilion Master. Your reward is to cultivate here until you complete your breakthrough. Xuanyu readily accepted all the requirements. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Wulin naturally practiced cultivation. For now, stay with me and adjust. When you're in good shape, I'll naturally take you there. He listened attentively. Okay, Xuanyu felt a trace of divine consciousness pondering in his heart. Uncle Luo's energy fluctuation only has a gentle aura, and the clear silver dragon also emits a soft aura. My mood and spirit feel incredibly peaceful and comfortable. Is this what it feels like for family to be together? Lan Xuanyu's circulating blood and soul power also operated naturally within his body. He gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness, spiritual power, bloodline power, soul power all converged, becoming one, and his entire body gradually changed, an unprecedented sense of comfort spreading throughout. Xuanyu's power erupted, emanating a majestic aura. Xuanyu clearly felt the vortex within his body. As the auras of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King began to flow and collide, the immense power contained within his bloodline gradually awakened. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu was pulled out of the comfort and replaced by intense, tearing pain. Due to the unbearable agony, his spirit began to waver. It hurts too much. Just then, a cool sensation entered the top of his head, thanks to the timely help. The intense pain that had just appeared was relieved. Lan Xuanyu did not know that he was currently undergoing the baptism of the purest source of life energy, the core of the entire Duluo star. Although the Dragon God bloodline was powerful in his current state, Duluo star's planetary source energy was enough to control the Dragon God bloodline. What Tang Wulin needed to do was to elevate Lan Xuanyu's source life by increasing the planet's source life energy. Before Xuanyu's body and cultivation reached the God level, his source life would first reach the God level, and at the same time this method would help him overcome the difficulties of the 6 rings. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely extravagant act, but for Lan Xuanyu it was worth it. After Tang Wulin reached the God level, he had always controlled the last layer of seal within his body. Along this line, Wulin's thoughts drifted back to his memories. Back then, the reason his father, Tang San, brought him from the God realm to the Duluo continent was because the Golden Dragon King awakened and wanted to create chaos and destruction as the God realm faced a crisis of the time torrent. He was ultimately killed by the God King Tang San, but at the moment before his demise he successfully passed on his consciousness forever. The Golden Dragon King stripped off his essence and integrated it into the newly born Tang Wulin. The immense power overloaded his tender body, and he intended for little Wulin to be unable to withstand it. In a critical moment, Tang San set up 18 layers of seals to contain the Golden Dragon King's power. But if he continued to stay in the God realm and absorb immortal spiritual energy, the seals would not be able to protect his body. That's why he was sent to the Duluo continent. Looking at the child wrapped in layers of shackles, Tang San had another idea, which was to at least preserve the bloodline. Thinking of this, he and Xiao Wu had no choice but to set up a seal. After that incident, Tang Wulin spent his entire life fighting against the power injected into his body by the Golden Dragon King. He continuously absorbed its power. Disregarding the Golden Dragon King's insane thoughts until he and Jiuyuena were frozen in ice, he had only broken 16 seals. The last 2 seals were extremely dangerous. In order to save Jiuyuena, he ultimately chose to break the 17th seal. Lan Xuanyu, however, was different. He possessed both the Golden Dragon King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline within him. Logically, these 2 bloodlines would have been enough to make him explode in his infancy. Fortunately, he met Nana, who used the spirit transfer method to stabilize the 2 bloodlines. Moreover, during his growth he continuously absorbed, transformed and integrated the 2 bloodlines, converting them into his own power. The colorful energy in his bloodline vortex was formed by this fusion, giving him the opportunity to become the Dragon God. If Lan Xuanyu can truly become a god in the future, he has the ability to establish a divine realm. This starfield needs a divine realm. If Lan Xuanyu becomes the God King, he will establish a divine realm based on Duluo Star. Duluo Star will become the central star of the divine realm's administrative area under his rule. And there will be no need to worry about the crisis of life declining again. After saying this, his gaze softened. Xuanyu, my son. Wulin looked at his son, longing for a happy future in his heart, truly wanting him to stay by his side forever. When Nana wakes up, find a quiet place, live a good life and spend every day peacefully. Thinking of this, his heart warmed. Perhaps the past hardships were exchanged for today's happiness. In Eternal Sky City, Tianyu was educating the 33 Skywings team. Now you are official inner court students, and each of you can have your own independent room here. His next words excited the whole team. These eternal tree houses are connected to the eternal tree and possess the purest life energy, making them very suitable for cultivation. Currently, there are only 88 eternal tree houses, so not all 33 Skywing students can be accommodated. However, to reassure everyone, Wang Tianyu solemnly promised that the academy would keep its word. Once they return, you can take turns cultivating in the tree houses. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and cheered. That's great, the academy is so good to us. Seeing these youngsters excited about the opportunity to improve, his heart was also filled with joy. The academy had given them as much as it could this time. These 10 void element crystals were also enough to allow them to make making progress in space attribute research. These rewards were well deserved. Bai Shusho suddenly remembered his situation and tentatively asked, "Pavilion Master, can we wait for Xuanyu to come out before we leave together?" Wang Tianyu kindly reminded them, "If you want to wait for him, you can, but it might take some time." Tang Yuge spoke everyone's mind. "It's alright, we'll wait for him." He could only agree. Alright then, on the second floor of Seagod Pavilion, as time passed minute by minute, Lan Xuanyu's body gradually became transparent. Golden and silver energy continuously fluctuated and collided within him. Along with this change, his body also endured intense pain. "It hurts. The power is getting stronger. It hurts, but I must persevere." Strong willpower infused Xuanyu with motivation. "I must protect teacher Nana, and in the future I want to be with them. I can definitely do it." Tong Yu had been observing the eternal tree by the lake for a long time. Mugen also saw what was happening from the side. "Pavilion Master, isn't this a bit much? This is consuming the eternal tree's primordial energy," she gently explained. Obviously it's fine, he's her son, and the Academy, Tang Sect, and even the entire Federation owe him. Without him, Duluo's star might not have survived until now. 10,000 years ago, the eternal tree belongs to their family, and he also has a sense of proportion. Xuanyu's potential made him worry deeply. This little rascal Xuanyu's growth rate is faster than imagined. If this continues, he will likely bear a heavy burden alone. Should we not let him take too many risks, however? Tang Yu knew very well that with Wulin there would be no danger. Suddenly a powerful dragon roar interrupted their conversation. Before they could react, the sound transformed into a ray of light and shot out. A giant silver dragon appeared before them. It seemed to sense something and immediately plunged into the lake, sending water splashing. This scene left Mu Zhen speechless. Pavilion Master, that's Wulin, he, observing his son's every move from the wooden house, then gently nodded in greeting to Tang Yu. Then Wulin's attention focused on the commotion in the Lake of Life. The water was surging, and his entire dragon body glowed brilliantly. The treasure-hunting beast rushed out from his forehead. The little guy floated on the dragon's head, continuously absorbing the lake water. Visibly, little treasure became increasingly dazzling. Consequently, the lake water also depleted at an accelerating rate. Seeing this, Mu Zhen could only remind Pavilion Master, alas. However, she remained calmly observing. As long as the eternal tree can bear it, let it be. The dragon's body grew larger and smoother as it absorbed the energy. Mu Zhen was almost stunned. Pavilion Master, if it keeps absorbing like this, the lake water will be drained. Wulin worried about affecting the mother planet's ecosystem. He could only remind, hey little guy, that's enough. Little treasure shook its head innocently, then slyly winked, transmitting power to the ancient tree. The eternal tree emitted brilliant golden light, radiating strange energy fluctuations. This unimaginable event surprised everyone. What's with this fluctuation? How is this possible? The eternal tree's life level has actually increased, you know. This is something even the eternal tree itself couldn't do. The lake of life was getting drier, and Mu Zhen looked at the water level, heartbroken. Pavilion Master, the water level of the lake of life was dropped by over a foot. Wulin's figure flashed and disappeared, asking, what do you think about this? Tang Yu calmly guided the conversation in a positive direction. To some extent, this transformation also helps elevate the eternal tree's life level. Wulin cleverly interjected. In the long run, raising the eternal tree's life level is crucial. I didn't expect Xuanyu, that little rascal, to possess such powerful abilities. Hearing this, she couldn't help but get angry. HMPH, if it weren't for your sake, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Wulin apologized awkwardly. Just this once, never again. She became more agitated as she spoke. You shouldn't go to the ice and fire Yin Yang well anymore either. A large amount of life energy in the lake of life comes from there. Let him go and wreak havoc on Duluo's star. Mu Zhen hastily tried to appease her anger. Pavilion Master, please be careful with your words. Is that something you should say? Wulin, however, silently endured it. Women are indeed terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Xuanyu had already transformed into human form, his consciousness gradually recovering. He slowly opened his eyes, his breathing gradually returning. But water also rushed into his nasal cavity. He hastily floated to the surface. After what just happened, his body had changed, and even he himself felt it. Wow, it's different. His body felt completely light, as if reborn. His gaze flickered, focusing on observing everything around him. It seemed to have become even more novel. I can even see the life spirits floating in the air and feel their movements. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Xuanyu, Uncle Luo's voice echoed in my mind again. Xuanyu heard it clearly, and Wulin revealed a loving smile. Come. Hearing the call, he immediately shot out of the lake. Xuanyu, in his excitement, forgot he was still naked. Uncle Luo, I think I've broken through. Now I feel so light all over. Wulin looked at his naked body, thinking, no wonder he feels light. Put on some clothes first. You can be happy later. After the awkward moment, he spoke. Xuanyu, Wulin kindly explained the situation. This breakthrough for you is an evolution in your life level. In some ways, it has already reached the god level. That's why you can withstand the breakthrough to 6 rings. The mutual struggle of the 2 bloodlines also helped you break through smoothly. This information astonished Xuanyu. So I've reached 6 rings. The greater the power, the harder it is to control, he explained. But with such a sudden increase, you need to practice constantly to control it. For this period, stay with me and I will guide you in cultivating and controlling this power. Do you have something with spatial attributes within you? Logically, at the 6-ring stage, the silver pattern blue-silver grass should awaken dark attributes, but this time, it awakened spatial attributes. Remembering Wulin's reminder, he suddenly realized, oh my goodness, how could I forget about this? To clarify everything, he summoned, Little Treasure, come out. Seeing the little guy, Wulin also suddenly realized, so it's you, is this your master? Little Treasure felt guilty. This little guy truly surprises us. To confirm, Xuanyu pressed, Little Treasure, did you ask Lazy to help me awaken my spatial attribute? The little guy happily admitted. I asked it to do that. I thought you would definitely continue to go undercover in the future. Spatial attributes would definitely be a great help to you. This unfamiliar character made Wulin curious. Who is Lazy? The little guy didn't say much but acted. I'll call it out now, Lazy. come out quickly." Looking at the sleeping little guy, Xuanyu was a bit helpless but also full of pride. "Honestly, why is it still sleeping? Uncle Luo doesn't know how powerful it is. I didn't even tell the academy about such an important matter." He held Lazy, excitedly recalling memories. "We were on Void Star then." Xuanyu recounted Lazy's origin to Tang Wulin. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Back then he himself was considered quite daring. He vividly narrated, reawakening Wulin's inexpressible emotions, but his own son not only took the empty tribe's void element, but also destroyed their base. He solemnly analyzed the unfolding situation. "It might be the void element, one of the foundations for constructing the God realm. We must protect it carefully. I will tell the Seagod Pavilion Master about this. This might be the Academy's greatest secret." Wulin took little treasure and Lazy. "I'll temporarily take these two little guys. Your classmates are waiting for you in Eternal Sky City. You go back and rest for a day, then come find me. I will guide you in familiarizing yourself with your new abilities." Okay, after the Seagod Pavilion incident, Xuanyu felt entirely new. He didn't expect to level up so quickly this time, and it was very smooth. "I need to quickly go see my classmates and see how their cultivation is progressing." After a while, Xuanyu arrived at a room and knocked. It was Bai Shusho's residence. She heard the knock and gently opened the door. "Who is it?" Their eyes met with intense warmth. "Shusho, I'm back." Their figures harmoniously merged. Bai Shusho's face was flushed and she complained lovingly. "Honestly, why are you only coming back now?" Xuanyu held her in his arms coaxing. "Shusho, I made you wait." His embrace warmed Bai Shusho's heart. "Xuanyu." After enjoying the embrace, she shyly gave Xuanyu a loving little punch. "You rascal." Bai Shusho hastily changed the subject. "Everyone is waiting for you to help choose the rare treasures. Let's go quickly." Noticing her avoidance, Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong?" "Shusho, why do I feel like you're a little afraid of me?" Her thoughts were exposed and she couldn't help but feel guilty. So Bai Shusho decided to open up. "I don't know what's going on. The bloodline fluctuations in your body have a strong effect on me, and I feel like I can't control myself." Based on her description, Xuanyu understood everything. He explained, "I just broke through and I can't quite control my power. I'll try my best to suppress it." Suddenly a loud noise broke the peaceful atmosphere. "Boss, the 33 Sky Wings team welcomes you. You're finally back." Xuanyu smiled faintly. "Hello everyone." Lu Feng sensed a different aura from him. "Boss, have you broken through?" Xuanyu frankly admitted, "Yes, I have." The increase in power made him want to stretch his muscles. "Want to try?" Qianlei didn't hesitate to accept the challenge. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." He exuded a powerful aura. "Recently I feel very strong." Xuanyu's pupils contracted and he exuded a mighty aura. "Just what I wanted." Two powerful forces collided and Qianlei couldn't help but grit his teeth. He sensed the extent of Xuanyu's power. "Boss, the phantom of the divine dragon is faintly appearing." You're too strong." To avoid harming his teammates, Xuanyu withdrew his hand. "Qianlei, are you okay?" But at this moment he was already dizzy. "Oh dear, I'm dizzy." After the sparring, he had to admit, "I can't resist at all, not even a little. Boss, your power is too terrifying." Xuanyu also agreed, "Yes, it has indeed improved a lot. It feels like I have inexhaustible power." Qianlei, based on his feelings, leaned against him. "One more thing, your bloodline aura seems to scare us but also greatly attracts us, making our bloodlines constantly fluctuate. When you just released your power, a huge furnace seemed to appear, attracting us." And we also rubbed against his body. "Me too. What's going on?" Lu Feng also agreed. "Me too." Bai Shusho thought she was the only one who felt this way, and the reality made her a little flustered. "Oh, you guys feel this way too." Observing their actions, Xuanyu surmised that this matter might be related to the fact that all three of them possessed dragon bloodline. "I have already broken through to 6 rings. The dragon god bloodline has also grown stronger. The two bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King have fused more closely, and the dragon god aura emitted will also affect them." Lan Mengchen, seeing her reaction, teased, "Look at you getting angry. Are you jealous?" Bai Shusho immediately retorted, "What? I'm not jealous." Xuanyu suggested, "How about we try cultivating together another day? For now I'll help everyone choose rare treasures." But first he wanted to know Wang Tianyu's intentions. What did Pavilion Master Wang say? He walked out from somewhere and instructed, "Follow me." Xuanyu agreed, "Okay." Wang Tianyu looked at him, his thoughts racing. Lan Xuanyu was definitely not god level, but compared to before he had clearly undergone a qualitative change. Bai Shusho softly asked where they were going. "Pavilion Master Wang, where are we going now?" He pointed the way. "That is the treasure land of Eternal Sky City." Leading the team, Wang Tianyu opened the space called the Immortal Spirit Land. At this moment in the Immortal Spirit Land, through layers of leaves, faint light pierced through. Little treasure in front of everyone, boastfully exaggerated. "Master, I've already told them, most of them will follow us." Xuanyu had just arrived and heard little treasure causing trouble again. His face darkened as he wiped his sweat. "My lords, have you really thought this through?" But Xuanyu quickly showed the same admiring expression as Qian lay beside him. "Wow, so powerful." However, Wang Tianyu felt like a bull being led by the nose. Wang Tianyu angrily scolded Xuanyu, "Are you trying to scare the chickens away like that? You've already scared them away." He was so angry he almost died on the spot. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Pavilion Master Wang, please let me explain." In the vast forest, their voices could still be heard clearly. "I won't listen." "Ouch, it's not what you think." After some antics, the two finally got down to business. On the way, Xuanyu kept looking at Wang Tianyu's back. curiously wondering why Pavilion Master Wang was so furious. It probably started from the moment they first stepped into the immortal spirit land. The closer he got to him, the clearer he could feel it, sensing that all his pores were opening up and a wonderful energy was flowing into his pores, nourishing his body. Deep inside, the scene that unfolded before Xuanyu's eyes was as beautiful as a painting. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is perfect for cultivation." Lan Qing, after this period of diligent cultivation, finally achieved the desired results and leveled up again recently. Honglian next to him also made considerable progress. Me too, Yuzhu, sitting nearby, also achieved results no less than theirs at this moment. Honglian noticed the presence of Wang Tianyu and his group of strangers. Has the academy finally bothered to send people? Wang Tianyu explained to him in detail. These seniors are all rare treasures from the Tang Sect's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. After cultivating into human form, they moved here. Xuanyu grunted in understanding while Lan Qing and Honglian next to him began to bicker. Choose me, don't get excited." Just then an elder suddenly walked over and lightly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Elder Jin gently reminded everyone, "Little Wang, you brought these children here not for them to cultivate, right? Then let's disperse." Wang Tianyu, seeing that Elder Jin had some misunderstanding about the current situation, awkwardly explained it to him clearly. "Elder Jin, it's not like that. As you wished, this time they are here to take some seniors away." Elder Jin merely grunted "oh" after hearing this. But that was enough for Wang Tianyu to understand his meaning. He then turned to Xuanyu and his group and announced, "Listen up. Every senior here has a cultivation base of at least 100,000 years, indeed comparable to 100,000-year soul beasts. If you want them to choose you, you must perform well." Everyone was visibly envious upon hearing how powerful they were. Elder Jin added, "The immortal spirit land is very suitable for our cultivation, but breaking through to the god level is extremely difficult. However, without vast life energy, our life energy will gradually deplete. Therefore we long even more to become soul spirits, to bestow our lives upon you through an equal contract forming a companion relationship. But there's one point that needs to be clarified beforehand. If you cultivate to God level in the future, we will also ascend to God level and can choose to separate from you. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be a place capable of accommodating our immense life force. So, until you reach God level, the plants you choose will accompany you. But after you break through to God level, that may not be the case. This is also our agreement with the Academy. We hope you can understand." Xuanyu listened to every word, now contemplating the pros and cons. If a soul master has excellent talent, they could reach God level in a few decades, which for plants is also a necessary path to breakthrough. This win-win approach is indeed very interesting. The others were still hesitating, unsure how to choose. It was a real headache. "How about we first demonstrate our skills to all the seniors?" Bai Shusho's words suddenly gave Xuanyu another idea. "Right, I can ask Little Treasure to help out." As soon as he mentioned Little Treasure, it immediately ran over, eagerly awaiting Xuanyu's command. "Master, Little Treasure is here, just give the order." He immediately stated his request, asking Little Treasure to help everyone choose the most suitable plant seniors. Little Treasure, receiving the order, was full of drive. "Leave it to me." With that, Little Treasure immediately emitted energy that enveloped its body, and its aura slowly diffused, checking everyone's skills one by one. After some investigation, Little Treasure announced to everyone in a commanding tone, "Come over here, I have something to tell you." The seniors on Elder Jin's side were already accustomed to Little Treasure's attitude and responded in unison, "Yes." Only Tianyu still looked confused, feeling that something was amiss. "What does it call itself, this lord?" Xuanyu, standing beside him, answered with sweat on his forehead, "Yes." Suddenly he tested Xuanyu loudly. "What ideas do you have, kid?" Xuanyu quickly waved his hands in denial. "Absolutely none. I really don't know about this." He still didn't quite believe it. "You'd better not know." Only now did Xuanyu realize, wait. The treasure hunting beast is the dragon god's immortal herb steward. Can it also manage heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Thinking this, Xuanyu secretly prayed, "Little Treasure, be kind. Know when to stop, otherwise let alone the Academy. Pavilion Master Wang won't let me off the hook either." Tianyu couldn't be bothered with what Xuanyu was thinking. He didn't forget to remind Xuanyu, "The immortal spirit land is a core sacred place of the Academy. Do you understand what I mean?" Xuanyu quickly reassured him. "Pavilion Master, don't worry, I won't mess around. Little Treasure seems to be communicating with them, probably trying to choose the most suitable ones for us." However, Tianyu still felt unhappy. God level is not an option. They are here to guard the Academy. Just then, Little Treasure suddenly ran out to report to everyone, "Master, we've discussed it." It led several God-level seniors to them, then announced astonishing news: "They are all willing to follow us." Little Treasure looked at Xuanyu with its watery eyes, seemingly seeking his praise. "All right, let's go." However, the response it received was its master's complaint. "Go where? How can all these seniors follow us? Have you thought about the Academy? Shut up." Sure enough, as soon as Little Treasure finished reporting, Tianyu on the other side was fuming with rage. "You little brat," Lan Xuanyu. Xuanyu, trembling, quickly tried to extinguish the fire. "Pavilion Master, please don't be angry." But Elder Jin was calmer than anyone. My lord, don't worry about the Academy's issues, we'll handle them ourselves." On a bright sunny morning, another peaceful day began in the Immortal Spirit Palace. Little Treasure excitedly told Pavilion Master Wang, "Master, we want to evolve into God-level powerhouses, which requires immense life energy." Absorbing the source of life energy is crucial, and now we have a suitable place, enough for us to complete our evolution. Xuanyu asked in surprise, "Are you talking about Heavenly Dragon Star?" Little Treasure immediately nodded and explained, "Precisely that place. The life energy there is even more abundant than what the mother planet can provide, enough to support God-level powerhouses. Currently your strength isn't sufficient to seek out Heavenly Dragon Star's life core," Little Treasure then happily continued, "but we can through this method seize some of its life energy and transport that life energy back to Duluo's star." Xuanyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. Xuanyu immediately asked, "Are you suggesting that the seniors use their bodies as containers to transport life energy back?" Little Treasure quickly replied, "Precisely, that's what I mean." Xuanyu still had some concerns. "This method sounds both reliable and unreliable. Can it really be used?" Little Treasure then asked in confusion. "Master, do you still not believe it?" After that, Xuanyu whispered, "What if these plant-type soul beasts don't want to come back?" Little Treasure confidently explained, "They won't, Master. You are about to establish a divine realm. Where else could be more appealing than a divine realm?" The others also began to urge. "My lord, please take us. Here we may never break through to God level. If we can't reach God level, we face the risk of dying of old age. We are willing to transport life energy for the eternal tree and to serve you." This made Xuanyu even more hesitant. Just then, Tianyu suddenly spoke. "I think it's worth a try. If successful, it will benefit both the eternal tree and our academy." Xuanyu still asked hesitantly, "Then do we need to discuss it with the pavilion master?" He immediately said seriously, "Of course there's no time to lose. Go quickly." Xuanyu also nodded in understanding. "Yes," he turned and instructed the students, "You all cultivate here for now. Teacher and Xuanyu will be back soon." They obediently responded yes. So the two went to Seagod Pavilion together. After settling several people's accommodations, Pavilion Master Wang returned with Lan Xuanyu. Upon seeing Wulin again, Xuanyu immediately spoke. "Uncle Luo, we're back," he asked in surprise. "Didn't we agree on tomorrow? Did you get into trouble again?" Tianyu immediately said, "It's like this." Pavilion Master Wang briefly recounted what had just happened to Tang Wulin. After listening, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Yes, this is an excellent opportunity, very beneficial for the evolution of the eternal tree. I support you on this." Receiving his approval, Xuanyu shouted excitedly, "That's great." Tianyu then took the initiative to leave first. "I'm going to report to the pavilion master. Goodbye." He nodded. "All right." After Tianyu left, the door remained wide open and dazzling sunlight poured in. Wulin and Xuanyu were now on the training ground. "How long will you be staying at the academy?" Xuanyu answered truthfully, "Not too long, to maintain Shusho's identity. The sooner we go back, the better." After that, Xuanyu revealed, "My plan is to depart in 5 days. He suddenly lowered his voice, muttering, "No rush." Immediately after, Wulin activated his power, using this time to help Xuanyu adapt to the changes in his body. "Come on." Dazzling golden light flickered, illuminating the entire room, leaving Xuanyu amazed. The smoke beneath his feet began to dissipate. Wulin was now standing in the center of the training ground, where there was also a large chair. He softly shared, "Your grandfather left behind a clone and yesterday used a spiritual projection to impart his skills to me. Now I will use my spiritual consciousness to simulate that place and cultivate with you. This is my spiritual space. You can attack me without restraint." Xuanyu's eyes trembled slightly with emotion. "Grandfather?" But he quickly took a deep breath, collecting himself. Immediately after, Xuanyu opened his eyes wide, unleashing spiritual energy. One of his hands transformed into a sharp gleaming golden dragon claw. Powerful pressure continuously emanated from around Xuanyu. He clenched his fist, then charged forward. "I'm coming." Wulin still stood there calmly awaiting his attack. The distance between the two grew shorter, their auras distinctly different. Xuanyu's dragon scales glowed fiercely with power. At that very moment his fist seemed about to connect with Wulin's body. He immediately stretched out his hand, casting a very simple spell. But precisely because of this, Xuanyu's skill suddenly disappeared. He looked at his hand blankly. "It's gone. Where's my skill? Question marks. Does the little kid have a lot of question marks? Where's my special move? It's fizzled out. What happened? Is there nothing left?" Wulin continued to provoke him. "What's wrong, Xuanyu? Keep attacking." Xuanyu didn't let himself be distracted for too long. He continued to use water elements. This time he controlled magic to attack him from a distance. "Come on!" The energy sphere in Xuanyu's hand began to strengthen as it condensed. He quickly moved to cooperate. However, Wulin simply extended one hand and calmly dissolved it. Although surprised, Xuanyu tried another move. Again, countless meteorites rained down from the sky, falling incessantly. They combined, creating a huge light explosion. At this moment, Xuanyu was suddenly startled. "Is Uncle Luo all right?" Contrary to his worries, Wulin had completely swallowed the magic through a cosmic black hole. After that, he explained, "The biggest difference between your and Nana's element manipulation is that the elements aren't pure enough. The purer the elements, the easier they are to manipulate and fuse." Xuanyu's eyes immediately lit up. "Amazing! A soul skill that fused 3 attributes. Meteor shower, attacked without a scratch. That's my ultimate move." The skill was like being sucked into a black hole, devouring all elements and transporting them out. Xuanyu also mimicked the movements, pure manipulation and fusion. Then his energy core began to grow, surging. Wulin then gently continued to guide. Do you see that lightning in your element sphere? It hasn't fused to form a special elemental attribute of power. It has the attributes of water, fire, earth and wind, which means it can break any water, fire, earth or wind attribute. Therefore it's called tribulation lightning magic. A light now flickered in Xuanyu's hand. It looked simple, but its power was immense. At the same time, Wulin also added a reminder. Even your mother couldn't control this power back then. With her physique she couldn't complete this filtering, and it would cause damage to her body, but you are different. Xuanyu continued. You possess both my physical strength and her elemental manipulation abilities, so I believe you can try it. Xuanyu was somewhat surprised, subconsciously stunned, but then he adjusted his power. To my knowledge, the dragon god was once known as the divine judgment in the god realm. Lightning elements should be among the abilities it possessed. Wait, Uncle Luo said, fusion, to integrate such a terrifying elemental storm into one's body, to experience the power of tribulation lightning. Xuanyu suddenly forced a wry smile. This was practically dancing on the edge of life and death. Uncle Luo, are you really my biological father? Nevertheless, he responded decisively. Then I'll give it a try. Having made his decision, he once again entered the magic charging state. If Uncle Luo trusts me, then I'll give it a try. Countless elements surged around him, forcing him to clench his teeth and endure. Wulin, satisfied, said, Good, channel the elemental storm into your body. Following the instruction, he immediately unleashed his power. The ensuing conflict and pain made it even more difficult for him. That lightning had already been generated through friction within the elemental storm. Xuanyu tightly shut his eyes. Who could endure this? A slight lapse in concentration and he would be riddled with holes like a beehive. The energy fluctuations within his body extremely unstable, incredibly uncomfortable. Just then, Wulin's voice pulled his thoughts back again. Control, suppress. Xuanyu also desperately reassured himself. Control, suppress. I must persevere, Wulin continued to instruct. Prepare well in a moment. First use Dragon God transformation to enhance your own bloodline power, and use your bloodline power to draw this lightning out of your body. His right hand, he immediately used Dragon God transformation as Wulin instructed to increase his endurance, and precisely because of this, the magic elements around Xuanyu began to chaotic, and he himself panicked. No good, it's going to explode, I'm going to explode. In this critical moment he only managed to shout, it's over, I'm dead today. As soon as his words fell, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck his body from high in the sky. Wulin's attitude remained very calm. To guide such violent power, you must maintain stability. Xuanyu continued to listen intently, especially when your body has not yet adapted to this power. You haven't grasped its characteristics, you must never relax at any time. Also, when you find it's about to erupt, why don't you use your mental solidification domain when there's clearly time? Only then did he suddenly realize, no, Uncle Luo used a time domain. It seems he can reverse time. Time is too powerful. But Wulin said, your spirit has been in a state of adventure while cultivating, but it still hasn't stabilized. Lan Xuanyu's guess was correct. Tang Wulin was using the time reversal domain, which belonged solely to Tang Wulin's spiritual domain. After a long time, the room was already filled with smoke and dust. Wulin continued to instruct, yes, slowly condense the lightning in your palm. Xuanyu listened intently while diligently following suit. The result he achieved was that his energy core gradually became pure. At that very moment he immediately gave a loud command. Xuanyu reacted very quickly, swiftly releasing magic. Throughout these processes Wulin kept a close watch. That thing quickly transformed into a barrier, continuously emitting flashing light. Xuanyu shouted joyfully in his heart, it's done, but immediately after, his power vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. He collapsed exhausted to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Wulin then took the initiative to explain, that's right, even your mother couldn't use this ability. Nor can I. This is a power that belongs only to you. Control it well and it will be one of your strongest moves in the future. After that, he said happily, you can give it a name. Xuanyu quickly thought of a name, God-slaying annihilation lightning. He replied with satisfaction, good, that's what it will be called. Again, your total elemental storm must increase by another 18 portions. Hearing this, Xuanyu's face turned pale with fright. I'm going to be drained again, but he quickly rallied. All right, if it's again, it's again. In front of his father, he didn't want to appear weak, nor did he want his father to look down on him. Lan Xuanyu ultimately didn't ask why he had to train in God-slaying annihilation lightning so painstakingly. Then he summoned his energy core again. Through multiple uses of God-slaying annihilation lightning, he had already grown accustomed to his increasing strength. More importantly, he felt his entire body changing, a sense of rebirth. Each release, Lan Xuanyu could feel his body changing for the next. Xuanyu combined this with his thoughts. The changes grew more solid, and the fusion of his bloodline power and soul power improved. Even the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King were stimulated, becoming more active. Seeing this, Wulin was satisfied and requested, you can stop, he panted, confused. Aren't we continuing to practice? I can still endure. But he smiled gently at Xuanyu. After that, Wulin explained, you have already mastered the basic use of God-slaying annihilation lightning. In the future, if you use it, you must control its total amount within the range you can fully control. He also simultaneously treated Xuanyu. You did better than I imagined. I thought you wouldn't be able to persevere, but you never complained once. Excellent, you must have felt the changes within yourself, right? God-slaying annihilation lightning possesses terrifying destructive power. but similarly it also possesses powerful creative power. He solemnly reminded, normally when you cultivate, you also temper your physique, soul power and bloodline. Therefore God-slaying annihilation lightning is not only an offensive force, but also a method of cultivation. Wulin suddenly revealed some of his thoughts. Your situation is very special, so I've been thinking about which cultivation method suits you best, allowing you to grow steadily and rapidly. I finally came up with this method, originally intending to help you cultivate God-slaying annihilation lightning during training. Xuanyu was touched by these words. But I didn't expect you to have already done it through the elemental storm, Wulin continued. In the future, if you can control it better, you can also integrate it into any of your weapons. After speaking, he quickly took out something. This is a god-level combat method. He gently frowned. It possesses both the power of creation and destruction. He paused. In the future, it will evolve twice more. If you can complete them, then the reappearance of the dragon god will not be a dream. Xuanyu asked in surprise. 2 evolutions, Wulin answered while gently pushing him. You need to recultivate God-slaying annihilation lightning, and when you master dark elements, he continued to emphasize, in the future when you reach the peak, breaking through to 9 rings on the basis of the 7 elements life and annihilation, then you will be just 1 step away from breaking through to the dragon god level. By then God-slaying annihilation lightning will also face its strongest challenge. Once you break through, you are very likely to truly possess the power of a god king. Wulin's tone became even more serious. By then no one can help you anymore, you can only rely on your own strength. In addition, he gently stroked Xuanyu's head. This cultivation I pushed you to your limits to make you understand that any risk-taking happens in extreme conditions, and a slight carelessness can lead to complete failure. Wulin also revealed a hint of warmth. Therefore the more adventurous the situation, the calmer you must remain. Adventurous does not mean aggressive. Xuanyu's words were choked with emotion. Uncle Luo understood his meaning and immediately embraced him tightly. No need to rush. When Mom wakes up, our family will be reunited soon. I'll call you back then, it won't be too late. Xuanyu obediently nestled in his arms. Although the address Dad was never spoken, Lan Xuanyu had called it countless times in his heart. After the training, it was time for them to go back. After a brief moment of warmth, Lan Xuanyu bid farewell to Tang Wulin. His teammates immediately gathered around him, and together they boarded the fighter to return to Heavenly Dragon Star. It was a bit crowded. The journey through the universe was quite smooth. After a long space trip, Zhu Hong saw the 7th Fleet's warships again. The 33 Skywing battleship exited stealth mode. Accompanying Xuanyu was Elder Tree, who still needed to prepare before boarding the main battleship. On the return trip there were countless other creatures. The Academy did not let the military know about this operation. After all, so many 100,000-year-soul beast plants held an irresistible attraction for any powerhouse and could not be discovered. The ring also began to function. Elder Tree clearly explained the situation to the plant elders. Temporarily enter the world of life, then, Xuanyu confidently shouted. All in position, we are ready to board the main battleship. In the Dragon 3 Command Center, Xuanyu had already returned. Upon seeing the people, he saluted solemnly. Captain, we are back in formation. Dragon 3 smiled happily. You young heroes, they say I'm part of the younger generation, but compared to you, those 2 words fall far short. Xuanyu replied, Captain, don't be modest. You are a candidate for future Minister of Military Affairs. He still smiled faintly, joking. Who knows how many years from now that will be. Then Dragon 3 reported another piece of news. The Federation has specially commended your meritorious service this time. All members of your team have been promoted to Tier 6 Duluo Masters. Xuanyu was surprised by this news, and he himself was specially approved as Tier 8. Dragon 3 excitedly explained. A Tier 8 Duluo Master has the authority to mobilize a Dragon King-class frigate fleet and other lower-level Federation fleets. As long as they don't betray the country, it's equivalent to a Death Exemption gold medal. In addition, Dragon 3 also had a proposal. If you want to create your own battle armor, all Master Craftsmen will cooperate with you and customize a dedicated mecha for you. Dragon 3 added. Junior General Lan Xuanyu, I now represent the Federation to ask you, do you have any requests for the Federation? As a Tier 8 Duluo Master, your influence in the Federation is already among the top 100. He immediately saluted. Within reasonable limits, I can represent the Federation to agree and implement it immediately. Xuanyu also replied seriously. Captain, I have some requests. First, I hope all members of the 33 Skywing can be transferred to the Dragon 3 battleship, uniformly execute orders and obey my command. Xuanyu continued. Second, I hope to have an independent area opened for me, and no one may enter without my permission. Third, I hope Dragon 3 can cooperate with the Tang Sect to prioritize the creation of god-level mechas for all members of the 33 Skywing. Finally, he solemnly announced, I understand the Federation's requirements. As long as the fleet allows, we can go to Heavenly Dragon Star at any time. Dragon 3 immediately agreed. The first 2 matters are no problem. For the last matter, I need to ask for instructions. Hearing him say this, Xuanyu happily said, Don't worry, we will definitely hand over a lot more resources. Dragon 3 also nodded in understanding. Okay, from now on I will be your exclusive contact person, he added. If you encounter danger, please notify me immediately and I will support you. Xuanyu quickly replied, Understood, thank you, Captain. so the two quickly said goodbye. Everything has been handed over, you go rest, he immediately responded loudly. After leaving there, he opened his communicator and initiated the call. Shusho, this is Xuanyu, I have something to discuss with you. Bai Shusho's communicator was on the table at this moment calling out, Shusho, then a hand gently reached for it. Is it convenient to meet now? She gently replied, pulling her bath towel tighter. Yes, then come over. After receiving her permission, he immediately went to the room door and knocked. Shusho, Bai Shusho quickly opened the door. I'm here. That beautiful face appeared before him, captivating everyone. How did you get here so fast? A few blushes flashed across Xuanyu's face due to her captivating beauty. Then they entered the room together and the door was locked tightly. Bai Shusho suddenly awkwardly stepped back. You keep a distance of more than 1 meter from me, he asked curiously. Why, it's rare that we have time to chat properly. But she shyly refused. HMPH, I said 1 meter distance. Just as he was hesitating, Bai Shusho suddenly realized he was gone. She panicked and called out, Xuanyu, where are you? The person she was looking for immediately hugged her from behind. This made Bai Shusho even more shy. Don't do that. Calm down, however. Xuanyu suddenly attacked her. I'm very calm, calmly loving you. Then he smiled contentedly, gently stroking her hair, and their distance grew smaller and smaller. The atmosphere suddenly solidified and he changed the subject. Shusho, why is your hair wet? You'll catch a cold like this. Let me dry it for you. Bai Shusho immediately got angry. Thank you, but you don't need to be so meddlesome, he replied confusedly. Why are you angry again? It's no trouble. In the end, she still let him dry her hair. Xuanyu gently stroked her hair. Just now you used a spatial blink to get behind me. Could it be a spatial ability? Bai Shusho asked, puzzled, and then added, Can't you be more serious, using wind and fire elements to dry my hair? He immediately replied honestly. I am very serious. Xuanyu carefully cherished her hair. As long as you're comfortable, this is using things to their full potential. Although she liked it very much, she still said seriously, All right, hurry up and tell me, you surely didn't just come to dry my hair, did you? He went straight to the point. I want to discuss Heavenly Dragon Star with you. Bai Shusho's first reaction was a cold snort. I knew it. Speak, Xuanyu continued. Now Wind Dragon City has recognized your identity and they are very likely to train you to become a Dragon Knight. My only concern is that Huang Yuling might have ulterior motives for you. Then he crossed his arms and cursed. Huang Yuling is the young master of Wind Dragon City, and his father, the city lord, must be a god-level powerhouse. If we are just your servants, especially if Huang Yuling deliberately approaches you, it will be difficult to deal with, so I plan to take it a step further. After hearing these words, Bai Shusho couldn't help but bust out laughing. She curiously asked Xuanyu, What's wrong? Are you jealous? She didn't even deny it. Of course I'm jealous. It's infuriating. Her laughter became even more cheerful. All right, don't be angry. However, Xuanyu suddenly continued, So someone with status needs to follow you. She also asked curiously, What status? He nonchalantly offered an idea. How about you become my mount? How about it? Just kidding. Bai Shusho's anger immediately flared. A mount for what? I advise you to think carefully before you speak. He immediately rushed to admit his mistake. I was wrong, will you marry me? But she still angrily grabbed his collar. Lan Xuanyu, are you asking for a beating? At this moment, a few rays of light streamed into Bai Shusho's room. Xuanyu patiently coaxed, How dare I make you my mount? If anyone's going to be a mount, it should be me for you, she replied, puzzled. You're willing to be my mount? Bai Shusho immediately shook her head. Even if you agree, the dragon god transformation can't be maintained for too long. What if it reverts and exposes us? He quickly waved his hand. Not anymore. Then Xuanyu winked confidently. After this breakthrough, my strength has increased a lot. I should be comparable to a titled Duluo level powerhouse. As long as it's not a prolonged battle, it should last for a long time, he continued. Now it can be maintained for a super long time. Only if the two of us infiltrate together can we ensure that you won't be bothered by Huang Yuling. Even if he has any intentions, he'll target me first, not you. Bai Shusho, however, suddenly smiled mysteriously, and she couldn't help but praise, You look so cute when you're jealous. Xuanyu seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm just a little worried, you know. Got it. She also responded trustingly, Got it, you just make the arrangements. After their conversation, Xuanyu returned to the spacious room of the Dragon 3 Command Center. The first thing he did was salute respectfully. Commander Lan Xuanyu reports for duty. Bai Ling and a few others walked over. Our hero is here. He proactively expressed his gratitude. Although when you first came to the 7th Fleet, I felt you would never go unnoticed. I never expected you to achieve such great merits for the Federation so quickly. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the fleet, I thank you for your contributions to the Federation. Immediately after, he handed over 2 precious Federation Hero medals. These are specially awarded for your outstanding contributions. Bai Ling personally pinned them on him. This medal represents the highest honor for our soldiers. Xuanyu looked at them, his eyes full of emotion. This is an 8th tier Duluo Master medal, representing the identity of a Duluo Master. Bai Ling continued to explain. It has already recorded your identity information anywhere in the Federation. You can use it to exercise all the rights of an 8th tier Duluo Master. Just hearing this, Xuanyu was somewhat surprised that the Tier 8 Duluo Master medal actually contained spatial fluctuations. He quickly touched it to inspect, and with a slight mental probe he could feel the vast space inside. He looked up in surprise. This must be the latest developed storage soul tool that applies space folding technology, and it also possesses multiple properties. It is itself a rare treasure. Bai Ling left some instructions. I hope you can continue to advance and make greater contributions to the Federation, he said to Xing. You must cooperate well with Xuanyu. They immediately responded loudly. Understood. After the matter was settled, he quickly raised his request. All right then, you go prepare first. Following his words, Xuanyu immediately left the command center and walked down the familiar quiet corridor. The atmosphere became lively with the appearance of his teammates. How was your cultivation? Progressing rapidly. He gently clapped his hands a few times, then spoke. Quiet everyone, I want to say a few words to you. Qian Lei, Bai Shusho and Lu Feng happily shouted. Boss is back. Xuanyu, boss. Xuanyu immediately adjusted his tone seriously. Although I never made any promises to you before, I sincerely hope that more of our friends can get into the inner court. When all of us are admitted to the inner court, I feel that the responsibility on my shoulders can be laid down. These words stunned them. I've experienced many things. You all know that the incident when Teacher Nana fell into the planet hit me hard. He slowly shared with them. It was then that I truly understood that only by possessing powerful strength can I protect the people I want to protect. At a critical moment, he emphasized, through some recent missions, I've discovered opportunities to provide you with more cultivation resources, allowing us to solidify and grow. Surprise gradually appeared on everyone's faces. I won't say emotional things like if you don't want to stay in the group you can leave. Finally, Xuanyu decisively announced, all I can say is, if you are willing to follow me, I will lead you to become gods. However, the atmosphere then became a bit awkward. He scratched his head awkwardly. It does sound a bit silly, but I really do think that way. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Long live the class monitor. Immediately after, the others also gathered around Xuanyu. Whatever you say, we'll do. All of us brothers are with you. Yes, we'll all listen to you, he then carefully reminded them. Now the main task is to diligently cultivate and improve your cultivation. When the year of military life ends, everyone will return to Eternal Sky City. Our contributions to the academy are already enough for us to cultivate in the inner court, Tin Liang suddenly asked, puzzled. Class monitor, are you saying that after we return to the academy in a year, you might not come back? He immediately explained. That's right, because it involves military secrets. There are some things I cannot say. We staying here can bring back more cultivation resources. Qian Lei immediately said, we remember everything you've done for us over the years. We don't want to be parasites beside you. We want to truly be your teammates. So the teammates all said in unison, Class monitor, wherever you are, we will be. If you are on the front line, we are on the front line. Only if you return to Shrek Academy will we return. These words made Xuanyu very happy. The smile on his lips quietly bloomed, but he quickly returned to a serious expression. All right then, let's fight side by side. Once we've stabilized on Heavenly Dragon's Star, we'll bring everyone over to work together. The 33 Skywing team will advance and retreat together. In the forest outside Wind Dragon City, where the fresh air was dotted with tiny elves, a spaceship appeared in the sky. Footsteps slowly emerged from the grass. Xuanyu led the group of people behind him and said, Seniors, we have arrived. This is the forest outside Wind Dragon City. Feeling the pure life aura around him, Elder Tree couldn't help but exclaim, the life energy is so abundant. He pointed his finger at something, looking at the strong light it emitted. Elder Tree is very satisfied. Excellent, excellent. And being able to witness all this firsthand, he was obviously very grateful to Xuanyu. Xuanyu, you were right. The life level here is indeed extraordinary. Although it cannot compare to the eternal tree, the life level of the entire planet is too high. Truly a huge treasure. Qing Yi and the others also cheered excitedly. That's fantastic. Seeing everyone's positive reactions, Xuanyu remained modest and brought up another issue that troubled him. My only concern is that our life aura is different from the life aura of the creatures here, and thus might be detected by this planet's life core. Elder Tree understood his thoughts and calmly reassured him. You don't need to worry about that. For a planet, the life core does possess high intelligence, but they won't easily awaken or be disturbed by slight differences in life energy until they sense a threat. He stroked his white beard, looking very satisfied. This place is truly amazing. We can absorb life energy without any reservations. Later, use your Ring of Destiny to leave a life imprint on us, so you can find us when you need help. When you return, just summon us to go back with you. Under Elder Tree's guidance, Xuanyu created the life imprints. Then once again he delved into the Ring of Destiny with his spiritual power, feeling each unique life within. Through these imprints he could establish a spiritual connection with those plant-type Grand Elders to communicate before merging into a tree trunk and disappearing. Elder Tree instructed. Xuanyu, I will assimilate my aura with this planet's aura. You can rest assured and complete your mission. He nodded in agreement. Yes, this was also why these Grand Elders, despite being god-level powerhouses, weren't worried about being discovered. Immediately after, Xuanyu raised his hand and called out to his teammates, everyone let's begin too. They quickly took action and arrived here. He winked at Little Treasure. Little Treasure, transform. It obediently did so. Good. Xuanyu continued to assign tasks to Qian Lei and the others. Last time they bought things in Wind Dragon City, and now we can disguise ourselves as local residents. Let's get to work. Bai Shusho suddenly raised a question. Xuanyu, should I contact Huang Yuling? After some thought he decided to contact him to gauge his intentions. Hearing this she opened her phone and dialed. After a brief call, an excited voice came from the other end. Shusho, you finally contacted me. I thought you had disappeared, you left without a trace. Bai Shusho waited for him to finish before calmly speaking. Didn't you also leave in a hurry last time? Who knows what you went to do? I went back to the Blue Ocean race to get some things. The signal wasn't good, as you know. Huang Yuling uttered an oh. That's right, there are indeed many places underwater where it's inconvenient to contact. He then changed the topic. Esteemed sister, where are you now? She consistently replied in a distant tone, almost at Wind Dragon City. Hearing this, Huang Yuling immediately became even more excited. That's great, I've already arranged everything for you. We can hold a welcome feast for you. After hanging up, Xuanyu stroked his chin. Judging from his tone, he probably doesn't suspect my identity. He'll definitely go to the Blue Ocean race to investigate, but he won't find anything. If he asks me, I'll just say I've always been in the form of a Blue Ocean race member, so of course no one would discover my identity. Bai Shusho shot him a sidelong glance. All right, are you going to tell him now that you're also from the dragon race? Xuanyu couldn't predict the outcome, so he temporarily decided to stick to the original plan and take it one step at a time. Telling him too early would also carry a greater risk of exposure, depending on their attitude towards him. After arranging everything, he began to assign tasks. They value your strength more. If Huang Yuling has any ill intentions, it's not too late for me to reveal my identity. Crazy guy, you contact Liang Pu and tell him to open a shop in Wind Dragon City as soon as possible, and then handle legal identities for everyone. This will make it easier for us to operate here long term. Bati, you and Mengchen find a suitable inconspicuous house for us to live in. Wei Wei, you and I, along with Shusho, will go to the place Huang Yuling arranged. Little Treasure's illusion on you can last for 3 days. After 3 days you must return. Everyone shouted their understanding after receiving the orders. Understood, got it, no problem. So the 7 split up. This time was different from the last. Last time they knew nothing about this place, had no understanding of Heavenly Dragon Star. This time their primary task was to establish a foothold here, obtain stable identities and then proceed. Heavenly Dragon Star's resources were so abundant that they wanted to acquire more, and to acquire these resources the identity of an ordinary person was most suitable. On the other side, Shang Lang respectfully reported, Lord Shu, we are here to welcome you on behalf of the young city lord. On the way to the next location, Bai Shusho complained, this car is too ugly. He still professionally and calmly accepted the feedback. Understood, we will improve it in the future. This is a dragon shuttle specifically for dragon race lords, mainly considering internal space. When the car arrived, Huang Yuling personally came out to greet them. Oh, you've arrived. She walked out with a proud stride and gently hummed in response. He kindly expressed concern. You must have had a tiring journey. Welcome back, esteemed sister. Huang Yuling opened his arms as if to hug her. It's been a long time. Seeing this gesture, Xuanyu, who was behind her, immediately glared angrily. Bai Shusho awkwardly asked, You, what are you doing? He calmly explained. This is a human social custom called a hug. Although this was considered normal, she still felt uncomfortable. Hug what? Don't come near me. I don't like any social customs. We are noble dragon race members. Why are you learning from humans? Hearing this, his face darkened and he said nothing, yet he was a polite person. Huang Yuling simply pushed his glasses up and began to speak. Humans are an extremely special life form. Their bodies are the most balanced among all races, making them very suitable for cultivation. It is said that there was once a god realm. His voice was soft but carried a hidden reminder. All the gods existed in human form. The two looked at each other, neither speaking again, and the atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Huang Yuling broke the awkward silence. Let's go, I'll show you to your residence. At this moment, in a somewhat luxurious massive building, facing such a magnificent building, Huang Yuling confidently introduced it to Bai Shusho, esteemed sister. Look, the central main building has a retractable roof. If we fly back in our dragon forms, we can directly enter the house. To show his thorough consideration, he added a few more sentences. Knowing that esteemed sister is closer to the Blue Ocean race, I have replaced all the servants here with Blue Ocean race members. Lunch should be ready, let's eat first. Hearing this, she only responded with a polite smile. Elder brother is very thoughtful. Huang Yuling's heart immediately blossomed with joy when he saw Bai Shusho's smile. The main door gradually opened, and at the same time he very politely said as the host, please come in. As Xuanyu and his group stepped into the hall, they saw several maids standing in 2 rows respectfully bowing. A black and white painting hanging in the corner caught Bai Shusho's attention. Behind a red curtain, a knight in armor riding a dragon was revealed. She pointed at the painting in a daze and asked softly, who is that? Huang Yuling immediately answered her question without hesitation. Oh, that one. He quickly revealed some information about the person in the painting. That is Lord Roland, our family's guardian and a powerful dragon knight. His dragon mount is a high-ranking dragon race member who wields highly potent venom named Ink Terror. Therefore, Lord Roland is also known as the Ink Terror Dragon Knight. Among the 18 dragon knights he ranks 7th. Let's not dwell on this, Lord. Huang Yuling skillfully changed the topic. Lunch is ready, let's go to the dining room. As they walked and talked, Bai Shusho readily agreed, okay. Then the two walked together to the dining table laden with a lavish spread. At the dining table, Huang Yuling raised a glass of red wine to start. Esteemed sister, first, welcome back. Let's drink some heavenly dragon tree water. He also specifically emphasized the value of the drink in his hand. This is the sap of the Heavenly Dragon Mother Tree, a rare and excellent substance. It's a great tonic for us dragon race members. Bai Shusho remained silent, contemplating something. Then her gaze suddenly became firm, as if she had made up her mind. Bai Shusho tilted her head back and drank the crimson liquid in her hand in one gulp. Xuanyu stood beside her. Seeing her taking such a risk, he couldn't help but worry. Will drinking this cause any danger? The moment she finished drinking, Bai Shusho's body suddenly felt a little off and her breathing became difficult. What did you give me to drink? Huang Yuling simply observed the expression on her face while Xuanyu looked at her with extreme concern. On closer inspection, faint, indistinct silver scales began to appear on Bai Shusho's fair skin. Seeing his scheme succeed, Huang Yuling lightly OE'd. The next second he excitedly revealed the side effects of this tonic. Esteemed sister's bloodline is truly powerful. The first time I drank Heavenly Dragon Tree water, I almost reverted to my original form. The sap of the Heavenly Dragon Tree is a great tonic for us, but for other races it is a poison that can easily cause bloodline to boil and lead to death. Huang Yuling's words startled both Bai Shusho and Xuanyu. She frowned, secretly analyzing everything. Huang Yuling is testing my identity. If I didn't have dragon race bloodline, this glass of Heavenly Dragon Tree water would be poison, but fortunately, I fused with the Demon Empress bloodline and evolved into the Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon, so there's no problem. And this Heavenly Dragon Tree water also serves to prove that the dragon race in the human world and the dragon race here should be of the same origin. He, however, was furious, secretly cursing Huang Yuling. This damned Huang Yuling. What kind of terrible thing did he give Shusho to drink? If anything happens to Shusho, I'll definitely blow your dog head off with my annihilation divine thunder. Facing Bai Shusho and the other's anger, he feigned innocence again. Esteemed sister, what's wrong? She decided not to let the matter go and immediately asked Huang Yuling with a cold face. You clearly knew that drinking this might cause me to transform. Why didn't you tell me in advance? You deliberately wanted to embarrass me, didn't you? He quickly denied it. Esteemed sister, you wronged me. When I first drank this, I was underage. Although I barely managed to transform back into human form, it wasn't stable. For you, at most, your dragon scales would fully appear on your body. You wouldn't revert to your true form. But Bai Shusho wouldn't let him off so easily. Are you bullying me because I'm from the Blue Ocean race and don't know anything? He tried to ease the atmosphere. Esteemed sister, it was my fault for being rash. Next time I will definitely inform you in advance. Their personal matters had been discussed enough. She immediately turned to the main topic. What happened when you suddenly went to Heavenly Dragon City last time? It seemed even battleships went. Huang Yuling truthfully replied. A major incident occurred. The empty tribe seems to have lost something extremely important, and the Void Element Star resource planet was destroyed with damage even more severe than imagined. Saying this, he inquired of Bai Shusho. Esteemed sister, what are your plans for the future? She bluntly retorted. I've already joined your family now. What do you want me to do? Hearing this, he showed a friendly smile. Esteemed sister possesses extraordinary talent, and the family naturally hopes she can become a figure like the Ink Terror Dragon Knight to protect the family, and the family will naturally not be stingy in supporting her. The two continued to discuss the matter back and forth. Then how should I cultivate? I have already informed my father of your return and he wishes for me to take you to meet him tonight. He will personally make the arrangements then. After an unknown duration of their conversation, Bai Shusho and her group were finally led to a lounge. This bedroom seemed deliberately designed to be independent, specifically for condensing life force. The concentration of life energy was extremely high, even comparable to the Seagod lake water they frequently soaked in. Even she couldn't help but exclaim, "The life aura in this bedroom is too rich." She turned and sat on the soft bed, getting to the point. What should we do tonight? Xuanyu cautiously analyzed the situation. We don't know anything about Huang Yuling's father yet, but drinking the dragon blood tree juice today was a good thing. He has already confirmed your identity with it. Tonight when you meet his father, I guess he will test your strength. In this regard, you need to be careful to hide any abilities unrelated to the Abyssal Demon Dragon. I will have Little Treasure use Divine Sense to closely monitor your situation. If your identity is revealed, you detonate this, even if it's a god-level powerhouse. Facing the dragon race's wrath, they can only temporarily retreat. Xuanyu's gaze became sincere, giving off a sense of security. Then I will immediately appear by your side and take you away. His words completely moved Bai Shusho. So don't be afraid, okay? The scene of the young couple showering each other with affection made Yin Wei and Yu Ge, who were standing nearby, envious. Xuanyu, that's too much. Oh. After reminding his beloved, Xuanyu turned around and instructed the two gossiping individuals. If Shusho is discovered, you two immediately leave. Escape the range of the dragon race's angry explosion, then create chaos on both sides of Winddragon City. Everyone will gather at Elder Tree's location. Yin Wei immediately understood and replied, Got it. But he was still a little worried. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Xuanyu confidently revealed a secret. My sixth soul skill, Spatial Element Control, allows me to teleport within a certain distance. In addition, with the Emerald Demon battleship speed, even ordinary god-level powerhouses can't catch up. Then he turned to Bai Shusho and reminded her again, Of course, it's best not to be exposed. If a Dragon Knight is alerted, it will be difficult to escape. I will keep in touch with you at all times through Little Treasure, and you continue to maintain your cold demeanor. Try to speak as little as possible, she obediently replied. Okay. The next morning inside the domed building, Huang Yuling led Bai Shusho and her group to meet his family members. Esteemed sister, this way please. As a liaison between the two sides he spoke cautiously. Let me introduce you first. This is my father, the city lord of Wind Dragon City, Huang Daoqi. Bai Shusho immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Greetings, city lord. I am Bai Shusho, thank you for personally welcoming me. Daoqi's attitude towards her was also very amiable, calmly praising, what a beautiful girl. No wonder Yuling praises you so highly. Every high-ranking dragon race member is the most dazzling star on Heavenly Dragon Star. It's an honor for you to join our royal family. As the patriarch and an elder, it's only natural to welcome you for our first meeting. Next time you come here I won't greet you again, because this will be your home from now on and there's no need for formalities among family members. Come, let's go inside and chat. This city lord of Wind Dragon City could definitely be considered a frontier ambassador of Heavenly Dragon Star. Lan Xuanyu did not dare to casually probe his cultivation with spiritual power, but there was no doubt that this was definitely a god-level powerhouse. He appeared gentle and refined, always smiling, making people feel as comfortable as a spring breeze. On the way everyone walked together to the next location when the elder suddenly spoke, asking with concern, Shusho, have you adapted to Wind Dragon City? Bai Shusho simply replied, it's alright. Daoqi hummed, indicating understanding. Wind Dragon City will be your home from now on. Do you have parents? At the mention of this, a trace of sadness flashed across Bai Shusho's face. My memories of them are very blurry. They seem to have passed away when I was very young. Such a simple sentence was enough to resonate with someone like the elder who had lived most of his life. I'm sorry, this will be your home from now on. Every member of the royal family was her family. After some conversation, everyone finally arrived at a large room for discussion. Daoqi's voice echoed in the room. The Ink Terror Dragon Knight has always hoped for an heir to emerge from our family. Now that Shusho has joined, the chances are even greater. Our Huang family is listed as one of the 10 great families of Heavenly Dragon, but in reality, we've become the laughingstock of the 10 great families. He continued to recount the rumors surrounding himself. Everyone says we are known for our fertility, and all our abilities are used for procreation. Huanger couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Yuling also chimed in to join the conversation. Father, aren't they also envious of us for mocking us like this? But Daoqi suddenly rebuked him directly with a tone of reproach. Among the 10 great families only we don't have a dragon knight. If you're truly proud and work hard, only when our family has a dragon knight can we shut those people up. Furthermore, you can't even inherit my most powerful procreative ability. I don't even have a grandson, you must work harder. Yuling's face immediately flushed red upon hearing this. Bai Shusho still maintained her expression. After the old man spoke his mind, he suddenly turned to seek her opinion. Shusho, do you have any plans for the future? Bai Shusho calmly replied, neither fast nor slow. No, I originally just wanted to make money to buy things I liked, and then I met Huang Yuling. Daoqi seemed to sense the obvious indifference on Bai Shusho's face, so he tried his best to persuade her. Dragon horse currency is merely an external possession. With our dragon race status, it's something easily obtained. However, to have higher status and a more prosperous life, one's own strength is the most important thing. After speaking, he ignored Bai Shusho's opinion and immediately cut to the chase seriously. Alright, no more small talk. Let's go to the Dragon Power Hall. Shusho, don't worry too much, it's just to test your abilities. Daoqi stood up and looked directly into her eyes, adding that this is so the family can provide you with appropriate support. Understanding this, Bai Shusho had no other objections. Okay, the group strode along the long corridor to a huge gilded door. Daoqi turned and briefly introduced to Bai Shusho. This is the Dragon Power Hall, let's go. The door slowly opened and a ray of light gradually streamed out from within. Just as Xuanyu and his group were about to step in, Shang Lang suddenly blocked their way. He bowed slightly and respectfully informed them. Apologies everyone, servants are not permitted inside, please understand. Xuanyu's face immediately showed worry. Shusho. She seemed to understand the unease in Xuanyu's heart. Bai Shusho subtly gestured with her eyes. It's alright Shusho, let Little Treasure maintain communication and I'll act immediately if there's any problem. She and Daoqi entered simultaneously, and as soon as they stepped inside they saw a glowing stone suspended in midair. Bai Shusho was somewhat surprised, raising her head and staring at it intently without blinking. The old man continued to generally introduce the place. Shusho, the Dragon Power Hall can be said to be the center of our family and even the center of the entire Wind Dragon City. On our Heavenly Dragon Star, only 16 main cities have Dragon Power Halls. After saying all that, Bai Shusho still didn't know the purpose of this place. I feel the energy here is a bit familiar, somewhat strange. What is the Dragon Power Hall used for? However, Daoqi did not answer her question directly. You are already a high-ranking Dragon Race member, so what was your original form? Even our high-ranking Dragon Race members only mutated during the Dragon Transformation era. Bai Shusho then revealed a bit of her original form. I should have been a fish, a rather large one. The old man wanted to confirm again. Is this also why you are close to the Blue Ocean race? Bai Shusho had nothing to hide, so she admitted it. That's right, Daoqi folded his arms and explained to her in detail. Dragon transformation occurred with the arrival of a special plane, bringing with it dragon power. Initially, dragon power was dispersed throughout Heavenly Dragon Star and all races could absorb it and undergo dragon transformation. Later, the Grand Elder restricted it. Only the Heavenly Dragon Clan and high-ranking Dragon Clan were qualified to absorb it, thus forming the Dragon Power Hall, which guides dragon power for cultivation and advancement. The light emitted from the stone suspended in the ceiling illuminated the entire room. Only now did Bai Shusho inwardly confirm without a doubt that this must be the core secret of Heavenly Dragon Star and Independent Plane. What happens if you have dragon power? Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly entered Xuanyu's mind from outside. He was slightly startled. This feeling was. Xuanyu cautiously analyzed this sudden sensation. This feeling is very similar to when something called to me above Heavenly Dragon City back then. It's very likely there's a small world containing dragon power, and the danger I feel is probably because there are dragon knights in that small world who are the strongest powerhouses on Heavenly Dragon Star, each of whom could easily kill me. Xuanyu stood motionless in front of the gate, constantly speculating about the current situation in his mind. The news he received today was very important. It could be said to be the core secret of Heavenly Dragon Star. Huang Daoqi telling Shusho about this at least confirms that he has not yet suspected anything. Back in the Dragon Power Hall, the royal family members were still giving Bai Shusho an initial introduction. Different dragon races absorb dragon power at different speeds and utilize it in different ways. Yuling simply explained, relatively speaking, the more complete the dragon transformation of a dragon race, the easier it is to absorb. Our Heavenly Dragon Clan does not utilize dragon power as effectively as completely transformed dragon races, even the leader. This is also why the Heavenly Dragon Clan was later allowed to have dragon knights. Shusho, I brought you here today, first to test your abilities, and second to test your compatibility with dragon power and see how effectively you absorb it. Bai Shusho was fearless and immediately replied, "Okay, what should I do now?" The old man's face turned serious and he began to give detailed instructions. Shusho, stand in the center of the Dragon Power Hall. When she walked near the stone suspended in midair, the old man emphasized, "Yes, that's the spot." Although Bai Shusho was calm at first, she was actually a bit nervous. Yuling and his two younger brothers stood by, silently observing this ability test. Daoqi softly announced, "Begin." At the same time he raised his hand to condense the surrounding power. Bai Shusho was still confused, not knowing what would happen, but she was startled by the sight. Immediately after, the stone on the ceiling immediately glowed, absorbing the energy transmitted by Daoqi, and at the same time she seemed to sense something. The old man noticed the expression on her face as well as the aura emanating from Bai Shusho, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Dragon flame surging is the most obvious phenomenon of absorbing dragon power for the first time. She is indeed a wild dragon race member." Bai Shusho's body at this moment began to show a few faint dragon scales, and the pair of wings on her back immediately unfurled due to the stimulation. Bai Shusho was completely immersed in the power source emanating from that stone. In a short amount of time she was already able to control her wings and fly. Huang and Huang Ke witnessed this scene firsthand, unable to hide the envy in their voices. "Why didn't we have such a strong reaction as her back then? It's amazing." Yuling also shared their view. "Each of us has experienced the process of absorbing dragon power, but even we didn't have such a strong reaction as Bai Shusho. The first absorption of dragon power has the best effect. It can fully activate the dragon race power in the bloodline, making the bloodline purer, higher grade and more powerful." The ability assessment was successfully completed. Bai Shusho gently retracted her wings. Her body enveloped in an extremely dazzling light. Daoqi clapped his hands in praise, "Simply beautiful. This is truly a masterpiece of the Creator God." She slowly descended to the ground. Bai Shusho felt the changes in her body, the energy vast and pure. "Thank you, Patriarch, for giving me this opportunity." Daoqi's face was clearly beaming with joy. "This is your own talent, you are a member of my family, and these are all what you deserve. Your thorough absorption of dragon power shows that your dragon transformation is very complete. I can almost certainly say that given enough time you will definitely possess the demeanor of a dragon knight in the future." Then he suddenly spoke of irrelevant matters. "Although I have many children, I don't mind one more." Huang Ke and Huang listened seriously to his final decision. Yuling also nervously waited with folded arms. Bai Shusho was not foolish. Of course, as soon as Daoqi said this, she keenly realized that the old man wanted to adopt a goddaughter, but she secretly expressed in her heart, "I don't care." Seeing Bai Shusho being so obedient, the old man was very satisfied. "All right, I'll announce it publicly. You are my biological daughter who was separated from me, and from now on your name will be Huang Shusho." Daoqi detached himself from the role of his eldest son and introduced again, "Yuling is your elder brother." He looked slightly embarrassed. How did he suddenly become an older brother? But he still politely greeted, "Hello, little sister Huang Shusho. I am your older brother." Bai Shusho's face darkened and she forced a smile. "Hello, Shusho, older brother." But she inwardly suppressed herself. "Huang Shusho, what a ridiculous name. No, I can't get angry, I must endure." Yuling outwardly tried to appear as natural as possible. "Good sister, little sister Shusho, we're family, no need to be polite." But in his heart he didn't like it at all. "Why, I never wanted to be siblings with Shusho." Daoqi stepped forward to remind her again. "From now on this place is your home, and the entire Wind Dragon City also belongs to you." You can do whatever you want here, even if you want to do something. Bai Shusho's gaze was very serious, wondering what she was calculating. Thank you, elder brother. After inspecting Bai Shusho's dragon power, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. In Daoqi's private office, a questioning voice rang out. Father, that wasn't the arrangement before. Yuling angrily slammed the table, shouting at the old man. Didn't you say that if she was confirmed useful to the family you would marry her to me? How could you suddenly change your mind? Seeing his son's attitude, Daoqi couldn't help but yell back. You have the nerve to ask, don't you know in your heart, you unfilial son? He was reprimanded harshly by the old man. How many resources has the family invested in you, and what is your cultivation now? The effect of absorbing dragon power is probably less than 1/10 of Shusho's. To tell you the truth, I've long given up hope on you becoming a dragon knight. You still have the nerve to argue here. Yulang's initial arrogance immediately vanished without a trace, and he admitted his guilt dispiritedly. Understood, father, please don't scold me. But he still wanted to argue, this time in a much gentler tone. Shouldn't we keep her by our side while she's powerful? That way we can restrain her more effectively. Daoqi's face showed weathered wrinkles, deep in thought. As the patriarch, one must look at the bigger picture. With Shusho's character and appearance, she will undoubtedly attract many powerful dragon knights in the future. This is unquestionable. If she also becomes a dragon knight plus the Ink Terror dragon knight, then our Huang family will have the support of 3 dragon knights, and everything will be different then, which is far more beneficial than you marrying her. Yuling was somewhat confused when he heard him say this. What if she doesn't follow our control in the future? To this question, the old man seemed quite confident. It's not that easy. Our Huang family's Dragon Power Hall also has Dragon Power shackles. Upon hearing this, his face immediately turned pale, looking incredulous. Father had already placed Dragon Power shackles within her body, the old man sternly reminded him. Otherwise, do you think I would truly trust an outsider so easily? If she's obedient, everything stays the same. If not, the Dragon Power shackles will instantly lock down her dragon power. Bai Shusho and her group walked back along the corridor to the lounge, completely unaware of Daoqi's sinister plan. Back in the lounge, Bai Shusho sat on the bed, rubbing her shoulders, exhausted. I'm so tired. She tentatively asked everyone about today's events. Do you feel like we've recognized a thief as our father? But Xuanyu was more concerned about Bai Shusho's physical condition. You worked hard, he leaned in, carefully reminding her. Shusho, sit down first, I'll check your body. Although somewhat reluctant, she agreed. Xuanyu first sensed the surging soul power and bloodline power within Bai Shusho. This absorption of dragon power had allowed her to reach the peak of the 7-ring soul saint level. She was already close to the 8-ring soul Duluo level, just one step away from breaking through. Moreover, she also had the abyssal demon dragon. So Bai Shusho didn't need soul spirits or other soul beasts to continue improving her realm. Bai Shusho relaxed her body, allowing Xuanyu's soul power to flow into her. Lan Xuanyu's soul power was like a vast river, endless, far more powerful than her own soul power. During this process, he clearly felt every change in her body. Shusho's bloodline aura was cold and profound. This was a characteristic of the abyssal ice demon dragon. After activating the dragon power, the bloodline energy entwined around her soul core became almost much clearer. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared, surprising Xuanyu slightly. Xuanyu's face was a little pale. There was a problem. Although it was deeply hidden, I still discovered it. That Huang Daoqi seems to have left something in your body. Hearing this, she was a little flustered. He suspects me. Xuanyu immediately comforted Bai Shusho. Don't worry, he won't. I want to ask about your feelings. The demon empress then said, when I want to remove it, I'll just use my bloodline power to clear it. In fact, Huang Daoqi not making a move on Xuanyu was the real problem. This way he was more worried that he would use other means. He analyzed the old man's actions and the current situation. His recognizing you as a goddaughter shows that you are more important than his previous judgment. He is eager to get closer to you, which means he doesn't suspect you. It's estimated that he will soon give you the Dragon Knight cultivation method. Bai Shusho suddenly asked another question. Xuanyu, if you can absorb dragon power, what are the benefits? No, he firmly shook his head. There is no doubt that the Dragon Power Hall is an extremely important place for us. This answer reminded her of their plan. Then, according to our previous plan, can you appear as my boyfriend and also join them? Obviously, this proposal was immediately rejected. No one more person will easily arouse their suspicion and be counterproductive. I've already thought about it on the way back. We can't do that. Suddenly, Bai Shusho's lips curled into a slight smile, and this expression gave her a new idea. Seeing her sinister smile, Xuanyu was a little uneasy. What's wrong? He raised a finger and announced, I have another way to solve the problem. Do you want to hear it? So the four sat around and listened to Bai Shusho announce, we do this, then this. What do you think? Except for Xuanyu, everyone else who finished listening showed interest. Don't say it, it makes sense, that's right, I think it's feasible. He started acting up, yelling and screaming, unable to take it anymore. How can that be? You must be devils, how can it be possible? Everyone covered their mouths and chuckled. Enwei teased, Xuanyu, stop hitting the wall, maybe this really is the perfect solution. Even knowing it was so, he still couldn't help but object. Damn it, it really solves the problem. But Xuanyu struggled intensely. No cross-dressing, absolutely no cross-dressing, laughter echoed outside the house. Keep your voice down, it's fine, this room is soundproofed. Even if Xuanyu screams his lungs out, no one else will know. A few days later, life was very peaceful. Bai Shusho stayed in her room cultivating. She hadn't broken through to 8 rings yet, waiting for the Demon Empress to awaken. Xuanyu went out a few times to check on Lu Feng and Liang Pu's progress in setting up the shop. The main business was the trading of mineral resources. Aside from the cross-dressing incident, everything was proceeding steadily according to his plan. For the sake of future breakthroughs and reaching God level, he endured. Days passed until 8 days later the Demon Empress finally awakened. The Demon Empress opened her eyes with a solemn expression and reported, "Little Master, I sense it." Tianyu heard this and asked, puzzled, "Senior Demon Empress, what do you sense?" She recounted everything she perceived in detail. "That is the aura of a god-level powerhouse of our dragon clan. That power must contain a secret of our dragon clan. You must enter that space. I have a feeling that a secret related to your own revival is hidden there, which might be of great help to you." Comparing her words, he seemed to feel it too. "I feel it too, as if a voice is calling me. The sound is immense yet extremely complex, as if many voices are overlapping," the Demon Empress continued. "Just as Dishan told me, our dragon clan is a dominant race even in the universe. I feel it, and I have no regrets even in death." Xuanyu suddenly hesitated. "Senior Demon Empress, you," but she seemed to know what he wanted to ask, interrupted him, and offered a solution. "Little Master, when you break through to 7 rings, when the dark power awakens, that should also be when Dishan awakens. His power will truly belong to you." The Demon Empress emphasized the final crucial point. "He has been waiting for that day to come," Xuanyu confirmed in his heart again. "Are you saying that Dishan has actually been waiting for my dark power to awaken?" she affirmed firmly. "That's right." As soon as he received this definite answer, his face immediately turned pale with shock. "My 6th soul ring under normal circumstances should awaken control over dark elements. Abyssal power made me choose to control spatial elements, and now this choice is more suitable for him. But this is Dishan's power. I really don't feel good about it now." The Demon Empress added a few words without hesitation. "Your father should still have a dragon clan saber. Back then, the saber transformed into a human. After your father fell into slumber, its whereabouts became unknown. You can find it. It was originally a part of your body. If it can return, it should also be of great help in strengthening your power." Xuanyu quickly agreed. "Okay, but he still had some questions in his heart. This is the first time I've heard of a dragon clan saber. I'll have to ask Uncle Luo when I get back." Having said all that needed to be said, she spoke to take her leave. "Little Master, I'm going back then. Shusho and I will undergo the final fusion. Please protect her." He immediately agreed without hesitation. "No problem." With Xuanyu's consent, she immediately fused with Bai Shusho. After a puff of purple smoke, the scene of Xuanyu and Bai Shusho cultivating together in the dim room gradually became clear. With Xuanyu's help, in an instant, the dragon's roar emanating from Shusho became even louder. The lightning elemental power around her was very strong. Suddenly, behind Bai Shusho, the purple figure of the abyssal demon dragon abruptly appeared. The massive dragon shadow almost filling the entire space, and frantic dark energy permeated everywhere. He suddenly opened his eyes and released his bloodline aura. With the suppression of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines, the abyssal ice demon dragon bloodline within Shusho fluctuated violently, but after some commotion it was ultimately suppressed by their combined powers. Bai Shusho's cultivation process gradually became easier. 8-ring-souled Duluo Bai Shusho finally advanced further, becoming a powerhouse of the same rank as Tang Yuge. With this breakthrough, Bai Shusho achieved a qualitative leap, transforming from a demonic soul great white shark bloodline to a dragon clan. She slowly opened her clear eyes and softly called his name, Xuanyu. Xuanyu was even happier than her, and couldn't help but immediately embrace Bai Shusho. "Shusho, that's amazing. You succeeded. You broke through to 8 rings. It was currently impossible to determine the dragon core Shusho had condensed." Bai Shusho had just broken through to 8 rings, yet she already had the rudimentary form of a second soul core. This would definitely be of great benefit to the enhancement of her power. And it also meant that she was by no means an ordinary 8-ring soul master. However, contrary to his joyful expression, Bai Shusho did not look very happy at this moment. "Xuanyu, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Actually, I'm not human. Or rather, I was originally a demonic soul great white shark, and after cultivating for 100,000 years I would transform into a human to cultivate again. Although I'm a soul beast, once I cultivate to 8 rings, I will officially transform into a human, which is why I'm only telling you now." Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she had something more to say. "You won't dislike me, will you?" But Xuanyu didn't care about these unnecessary things. He leaned close to Bai Shusho and softly comforted her. "Silly girl, what are you thinking right now? You are the most important person in my heart. My mother, Teacher Nana, is also not human, and I'm not entirely human either. Whether you're human or not isn't important. What's important is Shusho." Hearing the sincere words from Xuanyu, she revealed another fact with relief. "Actually, I transformed into a human to repay a kindness." He was somewhat surprised by these 2 words. "Repay a kindness," she explained more clearly. "My parents' clan members were all killed by the evil soul Deep Sea Demon Whale King. When I was in extreme pain and despair, he appeared. He transformed into a human and fought against the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, finally killing it and avenging my clan and my parents. After that, I began secluded cultivation. I wanted to become stronger. Just as I said this, 2 lines of tears couldn't help but stream down. I wanted to transform into a human because humans look very powerful, and I wanted to find the man who killed the deep-sea demon whale king back then. To find him to repay his kindness. During the transformation process, perhaps the past memories were too painful and I forgot many things. After that, I was treated as an orphan and met teacher Nana and everyone else. Xuanyu couldn't bear to see Bai Shusho crying, so he changed the subject. So did you find your benefactor? After so many years of cultivation, he must have already. Her cheeks were slightly red. No, he's still alive and I found him. Bai Shusho lightly poked his nose, looking mischievous, completely different from before. Heaven gave me a chance to repay a kindness. I couldn't repay him, but I can repay his son. Upon hearing her words, Xuanyu suddenly realized that she meant her benefactor was Uncle Luo. According to historical records, 10,000 years ago, Golden Dragon Moon Dance Tang Wulin officially led the human army against the Holy Abyss Sect and the Abyssal Plane, and the Holy Spirit Sect Master, Bai Shusho, did not confirm again. She was only immersed in her own emotions at this moment. I'm really happy to be with you. I like you. And you're also the son of my benefactor. Isn't he the incarnation of the deep-sea demon whale king? That's also Bai Shusho's enemy. Xuanyu gently wiped away her tears and said to Bai Shusho in the gentlest tone, "When you're happy you should smile. Crying makes you less pretty," she replied tearfully. Everyone's happy too. One sunny morning in a mansion, Huang Yuling slowly walked into Daoqi's study to report on Bai Shusho's situation. Father's judgment was correct. Shusho's talent is indeed very high. She has already assimilated all the dragon power she absorbed. The old man was astonished. That fast? He took the opportunity to express his feelings. Actually, I really like her. If she's willing to marry me, she will truly belong to our family in the future. So I ask father to allow me to pursue Shusho. Daoqi had no objection to this question. I don't object, but are you sure you can make her fall in love with you? He confidently affirmed. Father, don't worry, I can definitely do it. Huang Yuling was very proud of his charm. Although your son's cultivation isn't great among the high-ranking dragon clan, my appearance and character are already well known. If father hadn't stopped me, even the great families of Heavenly Dragon City would be scrambling to marry me. The old man was furious hearing his son start to brag again, and his anger flared. Sure enough, Daoqi immediately exposed the sinister intentions of those good people his son spoke of. Are you stupid? They want to annex our family's resources. All right, stop talking and quickly call Shusho over to see what level she has broken through to. Huang Yuling was scared by the old man's anger and could only obediently accept. Yes. An hour later at the Huang family mansion, Bai Shusho walked into Daoqi's study and sincerely bowed. Daughter greets father. The residence you granted me is really comfortable, full of life energy. I seem to have unknowingly broken through a bottleneck and then successfully advanced. I really like this feeling of becoming stronger, and my body has even grown a bit bigger. The old man was very satisfied with her attitude. The size of our dragon clan's body is directly proportional to our strength, which means you've improved again. But if you raise your realm without properly controlling your power, it will be detrimental to your future. Do you understand what I mean? Daoqi generously gave her the information he had collected before. Here, this is the basic cultivation method for dragon knights, which will help you control your power. Bai Shusho politely replied, "Thank you, father." Then she showed a somewhat troubled, hesitant expression. Father, you're so kind to me, but I've been hiding something from you. Shusho feels very bad about it. Can you forgive me? Daoqi was now almost completely unguarded against Bai Shusho. How could I blame you? What is it? Tell me. As soon as she got permission, she immediately revealed, "Actually, I have an older sister. She also underwent dragon transformation, but she was a bit worried before, so only I accepted your invitation." As soon as he heard this, Huang Yuling was a little surprised. Bai Shusho seemed not to notice the surprise on his face and continued, "Actually, my sister is stronger than me. She has outstanding power, but her personality isn't very good, and she trusts others even less than I do. If she agrees to come over, I think you'll also be good to her. She can also become stronger." The two father and son froze in place. Dragon transformation sisters. But this was only for a moment, because the next second Daoqi was as happy as if he had found a treasure. Of course, our Huang family's door is always open to any dragon clan member. However, his son started to become self-absorbed in her beauty again. "Is she very beautiful?" Bai Shusho noticed that the two of them had finally taken the bait. She didn't mind saying a few more good things about this sister she spoke of. "That's great. My sister was originally a deep-sea demon shark. In terms of talent, she's much stronger than me," but he put on a righteous facade. "Perhaps she's stronger than you, but not necessarily prettier than you, right?" Bai Shusho pretended to be coquettish, making her seem endearing. "Not at all. My sister is both strong and beautiful." The man's voice continued, asking for more information about her. "So where is she now?" "Actually, my sister has always been by my side. She's disguised as a Blue Ocean race member," and Huang Yuling could still continue to be self-absorbed and narcissistic even in this situation. A power type among the dragon clan and in human form, to be able to recruit two people in a short time, I have to say, being handsome really brings luck. Finally, Bai Shusho asked another question, trying to confirm. "So father and brother, do you want to meet my sister?" The two immediately answered in unison. "Of course." She led Daoqi and Huang Yuling to the courtyard outside. "Then I'll call my sister over." Then Bai Shusho loudly called out to her, "Sister, are you here?" But the response was complete silence, not a sound. However, in an instant, a roar echoed everywhere, and the surrounding trees shook violently. In the high sky, a pair of huge black wings could be seen flapping rhythmically with the wind, and a giant dragon appeared in the sunny sky. Daoqi and Huang Yuling seemed not to have expected the sister Bai Shusho spoke of to possess such a powerful presence. The dragon gradually transformed into a human, with long black hair and rosy lips, its aura still not completely dissipated. Xuanyu landed lightly, radiating an unmatched noble demeanor. Daoqi immediately broke into a cold sweat upon seeing him. So powerful. Huang Yuling stood by, full of praise. Too beautiful. Shusho, you're right. She's really more beautiful than you. She stood by, watching him with a scrutinizing gaze. Do you think I'd be happy to hear that? Xuanyu slowly walked towards the three of them. He calmly introduced himself. Hello, I am Lan. Xuanyu stood opposite Huang Yuling and his group. He eagerly stepped forward, introducing himself, trying to impress Xuanyu. Hello, beautiful Miss Lan. I am the city lord's most beloved son, Huang Yuling. We should have met before, right? Huang Yuling's excessive enthusiasm left Xuanyu speechless, then he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. We have. Huang Yuling was now completely captivated by his cross-dressed appearance. A fair lady, a gentleman's good pursuit. Xuanyu subconsciously touched his throat out of guilt, secretly praying, my voice is so strange it shouldn't expose me, right? Daoqi couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. This son of mine can't accomplish anything and falls in love with everyone he sees. Only Bai Shusho questioned life. No way, Huang Yuling wouldn't like Xuanyu, would he? Huang Yuling was so easily taken with new beauty and put on a polite facade to lead the way for him. Miss Lan, let's go into the room to talk. Daoqi's face was a bit heavy. Looking at his retreating figure, he carefully analyzed. A giant dragon emitting golden light like her must have the purest bloodline among the dragon clan. During the dragon transformation process, the conversion rate is extremely high, and at the same time her body is huge, clearly indicating a higher cultivation than Shusho's. This time we've really hit the jackpot. No, we must spare no effort to completely bring Shusho's sister under the family's control. He followed closely behind Huang Yuling, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Ever since he came to the Dragon Horse Galaxy and learned of the immense number of god-level powerhouses, he also knew how insignificant he was. But just now, as he soared in his Golden Dragon King form, he suddenly felt a different sensation. Xuanyu looked at the retreating figure and speculated in his mind that Huang Yuling's cultivation should be at the titled Duluo level, but just now he clearly felt he could step on him. After his spiritual power broke through to the Spirit Sea realm, if the enemy was extremely powerful he would feel this way. But he didn't feel any danger from Huang Yuling, and his eyes immediately sharpened. This must be a unique advantage of Heavenly Dragon Star. Moreover, his dual Dragon King bloodline also has a strong suppressive effect on the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The next stop for the group was Daoqi's reception hall. Daoqi now formally introduced himself. Hello, Miss Lan. I am Huang Daoqi, the City Lord of Wind Dragon City. Xuanyu politely responded, Greetings, City Lord. I apologize for only revealing my identity now. Actually, I came here with Shusho before, but I was still a bit uneasy at the time. The old man didn't want to make him feel awkward on their first meeting. It's normal to be suspicious of unfamiliar things. Daoqi ordered a servant to offer a glass of red wine to Xuanyu. Here, Miss Lan, you must be thirsty after talking for so long. Please have some. He glanced at it and immediately recognized it with Bai Shusho as Heavenly Dragon Tree Sap. But to avoid suspicion, Xuanyu still reached out and accepted it. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, he unhesitatingly tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Bai Shusho's face showed some anxiety. Heavenly Dragon Tree Sap is potent. Xuanyu must not reveal any flaws. Huang Yuling and Daoqi sat by, observing the changes that were about to occur. However, Xuanyu left them both waiting in vain. You deliberately put on a casual act as if nothing was wrong, and you were indeed a little thirsty. Thank you, City Lord, for your hospitality. Nevertheless, the scene just now reduced Daoqi's guard against Miss Lan. He heard Shusho say, You are skilled in power. If you are willing to join our royal family, you might still need to do one thing. We need to judge your strength, and for that, you need to go to the Dragon Power Hall. Shusho should have already told you about the Dragon Power Hall, right? Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Xuanyu agreed without hesitation. Okay, I was originally attracted by the Dragon Power Hall. Shusho's strength greatly increased after acquiring Dragon Power. I also want to enhance my strength, which is why I hope to join the royal family. Yuling did not forget his mission. At this moment he quickly stood up to lead Xuanyu. Then, Miss Lan, please follow me to the Dragon Power Hall. Along the way he kept trying to reassure Xuanyu. Don't be nervous, just relax. Xuanyu maintained a polite distance. I'm not nervous, thank you. After a while they stopped in front of the room they needed to enter. Miss Lan, we've arrived. Xuanyu looked at the gilded door, silently thinking, Dragon Power Hall, I'm finally here. Before beginning to apply force, Daoqi once again carefully instructed. Regarding the transmission of Dragon Power, I believe Shusho has already told you that you must absorb it gradually and not excessively, otherwise there will be a risk to your life. Xuanyu could not refute. Daoqi sternly gave Xuanyu instructions just as he had with Bai Shusho, telling him to walk to the center. Xuanyu closed his eyes, slowly letting a force envelop his entire body, clearly feeling the spatial elemental fluctuations contained within it. This clear guidance likely pointed to the space that had once called to him. Daoqi announced begin, but in his heart he was more expectant than anyone. Let me see what Shusho's sister is capable of. Bai Shusho stood aside, silently praying for her beloved. I hope everything goes well and nothing goes wrong. Yuling was equally anxious. I hope Miss Lan doesn't absorb too much dragon power. If her talent is outstanding and father makes me acknowledge a few more sisters, I'd suddenly have several more sisters. Beams of magical light emanated from the stone and Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes. A moment later his body slowly rose, floating in midair. Xuanyu let the dragon power coil around him, subconsciously focusing on every change. The dragon power entered, and after flowing into his body it silently disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. What's going on? Its effect wasn't even as good as absorbing the life essence of the eternal tree. I was hoping to break through to 7 rings soon with the help of dragon power, but now I'm greatly disappointed. Wait, how could this be? This dragon power doesn't have much effect on me. Not because it doesn't contain much energy, but because its level isn't high enough. He rubbed his chin, seriously analyzing the situation. Perhaps the dragon power's level was limited after passing through the channel and being filtered. It could be that if Dragon Clan members absorb too much powerful Heavenly Dragon Star dragon power, their bodies might not be able to withstand it or might undergo mutations. In other words, when their cultivation reaches a certain level, they will enter a different space to cultivate, not relying on the dragon power in the Dragon Power Hall. Because this level of dragon power in the Dragon Power Hall can no longer meet their requirements, Xuanyu closed his eyes, managing to fully utilize the dragon power transmission process. When Shusho absorbs dragon power again, the effect will definitely not be as good as the first time. New methods are still needed to enter that space. After a while, Bai Shusho's blurry figure appeared in Xuanyu's sight. Sister, Bai Shusho frantically asked with concern. Sister, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Xuanyu did not answer directly, but focused his attention on Daoqi and Yuling behind her. Why are Shusho and Huang Daoqi looking at me like that? He was suddenly startled, a little bewildered. Has he been exposed? He subconsciously covered his vital parts with his hand. The bottom was covered and the top was well disguised. After thinking about it, he felt that the reason wasn't related to his appearance, and he hesitated slightly. Still not exposed, Xuanyu asked awkwardly, why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Yuling asked about his physical condition. Miss Lan, do you feel uncomfortable? Xuanyu calmly explained in detail. I don't feel anything. It seems the absorption effect wasn't very good. I haven't improved much. The effect isn't as good as Shusho's. Daoqi stepped forward to interrupt. But she has already absorbed a portion of all the dragon power. Not a single drop spilled out. Xuanyu was somewhat stunned by this. Is it over already? Yuling leaned in and whispered to Daoqi, Father, what's going on? If Miss Lan isn't sensitive to dragon power, does that mean her bloodline isn't actually strong? But I can feel that she's much stronger than me. Daoqi suddenly reprimanded him sternly. Don't talk nonsense. Then he turned to Xuanyu and expressed, Miss Lan, your situation is actually a bit special. We never expected it to happen to you. I've already specifically consulted the Ink Terror Dragon Knight. Daoqi didn't shy away, frankly sharing what the Ink Terror Dragon Knight said. The appearance of your situation is likely due to your bloodline level already surpassing the dragon power in the Dragon Power Hall. He is very interested in your situation, so he will come to meet you. This was another rare opportunity, and even Bai Shusho and Yuling couldn't hide their surprise. What? But a hint of worry welled up in Xuanyu's heart. Could his transformation still be effective in front of a dragon knight? If his identity was exposed, could he still escape? Nevertheless, Xuanyu reminded himself that he must not show any worry. He put on a brilliant smile, appearing very happy. Is the Ink Terror Dragon Knight coming? That's great. I also want to see the demeanor of a dragon knight. When will he arrive? Seeing his reaction, Daoqi added, the dragon knight is very busy, but he is very interested in your situation. He should arrive within 2 days. The Ink Terror Dragon Knight will notify you when he arrives. Xuanyu politely said with emotion, then I'll trouble you. Everything proceeded according to plan. Daoqi spoke to conclude today's meeting. Miss Lan, let Shusho take you back to rest. Xuanyu politely did not refuse. Bai Shusho followed Daoqi's words and led the way, saying, Sister, this way. After the two had completely left, Daoqi asked his son, are you interested in Miss Lan? He blushed and expressed without reservation, yes, she is not only beautiful but also powerful, simply my goddess. As soon as he finished speaking, Daoqi reprimanded him loudly. Enough, Daoqi warned with a somber expression. I don't want to hear such words again. If the Ink Terror Dragon Knight likes her, you'd best not show it. In the end, Yuling couldn't resist and bowed his head, reluctantly accepting, yes, father. Back in the lounge facing his 3 teammates, Xuanyu got straight to the point. Now we must make a choice. Should we meet this Ink Terror Dragon Knight? Bai Shusho offered 2 options. The safest way is to retreat immediately or to lie low in another city. Yuge began to analyze. For Meishacheng, this would mean all their efforts were wasted, unable to access the internal situation of Heavenly Dragon Star, only obtaining some civilian intelligence, which goes against their initial aspirations. Only Enui was concerned about another matter, but if they were to meet the Ink Terror Dragon Knight, the chances of exposure would be very high. He is at least a true god-level powerhouse, and definitely an extremely powerful one among true god-level powerhouses, Xuanyu pondered, muttering to himself. Currently, due to that curse, we should have gained their trust. The Dragon Knight is unlikely to suspect us, but after meeting, he will likely test our strength. This process is the easiest to expose. The problem this time is my lack of consideration. I didn't expect the dragon power in the Dragon Power Hall to change like this. Hearing this, Bai Shusho denied it with red eyes. It's not your fault. It was my idea, or else let's retreat. Xuanyu walked over and embraced her shoulders, comforting her. Shusho, calm down and listen to me. If we retreat now, this favorable situation will be completely broken. At least the two of us cannot retreat. This matter has two sides. If the Ink Terror Dragon Knight can acknowledge us, it means we can go further in the future. We might even be able to enter that space. Nevertheless, Bai Shusho still felt worried about this plan. But our safety concerns the safety of all 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts. Once you encounter danger, no one will be able to return. Xuanyu calmly assigned tasks, therefore we must be prepared. Yuge, Weiwei, you two will have to work hard this time. I will immediately contact Elder Tree, gather all the plant-type soul beasts, and then send you back to the 33 Skywing battleship. If everything goes normally, I will send a signal from the air and the battleship will send the plant-type soul beast back again. Xuanyu specifically emphasized one point. If we don't send a signal by the agreed time, everyone immediately returns to the 7th Fleet. Our mission has failed. This statement puzzled Yuge. You mean only the two of you are risking staying here, he explained as if it were a matter of course. If there's really a problem, the two of us have a higher chance of escaping. He softly asked Bai Shusho's opinion. Shusho, are you willing to stay with me? Bai Shusho immediately hugged Xuanyu tightly, gently agreeing, of course. Wherever you are, I will be. After that, Xuanyu immediately took action, convincing Elder Tree and using his stealth ability to send everyone back to the battleship. Then he returned himself. In the early morning, the sun was bright and the sky was clear with light clouds. In the private lounge, Xuanyu, disguised as a man, held Bai Shusho's hand who was sitting on the bed and whispered, once our identities are discovered, we must create an opportunity to escape ourselves. Under normal circumstances, the Emerald Demon battleship can only carry me alone. But now that I have mastered spatial attributes, I can forcefully alter space. This way, the Emerald Demon battleship can accommodate both of us. It is the key to our escape. We can launch 2 Dragon's Fury to buy ourselves some time. The space will also be disturbed then, and we can immediately rush out of the range on the Emerald Demon battleship. Xuanyu also specifically emphasized, I'll have Little Treasure create fake duplicates of us to attract the enemy and buy us time to escape. As long as we break through the atmosphere, we'll have a chance to escape. Xuanyu looked sincerely into Bai Shusho's eyes, assuring her, don't worry, Shusho, with me here, nothing will happen. Just like that, 3 days later, Yulin met the two in the corridor. Why are you only coming now? The Ink Terror Dragon Knight has already arrived. Bai Shusho was somewhat worried upon hearing this. Will the Ink Terror Dragon Knight be angry? But he just gently looked back and affirmed, no, Lord Roland is very kind. Yulin led the way, briefly introducing the person's personality. And he loves to mentor younger generations. Come with me quickly. Coincidentally passing by the painting on the wall, Xuanyu realized that the Ink Terror Dragon Knight was the person in the painting. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Yulin reported, Lord Roland, Miss Lan and Shusho have arrived. The Ink Terror Dragon Knight Roland gently hummed. Both Bai Shusho and Xuanyu were somewhat confused when they saw him, simultaneously thinking, this is the Dragon Knight. He looks different from the portrait. Nevertheless, they cautiously lowered their heads and introduced themselves. Lord Roland, I am Shusho and I am Lan. He spoke first. I have already heard about your situation and I came this time to understand it personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in Roland's eyes, startling both of them slightly. It's here, this is a god-level spiritual probe. Although still somewhat worried, Xuanyu tried his best to remain calm. Fortunately, he had already prepared. In the bloodline vortex, the Silver Dragon King bloodline was suppressed and in a calm state. The Golden Dragon King bloodline was magnified to the maximum extent, and the colorful Dragon God bloodline was separated in the center with 3 layers of protection between the two bloodlines. The magical halo emitted from Roland's brow did not stop. Xuanyu recalled the previous reminder. Little Treasure said, even a god-level expert cannot penetrate the Golden Dragon King bloodline with just a probe. Xuanyu thought it over repeatedly and finally decided to strike, his power erupting instantly. Here goes. Dazzling light suddenly emanated, making Yulin and Daoqi unable to open their eyes. This scene made Roland even more excited. Interesting. Xuanyu was suddenly entangled by the halo shot out by Roland, his body tightly bound. Golden scales began to appear on Xuanyu's skin and his broad wings unfolded. Internal power gathered and erupted and his mighty golden dragon true form appeared, making even Roland's eyes widen. He praised incessantly. Good, it wasn't a wasted trip. Daoqi, you found a treasure. This child's bloodline power is so strong. Extremely rare. Daoqi's attitude towards this matter was also quite serious. It seems your judgment was correct. I didn't expect Lan's bloodline to be even purer. A power of an extremely high level, also carrying a fierce aura, very promising. Roland couldn't help but praise a few more times. Her Dragon Clan bloodline is extremely pure. She is not just an upper-ranked Dragon Clan member. From her I can no longer sense any aura belonging to a primordial tribe. The other girl is also very good. The ice and dark dual attributes are very well combined but still need further development to reveal their potential. Roland stepped forward and asked Xuanyu's identity again. Your name is Lan, right? At this moment, Xuanyu had already reverted to human form. Yes, Sir Knight. Roland asked curiously, what did you feel when your bloodline evolved before? Upon hearing this, Xuanyu became even more vigilant. It seems the test is not over yet, or he is interested in his abilities and wants to know more about his body. He raised his hand and touched his shoulder, describing truthfully, It hurt a lot. My whole body felt like it was being torn apart, like it was going to shatter. After that, my consciousness gradually blurred, and then I didn't know anything until I woke up in my current form. Roland continued to inquire about his current characteristics. Is your current form human or dragon? Xuanyu did not hide it. Human form, but with many golden scales on my body. Hearing this, Roland rubbed his chin, suddenly realizing, that's right, this is probably the most complete type of Dragon Clan bloodline awakening. During the dragon transformation process, one's own bloodline is almost completely replaced by Dragon Clan bloodline. Her identity is beyond doubt. Bai Shusho stood by, silently observing and evaluating. From Roland's tone and expression, it could be judged that the situation Xuanyu described did not exist in most Dragon Clan creatures. If it were other powerhouses here, they might be suspicious, but Roland happened to know about this situation, so he acknowledged Xuanyu's identity. Seeing Roland's attitude, Daoqi cleverly hinted, Lord Roland Lan has already joined our family and has also undergone the baptism of the Dragon Power Hall. What do you think? But Roland interrupted him. What? Are you still afraid I'll snatch her away from you? They still need a long time to grow. Your luck might change the future of the royal family. Looking at Bai Shusho and Xuanyu standing before him, Roland made some comments. They are both being cultivated and they are sisters. I think they can both be cultivated. Although this girl is slightly weaker, her potential is enormous. Roland clearly distinguished everyone's strengths. In the future, with Lan as the main force and Shusho as the auxiliary, they are very likely to achieve something. The specific extent depends on them. Bai Shusho was indignant, cursing in her heart. He means he wants me to be Xuanyu's mount. You old geezer, you have temporarily formulated a short-term plan for them, allowing them to learn the cultivation methods of Dragon Knights and participate in the Ascending Dragon competition 3 months later. This competition is an excellent opportunity for training. Both were a little surprised, simultaneously curious. Ascending Dragon competition, golden sunlight spilled onto the walls, becoming even more intense. After the ability assessment, Roland turned and bid farewell. All right, I have other matters, I'll be leaving now. If you can enter the finals of the Ascending Dragon competition, then there might be a chance to meet again. After Lord Roland completely departed, Bai Shusho curiously asked, Patriarch, what is the Ascending Dragon competition? Daoqi explained to them in detail. The so-called Ascending Dragon competition is an opportunity for our Dragon Clan to elevate their status. Among the lower-ranked Dragon Clan, anyone who considers themselves powerful enough can challenge the upper-ranked Dragon Clan and so on. The most important part, of course, is the challenge between upper-ranked Dragon Clan members. According to Lord Roland's previous statement, he strongly persuaded the most outstanding young talents from all major families to participate. Only by reaching the finals will they be eligible to participate in the Dragon Knight selection competition in the future. The Ascending Dragon competition takes place once every 10 years. Missing this opportunity means a long wait. According to Lord Roland's suggestion, Lan will be the Dragon Knight and Shusho will be the Mount Dragon. Shusho, are you willing? She immediately showed dissatisfaction, startling Lan Xuanyu. Xuanyu quickly spoke up, requesting a switch. Patriarch, what if I become the Mount Dragon and Shusho becomes the Dragon Knight? But Daoqi disagreed with this proposal. If we don't follow Lord Roland's suggestion, we won't receive his help. Moreover, Lord Roland means that your talent and strength are both superior to Shusho's, so you must be the Dragon Knight. The status of a Mount Dragon is very noble, second only to a Dragon Knight, and you can cultivate collaboratively, which is good for both of you. Furthermore, there are 4 Dragon Knights and their Mount Dragons who are also spouses, the closest partners, with equal status. Ultimately, Bai Shusho had no choice but to accept, her expression doing a 180-degree turn. Father, I am willing to be my sister's Mount Dragon. Then how should a Dragon Knight cultivate? With only 3 months left, is it still enough time for us to cultivate now? The old man gave a few instructions. Do your best. I will impart the Dragon Knight cultivation method to you. Follow me to the Dragon Power Hall. In the Dragon Power Hall, the stone on the ceiling still sparkled. Daoqi began to give personal guidance to the two. Dragon Knight cultivation is mainly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is Dragon Power Tempering, which is the process of absorbing Dragon Power and refining the body. I will now teach you the cultivation method for the first stage. The old man's expression was serious, and he specifically emphasized one point. Although Dragon Power Tempering is fundamental, it is the most difficult step among the 3 stages of Dragon Knight cultivation. Tempering requires fire, and the fire needed for our Dragon Clan's tempering comes from burning bloodline. Xuanyu was surprised, he hadn't expected this. Doesn't burning bloodline lead to death? Daoqi stroked his chin and analyzed. There's no need to worry about that when cultivating in the Dragon Power Hall. The Dragon Power Hall can guide Dragon Power for us to absorb. At the same time, during the tempering process, if you feel you can no longer withstand the tempering of the bloodline flames, you can stop immediately. This prevents severe injuries and also guides dragon power to protect the internal organs. These words made Lan Xuanyu secretly ponder. Heavenly Dragon Star possesses immense life energy. After burning bloodline for tempering, a large amount of life energy is needed to replenish it. This is difficult to achieve on Duluo Star, but it is possible here. Suddenly, the old man took out a red object and instructed, "You can start trying today. Before you begin, eat this. It's a good thing and can protect your internal organs." Little treasure, invisible nearby, became excited when it saw this. "Oh, a good thing, this is a dragon soul fruit." It was a good thing in the god realm too, but its production was extremely rare. Don't be polite with him. Eat it first. Hearing its words, Xuanyu reached out, took one and swallowed it directly. Suddenly a vibration appeared in his body. His entire bloodline seemed to boil, and even his spiritual sea seemed to instantly become radiant. The bloodline vortex was spinning wildly. The effect was many times stronger than when he absorbed dragon power in the Dragon Power Hall last time. Seeing him so decisive, Bai Shusho also reached out, took one and bit into it. Of course she also had an intense sensation, just like Xuanyu. It was then that Daoqi spoke about the origin and function of this fruit. "This is a dragon soul fruit, specially brought by the Ink Terror Knight to assist you in starting your tempering cultivation. It will take some time to digest and absorb, so begin cultivating immediately. No one will disturb you until you complete your seclusion." Both spoke in succession. "Thank you, Father. Thank you, Patriarch." The old man, having finished his business, turned and left. "Then cultivate well. I'm leaving now." The moment Daoqi walked out of the hall, Bai Shusho felt hot all over. "I feel very uncomfortable." Xuanyu's hand immediately clasped hers, calmly comforting her. "Shusho, cultivate according to the dragon power tempering method. Just relax, I'll guide you." At this moment both felt their entire blood boiling. The medicinal effect of the dragon soul fruit was rapidly integrating into every corner of their bodies. The constant dragon roars echoed within them, but miraculously, they didn't feel uncomfortable, just a little hot, and their entire bodies seemed to be sublimating. Impurities within them were almost constantly disappearing in the burning process. After that, an unknown amount of time passed. A while later, Bai Shusho woke from her slumber. She raised her hand to feel the changes in her body, feeling light all over without strength and a wondrous sensation. It was as if her body was no longer her own. "I should first circulate my energy to check." After that, Bai Shusho sat down cross-legged intently, concentrating on regulating her spiritual power. Her bloodline power had obviously strengthened a lot, especially the new soul core in her dantian had doubled, and her internal temperature was significantly higher than usual. Even her spiritual sea seemed to be expanding. She gently opened her eyes. Her bloodline power should have advanced a level. "Where's Xuanyu? Why is he gone? He didn't even wait for me. That's not like him." Bai Shusho walked out of the room and asked a few maids, "Where's my sister?" They respectfully reported, "Lady Lan left 3 days ago, saying she was going back to consolidate her cultivation." Hearing this, she remembered. "Oh right, it must be about bringing Elder Tree and the others back. That explains it." Bai Shusho returned to her lounge. As soon as she opened the door, she called out, "Xuanyu." Besides him, there were 2 other people in the room. "Shusho, you finished cultivating. How do you feel?" "Shusho, we're back." Bai Shusho walked into the lounge and shared her current feelings. "I feel like there's been a big change. How about you?" Xuanyu answered first. "I also had some changes, but the effect shouldn't be as obvious as yours. I was afraid everyone would worry if they waited too long. My cultivation was almost done, so I came back." At this point, she curiously asked about their previous conversation. "What were you 2 talking about just now?" Since his beloved asked, he once again elaborated on his idea. "I thought of a possibility. The first step of dragon power tempering is burning bloodline to refine the body. I'm thinking if it can be replaced by transferring life energy." It sounded good, but Bai Shusho still felt a bit uneasy. "Isn't your method a bit risky?" Qianlei, on the other hand, thought it wasn't impossible. "Although it's a bit risky, it's theoretically completely feasible. There are many plant-type seniors here. They control life energy much better than us. If it succeeds, our cultivation speed will greatly increase." Xuanyu and Qianlei analyzed more clearly. "To break through to god level, the first thing is endurance. If you can't endure it, everything is empty talk. If we can use the tempering method to help everyone, then future breakthroughs will be much easier." Qianlei was the most enthusiastic of all. He quickly volunteered, "We never lack adventurous spirit. I'll go first." Getting the first person to respond, he immediately gave instructions for this plan. "Qianlei's physical strength is number 1. We can burn a portion of his bloodline and begin the attempt. Shusho, you stay home and consolidate your cultivation. The rest of you come with me." The others, after hearing this, immediately acknowledged. "Understood." Meanwhile, in Huang Daoqi's study, Yuling stood before the old man, chattering endlessly. "Father, can your son try?" I was moved by her the first time I saw her, especially when she unfurled her wings and transformed into a vague giant golden dragon. Your son felt intoxicated. If Lan could marry your son, it would be equivalent to binding this dragon knight, which would also be good for the family. Although Daoqi was his father, he was powerless against his son's stubbornness. "You are so infatuated with her, I won't force it. Let nature take its course. If there's truly a connection, it's not a bad thing, but the prerequisite is not to disturb her cultivation." After saying that, the old man ordered Yuling to do something. "You useless thing, you lead the team for the ascending dragon competition." Getting Daoqi's approval, he was so happy he wanted to scatter flowers. "Yes, thank you, father." Soon after, night fell. In the outskirts of Wind Dragon City, a group of unidentified individuals gathered. Upon closer inspection, it was Xuanyu and his team focused on executing the first step of their plan. "Let's begin," Xianlei immediately responded. "Okay." He sat on the ground and began to circulate his energy. A faint golden energy enveloped his entire body. The next second, Xianlei's body began to swell, instantly transforming into a golden beeman. The golden beeman he had transformed into was a full 12 meters taller than before. In his golden beeman state, Xianlei's bloodline power and soul power merged into one, unleashing extremely powerful combat strength. Xuanyu saw that everything was gradually getting on track, so he loudly cautioned Xianlei to prevent accidents. "Steady your mind. I'll only intervene when your spirit becomes unstable. You must rely on yourself, otherwise you'll never be able to control the golden beeman's power." Although his entire body was enduring the immense energy of a soul beast, Xianlei still cooperated with him very well. "Understood, boss." Xuanyu then chanted, "Concentrate." Suddenly countless vines rushed towards him. They continuously wrapped around various parts of Xianlei's body, trying to bind him tightly. Despite absorbing more and more power, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he quickly reached his limit, and that energy again made Xianlei frown in agony. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, Xuanyu was extremely anxious. No good. He immediately jumped from his current position and rushed towards Xianlei. Xianlei was now losing control and unleashing power. The closer he got, the smaller Xuanyu appeared in front of him, but he still did his best to suppress Xianlei's bloodline. Even at this point, he had no thought of giving up, still gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain through his skin. However, this was completely ineffective. Xianlei spat out blood on the spot, and Xuanyu alone couldn't handle it properly. He shouted for help. "Mengchen, hurry and help!" Mengchen, sweating profusely, rushed over. As soon as she arrived, she immediately summoned the Emerald Wing. Waves of sound waves like a downpour rushed towards Xianlei. It enveloped his body, and Xianlei gradually calmed down, let out a faint groan, and his body gradually shrunk, returning to its original form. Xuanyu anxiously stepped forward to support him. "How are you? Are you okay?" "I can't go on, boss. Xianlei is almost completely exhausted now. It hurts too much." He recalled the feeling from just now. It wasn't just his bloodline burning, but his soul as well. "The life force that Elder Tree transmitted to me can keep me gentle, but the pain from the burning and the severe injuries caused by the burns are irreparable, completely different from the tempering feeling you described." Suddenly, Elder Tree appeared and explained to him, "This is caused by the bloodline. Bloodline power requires not only life force but also bloodline." Although the incident just now was dangerous, he didn't think it was impossible. This experiment was not meaningless. The problem was that the replenishment of Xianlei's bloodline power was insufficient. If I could transform a portion of the Golden Beeman's bloodline to replenish him, wouldn't that help him undergo dragon power tempering? Seeing Xuanyu speak so lightly, he curiously retorted, "Theoretically it's possible, but where would this bloodline power come from, and how would it be transformed into the Golden Beeman's bloodline power?" He confidently articulated the method he had devised. "Perhaps I have a way. We can't find a Golden Beeman, but Little Treasure, through its understanding of bloodline energy, can simulate the Golden Beeman's bloodline. This is another of its abilities, energy conversion." Yuge, standing nearby listening to Xuanyu, suddenly understood. "He means to draw bloodline power from us. After Little Treasure's conversion, will his cultivation succeed?" But in fact, she misunderstood his meaning. Xuanyu adamantly affirmed, "No, of course not. I have a more reliable method. From above, the entire street could be overlooked." Xuanyu concentrated, using his skill to scout around. Suddenly he sharply opened his eyes, identifying the target. "Found it." Xuanyu raised his hand and a faint light was summoned from his chest. "Come here, Emerald Demon Battleship." Immediately after, he was enveloped by a fixed barrier. At this moment he saw a dragon flying low, followed by several other dragons. Each dragon was as fat as a pig, especially the plump dragon at the front, heavy and wobbling. The dragons beside it were sweating cold, so annoying. Another one cautiously flew a few meters back. Upon closer inspection, they were also carrying something like a wine bottle in their talons. Xuanyu then turned to Little Treasure and commanded, "Little Treasure, transform." The little guy did not hesitate and immediately responded, "Yes, master." The next second, Little Treasure used its energy to transform Xuanyu into a giant dragon. The first step was ready. He looked at the plump prey before him with sinister eyes. Action! The plump dragon was still immersed in a hazy state, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly an unknown entity flew by, and its foot accidentally struck his head, startling the plump dragon. Ouch! Being provoked out of nowhere by an unknown entity, he cursed loudly, "Bastard, are you blind?" Seeing that the plan had partially succeeded, Xuanyu quickly provoked the plump dragon. "Can't you fly, you idiot? You can't fly, and yet you dare to walk on the main road." The more he spoke, the angrier the other party became. "I'm talking about you. Being so large and yet competing with the dragon clan, truly shameless." The plump dragon kicked wildly and cursed, "I think you're looking for a beating. This old man will beat whoever he wants." But no matter how many times he kicked, Xuanyu easily dodged. He didn't want to argue with this fool. "I'm too lazy to bother with you. If it weren't for not being able to fight on the main road, I'd beat you to a pulp today." Xuanyu didn't forget to leave a few taunts before flying away. "Are you a stupid dragon, Xia?" He could only shout loudly in response, "What did you say? Brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Today I'll show you who your daddy is." Xuanyu paid no attention to his mosquito-like provocations. He burrowed into the nearby clouds, pretending to ignore the plump dragon. "Such big talk, I don't have time to play with you." Sure enough, this trick was effective against someone of his poor character. The plump dragon immediately chased after him, determined to teach him a lesson. "Where are you running? I've got you." Suddenly an arrow whistled towards him. The plump dragon was startled as soon as he noticed it, but it was already too late to dodge. The arrow pierced his wing without hesitation. Xuanyu stood on the dragon's back, surrounded by purple killing intent. Not only that, but he also held the Heavenly Saint Splitting Abyss halberd in his hand. The plump dragon's eyes just caught sight of the weapon and immediately turned pale with fright. Xuanyu didn't give him time to argue and directly dealt with the plump dragon in one blow. He collapsed with a thud. Xuanyu ordered the dragon to slowly descend to the ground. The first step of the plan was successfully completed. He then told the two to prepare for the next step. "Munchin, little treasure, come out." As soon as they heard his voice, they quickly appeared, coming. Lan Xuanyu held the Heavenly Saint Splitting Abyss halberd. His eyes filled with determination to succeed. He still tried his best to combine a portion of energy with the treasure-hunting beast's aura, and then the treasure-hunting beast shot this energy with its own power towards Lan Munchin. She began to cultivate, her entire body emitting a faint energy, one arm receiving the bloodline transferred from the treasure-hunting beast and Lan Xuanyu. However, this method seemed a bit off, and Lan Munchin began to feel uncomfortable, letting out a soft hum, her surrounding aura also gradually becoming unstable and difficult to control. Seeing that the situation wasn't going smoothly, Lan Xuanyu immediately shouted a reminder to her. "Munchin, stop cultivating, consolidate yourself," and then turned to Tang Yuge, reporting to her. "Yuge, it's your turn." Tang Yuge quickly sat cross-legged and began to circulate her energy. It is said that the treasure-hunting beast transformed and transferred suitable energy to Lan Munchin through bloodline power, while the residual life force and other powers in the lower-ranked dragons were filtered and absorbed. When Tang Yuge's bloodline burned, the situation was clearly different from Lan Munchin's. During her cultivation, soft, colorful flames appeared on her body, much more stable than the flames that had appeared on Lan Munchin earlier. The forest was silent, with only the faint breathing of the group. Qianlei couldn't help but ask curiously, "How does it feel?" Lan Munchin and Tang Yuge immediately exclaimed, "The effect is good. My right hand feels different, but the after effects are also severe, requiring a large amount of life energy to replenish the previous consumption." Lan Xuanyu smiled mysteriously. "That's amazing. I'll take you to Elder Tree later and ask him to help you attract more life energy to aid your cultivation. For now, this method seems feasible, and it can also weaken the enemy." Yin Wei expressed his thoughts. "Brother Xuanyu, let me try next time. When will we take action again?" He immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Not so fast. This time we're just experimenting. In reality, we're not fully prepared. One dragon race creature disappearing isn't easy to notice, but if many dragon race creatures disappear in a short time, Heavenly Dragon Star will definitely notice. Cloud Peak City is backed by the Cloud Peak mountain range, where many dragon race creatures like to train their flying and aerial combat skills in the mountains. As long as they aren't discovered by other dragon race members, the disappearance of one dragon race creature generally won't attract attention. Crazy guy, contact Fatty and tell him to come back first." Qianlei was listening intently and immediately responded seriously. "Okay." The next day, Cloud Peak mountain range welcomed a group of visitors. Only they were riding on Lan Xuanyu, who had transformed into a sturdy giant dragon. The treasure-hunting beast surveyed the area and then hastily spoke. "Master, there's a cave on the left side of the mountain, and there's definitely a dragon race member inside." Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate, riding the wind straight there. Standing at the cave entrance, the treasure-hunting beast suddenly showed obvious hesitation. "This is it. This dragon is strong. Everyone be careful." But Lan Xuanyu excitedly ordered everyone, "We'll all go together. We must capture it." Without further ado, everyone rushed forward, ambushing the poor dragon. Looking at the dragon's corpse lying on the cold ground, Lan Xuanyu solemnly ordered, "Crazy guy Wei Wei, you two let those two partners run over happily." The two began to concentrate on transforming the pervasive energy in the air, drawing it into their bodies. The treasure-hunting beast continued to circulate its power, helping the entire process proceed smoothly. When he felt everything was ready, Lan Xuanyu did not forget to remind Qianlei, "Fatty, you start too." His excited voice was higher pitched than usual. "Boss, you come along too." Thus the four gifted prodigies entered a state of endless meditation. Thanks to Lan Xuanyu setting the guiding posture in front, the other three followed suit, and the effects astonishingly improved rapidly. In a brief instant, Lan Xuanyu allowed his mind to delve deep into his consciousness, completely disregarding external reality. Finally attempting dragon power tempering for the first time. As expected, the dragon power of a mid-ranked dragon was very nourishing, stronger than any heavenly treasure, and his body became even more robust. His bloodline's endurance significantly increased. With the perfect fusion of soul power and bloodline, his cultivation advanced once again. He must have already broken through to level 62. When everyone woke up, excited voices immediately rang out, "That's great, I feel full of power." "Me too," he couldn't help but laugh. "I do feel a lot stronger." Danger and opportunity coexist. Lan Xuanyu experienced dragon power tempering for the first time, and the team's strength also rose a notch. After this, Bai Shusho's residence suddenly became livelier than before. 2 months passed and the guard team didn't go out hunting. they spent this time cultivating. Lan Xuanyu's communicator suddenly made a beep-beep-beep sound, and he immediately answered, "Brother Huang, what's up?" After the other party finished speaking, Huang Yuling complained in one breath that he had disturbed her cultivation. Because the ascending dragon competition was approaching, his father had prepared some things for them and Shusho which they could use to participate in the ascending spirit competition. "Can you come over?" He quickly replied, "Of course, we're going over now." But after hanging up, he still had time to discuss it with Bai Shusho before making a move. "There must be good stuff. Let's see how much the Huang family has invested in us. Let's go take a look." After a while, in the spacious office, Huang Daoqi looked at the two fighters before him with a beaming smile. "You two have been cultivating diligently recently, haven't you? I can clearly sense your progress. Truly admirable. The younger generation is formidable. The ascending dragon competition will rely on your own strength. As long as you can prove you have a chance to become dragon knights, the family will fully support you. Therefore, the family has prepared some gifts for you. These are also things you must use in the ascending dragon competition." Looking at the two extraordinary weapons before them, Bai Shusho and Lan Xuanyu couldn't suppress their excitement. Huang Yuling stood by, observing their reactions, and slowly explained, "These two sets of dragon god armor and dragon spears cost the family a lot of resources to forge for you. The materials were chosen based on your own attributes, using the best raw materials. Can you guess what they're made of?" Hearing the other party's faint reply, he rattled off a long explanation. "Do you know, the dragon transformation era appeared because an independent space approached our planet. It caused a mutation, and strong individuals explored this space. They discovered huge bones. Based on our judgment, those might be the bones of true dragons. All dragon knights, dragon god armors and dragon spears are forged from these dragon bones, which is why they are so powerful." The pleasant atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the treasure-hunting beast quietly conveyed to Lan Xuanyu, "Master, I know now. I also know where the space they mentioned is, and I know where that dragon power comes from. They actually excavated dragon tombs. They actually used dragon bones to make equipment. This is simply a desecration of you and the dragon race." The sunny mother planet intertwined with the blue sky. The wind rustled and water gurgled. Tang Wulin fully absorbed the natural essence of the place, his mind cleansed. "This is my first time leaving Seagod Pavilion. After returning to Shrek Academy, I came out to take a look and my state has basically stabilized. 10,000 years of accumulation gave me the opportunity to break through. With the power of the 17th seal, I took another step forward, but breaking through the final seal, the 18th layer, is still far off. Judging from the breakthrough to the 17th seal, if I dared to fully open the last seal, my consciousness would probably be devoured by the Golden Dragon King. To completely resolve the Golden Dragon King's consciousness remaining in my body, it would require a divine position." Tang Wulin gently closed his eyes, his heart filled with worry. And where on the mother planet could he find a divine position now? A sense of loss enveloped him, leaving a question in his mind. "Mom and Dad, when will you come back?" Tang Wulin continued to walk forward, and coincidentally someone also walked out of the room. Nan Cheng enjoyed the surrounding air and unconsciously saw a familiar figure. She couldn't suppress her excitement. "It's young master." Tang Wulin returned a gentle smile. "Hello, you're Nan Cheng, right? We should have met before." He hesitated to offer an invitation. "May I speak with you for a few moments?" Nan Cheng welcomed him selflessly and naturally. "Of course, please come in." A gentle breeze drifted into the room, caressing the meaningful objects within. Tang Wulin was immediately drawn, his gaze falling upon a photo on the table. The captured memory came into view, sunlight gently falling, reflecting a warm glow. He picked up the item, holding it gently in his hands as if it were a treasured find. Nan Cheng worried, quickly explaining, "Young master, are you all right? This is my husband and son. You?" She suddenly paused, too flustered to speak. Tang Wulin bowed in gratitude. "Thank you," Nan Cheng shyly demurred. No, it's nothing. He gently stroked the photo frame in his hand, tears unconsciously welling up. "Could you tell me stories about Lan Xuanyu's childhood?" She didn't hesitate, immediately chatting happily. "Of course, Lan Xuanyu has been especially well behaved since he was a child." Time passed little by little and the conversation gradually shifted elsewhere. Huang Daoqi kindly asked, not forgetting to explain the purpose of the meeting, "Miss Lan Shusho, won't you try them on? Only 3 masters on the entire Heavenly Dragon Star can forge dragon god armor and dragon spears. This time I even invited the Ink Terror Dragon Knight to personally oversee it." The old man's voice remained steady, and Lan Xuanyu unconsciously reached out his hand, only then managing to persuade them to forge these 2 sets of equipment for the 2 of them. Truly rare armor enveloped him. Power surged, and Lan Xuanyu's eyes filled with excitement. Huang Daoqi brought 2 sacred artifacts, then slowly suggested, "You can also try the dragon spears." He extended his hand, his tone serious, power radiating out, immediately pulling the item towards him. "Come here." Lan Xuanyu gripped the weapon tightly while accumulating the necessary energy. The 2 men in the room were so dazzled they couldn't open their eyes, and Bai Shusho couldn't help but glance unhappily. He placed his hand on his chest, constantly cursing inwardly. "This armor is tailored for a woman's figure, protruding where it shouldn't and flat where it should protrude. It's so uncomfortable. However, it's indeed the dragon god armor forged from dragon bones." Lan Xuanyu fell into contemplation, calmly analyzing the item's intrinsic qualities. This set of dragon god armor probably just enhances strength, right? Immense power surged through his limbs, a feeling as steady as a mountain. Although it didn't perfectly fit him, it was sufficient. Bai Shusho gently put it on, and instantly it became one with her. Huang Yulang's eyes were filled with envy. Lan is so beautiful, and Shusho is also beautiful. Huang Daoqi looked at his unrestrained son, furious. You utterly useless thing, everything is written on your face. I'd rather have birthed a pig than you. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho's energies intertwined, immediately creating a unique spectacle. Bai Shusho closed her eyes, feeling her mind immersed in the familiar sensation. This armor seemed like a part of her body, indeed, a perfect fit. All the water elements in her body soared directly. Everything seemed to sublimate during the wearing process. Huang Daoqi was a little proud, confidently explaining each interesting feature. Lan's dragon god armor is not ordinary. It's crafted from one of the largest bones I found. It possesses pure power. Your set has the dark attribute of a giant dragon's body, and because of your own life attribute, it also incorporates the bones of an ice attribute giant dragon. These two have successfully fused. Bai Shusho sincerely and respectfully thanked him. Thank you, father. Her mind kept pondering the limits. Under the effect of this equipment, her strength greatly increased, even more so than the boost from two-word battle armor, as if her body was growing. Lan Xuanyu stepped forward with a question. Patriarch, when does the Ascending Dragon competition begin? What are the rules? The old man detailed all the information. There are still 20 days. Since this is your first time participating, you need to start from the lowest level matches. All Dragon Race members who enter the finals are eligible to participate in the future Dragon Knight selection. After entering the semi-finals, things will be a bit different. Those who make it into the top 30 are exceptional, and can apply for team combat, meaning they can bring their Mount Dragons to participate. Bai Shusho gave an example of a critical moment. What if there's no Mount Dragon? Huang Daoqi explained with strict logic. This is why I previously hoped you could coordinate your efforts. That's the significance. If you don't have a Mount Dragon, you'll be at a disadvantage, because in the semi-finals, the Mount Dragon is also considered part of your strength. The old man's eyes twinkled, envisioning Lan Xuanyu riding a dragon charge. So the perfect scenario is for both of you to make it into the semi-finals, securing a spot in the top 30, and then joining forces to charge into the finals. That way your chances will be much greater. Bai Shusho looked at Lan Xuanyu beside her with sharp eyes which also filled him with awe. She calmly raised the question, if one is eliminated before the semi-finals, can they still become a Mount Dragon? Huang Daoqi softly replied, yes, but it certainly won't be as good as the situation I described. Huang Yulin put on a cool facade. I'll also work hard, hoping to enter the semi-finals with you. The old man immediately turned and scolded. You hurry up and focus. He immediately cowered. Father is right. Lan Xuanyu observed everything, secretly pondering. Huang Yulin is also a titled Duluo level powerhouse, and in terms of energy cultivation he's not much different from us. But why does Huang Daoqi clearly lack confidence in him? Could it be that he has no combat specialty? Huang Daoqi gently cared. You two take your things and go back to cultivate quickly. He quickly responded. Okay, Patriarch. Bai Shusho seriously obeyed. Yes, father, returning to the comfortable lounge. Lan Xuanyu hastily began analyzing. Shusho, you cultivate first. I'll go back and study this spear. She softly agreed. Okay. Various thoughts arose in his mind, exploring all inherent aspects. From their appearance, the two dragon spears were somewhat similar. The difference was that the golden dragon spear was longer. The feeling for the flame dragon spear was more thorough. It itself was like energy. It provided power to himself, which he then released, instantly erupting with immense might. The golden dragon spear, however, was completely restrained, heavy and solid, with no feeling of power feedback, nor did it have the advantages of the azure dragon spear. Lan Xuanyu summoned the treasure-hunting beast, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. Little treasure, why is this happening? The treasure-hunting beast explained without hesitation. It's simple. The main reason is that the true golden dragon spear is actually your bones. Forged from your bones, how can the bones of other dragons compare? The dragon god armor and dragon spear you just received are forged from the bones of the mountain dragon king. They are already extremely top-tier existences, but they are still far inferior to you. Among your 10 dragon kings, the mountain dragon king symbolizes strength and possesses extremely formidable power. The dragon race is powerful and the role of bones is very important. The fusion of bone marrow and bones is one of the foundations of dragon race power. Therefore, even after death, the bones of the dragon race still contain immense energy. The so-called thorough refining is to guide and stimulate the full power of the bone marrow and bones, erupting with formidable might. The treasure-hunting beast became tense as those profound pieces of information were slowly recounted. However, the Mountain Dragon King's spear can at most be considered close to a divine artifact. It's not a true divine artifact, but your golden dragon spear is not only a true divine artifact but also a top-tier existence, although not as powerful as the super-divine artifact Heavenly Saint Splitting Abyss Halberd in your hands. Its power is nearly comparable, Lan Xuanyu vaguely affirmed. So you mean I still can't unleash the full power of the golden dragon spear, and even Uncle Luo can't either? The treasure-hunting beast confirmed without hesitation. That's right, because the golden dragon spear is not a product of the golden dragon king but from the dragon god. Your past life's weapon, I can confirm that its power has not yet been developed, so it can only replenish its life effect by devouring life energy. The treasure-hunting beast connected this to another scenario. In fact, if you can truly unleash its power, it might be an important step for you to return to being a dragon god. With its power, you can master a certain scepter and even find the mark of your original divine position. Xuanyu questioned, somewhat annoyed. Why didn't you say so earlier? The treasure-hunting beast reminded him. That's because you couldn't refine it yet. There was no point in telling you, but now it's different. You have this opportunity. Xuanyu, a little displeased, asked, Are you referring to the god-slaying annihilation lightning or dragon power tempering? The treasure-hunting beast answered seriously. Both are indispensable. One helps the golden dragon spear restore its brilliance, and the other guides its fusion with your bone marrow, becoming a part of your body. This is the most perfect state. He expressed his doubt. Will finding more dragon god bones help with future recovery? The treasure-hunting beast pointed out the correct direction, the dragon cemetery. If the pseudo-dragons of Heavenly Dragon Star can cultivate with the power there, and if your bones are suppressing it, it wouldn't be possible without such immense dragon power. Xuanyu quickly confirmed, I somewhat understand now, this might be our long-term goal. His gaze gradually darkened, and he constantly formulated plans in his mind, whether it's the leaders of Heavenly Dragon Star or the Dragon Knights. Their transformations all originated from the Dragon Cemetery. If he could obtain dragon god bones in the future, it would be of great benefit to him. Dragon bones, the dragon god core. These are crucial for him to become a dragon god in the future. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed Xuanyu's mind like a warning bell. He started to frantically question his worldview. When did becoming a dragon god become his goal? If this was entirely his own thought, then it could naturally explain where this idea came from. Perhaps he had been influenced by his bloodline. No matter when, he must adhere to the spiritual consciousness in his heart. He must never let his beliefs be corrupted. While pursuing power is important, it is equally important to remain clear-headed. Having figured this out, Xuanyu decided to go out and see how Bai Shusho's cultivation was progressing. As soon as he opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised to find her energy very stable and powerful. After putting on this dragon god armor, Bai Shusho's aura was already comparable to a titled Duluo. Amazing, Xuanyu praised unreservedly. This assessment was very suitable for him and helped him greatly. Bai Shusho nodded and stood up when she heard him say, That's right, I'm looking forward to the Ascending Dragon competition. Soon a few days later it arrived. Yuling gently adjusted his glasses, proudly showing off, Miss Lan, Miss Bai, this is your first time riding a Sky Dragon chariot, isn't it? This Sky Dragon chariot is pulled by lower-ranked dragons and only the City Lord is qualified to use it, you know. Xuanyu sat opposite him, speaking for both of them. Then we thank the City Lord. Yuling then enthusiastically added, Father specifically let me borrow it, fearing you might be tired on the journey, and it would affect your performance in the Ascending Dragon competition. After all, both younger sisters are highly favored by the City Lord. At this point, Yuling suddenly exclaimed excitedly, I see Ascending Dragon platform. We're almost at Ascending Dragon City. That's the Ascending Dragon platform. Ascending Dragon platform is the closest place to the sky, the true holy land of the dragon race. Only designated dragon knights are qualified to enter and exit freely. Bai Shusho, hearing this, followed his gaze out the window. According to the information they had seen previously, Ascending Dragon platform was over 12,000 meters high, truly the tallest mountain on Heavenly Dragon Star. But she hadn't expected such a strange sight. Xuanyu, however, noticed a completely different point. The narrowest part below seems to be only about 1,000 meters in diameter, while the widest part is probably over 10,000 meters in diameter. That's definitely not ordinary rock, otherwise it couldn't support such a massive mountain. She was immediately intrigued. What material is Ascending Dragon platform made of? Yuling shrugged, expressing helplessness. I'm not sure either. It's said that Ascending Dragon platform didn't exist originally but descended from the sky during the Dragon Transformation era. With Ascending Dragon platform as the center, the surrounding mutated populations were the most numerous, which is why many say Ascending Dragon platform brought about the Dragon Transformation era. The treasure-hunting beast, still invisible, also confirmed, this Ascending Dragon platform is indeed a treasure, but its aura seems to be obscured by something, even I can't sense it clearly. Upon hearing this, Xuanyu's greedy nature flared up again. Since it's a treasure, why don't we try to take it away? Bai Shusho immediately warned him mentally. How can something so big be taken away? You need to be more realistic. In the exchange between the two people and one beast, the chariot had already landed. Yuling stood by the chariot, bowing chivalrously. We've arrived. Please step out, ladies. At this moment, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho were completely stunned, looking at the houses sparkling from brick to roof. He immediately twisted his face with jealousy. Too extravagant, it's simply wasteful. If only all those minerals and rare metals could be dug out and put to good use. Heavenly Dragon Star is indeed rich. If the technology here advanced, then how much combat power could be generated here? Yuling, already accustomed to such reactions, merely explained calmly, this Ascending Dragon Square is one of Heavenly Dragon Star's great wonders, taking over 120 years to build. The building materials are all rare and precious minerals. The dragon race loves shiny things. By night, the entire square will glow brilliantly. Many of our clansmen have successfully proposed marriage here. Once you've settled in, you can come and explore. Time quickly reached dusk on the crowded streets. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho walked closely, whispering, "According to the information we collected, there's a Sky Gazer clan residential area here. Our teleportation can be arranged nearby. After all, there are 2 dragon knights guarding this place, so it's better to be careful." As they spoke, a dragon suddenly flew overhead, its large wings accidentally bumping into an unlucky person. Bai Shusho couldn't help but frown when she saw this. Can they really tolerate this? Even if they're powerful, they shouldn't harm ordinary people at will, should they? With great power comes great responsibility. Xuanyu nodded in agreement, criticizing, "Therefore, in terms of wisdom, I always feel that most of the races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy are still quite lacking. If not for the dragon race's slower reproduction rate and smaller numbers, perhaps even more races would have been enslaved." Meanwhile, Gui Bu was still shouting loudly, "Everyone get out of my way!" He landed heavily on the ground, sniffing at Shaman's feet. "Hand over all your food, quickly!" Shaman's face turned pale with fright. She could only stammer in response, "Why yes, right away." Xuanyu silently watched Shaman fearfully take out many large pieces of meat. "This is all the shop has left." He couldn't hold back any longer and decided to speak. "Hey, as a dragon race member, don't you feel ashamed?" Gui Bu, still gnawing on the meat, turned his head in confusion. "How are you talking to me?" Xuanyu did not answer, merely placed his hand on Gui Bu and executed an over-the-shoulder throw. Gui Bu was suddenly caught off guard, his eyes burning with fury. "Ouch, who gave you the guts to hit me?" Xuanyu, now in his female disguise, responded haughtily, "What if I hit you? Do you have a problem with that?" Just when an intense battle seemed imminent, Gui Bu suddenly did a complete 180-degree turn. "Sister is so beautiful, are you here for the Ascending Dragon competition?" Gui Bu even generously offered his food. "Are you hungry? Have some meat." Xuanyu immediately refused, "No need." Then he turned around in alarm, signaling behind him. This was an unexpected situation, but Bai Shusho's gaze was still as sharp as a knife. "It's starting again, isn't it?" The first rays of sunset in Ascending Dragon City were indeed captivating. It was a pity Xuanyu was not in the mood to appreciate them. "Are you challenging me? Stop talking nonsense, let's fight." But Gui Bu on the opposite side awkwardly scratched his face. "Dragons don't fight dragons unless it's the Ascending Dragon competition. I just want to get to know pretty girls." After speaking, he quickly introduced himself. "I'm Gui Bu. What are your names?" Xuanyu remained silent for a long time before answering. "I am Lan and she is Shu." But this doesn't mean Xuanyu would forget what just happened. As a dragon race member, you caused conflict with other races and demanded food in the open. It's truly disgraceful. Have you considered what will happen to those who were injured because of you? Upon hearing this, Gui Bu immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I was just hungry, and when I'm hungry I get a little cranky." Gui Bu's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Don't be angry, I'll be careful in the future and they won't die." As if to prove his words, he immediately raised his head and roared. And then a healing energy enveloped the injured people. Bai Shusho was somewhat surprised to see this. "You can heal?" Gui Bu nodded shyly repeatedly. "That's right, I'm an emerald dragon. A high-ranking dragon race member, but I can't transform into human form. Can you teach me how to transform into human form?" Upon hearing this, Xuanyu awkwardly turned to leave. "Figure it out yourself, just remember not to cause trouble again. We have to go." It wasn't until they had walked a certain distance that Bai Shusho couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xuanyu turned his head in confusion and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Shusho immediately teased, "You're truly a beauty that can bring down cities and dragons. I feel like you don't even need to participate in the Ascending Dragon competition. Your looks alone can get you to the finals. Do you possess some special persistence that has a strong attraction to the dragon race?" Upon hearing this, Xuanyu immediately felt something was amiss and decided to retaliate. "Perhaps my Golden Dragon King bloodline aura has a strong attraction to these dragon race creatures, but Shusho is truly a great beauty," praised by the person she liked. Bai Shusho immediately blushed and coyly said, "You're annoying, so sweet-tongued." Xuanyu quickly argued, "I'm just speaking the truth." Bai Shusho, helpless, changed the subject. "Alright, let's go back quickly. We have things to do tomorrow." Soon the morning sun shone again. The next day, at the foot of Ascending Dragon platform, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho were queuing. Bai Shusho scanned her surroundings, observing. There were many strange-looking dragons, while he carefully analyzed in his mind that only dragons below god level could participate in the Ascending Dragon competition. The higher the rank of the dragon, the closer its form resembled the true dragons recorded in Duluo continent's history. As for the lower-ranked dragons, it was evident that due to impure bloodlines, many still retained physical characteristics from before the dragon transformation era. Just then, Yuling walked over and reminded them, "Miss Lan, Miss Bai, today is the first match, and you need to ascend Ascending Dragon platform. Within a certain range around Ascending Dragon platform, there is a special repulsive force. All participants must rely on their own strength to overcome that repulsive force and fly up." Bai Shusho immediately imagined, wouldn't that require thousands of dragons to fly up together? He nodded calmly in confirmation. "Exactly, that's why so many people come to watch." Xuanyu stood aside, lost in thought again. All of Heavenly Dragon Star's immense life force was for the growth of these pseudo-dragons. No other planet had such a massive soul beast population. If humanity could acquire this planet, it would be a monumental development for the Duluo Federation. Just as he was thinking this, someone in the distance shouted, "Isn't that Huang Yuling?" Zhang Liang walked over, grinning mockingly. "Where did you find these two beauties? Aren't you going to introduce them to me?" His face darkened at this moment. "Why is it you?" Zhang Liang also stared back without weakness. "What?" Still unwilling to say, Zhang Liang looked at Xuanyu and introduced himself without prompting. "Then I'll introduce myself. Hello, two beautiful ladies. I am Zhang Liang Ruishao from Rolong City's ancestor. My family has a dragon knight, Ruishao." Yulin walked over and stood in front of him. "Zhang Liang Ruishao, these two are members of my family, Bai Shu and Lan. The Ascending Dragon competition is about to begin. Can you please not disturb them?" Zhang Liang shrugged, uncaring. "Ascending Dragon is just basic for us. What's there to be surprised about? Rolong City is protected by an ancestor. Rolong fruit is also famous throughout the planet. Welcome, two beautiful ladies, to taste it." Just as he was showing off, a majestic voice from Heavenly Dragon suddenly came. "Zhang Liang Ruishao, prepare for the competition." Upon hearing this, he reluctantly left. "Brother Long, I'm coming." It was then that Bai Shusho turned her head and asked, "Who was that?" Yuling replied in detail. "That's Tianlong from Heavenly Dragon City, a top-tier inherited disciple, and one of the most highly anticipated individuals in this Ascending Dragon competition. It's said that his tempering ability has been cultivated to an extremely high level, but he has always suppressed it and not completed the breakthrough, both in cultivation and bloodline. He is one of the best of our generation." Bai Shusho listened, and then asked again, "What about Zhang Liang Ruishao? And what is Rolong fruit?" At the mention of that name, he immediately clenched his fists in anger. "Zhang Liang Weishao is just a clown. Rolong fruit is indeed exclusive to the Ruishao family, and it's provided to the Dragon Knights every 5 years. No sooner had he finished explaining than a dragon suddenly flew up from Ascending Dragon platform. A person standing on the head of an abyssal demon dragon announced loudly, "The Ascending Dragon competition is a grand event for the young generation of our dragon race. I hope everyone performs excellently in this competition. I now declare the Ascending Dragon competition officially open." "Everyone take off." The crowd around Xuanyu immediately stirred and shouted in unison. "Understood, Lord Abyssal Demon Dragon Knight." Countless dragons immediately spread their wings and flew into the sky. Yuling also impatiently reminded, "Miss Lan, Miss Bai, let's go." Xuanyu heard him, turned his head to the person beside him. "Shusho, let's go." Her face was filled with determination. "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 pairs of wings unfolded behind Xuanyu and Bai Shusho respectively. Ascending Dragon platform gradually appeared before them. It looked close but was actually very high. Dragon wings from all directions surged forward. Every dragon strained to fly towards the mountain peak. Xuanyu was no exception. He held Bai Shusho's hand and flew together. At a certain distance he signaled, "Shusho, get ready, I'm going to throw you up." Bai Shusho was already full of spirit, ready for this breakthrough. "Okay." Without further ado, Xuanyu shouted with all his might, "Shusho, go up!" Soon her figure was pushed high into the sky. In midair, Bai Shusho's body gradually transformed into an abyssal ice demon dragon. Xuanyu's power was a perfect leverage, helping her quickly pull away from the other dragons. Witnessing this astonishing acceleration, Xuanyu's eyes changed a little. He thought to himself, "Excellent, it's my turn now." No sooner said than done. He began to transform into his golden dragon form, and a golden dragon head emerged. It hastily spread its wings and soared, radiating countless golden lights. As soon as it materialized, the golden dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding dragons also felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing it. At this moment, Zhang Liang and Tianlong also transformed into their dragon forms and hovered in the air. Zhang Liang's eyes showed a lustful expression. "Big brother, don't you think Miss Lan is super beautiful?" Tianlong did not answer, but secretly judged in his heart that this woman named Lan was indeed not simple. Her power was very strong, but while he was lost in thought, Zhang Liang had already spoken first. "Miss Lan, your dragon form is also too beautiful." Xuanyu, who never liked being teased, turned his head very unhappily. "I really want to see who is so tactless," and with a single blow he pushed Zhang Liang flying far away. Zhang Liang, dizzy and disoriented, shouted loudly, "Big brother, I can't stop." Tianlong, standing by, was speechless, at a loss for words to say to this person. He suddenly remembered Xuanyu's roar and thought, "When she roared, my body involuntarily trembled, and my speed visibly slowed down a bit. This is bloodline suppression. What exactly is her bloodline?" Ignoring these digressions, Xuanyu continued to fly upwards. However, the previous conflict aroused Tianlong's keen interest, and he insisted on flying alongside Xuanyu. He kindly reminded him, "Hey, flying up is just the beginning. Overdoing it is not good, you'll be targeted." Xuanyu proudly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "I like it, can you mind your own business? Don't worry about handsome young dragons." Returning to the Ascending Dragon platform, its top suddenly emitted light enveloping all the dragons. This light formed an invisible barrier, preventing the surrounding giant dragons from invading. Bai Shu had already flown nearby, secretly assessing the situation. In front was the pressure emanating from the Ascending Dragon platform. The closer one got to the platform, the greater the pressure. This was probably the test. Without dragon power tempering, flying up under such pressure would undoubtedly consume a tremendous amount of energy. At this moment, under the effect of death withering forcibly eroding this pressure, she could still maintain a relatively fast speed. Other giant dragons, unwilling to yield, roared one after another, summoning a certain power. A layer of spiritual energy enveloped their bodies as they flew towards the sky, hoping to withstand the immense pressure. Bai Shu seemed to have found the crux of the problem. Secretly lamenting that all dragon race creatures were affected by the pressure, the weaker ones had already been eliminated to a distant place, and their altitude and speed had also shown differences. Xuanyu, relying solely on strength, could also withstand it. He didn't use any skills, nor did he spend much time catching up to Bai Shu's speed. Seeing him right behind her, she fell silent for a moment. Thoughts flashed continuously. This was Xuanyu's fourth soul skill, Golden Dragon King Roar Domain, from his golden patterned blue-silver grass, so he wasn't without skills but had used a skill on himself. Xuanyu continued to roar loudly, inadvertently causing trouble for other giant dragons. A talkative dragon, with a jealous attitude, remarked, "Why hasn't that beauty finished roaring yet? She shouldn't bully other dragons just because of her bloodline." A nearby dragon, sizing itself up, defended her. "She's full of wildness, don't argue with her, you can't beat her anyway." Xuanyu proudly wore his best disguise, an arrogant mask, and continuously muttered to himself, "If you're going to act, you have to go all out. I must show a disdainful wild flying posture. My identity is that of a wild dragon race member, only recently discovered. It's normal to act arrogantly. The more I try to be humble and hide, the more likely I am to attract special attention. The closer to the mountaintop, the more powerful the pressure emanating from the ascending dragon platform became." Xuanyu secretly assessed the situation from the side. The pressure permeated his body little by little, integrating with his bloodline. His strength was replenished, and his bloodline seemed to be stimulated, feeling a burning sensation just like undergoing dragon power tempering. Could it be that this ascension process was a trial for the dragon race? He stopped thinking and immediately summoned his purple demon eyes. With these eyes, Xuanyu could easily observe that every dragon race creature seemed to be absorbing something, forming air currents that penetrated into the ascending dragon platform. These air currents surged around the giant pillar of the ascending dragon platform, and they were not unidirectional but bidirectional. Thoughts flashed continuously. The inside of the ascending dragon platform also released air currents outwards, creating pressure that hindered their progress. As they advanced, these air currents would penetrate their bodies, forming a cycle. This meant that thousands of dragon race creatures' bloodline auras were now concentrated, undergoing collective tempering. The more kin absorbed, the greater the benefits. Weaker dragon race creatures would be repelled further away or even fall directly, gaining relatively little and becoming suppliers, but with no gain. Such a simple dragon ascension ceremony contained so much thought, and the ascending dragon platform, such a peculiar existence. What kind of ability was needed to refine something like it? Little Treasure, astonished, quickly discovered the key. "Master, it's you." The little guy's eyes sparkled as he continued to speak voluminously. "This ascending dragon platform was originally refined by you. Back then in the God Realm we called it the Ascending Dragon Pillar, and it was used to test the strength of lower-ranked dragon race members in the God Realm. In the God Realm, only dragon race members who were level 3 gods or higher were qualified to use the Ascending Dragon Pillar, but now these fake dragons are using it." Honestly, Xuanyu listened intently, dumbfounded, and asked in surprise, "After the Great War, the Ascending Dragon Pillar disappeared with the Dragon God and then came here?" Little Treasure slowly explained, "That's right, the Ascending Dragon Pillar originally belonged to the God Realm during the Dragon God's reign. I still remember you telling me back then that with the Ascending Dragon Pillar you could fix dragon souls." The little guy showed no sign of stopping, still chattering. "It seems the Ascending Dragon Pillar disappeared first. I wonder if your personality change at that time was related to its disappearance?" Xuanyu asked. "Can I retrieve this Ascending Dragon Pillar?" Little Treasure showed a regretful expression. "No, you would need to reach the realm of a first-level god and completely cover the Ascending Dragon Pillar with your bloodline aura to have a chance of retrieving it." Xuanyu's forehead was sweating after hearing this. "In other words, if my cultivation can reach the super god level, I might be able to retrieve this super divine artifact, right?" Little Treasure nodded in affirmation. "That's right, that's how it is. However, if you can cultivate at its peak, it will also be of great benefit to you." Xuanyu immediately became excited upon hearing this, almost jumping up. "Then let's work hard to become gods." Little Treasure looked at him, secretly lamenting in his heart. "I can tell you really want it." Back to the tense atmosphere of the Ascending Dragon platform. Xuanyu excitedly shared a secret he had just discovered. "Shusho, I already know the secret of the Ascending Dragon platform. The higher you fly, the greater the pressure you endure, and the more beneficial it is." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed the golden dragon roar, terrifying the other giant dragons. The talkative dragon began to judge again. "There she goes again. Why is she roaring again? Does she really not care about the dragons' lives?" Sensing that the time was right, Xuanyu quickly signaled, "Shusho, we need to go up." Soon he rode on Bai Shu's back, his legs tightly clamped around her body, and then he exerted all his strength to carry them both high into the sky. Witnessing the previous scene, the other giant dragons complained, "Who's going to control her? Why does she keep screaming? Does she really not care about the dragons' lives? At this moment, Xuanyu was almost at the top, filled with anticipation. Come on, stronger. My dragon core can directly absorb this pure bloodline power. This is our feast. Bai Shu, next to him, wide-eyed, was perhaps also waiting for what was to come. The moment of waiting finally arrived, and Xuanyu and Bai Shu safely landed on the top of the ascending dragon platform. As soon as they stepped onto it, both immediately reverted to human form. A golden aura enveloped their bodies. Xuanyu was puzzled by this dragon chi, feeling a bit curious, but he and Bai Shu staggered deeper. After a brief observation of the situation here, Xuanyu secretly concluded that even if the ascending dragon platform was not affected by his dragon god bloodline, any dragon race creature cultivating here would benefit. He just wondered why Huang Daoqi hadn't told him earlier. As he pondered and assessed, the appearance of other giant dragons caught his attention. A thought suddenly flashed. Other dragon race members had already arrived here. Inadvertently, a blurred figure nearby gradually appeared. Yaoyuan appeared like a deity greeting them. Finally made it up, the first one to fly up. Xuanyu secretly appraised the person in front of him. The dark demon dragon knight's aura is so strong, will he see through me? Relax. Even the ink terror dragon knight couldn't tell. This dragon knight probably can't either. Little Treasure seemed to read Xuanyu's mind and comforted him. Don't worry, master, he definitely can't tell. According to etiquette, Xuanyu still politely bowed his head, and Yaoyuan's gaze was complex, his voice neither high nor low. The first one to fly up, this is your honor. He solemnly introduced himself. You are qualified to know my name. I am the dark demon dragon knight, Luo Yaoyuan. Knowing that this adult was extraordinary, Bai Shu and Xuanyu both quickly and respectfully bowed to him. Respected Dark Demon Dragon Knight, sir. Then Yaoyuan looked directly at Xuanyu and instructed, the first one to fly up is qualified to feel the majestic dragon power. You, come with me. Following his words, Xuanyu followed closely, but as he approached the very center, a special sensation arose. He secretly assessed the closer to the center of the ascending dragon platform, the denser the patterns on the ground and the richer the dragon chi. Yaoyuan closed his eyes, thinking about the pressure around the ascending dragon platform, and eloquently explained, the great dragon power tempers our race. If you can become the head of the ascending dragons, you will be able to see it. He gazed intently at Xuanyu opposite him, who was blankly receiving information. Soon a power appeared, circling Yaoyuan's body. The dazzling golden light erupting from him made it difficult for Xuanyu to adapt. He closed his eyes, utterly perplexed. What's happening? My bloodline aura suddenly churned, fluctuating violently, even feeling like I couldn't suppress it anymore. The pressure source directly entered Xuanyu's body, causing countless effects. After some time he was able to open his eyes wide. A completely unfamiliar sight greeted Xuanyu. A group of giant dragons circled and danced around the snow-capped mountains, a truly delightful sight. He was momentarily caught off guard, asking himself in surprise, where is this? But inadvertently he discovered an enormous white dragon slumbering. Xuanyu secretly lamented, what a huge dragon. His gaze swept across the scene and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Such a sight was not only familiar but also seemed to have been seen in a similar scenario during his breakthrough. This place was so harmonious, without war, without destruction. Dragons flew everywhere. A scene of prosperity. Inadvertently, the white dragon slightly opened its eyes. It moved its body, showing signs of flying directly forward, apparently wanting to face Xuanyu. Feeling the familiar aura on him, it brought its face closer and its eyes became complex. Suddenly, a powerful pressure rushed straight into his body, making Xuanyu grimace, roaring internally, I can't suppress my bloodline aura anymore. My head is splitting, it's about to explode. At this moment, the silver dragon and golden dragon bloodlines spontaneously released, frantically clashing with each other. Xuanyu crouched down, weak and in pain. The silver dragon seemed to want to break free and rush out. Seeing the urgent situation, Bai Shu thought, oh no, Xuanyu is in danger, and she quickly ran over, shouting, Sister Lan? Xuanyu seemed to have lost control, causing anyone who approached him to be instantly knocked away. Although she tried hard to block with her hands, it was unsuccessful. Bai Shu could only lament in her heart, the pressure is too strong. Looking at the chaotic scene, she regretfully complained in her heart, it's over, everything is over, we're exposed. Yaoyuan witnessed everything, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. At this moment, Xuanyu was in a terrible state, clutching his head tightly, constantly struggling internally, feeling his head was about to split, having too much information poured into it instantly. Fragments of memories about world destruction kept flashing in his mind. The silver dragon suddenly returned to Xuanyu's body, and he knelt down weakly, falling forward. Weakly gasping for breath, Yaoyuan stepped forward and asked, how are you? Are you all right? Xuanyu stammered, Lord Dragon Knight. Yaoyuan didn't give him a chance to continue, quickly dissuading him. Don't say anything more, rest here for a while. You've consumed a lot, your situation is quite special. I never expected that after so many years of arduous cultivation and so many years of waiting, we finally have a ray of hope. Xuanyu's eyes widened as he continued to listen to the other party's praise. You are very powerful, cultivate here. I must report your situation to the leader. He fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself, the leader of Heavenly Dragon Star has already seen me. Can I hide it from the leader? What exactly happened to me before? Lord Yaoyuan also seemed to respect talent and immediately announced to the public, everyone listen up, no one is allowed to approach him, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Anyone who leaks what happened today will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, he intimidated everyone present. All trembled and obeyed. Having done what needed to be done, Yaoyuan quickly turned to Xuanyu and said, "You rest where you are for now. I'll be back as soon as I go." As soon as he left, Bai Shu ran over in a panic from a distance. Lan Xuanyu sat on the side tiredly speaking. "Shusho," she asked with a calm, worried expression. "How are you feeling?" Bai Shu didn't have the patience to wait for a response and continued to press. "Xuanyu, what's going on? The current situation seems a bit different from what I expected." Xuanyu showed a helpless expression. "I don't have any clues either." Xuanyu and Bai Shu were outside, eagerly exchanging information. Yuling's gaze was very focused, scrutinizing their every move. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. It's good for the family that Lan is so highly valued by the Dark Demon Dragon Knight. Lord Roland has already praised Lan as having limitless potential and being likely to become a Dragon Knight. But given the current situation, Yuling thought of Xuanyu crying during his breakthrough and couldn't help but feel a chill. Her rise is too fast, which means I don't have time to pursue Lan further. Faced with the first one to fly up, how should I pursue her? A voice interrupted his thoughts. What's the background of this clan member of yours? Quite powerful, huh? Yuling frankly answered with his arms crossed. All I can tell you is that she has been recognized by the Ink Terror Dragon Knight and has the potential to become a Dragon Knight in the future. She joined our family a long time ago. Shusho is also my younger sister. Zhang Liang also nodded in praise after hearing this. Your family is really lucky to find such a powerful and beautiful woman. You're quite good, kid. A group of people behind him also enthusiastically cheered. They are both so lively. Smelling a rival, Yuling jealously cursed under his breath. What, are you coveting Lan and Shusho's beauty again? Don't you look in the mirror, such thick skin. He immediately raised his voice, his tone clearly warning. I'm warning you, don't harbor any ill intentions. Seeing the bustling scene ahead, Bai Shu complained with annoyance. One Huang Yuling was already annoying enough, now a whole group of irritating guys have arrived. Stop staring at Xuanyu. Sensing the other party's unusual attitude, Xuanyu asked in confusion, What's wrong, Shusho? At this moment a dark vortex appeared in the sky and a dragon flew out of it. Xuanyu and Bai Shu both widened their eyes, somewhat surprised. It turned out Yaoyuan had returned and brought news. That is a precious item. The Ascending Dragon competition has ended, and all who successfully reached the summit will have their names re-registered. They are qualified to participate in this Ascending Dragon competition, which will officially be held tomorrow. As the leader, if Lan can win the Ascending Dragon competition, she will be rewarded with an opportunity to seek fortune in the Dragon Realm. Whether she can become a true Dragon Chief will depend on your performance. Xuanyu seriously received the information from the side. The chief is also watching your performance. See you next time. Yaoyuan left these words and then quickly departed. Yuling seized the opportunity to charm the beauty, slowly walking forward to show concern. Lan, are you alright? But Xuanyu had no interest in flattery and simply ignored him. I'm a bit tired, let's go back. The scene quickly shifted to a magnificent and splendid castle. In the luxurious bedroom, two figures gradually drew closer, somewhat ambiguously. Bai Shu whispered Xuanyu's name, feeling wronged, and then her face was quickly drenched in tears. She painfully pleaded, Shall we go back to the mother planet? Earlier on the Ascending Dragon platform when you fell, I truly thought we had been discovered. I thought I would lose you forever. Do you know how panicked I was then? Bai Shusho continued to pour out her heart. On Heavenly Dragon Star, this will absolutely not be the last time we encounter such a situation. As if her emotions reached their peak, she began to sob uncontrollably. Xuanyu, I'm not afraid of death, but I really dislike this feeling of panic and fear. Do you understand? Xuanyu looked at her, crying aggrievedly with heartache. He reached out and embraced Bai Shusho, gently comforting her. I understand. I'm sorry, Shusho, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done that today. A hint of regret surged in Xuanyu's heart, and he blamed himself. If we weren't so outstanding, perhaps. Seeing his self-reproach, Bai Shusho quickly argued. No, you didn't do anything wrong that will bring us greater rewards. I can clearly feel the effect of bloodline tempering soaring, which is the most direct benefit brought by the Ascending Dragon platform. If you can ultimately win the championship, it means you can go to the Dragon Realm. Speaking of this, she unconsciously gripped Xuanyu's arm tightly, her voice trembling slightly. I couldn't even go with you then. I was really afraid you'd go and never come back. The air suddenly grew heavy, but what remained for the two lovers was mutual comfort. After a while, Xuanyu spoke. All right, Shusho, I promise you, as long as we can enter the finals and qualify for the Dragon Knight competition, we'll stop there. We won't go to the Dragon Realm this time, okay? He continued to express his thoughts. But Shusho, you must understand now, we are not just doing this for ourselves. Our teammates are all on Heavenly Dragon Star, and the plant-type Soul Beast seniors are all here. Elder Tree too, we can't just give up the benefits this place offers everyone, even including the Eternal Tree. This is the fruit of all our efforts. Xuanyu gazed gently at the girl in front of him, wishing he could pour out his heart to prove. I can only promise you that we will ensure safety as much as possible, but I'm afraid I cannot stop adventuring. Back when we learned the secret of Dragon Source Star, we didn't expect to be hunted by the Heavenly Dragon Star leader. Only by becoming strong can we take risks. I don't want to see Teacher Nana fall into a planet to save me again. Heavenly Dragon Star might be my only chance. Only here can I become a true powerhouse. Only then can I fully protect everyone. Bai Shusho gradually understood the hardships in his heart. I'm sorry Xuanyu, I made things difficult for you. I understand all this but just now I really, she hesitated. Since I chose you, I want to share both joy and sorrow with you. If one day we truly encounter an irresistible danger, then I will face it with you. Come what may, we must be together. If you want to go to the dragon realm, you must take me with you. After all, I am your Mount Dragon. Xuanyu narrowed his eyes, pinched her nose and teased, so now you remember you're my Mount Dragon? Before you were quite resistant. Bai Shusho put her hands on her hips, playfully retorted. That's different. She coquettishly embraced Lan Xuanyu, her eyes full of deep affection. We still need to communicate more and understand each other. It really feels much better to express the panic and confusion in my heart. Just as Lan Xuanyu was about to respond, Bai Shusho added, Shusho is right, actually thinking about it in reverse because my bloodline power is too strong. The energy required for each advancement is astronomical. When I broke through to 5 rings, I almost drained the ice and fire yin-yang well on Senluo's star. He took Bai Shusho's hand, gently placed it on his chest and sincerely shared everything. When I broke through to 6 rings, I relied on absorbing the life essence of the eternal tree, which was equivalent to the life essence of an entire planet. The same thing cannot be done again, and I want to break through to God level. Why? The conflict between us and the Dragon Horse Galaxy has reached an irreconcilable point. There will certainly be a decisive battle in the future. This is destined to be an intense war. If we want to protect our home and our loved ones, we need to make ourselves stronger. Time waits for no one, and Heavenly Dragon Star just gives us the opportunity to break through quickly. My cultivation speed will definitely increase significantly. In at most another half a year, my soul power will reach the peak of 6 rings. The Ascending Spirit platform is originally a super divine artifact of the Dragon God level. If I can break through on the Ascending Dragon platform, then it's very likely that I will directly bypass the titled Duluo level and become a god in one step. So I really want to give it my all. I don't want to just watch Uncle La and Teacher Nana fight for humanity in the future decisive battle, while I can do nothing. Bai Shusho, resting her chin in her hand, said adorably, Xuanyu, this is the first time I'm willingly your Mount Dragon, but you also have to be my Mount Dragon. Normally, I ride you outside, but only in front of you can you ride me. We are each other's Mount Dragons. After hearing this, Xuanyu hugged Bai Shusho tightly, promising, okay, it's a deal. The next day, at the foot of the Ascending Dragon platform, countless people gathered. Xuanyu and his 2 companions were also present. Yuling spoke first. Generally speaking, lower rank and middle rank dragon races are required to go to the Ascending Dragon platform first to wait for the competition. If we arrive early today, we can finish early and go back to rest. He then put on a fawning expression, directly guiding. It also saves us from queuing with other upper rank dragon races. I'll fly you up, I'll go first. Lan Shusho and Xuanyu simply gave a perfunctory "oh." The onlookers were already divided into separate teams. Wubin stood like a deity, and Yulang's voice came from afar, Greetings, Lord. We are from the royal family of Wind Dragon City, he asked himself in surprise. The royal family? He received a friendly nod from Yuling. Greetings, Lord. Looking at Xuanyu and Bai Shusho in front of him, Wubin vaguely recognized them. This isn't this, he said no more, immediately making an exception to welcome them. The leaders of the Ascending Dragon platform have priority. You two please follow me. Yuling stood stunned to the side, quickly asking, Are we going together? Wubin's face immediately changed drastically, and he sternly reminded, You go queue up. Yuling was left behind, standing alone in the crowd on the verge of tears. After being led inside by Wubin, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho saw a huge arena before them. Many contestants were already waiting there. Just then, Xuanyu suddenly recognized the white dragon from before and countless other dragons surrounding it. He felt strange and couldn't help but ask himself, what was the illusion that appeared in my mind, this familiar burning sensation? Is that the Ascending Dragon platform? No, it's the feedback from the Ascending Dragon pillar. Suddenly, a strange dragon flew near Xuanyu, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its eyes radiated dangerous electrical light. He stared intently at it, secretly evaluating, this guy must be my opponent in this round. Its body is 30 meters long, definitely massive among upper-ranked dragons, and its strength is not weak among lower-ranked dragons. With this physique and aura, it must be a strong individual who has experienced many battles. At this moment, referee Duluo also raised his hand high and gave the command. Both contestants have entered the arena. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange dragon immediately assumed a ready stance. Its eyes were sharp as swords. Xuanyu received its signal, secretly reminding himself, here it comes, he's ready to receive the attack, but to his surprise it actually knelt down and bowed its head to him. Respected Golden Dragon Princess, I surrender. Yan Cheng is willing to become your servant and follow you forever. Wherever you are I will be. Your will is the direction of my efforts for the rest of my life. Xuanyu was shocked after hearing this, and was speechless for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Devotion, development. Yan Cheng showed an adorable expression and said, May I call you master? Xuanyu couldn't understand what was happening, so he presumptuously asked the referee, What's going on? Surrendering and devoting oneself? Duluo did not elaborate, only announced the result. Yes, you win, he then added. Are you willing to accept the power he genuinely offers? Xuanyu still felt confused and tentatively asked, What happens if I agree? What happens if I don't? Duluo rattled off without hesitation. Accept him, and your mental imprint will be branded in his mind. If he betrays you, you only need a thought, and he will turn to ashes. but he will also be influenced by your bloodline aura. With the purity and power of your bloodline, it will be very beneficial for his future cultivation. If you refuse, he will be forever excluded from the ascending dragon competition. He will never ascend, remaining only in the lower rank. Just then, Xuanyu had already started to wonder in his heart, to accept or not to accept, will there be trouble? Seeing the other party's hesitation, Duluo continued to analyze. It's extremely common for upper-rank dragons to take lower-rank dragons as servants. In the future, if you establish a family, the dragons who sign a contract with you will be your loyal servants. Since he can ascend, he also has potential. After hearing this, Xuanyu agreed. Okay, he feigned helplessness. Alright, then I'll trouble you to preside over the master-servant contract for us. I don't know how to sign the contract. Though he said this, Xuanyu didn't forget his main goal. If he didn't agree, it would be unreasonable. Agreeing naturally would make it less suspicious. Duluo still explained with great interest. A master-servant contract can directly transmit spiritual power into its brain. It will open its spiritual world for you to enter. You leave a spiritual power and bloodline aura within it to complete the connection. Xianxia, whose eyes sparkled beside them, admitted coyly, Yes, that's it. With that, he respectfully knelt down. Master, do you think this height is appropriate? Xuanyu placed his hand on Xianxia's head, thinking, since it's come to this, let's just do it. At that moment, a golden spiritual force emanated from him. It gradually enveloped Xuanyu and Xianxia, drawing the two closer. Xuanyu looked at Xianxia, whose face was distorted in pain, and judged with a complex heart. The process of signing this master-servant contract seems very dangerous. All defenses must be activated, branded with bloodline power and spiritual power. If even a small problem occurs during this process, it will truly be eternal damnation. If the contract cannot be successfully signed, it is normal for both master and servant to die. I wonder what their mindset is. Xianxia was still adapting to the sudden changes. The contract was successfully signed and he was reborn, completely transformed, even surprising Xuanyu. Duluo was even more dumbfounded, stammering. Good, so powerful, ascended. From a lower rank to a middle rank dragon, he quickly discovered the special aspect. This is bloodline, it must be bloodline. Just a slight bloodline aura transmitted was actually able to make a lower rank dragon directly ascend to a middle rank dragon. After ascending, Xianxia immediately bowed respectfully. Xianxia greets Dragon Master. Xuanyu didn't quite grasp the situation, constantly asking himself what just happened, yet he still pretended to respond. Go to the side. Witnessing the scene just now, everyone below was indignant, shouting excitedly, there are only 3 spots. Xianxia has already taken 1 spot, and the remaining 2 spots don't know when they'll be available. If our middle-rank dragons could also directly ascend like this, then we'd be upper-rank dragons. This Xianxia is too cunning. Speaking of Xuanyu, as soon as he finished, he immediately ran to find Bai Shusho. She greeted him with a smile, teasing, Golden Dragon Princess. Xuanyu, sweating, said awkwardly, Don't make fun of me. Bai Shusho stopped teasing and announced with firm eyes, It's my turn. She strode confidently, declaring loudly, Let me say this first, I don't need servants. As soon as Bai Shusho finished speaking, the arena once again buzzed with discussion, mostly sighs of disappointment. What a shame, I wanted to rush up but no chance now. Duluo continued to raise his hand and announce contestants for the second match. Please enter the arena. Immediately, Bai Shusho's opponent appeared. It was Duohuo. Duluo gave the command, You two, please enter the arena. The match begins. Duohuo's eyes burned with fire, staring at the opponent with strong fighting spirit. The match officially began and he still stared intently at Bai Shusho. Not wanting to keep her opponent waiting too long, an aura burst violently from her body. Behind Bai Shusho, the phantom of the abyssal ice demon dragon quickly appeared. She tightly gripped her ice spear, her eyes gleaming with resolute determination. At this moment, Duohuo was already somewhat cautious. Bai Shusho launched the first attack, deftly using her second soul skill, Ice Tide. White snowflakes swirled around her, and Duohuo felt a chill run down his spine, constantly assessing the situation in his mind. I specialize in speed, but now I can't create distance with her. The wind elements are also being swallowed and weakened. This ice and snow make my body cold and my speed decrease. Not good. Bai Shusho pushed off with her legs instantly flying up, finally touching the opponent's head. Her face suddenly darkened, looking dangerous and unprecedented. That attitude scared Duohuo to tears, thinking to himself, too terrifying. He covered his face and surrendered. Stop hitting, I give up. The match ended there. Duluo announced loudly, Huang Shusho of Wind Dragon City wins. Cheers erupted again in the crowd. So powerful, so strong, and so beautiful. Ignoring the commotion, Bai Shusho walked straight to Xuanyu, mysteriously whispering in his ear, Do you think they'll give me a princess title or something? Xuanyu was speechless at her question. Suddenly, Duluo walked up to Xuanyu and Bai Shusho and said, You two, today's matches are over. You can go back and rest first. As soon as he finished, Bai Shusho immediately urged, Brother Huang, good luck in your next match. Xuanyu also waved goodbye without showing weakness. Just have Xianxia send us back goodbye. Yuling asked blankly after hearing this. Aren't you waiting for me? Xuanyu and Bai Shusho completely disregarded his feelings, directly climbed onto Xianxia's back and headed back. Along the way, she suddenly asked curiously, Xianxia, what are your attributes? Are you good at strength? He obediently confirmed, That's right, Dragon Master. Your subordinate specializes in defense and strength. My bloodline is also quite pure, but because I only specialize in strength, my own bloodline strength was insufficient, which is why I failed to evolve. Fortunately, I have the Dragon Master's protection. Hearing Yan Cheng's answer, Xuanyu's mind raced. With this evolution, Yan Cheng has room for future growth and my bloodline power will subtly influence him. I don't know much about the dragon race. I can ask Yan Cheng. Although he has ascended to a middle-rank dragon, his strength is still quite formidable, but since he has already acknowledged me as his master, I will no longer absorb him. Yan Cheng is very likely to possess a bloodline similar to that of the Mountain Dragon King. After being stimulated by the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he experienced a situation similar to a human soul master's second martial soul awakening. After a moment of thought, he looked at Yan Cheng and sincerely shared. Shusho and I were originally Wild Dragon race members, only recently joining the Huang family of Wind Dragon City. We don't know much about our dragon race's affairs, so I was very surprised today when you acknowledged me as your master. Hearing these words, he replied shyly, Dragon Master, I am truly honest. At the time I felt it was a rare opportunity to speak directly, so I just said whatever came to mind. Xuanyu suddenly laughed heartily, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Honest? How come I hear other dragon race members saying you're very good at seizing opportunities? And incredibly cunning, Yan Cheng defended himself somewhat aggrievedly. You've got it wrong, Dragon Master. Please understand, your subordinate really didn't think that much. I simply felt that becoming your servant was an extremely glorious thing. The contract quota was already used, so your subordinate naturally couldn't hesitate any longer. Xuanyu couldn't understand this and asked curiously, what is a contract quota? Yan Cheng slowly explained in detail. Because dividing divine sense or spiritual power and bloodline power consumes the Dragon Master, high-ranking dragon race members can only have 3 servants, God-level dragon race members can have 5 and true God level can have 8. Super God level can have 12 servants, which is the maximum number. Bai Shusho was somewhat confused and interrupted. Are master-servant contracts common among the dragon race? Are there any other restraints? Yan Cheng enthusiastically answered. Very common. Our lower-ranking dragon race members are actually like servants. Being protected by a high-ranking dragon race member naturally elevates our status, and when high-ranking dragon race members choose lower-ranking dragon race members as servants, they will choose relatively stronger ones. After all, the strength of the servant is also part of the master's strength. She seemed to understand some of it, but still had some doubts. Then if one becomes a dragon knight, does the Mount Dragon have to become a servant? Yan Cheng quickly denied. No, how could that be? Mount Dragon adults are all high-ranking dragon race members. There is an equal symbiotic contract between a Mount Dragon and a dragon knight, at most a bloodline relationship, and dragon knight spouses are even rarer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho's cheeks immediately flushed, their hearts pounding. That night in Xuanyu's castle, moonlight streamed into the bedroom, and Bai Shusho suddenly asked, Xuanyu, should we temporarily stop hunting dragons? Xuanyu immediately replied, during the competition we definitely can't hunt dragons on the ascending dragon platform. With so many dragon knights paying attention, we'll discreetly participate in the competition and gather information. Heavenly Dragon Star holds more secrets than we imagine. Both yesterday's ascending dragon platform and today's dragon roar can stimulate the dragon god bloodline fluctuations within me. He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I can even envision the scene of the dragon god ruling the dragon race, which makes me feel a certain reluctance to harm ordinary dragon race creatures. Bai Shusho frowned and asked, reluctance to harm them? Xuanyu, still pensive, calmly explained, although the Dragon Horse Galaxy and our Federation are hostile, it's mainly a conflict between factions, because development led to disputes, not personal animosity. If there were other ways to peacefully acquire everything here, that would certainly be a better option. Bai Shusho asked curiously and eagerly. Do you have any new ideas? Xuanyu didn't mind elaborating on his thoughts. The master-servant contract gave me an idea. If I can become the dragon god, wouldn't that mean all the dragon race members here would submit to me? That way, everything here would naturally belong to the Federation. My only true enemy would be the leader of Heavenly Dragon Star. Bai Shusho knew his thoughts well, but ultimately couldn't hide her concerns. It's just that I don't know when you'll be able to become the dragon god. What if the Federation and this side go to war? Your idea is too idealistic. Sensing that she was starting to misunderstand, Xuanyu quickly explained, Shusho, you misunderstood. I'm not saying we won't be enemies with the dragon race or hunt them anymore. My point is, from now on we need to differentiate between dragon race members. The dragon race here is accustomed to being domineering, and not many are truly cautious. In the future, when hunting dragons, we need to make distinctions and only hunt those who are truly evil. Another advantage is that if we kill those evil dragons, even if discovered, there's a chance to explain and remedy the situation. Bai Shusho also understood and didn't forget to tease him. You really overthink things, Golden Dragon Princess. As soon as she finished speaking, her arm was suddenly pulled by a force. Bai Shusho struggled uncomfortably, her eyes wide as she demanded, Lan Xuanyu, what are you doing? Stop it, let go of me. Xuanyu replied with a mischievous expression, You still remember I'm Xuanyu? She didn't back down, looking him straight in the face and retorted, You're the son of Golden Dragon Moondance and Silver Dragon Princess. Golden Dragon Princess is just a combination of those two names. Bai Shusho's words inadvertently touched upon the longing that Xuanyu had been trying to suppress. I miss them a bit. Mom and Dad, how are you? I truly hope we can reunite soon. Another day passed and the clear blue sky heralded a beautiful day. At the competition venue, the crowd was still bustling. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Only when Xuanyu and his two companions officially appeared did they lavish praise. Golden Dragon Princess is indeed Golden Dragon Princess, so majestic, so powerful. Yuling's mouth twitched as he heard the cheers and teased, "Lan, you're too famous now, you're already an idol for the younger generation," Xuanyu ruthlessly retorted, "just because of what happened yesterday." He began to elaborately explain the reasons from multiple angles. Your appearance being the top qualifier on the Ascending Dragon platform, and my assisting you to successfully reach the summit of the Ascending Dragon platform yesterday, are also factors. At this moment the crowd automatically parted, forming an open space, which Xuanyu found very strange. Zhang Liang stood nearby, smiling falsely and respectfully invited, "Miss Lan, Tianlong is the top qualifier on the Ascending Dragon platform. He invites you to go first." He stared wide-eyed at the person in front of him, muttering to himself, "Zhang Liang Ruishao, where did he come from?" Without overthinking, Xuanyu nodded and agreed. "Okay." Yuanlong was somewhat confused and quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Everyone is waiting for Lan." Zhang Liang replied firmly, "What, shouldn't they be? Everyone has already seen Lan's extraordinary bloodline." Upon hearing this, Yuanling's mind immediately flashed with a thought. Everyone must have received notice from their families wanting us to personally experience the bloodline aura she emits during battle. He thought for a while and then said, "What do you want?" Zhang Liang frankly retorted, "Such a powerful person, it's too regrettable for her to stay in your royal family. A phoenix shouldn't always stay in a chicken coop. If she agrees, our Tree Dragon City welcomes her warmly. What you can't give, I can give." Yuanlang raised his head high and demanded, "What do you mean?" He suddenly curled his lips, hinting, "Literally what? Want to fight? All right, you challenge me and we'll spar in the elimination round, sending you back to your pathetic place." Seeing the other party's intention, Yuling became more cautious. He brushed him off. "No need for a challenge. If I draw you in the round robin, it won't be too late to compete then. As for Lan, I believe she has feelings for Wind Dragon City. Interests cannot change that." Zhang Liang seriously evaluated him internally. "This guy is a bit cunning." Then he quickly spoke again. "Let's wait and see." Back in the arena, the contestants gradually took their positions. Duluo raised his hand and gave the familiar command. First contestant to enter the arena, Golden Dragon Princess Lan and her opponent. As soon as the referee finished speaking, a claw immediately appeared. He swung his trunk, putting on a show. Yuju, Xuanyu's opponent, was called out by the referee. Standing at the opposite position, Xuanyu stared intently at the person in front of him, constantly judging in his mind. This opponent's strength has probably reached the Super Duluo level. Moreover, this giant dragon has extremely high physical strength. It can be said to be the strongest giant dragon in terms of physical strength, apart from the high-ranking dragons I've encountered before. His gaze remained fixed, judging. "This guy is not on the same level as yesterday's Yan Cheng. He shouldn't also come to acknowledge me as his master, right?" Just as Xuanyu expected, Yuju struck a pose, his intention to seek help. "Greetings, Golden Dragon Princess. I am Yuju. Are you willing to take me as your servant? I am also willing to acknowledge you as my master." Hearing these words, Xuanyu sighed inwardly. He really came to acknowledge me as his master, didn't he? He then decisively refused. "No need." Yuju still didn't give up, trying his best to humble himself and plead. "Golden Dragon Princess, that person yesterday cannot be compared to me. Even among middle-ranked dragons, I am an outstanding one. Even if I cannot advance to a high-ranked dragon in the future, I might still reach god level. Am I not as useful as that one yesterday?" Xuanyu also said helplessly, "It's not a matter of being useful or not. Currently, I have no intention of taking any more servants. Do you want to fight or surrender?" At this moment, Yuju suddenly changed his attitude, his tone carrying a hint of ruthlessness. "Golden Dragon Princess, you certainly possess noble bloodline, but in terms of combat ability, you may not be my match. Are you really not going to reconsider?" Xuanyu stared wide-eyed, looking directly at the other party, and demanded, "Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. If the Golden Dragon Princess is unwilling to take me as a servant, then please allow this humble one to presumptuously challenge you." After speaking, he charged at Xuanyu like a moth to a flame, chest puffed out. He had no intention of dodging, standing still and unleashing his aura. Indeed, wanting to see how the other party would attack. Everyone present watched the tense situation with bated breath. In the spacious stands, everyone was surprised by everything happening before their eyes. Yuju desperately charged forward, however, Xuanyu remained completely unfazed, causing the onlookers to panic. "Why isn't the Golden Dragon Princess responding or dodging?" they discussed amongst themselves. They simply couldn't believe the scene before them. Just standing there, she was already enduring the suppression of the wind pressure. Who could withstand that? Even the high-ranking dragon race powerhouses present would absolutely not want to be directly attacked by Yuju. What was the Golden Dragon Princess doing? He continuously charged forward quickly, but she remained fearless. Xuanyu turned and summoned a powerful golden dragon. Yuju was greatly surprised, his hesitation growing stronger. He braced himself and launched a disruptive attack, shocking the entire stand. "This roar makes my bloodline restless. It's terrifying. Even through the barrier I feel fear. I feel suppressed." He didn't care at all, brazenly activating his ability. The fist in Xuanyu's hand was immediately strengthened and he charged forward fiercely, delivering a fatal blow. Yuju's hard tusk broke. The fragments fell down, making his heart ache. "Ah, my tusk!" Duluo quickly eased the atmosphere. This contestant, please calm down. He turned around and excitedly announced, Lan wins. The audience was amazed. Wow, wow, Golden Dragon Princess is mighty. Golden Dragon Princess is amazing. Sister, don't hit him, hit me instead. Zheng Liang loudly questioned in disbelief. How is this possible? Her strength is so powerful. She defeated the Azure Blue Rod Dragon, who specializes in strength with just one punch, and in a human body at that. Tianlong immediately denied this possibility. Do you think being the top qualifier on the Ascending Dragon platform is that easy? She definitely didn't become the top qualifier on the Ascending Dragon platform based on her looks. Strength is the decisive factor. Bai Shusho walked forward worriedly. Are you all right? Xuanyu calmly stated his composure. I'm fine, don't worry. She was tightly gripped by his hand and couldn't help but be startled. The transmission of that energy made Bai Shusho uncomfortable, and she just wanted to pull her hand away and dodge. Xuanyu tightened his grip on her hand and gently reassured her. Bear with it. That power just now wasn't mine, it came from the Ascending Dragon platform. At that time the dragon power fluctuated and rapidly surged into my dragon core, and it hasn't been completely absorbed yet. This is extremely pure dragon power, very suitable for cultivation. After we go back we must use it to temper our bodies. The effect will definitely be good. Duluo proudly raised his hand and introduced next. Please welcome Bai Shusho and her opponent. Bai Lan suddenly walked out, causing Bai Shusho's heart to feel a little uneasy. It seemed this guy was close to becoming a middle-ranked dragon, and the aura emanating from his entire body was repulsive. What's going on? He stirred the air and confidently announced, the second match begins. As soon as the command ended, he powerfully unleashed his ultimate move. She observed the battle, carefully planning each step. Light attribute naturally opposing my dark attribute. No wonder this aura makes me so disgusted. Waves of purple energy surrounded Bai Shusho, proudly overpowering her opponent's dazzling strength. Bai Lan fearlessly continued to control. The two energies fiercely intertwined in the empty void, canceling each other out. Bai Shusho activated Death Withering, and a blinding light completely enveloped her. Bai Lan was startled and immediately released a defensive shield. No good, it's over. But that wasn't enough. The barrier was too thin to block her attack. Bai Shusho broke through the shield and charged fiercely at her opponent. Fortunately, she only pierced a small layer and Bai Lan was moved. Thank you, Lady Shusho, for showing mercy. Duluo quickly ended the battle. Huang Shusho wins. After the match, the entire stands were silent due to excessive shock. Bai Shusho calmly evaluated. You're right, the Ascending Dragon competition is quite beneficial to us. When fighting that lower-ranked dragon, I felt more flexible in using my martial soul true body. The effect of the Dragon God armor and Dragon Spear is even greater than I anticipated, comparable to a 3-word battle armor. Xuanyu calmly pondered. Perhaps we can combine them with our battle armor, but we can't do that yet. To avoid being discovered by dragon race powerhouses, in the following days, Lan Xuanyu distributed the remaining dragon power obtained from the Ascending Dragon platform to his teammates. This dragon power was even more abundant than what they gained from hunting dragons, and everyone entered a tense cultivation phase. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho also won 3 consecutive matches, steadily advancing in the elimination rounds, and in the blink of an eye it was the night before the round-robin tournament. Back in the Grand Villa, Yuling reported seriously. Shusho Lan, father said I brought you some good things. He reported everything with a trusting gaze. The family has decided to support you at all costs. Bai Shusho immediately rationally pursued. The family already supports us a lot, how else do they plan to support us? Yuanlang quickly clarified. Please look, both of you. He placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing goodwill. Lan Shusho, the family hopes you can sign our Dragon Race's Millennium Contract. If anyone violates the Millennium Contract, they will become an enemy of the entire Dragon Race. After signing this Millennium Contract, you will officially become guest elders of the family. Your status will be no lower than the patriarchs. Xuanyu frankly expressed his opinion. Brother Huang, I understand you're in the patriarch's thoughts and I understand why you want to do this, but isn't a Millennium Contract too long? I don't like being bound, Yuanlang hastily explained. No, you misunderstood. With a Millennium Contract, all Dragon Race members will know that you belong to the royal family. This can also be considered a great support from us. As long as you don't declare leaving the royal family, the family will not impose any restrictions on you. Unless the family faces a huge crisis of life and death, we will never force you to fight. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho nodded simultaneously. He understood, then took out an item, and Xuanyu couldn't help but be shocked. This, Bai Shusho looked at the item below, secretly thinking, this smells so good. Yuanlang whispered, calmly providing information. This is dragon marrow. Her surprised gaze lingered on the item and she kept thinking, my bloodline feels restless and it's getting hotter. A strong desire is surging in my heart. Is it because of the dragon marrow? He seriously displayed the characteristics of this item. Dragon marrow is indeed too rare. Only the dragon marrow of high-ranking dragon race members is useful. The dragon marrow passed down by various aristocratic families. Almost all of it is left behind by deceased elders of the family. Our dragon race has a tradition. After an elder passes away, they leave their most valuable resources to their descendants. Bai Shusho felt skeptical about this. Isn't that desecrating the elder's remains? Yuling quickly corrected her. We of the dragon race don't mind this. If an elder's body is not processed after death, it will also decay and disappear. and that would be the true desecration. It can be said that the entire body of our high-ranking dragon race members is a treasure. For the family's development, these things must be passed down. Among them are dragon bones, dragon skin, and dragon scales, but the most precious are dragon essence and dragon marrow. These 3 smaller boxes contain dragon essence. Dragon power tempering is actually divided into stages. After completing the initial tempering, it's marrow refining. After marrow refining, the bone marrow and bones integrate and one's bloodline will undergo transformation and evolution. This is a characteristic of adult high-ranking dragon race members, and basically a sign of achieving godhood. Wulin calmly explained the development methods for each type of power. Our dragon race mainly refines marrow in the spine. Once the spine is unblocked, dragon marrow can naturally spread throughout the body. Therefore, when cultivating, the 2 of you must help each other, applying dragon marrow to each other's spines, while also protecting each other from the cervical spine to the tailbone. It must be applied evenly. With the assistance of dragon marrow, cultivation will be twice as effective. Xuanyu directly asked, "What about dragon essence? What's its purpose?" He fluently replied, "Our dragon race's most core power is actually in the dragon essence. Dragon essence is condensed from the cultivation of a god-level dragon race member throughout their life, and it is our most precious item. Dragon essence will help release dragon chi, which will be of great benefit to your future spiritual cultivation." He thought for a while, then made a decision. "Brother Huang, once a royal family member, always a royal family member. We are willing to sign the Millennium Contract." Wulin happily took out the contract for everyone to sign together. "That's fantastic. The contract is here. A drop of blood as a pledge. Alright, it's done. I must return quickly to submit the contract to Heavenly Dragon City for recording, so I won't disturb your cultivation." Then he left excitedly. "Let's work hard together during the round-robin stage," Xuanyu eagerly urged. "Shusho, let's hurry back to our room to cultivate too." Bai Shusho was very surprised. "Ah, that fast?" He immediately confirmed. "That's right, we can't delay this matter," she said softly and shyly, her face flushing. "Do I need to change clothes?" Bai Shusho immediately ran into the room. Xuanyu anxiously asked, "Why did you close the door?" She then shouted from inside, "You stay outside first and come in when I call you." He had no choice but to accept. "Oh, all right." Xuanyu secretly speculated what might happen. Why so mysterious? Does dragon marrow require a sense of ritual? Wait, he thought of that thing and immediately blushed. Before applying the dragon marrow, what did Huang Yuling say? It needs to be applied to the spine, isn't that the back? Bai Shusho's enchanting voice echoed in Xuanyu's mind. "Xuanyu, what are you staring blankly at? Come over quickly." He had to try hard to remind himself. "This isn't really appropriate, is it? She's still a child." Bai Shusho shouted from the room. "Xuanyu, come in." Xuanyu quickly comforted himself. "Calm down, we're just cultivating. Don't think dirty thoughts." He still responded softly, coming in. He pushed open the door, but the room was pitch black. He subconsciously looked around, shyly searching for the familiar figure. "Shusho," Bai Shusho unhappily rebuked. "Come in quickly. What are you dawdling at the door for? Let's start quickly." Xuanyu muttered in annoyance. "What's wrong? Why do I still feel like you're disappointed? Isn't she still fully dressed?" He turned around and he quickly stepped forward, but when he saw his beloved's back he subconsciously stopped. Xuanyu couldn't suppress those dark thoughts. This distance was too close. Calm down. Serious business is more urgent. But in the end he decided to let go of the obsession. Xuanyu immediately activated his ability. "Shusho, concentrate." She tried hard to adapt. He calmly explained the process. "Shusho, dragon essence power is not suitable for direct absorption. I will transform it before passing it into your body." Xuanyu instructed seriously. "You can start tempering directly. Afterwards I will apply dragon marrow to your spine. Pay attention to absorbing it. This time I'll apply a small amount first as a test." Bai Shusho quickly complied. "Understood." He took out the golden crystal and casually applied his flame power. It immediately emitted powerful energy, and its light illuminated the entire room. Little Treasure poked its head out and calmly commented, "This is the core power of a high-ranking dragon race member again. The energy is not suitable for dragon god bloodline requirements, but the energy contained within it is also extremely vast and pure. It cannot be wasted. It's mine now." Xuanyu concentrated his power and calmly streamed the energy onto Bai Shusho's back. She immediately frowned, discomfort gradually overwhelming her. Bai Shusho struggled to endure the chi flowing within her body. "What is this? It feels like my whole body is on fire." Xuanyu lowered his voice, trying to soothe her. "Hold steady. I'm using dragon essence energy to temper your entire body, then I'll use dragon marrow to strengthen your spine." She tensed her body and held steady. "So it's a kind of dragon power tempering," he softly announced. "Shusho, I'm starting to apply the dragon marrow, bear with it." Bai Shusho's expression was calm. "Don't worry, I can endure it." She struggled to suppress the discomfort, continuously strengthening herself. Xuanyu seriously pushed the transformation process. "Calm your mind and concentrate, don't get distracted." Bai Shusho gripped the bedsheet tightly, enduring each contraction in her heart. "It hurts so much, like my bones are being crushed." Then it gradually subsided. "I must endure. I need strong power. I can't always let Xuanyu bear everything alone on the front lines. I must help him, and I will enter the dragon realm with him. I must go to the dragon realm." The next morning, the morning light gently streamed through the window. Bai Shusho calmly enjoyed the sleep after exhaustion. She gently opened her eyes, her heart filled with warmth. Bai Shusho looked at her beloved, her thoughts continuously intertwining. Xuanyu, do you know, my soul core is actually on the verge of transforming into a dragon core. Then she turned to the person beside her, expressing her feelings. Thank you, Xuanyu, you're truly amazing. Xuanyu, still drowsy, asked somewhat confused. Ah, Shusho, you're awake. Bai Shusho excitedly recounted what she felt. I seem to be a titled Duluo already, although I haven't fully transformed, my physical strength far surpasses before. She jumped up excitedly and tightly hugged her beloved. Xuanyu, I'm so happy, Bai Shusho softly suggested. I only now understand why you risk staying only here. Can we quickly rise to the world stage? This feeling is truly good. Let's go eat something, then you can also try the dragon marrow. The effect is excellent. After a night of cultivation, I feel it has integrated into my bloodline and soul power, and I seem to be able to control it. Xuanyu's face showed sadness, and a sense of self-blame enveloped him. That must have been very painful. You've suffered. She immediately confirmed, recalling the feeling at the time. Yes, it hurt a lot. At that time, I also felt like my spine was turning into ashes. But Bai Shusho had already boldly expressed her feelings. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Dragon Star's dragon race is indeed different from ours, but the effect is great. Dragon marrow not only brought me power but also tempered my bones. Bones affect the body's meridians and ultimately reflect on one's appearance. To become stronger, I am not afraid. Xuanyu gave his beloved an encouraging look. Shusho, you're truly amazing. He pulled her into his arms and whispered. I'm not in a hurry to refine marrow. Combining the Annihilation Divine Thunder with Dragon Essence for dragon power tempering should be the best choice for me right now. Xuanyu quickly understood and accepted the current situation. My progress in this aspect is clearly much slower than Shusho's, but as long as there is progress, it's good. The intense cultivation time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the night before the round-robin tournament. Yuling provided the necessary data. Lan Shusho, the round-robin tournament is almost here. To put it simply, the round-robin tournament is divided into 10 groups, with 10 contestants in each group, meaning everyone will compete in 9 matches. The top 3 from each group will enter the finals. He provided practical information in detail while also qualifying for the Dragon Knight assessment. Fortunately, the 2 of them were assigned to the same group so they could help each other. Xuanyu seriously pressed, Does the Patriarch have any advice? Yuling, as usual, clearly explained. My group has many strong contenders. I definitely can't make it into the top 3, so it's up to you two. Your group also has several very strong contestants. He proposed clear conditions. Frankly, you might not win, especially Shusho. Shusho, your goal is to make it into the top 3 by scoring points from weaker opponents. Lan, can Shusho make it into the top 3? You are the key. When you encounter an opponent, try your best to injure them so they can't participate in subsequent matches, understand? Yuling calmly discussed, if you can win, then you must strive to enter the top 6 in the finals. The top 6 will all receive Dragon Essence or Dragon Marrow. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. Moreover, if Lan can win first place, there will also be a special reward of entering the Dragon Realm. In addition, Lord Roland will also bestow a gift upon you. Xuanyu hesitated, considering vying for first place. Ah, he waited in his heart. I've already promised Shusho I can't break my word. Bai Shusho quickly interrupted him, salvaging the awkward situation. Big brother, if we win first place as a Mount Dragon, can I enter the Dragon Realm with my sister? He showed good intentions. Of course, in a sense, a Mount Dragon is part of the Dragon Knight. This is your shared glory. She seriously promised. Okay, then we will give it our all. Bai Shusho looked at the person beside her with telepathic understanding, her eyes full of trust. Xuanyu, wherever you are, I will be. Her words made Xuanyu feel shy. We will live and die together. Returning to the arena of the ascending dragon platform, Xuanyu and his group strode forward. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the sky and an entrance slowly appeared from the center. The crowd inside slowly walked out. Yuling pointed ahead, seriously explaining the necessary matters. Among the strong individuals watching the ceremony, Father is also present, just not very conspicuously. The crowd landed safely with remarkable speed. He was stunned by the sight before him as dragon power was released and continued to condense into form. This is all strength, Xuanyu observed and thought. The pillars of light released by these dragon race powerhouses are all different, not only in color but also in size and height. Yuling enthusiastically introduced the inherent mechanism of ability levels. The viewing time won't be too short either, and the strong individuals are also afraid of changing the size of their light pillars, so they need to continuously maintain them. The stronger one is, the higher the intensity of the light pillar maintained. Strong individuals also compare with each other. Ink Terror Dragon Knight Roland slowly looked around. Xuanyu couldn't help but cast an envious glance, secretly admiring. These are Huang Daoqi and the Ink Terror Dragon Knight. As expected of a Dragon Knight, the level of the light pillar is completely different from Huang Daoqi's. All the dragon chi on the ascending dragon platform surged out and the light pillar was over 50 meters high. His strength was clearly visible. The dragon chi formed on the ascending dragon platform suddenly gathered towards him, then actively entered his body. After the dragon chi filled his body, it didn't need to be controlled at all, and it actually condensed into drops of transparent liquid. Energy flowed around his body, and his spiritual sense slowly pondered, quickly forming a small lake in his dantian. The dragon chi was too vast to be absorbed immediately, but after turning into liquid it could be absorbed gradually. This was the power of 30 god-level dragon race powerhouses. Compressed into liquid by Roland, the effect was far better than cultivating in the Dragon Power Hall. This was precisely the benefit of the Ink Terror Dragon Knight. Daochi observed from afar, unable to help but feel pleased. Indeed, it was blatant favoritism, but faced with this massive dragon power light pillar, who could say anything? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Roland. Liang Wei walked over, his face not very friendly. I didn't expect you to be here, Xuanyu asked, confused. Who is that? Yuling quickly explained. That's the Holy Light Dragon Knight Huang Liangwei, ranked 11th from Rulong City's Zhang Liang Ruishao's family. He thought indignantly about the possibilities. This one is also a super god level powerhouse, which means the top 11 knights are all super god level powerhouses. That number is truly terrifying. Xuanyu fell into deep thought. Hypotheses formed one by one in his mind, meaning the Duluo Federation currently only had Uncle Le as a super god level powerhouse. And these dragon knights were not only powerful but they also had mount dragons. How terrifying would that strength be? Roland calmly handled the matter. Begin. Zhu Hai immediately complied. Lord Roland, he loudly announced the order of participants. Arena Zone 1 Match 1 Tong Yufeng vs Ao Hao. Arena Zone 2 Match 1 Shui Han vs Zhang Chen. Arena Zone 3 Match 1 Zihuan will join you, exuding grandeur, ready for battle. Match 1 Lan vs Zihuan. Arena Zone 4 Match 1. Zhu Hai's voice echoed through the space. Both contestants cautiously probed. The first match of the first round began. Zihuan spread his wings and flew into the air with a single flap. Xuanyu assessed the situation, continuously analyzing tactics in his mind. What I'm best at is speed. While the opponent's flight relies on power, I must increase the combat distance. I can't. He immediately took a higher position, increasing the distance from me, using speed and aerial combat techniques to fight. I can't. Xuanyu transformed into a dragon, his heart filled with excitement and amusement. Then I'll grant you your wish. He pushed off the ground, his body rushing forward quickly. Xuanyu let out a roar, displaying his majesty, and he couldn't help but feel pleased, a smile on his face signifying his triumphant thoughts. Let me show you the prowess of Federation Super God War God number 58. Zihuan seized the opportunity, transforming into countless clones, each figure tall and majestic, exuding an indescribable imposing presence. Xuanyu looked at the scene before him, shocked. Holy cow, there are clones too. No matter how many illusions there are, Xuanyu's true dragon form still let out an imposing roar, the golden dragon roar. The dragon roar stunned Zihuan's clones, leaving them motionless. He was sweating profusely at this moment. The bloodline suppression was too terrifying. His combat techniques and aerial combat techniques instantly vanished, and his entire body was stiff, completely unable to move. Just then, Xuanyu's golden dragon roar was already approaching. Zihuan didn't hesitate. Immediately channeled his power to create a protective barrier, while also secretly feeling smug. I have my own strengths. Spatial distortion. Xuanyu noticed the strange changes in space and secretly calculated. The surrounding spatial distortion has achieved the effect of misleading the opponent. As expected, he's experienced. Never mind, but this move is useless against me. Xuanyu approached Zihuan, then unleashed his power. Golden Dragon Roar. He felt an immense fear from this pressure. His body was unable to move. What is she doing? Roaring while charging straight ahead. Does she want to go head to head? Sister, calm down, don't come over, I'm scared. After speaking, but Xuanyu was not a saint. How could he respond to such a plea? An explosion immediately occurred. Zihuan watched as the barrier around him shattered, instantly dumbfounded. Universe. Zihuan felt a sharp pain in his body and immediately cried out. It hurts so much. Then he was suddenly startled. His wings were hit and vibrated slightly. In an instant, starting from the dragon scales, the vibration quickly amplified, spreading throughout his entire body. Wherever it went, dragon fins, bones, meridians, and bodies were all affected. Xuanyu stood proudly at the center of the arena, a new idea sparking in his mind. I just created this move and haven't named it yet, so you can be the first to try it. Then the dragon princess's little lesson began, and Xuanyu in high spirits explained, first use the god-slaying annihilation lightning to detonate inside your body. Through your body, transmit the power of the explosion outwards as vibrations. This is a self-harming technique, blowing yourself up first, then others. My body is strong enough with abundant dragon chi always available for recovery. The more Xuanyu thought about it, the more amazing he felt he was. Simply put, it's based on a powerful physical body, and as the inheritor of the dragon god bloodline, the power of the god-slaying annihilation lightning also increases with his strength. It might as well be called Dragon God Shock, a more imposing name. He immediately switched back to his true form, silently observing, but this fighting style was a bit too violent, so powerful that even he couldn't continue attacking. It's better not to use this move carelessly, it still needs adjustment. Meanwhile, after a long period of electric shock torture, Zihuan grew suspicious. What kind of move is this? The vibrations inside his body kept spreading. Why would such terrifying vibrations erode his body, making him unbearable? This is bad. He must cut it off quickly. He had no other choice and was forced to make the final move. He severed his arm, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. Seeing this, Xuanyu's expression suddenly turned serious. This guy was indeed ruthless. To prevent the vibrations from spreading throughout his body, he actually severed an arm. Incredible. Duluo was also shocked by this scene, and the people around were equally terrified. Oh my god, he couldn't hold on anymore. He immediately left the arena, channeling his internal energy to carry the severely injured Zihuan back. Duluo seemed oblivious to everything around him, focusing solely on treating his injuries. After an exhausting period of treatment, he continually sighed inwardly, taking a full minute to stop the bleeding from Lin Zihuan's wound. During this time he had lost at least a third of his blood. This was also because he had a strong physique. For other races he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. The vibration was too strong. This was simply the ultimate application of power, ingenious and powerful, truly terrifying. Immediately after, Duluo also concluded, "This golden dragon princess is indeed extraordinary." At this moment, facing Zihuan's defeat as the referee, he loudly announced, "Lan wins." After a long time, Duluo's announcement echoed across the spacious arena. Arena Zone 3, Match 2, Xu Yanmo vs. Bai Shusho. Bai Shusho couldn't help but recall the conversation in the room. At that time, Yulin had revealed the match situation to her. "The family has already made arrangements. In your first match, you will face Xu Yanmo, the strongest in your group. It's recommended that you directly concede to preserve your strength, and deal with weaker opponents in the subsequent matches. If you're lucky, you might enter the top 3 in your group." Xu Yanmo is on the same level as Qi Tianlong, one of the elites of the younger generation of the dragon race. He comes from Aocean City, and its city lord is Dragon Knight Aoceanlong. Hearing this, Bai Shusho's face darkened slightly. Yulin continued incessantly, providing more intelligence. He ranks 6th among the 18 Dragon Knights, and his strength is even greater than Dragon Knight Ink Terror Roland. Xu Yanmo is his eldest disciple. He also seems to have a mutated dragon race bloodline, possessing an innate upper-rank dragon race bloodline. He is young but cultivates extremely fast, therefore the family advises you not to fight and to concede directly. Returning to reality, Bai Shusho's figure seemed a little lonely. Xu Yanmo glanced at her opposite, a slight smile playing on his lips. Bai Shusho glared back without weakness. Duluo then announced the rules of the match. "Be careful to control your attacks. Do not injure your opponent fatally, understood?" Xu Yanmo responded clearly from afar, "Understood." Immediately after, his expression changed and he greeted, "Hello, Miss Bai Shusho. I am Xu Yanmo from Aocean City." Then his tone suddenly lowered and he coldly announced, "No offense." But Bai Shusho suddenly raised her hand to surrender. "I'm sorry, I concede." As soon as Bai Shusho finished speaking, the entire arena was in an uproar. However, she remained composed, uttering words that shocked everyone. "I concede." The people around were baffled by this sudden turn of events. She just conceded like that? Even Xu Yanmo and Duluo were shocked, recovering his composure. Duluo waved and loudly proclaimed, "Xu Yanmo wins." Despite winning, Xu Yanmo showed no joy on his face, only confusion. "Although I don't quite like this way of conceding. There's no rule against conceding in a round-robin match. After all, the winner is decided by the final points." Xuanyu then approached Bai Shusho and whispered, "Let's go cultivate over there." She agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Subsequently, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho sat down cross-legged, circulating their internal energy to absorb the surrounding dragon qi for cultivation. Xuanyu concentrated intently, sensing the changes in his body and the liquefied dragon qi compressed by the Ink Terror Dragon Knight. The Ink Terror Dragon Knight did not offer deliberate guidance, but rather observed if he had the insight to comprehend it. Various thoughts still surged in his mind. He decided to use the dragon qi to temper his body and cultivate here. While consuming and absorbing, he tried to compress it. After a while, his body felt lighter. When the bloodline vortex could no longer bear too much dragon qi, the internal dragon qi would gradually be squeezed. Before, he would stop absorbing at this point to avoid problems with the bloodline vortex. Now, when the Ink Terror Dragon Knight gathered and liquefied the dragon qi in his body, he seemed to have used a spinning method for the conversion, which was worth the risk. Suddenly, during the spiritual energy condensation process, a sphere gradually appeared. It dripped and finally landed on Xuanyu. Hearing the sound, Xuanyu sighed inwardly. Success. This success means he could try to collect more dragon qi in places rich in dragon qi and simultaneously convert it into liquid dragon power for storage, which could be brought back to help everyone. Amazing. Liang Wei, watching this scene, was simultaneously surprised. He turned to Roland incredulously. "Are those two girls your subordinates?" Roland snorted, not wanting to deal with him. He then pondered, his gaze drifting into the distance, calculating in his mind. Lan's cultivation is still far from God level, but she can comprehend this ability. She must have a solid foundation, and her spiritual power is strong enough, even close to the divine sense realm, to achieve this. Seeing this, Liang Wei scoffed. "If she absorbs the dragon qi like this, others' gains will be reduced." Roland responded softly with a calm expression. "This is their stage to show their strength. It's all about individual ability. I think you're just jealous." Then he loudly declared, "If others don't discover her method and she gains more, it only proves their foolishness." This provocation made Liang Wei's face flush with anger. "Are you scolding me?" Xu Yanmo was currently observing the two radiating figures in front. He was very curious about Xuanyu's strange actions. How can she absorb so much dragon qi? Isn't she afraid of bursting? He couldn't relax now. He had to at least try to disturb her. The two were still absorbing dragon qi when Xuanyu sensed movement and immediately became nervous. Xuanyu opened his eyes, looking at Xu Yanmo with disdain. "It seems I've been discovered. Are you here to cause trouble? Do you think these little tricks are useful?" He couldn't stand by idly and immediately took action. Bai Shusho's eyes were firm, and she calmly responded, "Understood." Instantly, the two joined forces, and the surrounding golden light also burst forth fiercely. When their two hands met, that power was more sacred than ever before. The power reached its peak, so much so that Xu Yanmo, who was preparing to invade nearby, was blinded by the light. The people around were also shocked by this commotion. This guy is truly amazing, so overbearing. Liang Wei looked on, and a surge of anger rose within him. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Doesn't she understand the saying, a towering tree attracts the wind?" Roland, witnessing this, retorted indignantly, "Jealous of what? Could you do that when you participated in the Ascending Dragon competition? If you could, you definitely would have. Not being envied by others only shows mediocrity." Faced with Roland's words, which directly hit a sore spot, Liang Wei felt a bit guilty and secretly prayed, stop talking, I'll fight even harder." After a burst of noise, the stands fell silent. Yuling then stepped forward, excitedly praising, "Lan, you were amazing today. He's so severely injured he definitely won't recover. We're guaranteed to win. Tomorrow Bai Shusho will be fighting Lin Zuan." Xuanyu spoke with a serious expression. "Brother Huang, we've absorbed a lot of dragon qi just now. We must immediately go into seclusion when we return and won't stop until tomorrow's match. Please tell the servants not to disturb us." Yuling, entrusted with the task, happily agreed. No problem, just focus on your cultivation." The scene shifted to night. All was silent with the moon high in the sky. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho returned together at this time, excitedly shouting, "Everyone, today I've brought back an enormous amount of energy for you, so start absorbing it immediately." The others were equally delighted. "Okay," he acted without hesitation. "Little treasure, go help." "Yes, master, just watch." Immediately, the six-person team formed a circle, surrounding Xuanyu in the middle. He also immediately channeled his internal energy, delivering it to everyone around him. Little treasure watched Xuanyu transmit internal energy, feeling a little worried. "Master, the energy intensity this time is too high. Although the conversion effect alone is very good, it's a bit slow to absorb. I can directly convert this liquid dragon power into relatively diluted immortal spiritual energy for everyone to cultivate with, which will have a better effect. Although it's a bit wasteful, the improvement speed will be faster." Xuanyu, hearing this, asked, somewhat confused, "The waste you mentioned isn't just a little, right? It was the same in the eternal sky back then. The Seagod Pavilion masters almost beat me up out of distress." Seeing his impatience, Little Treasure raised a hand to soothe him. "Anyway, you can still absorb dragon qi tomorrow. Not using up the liquid dragon power today would be the real waste." Xuanyu spoke with a calm expression. "Then let's try it first." Little Treasure immediately channeled its power. Its palms emitted two powerful streams of energy. Everyone felt the baptism of energy and spontaneously exclaimed. This feeling was as if their entire bodies had been cleansed, completely transparent, simply wonderful. Old injuries were instantly swept away. Their entire beings felt a sense of sublimation. Whether it was spiritual power, soul power, or bloodline power, all were rapidly increasing. The essence of life seemed to change unconsciously. Little Treasure, hearing these praises, said excitedly, "Of course, immortal spiritual energy originally belongs to the God realm. Other energies cannot compare with it." Suddenly, Xuanyu's power, which was still strong, gradually weakened, eventually leaving only a few wisps of energy. As if he sensed something, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in dissatisfaction. "No, Little Treasure, explain to me, how did all my liquid dragon power disappear in just 15 minutes? Little Treasure, startled, stood by with an innocent expression, softly explaining, "Master, you listen to me. Didn't I just say there would be some waste? The level of immortal spiritual energy is different." In the dark night outside the palace, the interior of the palace was exceptionally lively. Xuanyu was eagerly pressing, "Little Treasure, you rascal, immortal spiritual energy is indeed a good thing, but do you know if we used liquid dragon power to cultivate, it could support us all for a month?" Little Treasure looked bewildered, stuttering, "Master, I was wrong. Then what do you suggest we do?" Qianlei then stepped forward, his tone a little joyful. "Boss, this transformation feels amazing. If we keep cultivating with immortal spiritual energy, I think I could become a god in just 1 year." Enwei, standing by, added excitedly, "I've improved a lot too." Mengchen also praised somewhat shyly, "It's indeed great." She then seemed to suddenly notice Xuanyu's mood and asked, "It's indeed very good, but it also consumed a lot, didn't it?" Xuanyu raised his hands helplessly, complaining, "Isn't that right? The 7 of us cultivated together. It wouldn't even be used up in a month, but it was gone in just a quarter of an hour. The consumption is too great." Yuge, hearing this, broke the gloomy atmosphere. "But the effect is indeed very good. My cultivation has improved a lot, and most importantly, my spiritual power has also increased. I seem to have reached the Spirit Sea Realm." Xuanyu was a little surprised. "Really? That's great. Having reached the Spirit Sea Realm, you should be close to titled Duluo, right?" Yuge smiled proudly. "At most 3 more times and I should be able to reach the titled Duluo level." Xuanyu calmly and softly reminded, "Immortal spiritual energy can help us sublimate, especially when everyone is about to break through. The effect will be best, but the consumption is also too great. We should still focus on body tempering. When energy is abundant, then try immortal spiritual energy. Bai Shusho still has some liquid dragon power in her body, less than before. I'll have Little Treasure guide everyone to cultivate again." Then he gently soothed the atmosphere and ordered, "Everyone start cultivating. I'm going to see Elder Tree." Everyone quickly responded, "Okay." At this moment, in a hazy and eerie forest, Xuanyu appeared alone, standing there waiting, then softly called out, "Elder Tree." Suddenly, the tree trunk opposite emitted a mysterious light, a pale green ray of light. A voice also followed. "Why are you back? Aren't you in the middle of the ascending dragon competition?" Elder Tree then appeared, a slight smile on his face, and asked, "Is it going smoothly?" Xuanyu stood before him, his face filled with joy, revealing, "Elder Tree, we've gained benefits from the ascending dragon competition, and we can't use it all, so we're planning to give back to everyone to help them cultivate. Please inform the others to gather here. When I come tomorrow, I will assist them in cultivating and teach them the body tempering method." Elder Tree then looked at Xuanyu carefully, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. You seem different from before again. Your progress is too fast. Did you get all the benefits of Heavenly Dragon Star for yourself?" Xuanyu didn't refute, only said, "I've brought you something good. You've always selflessly helped me cultivate before, and now it's time for me to show my filial piety." Immediately, to Elder Tree's surprise, Xuanyu condensed spiritual energy in his hand, and the power of heaven and earth gathered. Continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Xuanyu was gradually gathering power, while working hard and shouting, "Little treasure, okay, little treasure, convert 2/3 of the liquid dragon power in my body into immortal spiritual energy for Elder Tree." Little treasure cutely accepted the order. "Okay," at this moment, seeing the immense power continuously operating before him. Elder Tree's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment he was enveloped by the purest energy flow. The surface of the thick tree trunk gradually shimmered with smooth pale green light. Leaves grew rapidly from the trunk at a visible speed. Although it was only 2/3 of the liquid dragon power, it lasted for nearly 20 minutes. Elder Tree seemed to merge with the large tree, and the power he gained also made the entire forest seem to regain its vitality. All the bare branches disappeared. Lush green leaves covered all the branches, and the withered appearance transformed into vibrant life. A lush feeling suddenly surged, and the abundant life energy made them feel as if they had returned to the eternal tree. After absorbing this immense power, Elder Tree gently looked at Xuanyu and said in a gentle tone, "I feel like I've been reborn, thank you, child." Xuanyu still humbly responded, "This is what I should do." He then made a suggestion. "Then please trouble you to gather everyone to help." Elder Tree, enveloped by this power, said softly and firmly, "No problem." Another day passed, and in the morning the stands of the ascending dragon platform arena were packed with people. Xuanyu and Bai Shusha walked out calmly. Suddenly, Xuanyu seemed to sense something and blurted out, "This is bad. No dragon knights have appeared today, according to the current intensity of dragon chi. Today I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb as much dragon chi as yesterday." He thought to himself, "How can this go on? I still want to take this opportunity to help my teammates cultivate." Xuanyu immediately said to Bai Shusho, "Let's quickly absorb dragon chi before the competition starts." Bai Shusho calmly replied, "Okay." Next, the two continued to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as if no one else was there. Seeing this, the crowd in the stands couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Absorbing again? Are they high-ranking Dragon Clan members?" Just then an announcement echoed throughout the arena. Round 2, Match 1, Arena Zone 1, Lu Chongming vs. Zhang Zhaoyang. Arena Zone 2, Match 1, Wang Yifan vs. Deng Zelu. Arena Zone 3, Match 1, Lan vs. Xiao Shu. Xuanyu closed his eyes but secretly felt dissatisfied. Another first match. A first match is a first match then. He slightly opened his eyes at this moment, constantly pondering in his heart, "I'll make sure to absorb dragon chi as soon as the competition ends. Later I'll try to see if I can stimulate the ascending dragon pillar to react a little. There are no dragon knights today, so the chances of me being discovered are even lower." Outwardly calm, but Xuanyu silently prayed that this round of competition would proceed safely and smoothly. Suddenly he heard the sound of giant beast footsteps. This is Xiao Shu, and she looks very imposing. Her killing intent permeated the air, striking fear into people's hearts. Xiao Shu is a middle-ranked Dragon Clan member, a rare female powerhouse in the Dragon Clan. She is also very popular among the Dragon Clan. Although a woman, she is no less capable than a man. Xiao Shu's biggest goal in participating in this ascending dragon competition is to be promoted to a high-ranked Dragon Clan member, so that she can find a powerful partner. Ultimately, becoming the wife of a Dragon Knight is not impossible. This is her life's goal as a Dragon Clan member. At this moment, Xiao Shu's face suddenly changed. Looking at Xuanyu's stunning appearance, she was somewhat exasperated. But then the Golden Dragon Princess and Huang Bai Shu also appeared. Their strength cannot be underestimated, and the Golden Dragon Princess in front of her is even more stunning. The most annoying thing is that they can transform into human form. It's infuriating. She suddenly spoke, seemingly wanting to gain the upper hand, and a puff of smoke burst forth from her, stating imperiously, "HMPH, even if you are the Golden Dragon Princess or the Silver Dragon Princess, I tell you, I am not like those little shrimps from before. I will definitely defeat you and step on your pretty little face." As soon as she finished speaking, the referee also shouted loudly, "Match begins." Xiao Shu did not wait a moment. Opening her mouth wide and unleashing her move, Xuanyu looked at the powerful force gradually approaching, somewhat wary. "This is the Candle Kui Dragon. I can't let her dragon breath infect me." He firmly raised his spear, and the faint golden light between heaven and earth converged to a point. The mountain dragon spear in Xuanyu's hand glowed, and he constantly searched for the best strategy in his mind. This move is not in the data. He charged forward with great force, his mind filled with determination to win. "But this still won't be difficult for me." Xuanyu activated his shield, blocking attacks from all directions. Xiao Shu pondered, her strong body charging forward actively. The corrosive effect has been offset by a third. I still have many powerful moves, a threatening thought flashed through her mind. She immediately released 10,000 sharp spikes. Golden Dragon Princess, where do you think you can hide? The dense attacks came one after another, startling Xuanyu. In the distance, Yulin couldn't help but be anxious. This Xiao Shu shows no mercy at all. Does she want to completely defeat her opponent? Yanmo observed the match, calmly explaining its mysteries. It's precisely with this desperate spirit that she can stand out among middle-ranked dragons, especially skilled in mid-range combat, and an arena-like battlefield is very suitable for her. An explosion immediately occurred in the fierce arena. He never expected such a thing to happen before his eyes. Did this light ball already sever Xiao Shu's dragon leg? With pure spear technique alone, the mountain dragon spear in Xuanyu's hand was full of energy, surprising her. The light from the spear tip highlighted the killing intent in his eyes. Xuanyu held the mountain dragon spear horizontally across his chest, channeling his strength to enhance his attack. Zhuhai had a bad premonition. Not good, not good. He immediately shouted loudly for her to show mercy. But it was too late. Xuanyu had already dealt with his opponent. Xiao Shu lay on the arena floor in agony, blood gushing out. He still stood there, the killing intent in his eyes undiminished. Zhuhai couldn't help but rage. You. Xuanyu immediately interrupted to explain she wanted to kill me. I couldn't control myself. He tried his best to calm down and soothe his volatile temper. Justice will prevail in today's matter. Yanmo left a comment backstage. In this kind of situation, she acted too ferociously. This is the first time an opponent has been killed in the Ascending Dragon competition, which is not allowed. Yulin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. There are also special circumstances. It's difficult to hold back in a battle of this level. Xuanyu calmly walked backstage. Time is tight. Let's quickly absorb Dragon Chi. The second match is up to you. Bai Shusho immediately ran over to meet him. You absorb first. I've finished absorbing anyway. She looked at the person over there. That guy is already crippled. Zoan hobbled with a cane. My knees, my lumbar disc. He was seriously injured, shedding tears and suffering immensely. I surrender. After a while, the referee boldly announced, Match 2, Huang Shusho wins. Yanmo fell into deep thought, his mind filled with various conjectures. This Lan indeed gives a profound impression. That spear technique just now was no less inferior to a Dragon Knight's dragon spear. Although its power was far inferior to a Dragon Knight's, that's due to cultivation. Truly a formidable opponent. Xuanyu closed his eyes in meditation, his brain diligently calculating the initial conditions. Today's Dragon Chi is barely enough for the 33 Skywings. Tomorrow, I'll need to work even harder. The next day, the ascending dragon platform was as lively as usual. Roland. He looked at the space gate, feeling puzzled. Chaoyang gracefully walked to the viewing area. His demeanor composed, he happily greeted his friend. Ink Terror Dragon Knight, long time no see, how have you been? Roland merely responded coldly. Zoan kindly introduced the newly arrived distinguished guest, the arrogant Sky Dragon Knight. Among all 18 Dragon Knights, Dragon Chaoyang ranks 6th above the Ink Terror Dragon Knight Roland. Most importantly, he is Shu Yanmo's teacher. And Shu Yanmo is a contestant in our group. Bai Shusho made a judgment after observing. I think he respects the Ink Terror Dragon Knight very much. He then took over the conversation. On one hand, the Ink Terror Dragon Knight is older than the arrogant Sky Dragon Knight, and on the other hand, he often receives favors from the Ink Terror Dragon Knight, which is why he appears somewhat humble. Chaoyang, with a curious mind, focused his gaze on the arena. Let me see what the rumored Golden Dragon Princess is truly like. Xuanyu remained unmoved, continuing to cultivate. No matter who he is, I must seize the time to absorb Dragon Chi, he secretly thought to himself. Isn't this the beautiful and serene girl? How is she completely different from the rumors? He diligently cultivated, his power gradually gathering and strengthening. He must quickly convert the Dragon Chi into liquid dragon power for storage. Such a good opportunity won't come often. It would be best if Dragon Knights came to watch the competition every day. Zhuhai stood before all the spectators announcing yesterday's results. Xiao Shu in Arena Zone 3 was killed. The arbitration panel ruled that Lan acted in self-defense but caused death or injury. The entire clan receives a severe warning. If she offends again, she will be disqualified from the competition and punished by Wind Dragon City. In competition, opponents are clansmen. Friendship must be prioritized and no more casualties are allowed. The people below were very dissatisfied. They all expressed their opinions. Is that all? Isn't that just a slap on the wrist? What's the background of this Golden Dragon Princess? Lower your voices. Don't you really know why the Ink Terror Dragon Knight is here today? Roland stood in the center of the stands and solemnly announced, Good, the competition begins. The referee then declared the start. Round 3 of the round robin begins. Arena Zone 3, Lan vs. Zhu Yucheng. Xuanyu highly concentrated, slowly activating his ability. Lan's opponent Yucheng looked at the person in front of him, sweating profusely and filled with fear. This guy was just warned today for killing a clan member, but it seems to have had no effect on her ferocity. She's even stronger than in the first 2 matches. Oh my god, too ferocious. Last time, just a slight tremor of her dragon scales caused her opponent immense pain. Wasn't she just warned not to harm clan members? How did she become even more arrogant? This sister is not afraid at all. She wants to deal with me, treating me like a blade of grass, weak and pathetic with no one to rely on. Xuanyu looked at his opponent's expression, secretly chuckling to himself, feeling smug. According to Huang Yuling's information, he's a coward, always prioritizing safety. Although he would choose tactics based on his opponent, in the third match he showed a ferocious aura with a violent golden dragon's might, unsettling his opponent. He increased the release of energy, constantly finding it amusing in his heart. Let's make it even harder for him. The referee didn't make the audience wait too long before announcing the start of the match. But as soon as the words fell, Yucheng hugged his head, looking very timid and cowardly. Don't hit, I surrender, I voluntarily withdraw. Those watching the match found it suspicious and kept commenting, he just surrendered. What's this Zhu Yucheng doing? So embarrassing. It's simply too embarrassing, surrendering just out of fear. Simply incredible. The referee immediately added fuel to the fire, stimulating the audience. This is an extremely rare commotion in the history of the round-robin tournament. Will the young elites of Heavenly Dragon Star actually surrender out of fear? Bai Shusho walked over happily. Honestly, you started so fiercely, you scared everyone. Xuanyu naturally stated his tactic. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the most valuable method, Roland shouted loudly, making Yucheng's heart tremble. Zhu Yucheng, don't you feel any anger? He kept questioning. How can someone like you be my elite? You have no fighting spirit whatsoever. Has the era of peace lasted too long? And then no. However, Roland himself did not hesitate to praise the other opponent. Although Lan is extremely excellent and ferocious, she is indeed a formidable opponent, but trash like you. If you face the Duluo Federation's fleet, wouldn't you be scared witless? Chaoyang immediately saw through it in his heart and praised the Golden Dragon Princess endlessly. He was very depressed and ordered a reprimand without hesitation. I didn't expect such a high-ranked Dragon Clan member. You've brought shame to the high-ranked Dragon Clan, Roland urged. I think he should be severely punished. Such a dragon is not qualified to participate in the Ascending Dragon competition. He doesn't even deserve to be a dragon. You continue while gathering energy in your hands. I need to teach him a good lesson. Yucheng groaned in pain. I know I was wrong. Will I still be hit? He was thus kicked out of the arena. Xuanyu then casually commented, wasn't being kicked off the Ascending Dragon platform supposed to be a disqualification, so Shusho won't have to fight? Bai Shusho reminded him in a low voice. Lady Luck always favors you, she secretly gloated. If I have no opponents today and tomorrow, that means 3 wins and 1 loss, he exclaimed in surprise. Amazing, Bai Shusho happily teased him. You're the one who wins effortlessly. Xuanyu suggested, then let's seize the time to absorb Dragon Chi. She quickly agreed, okay. The next day, at the Ascending Dragon platform arena, the referee loudly announced the 4th round of the round-robin tournament. He fell into deep thought, his mind constantly generating various conjectures. There are no Dragon Knights here today. If the Dragon Chi is insufficient, and if I want to continue helping my teammates cultivate, I must focus on the Ascending Dragon Pillar. But how can I get the Ascending Dragon Pillar to respond during battle? Yanzan suddenly walked over and interrupted, with a simple and kind smile on his face, and said in a friendly manner, Hello Golden Dragon Princess, I am Tang Yanzan, your opponent for this match. Please be merciful, I'm a little scared. Zhang Liang was very surprised. He couldn't help but comment a few words. Isn't that Tang Yanzan? Lan is facing this chubby Tang Yanzan. Interesting, I wonder if her attack method can break through this chubby guy's hard shell. This chubby guy is indeed difficult to deal with. Tianlong immediately understood. His heart was filled with anticipation. Lan won all 3 previous matches, but her opponents were relatively weak. From this match onwards, she will truly face the strong individuals among the Dragon Clan. Let me see if she is truly qualified to be my competitor. The referee quickly announced the start of the match. Yanzan raised the large hammer in his hand, continuously strengthening his cultivation. Xuanyu also showed no weakness, his power inviolable. He responded cautiously, keen tactics flashing through his mind. Judging from the first 2 matches, Lan's attacking desire is extremely strong, usually attacking fiercely at the start. Today, however, her personality has changed, or does she really want to show me mercy? Yanzan quickly charged forward, his large hammer swinging fiercely in his hand, secretly thinking, even though she's a beauty, I won't show favoritism. However, Xuanyu was fearless, with a look of determination to fight to the death in his eyes. In Yanzan's perception, he felt a strange sensation. His body subconsciously recoiled, horrifying, too horrifying. But the 2 forces had already collided, and the piercing sound of weapons clashing echoed in the air. The 2 weapons collided, making a chilling, piercing sound. Yanzan was immediately repelled, his internal energy experiencing a sharp pain. His eyes were filled with fear, and only bewilderment remained in his heart. I gave it my all in that strike, but the opponent was still impenetrable like a copper wall and iron barrier. Yanzan shed tears, his fighting spirit gone, unable to resist that terrifying force, and his soul also trembled. Fortunately, I detonated the earth element in time, otherwise I would definitely have been severely injured. Now I understand why Lin Zuan was defeated and Xiao Shu died. Xuanyu looked at his opponent, calculating every step in his mind. I didn't expect this chubby guy's defense to be so strong. Even my full-strength god-slaying annihilation shock was neutralized. I'm afraid this will be a prolonged battle. His face gradually paled and his spirit and body were uncontrollable. No choice, I can only defend first, he said. Hopefully I can defend. Oh my god, she's charging over. It's terrifying. Yanzan hugged his body, his will to resist growing stronger. Hold on, I can't block it, too strong. But his strength was insignificant. His body was thus sent flying, shocking everyone in the stands. Panic gradually spread. Tang Yanzan's family is known for its defensive capabilities, hailed as the copper wall and iron barrier of the dragon clan, yet he was sent flying in an instant. How domineering and terrifying is this attack power? Yanzan struggled to hold on in the arena. But when he saw Xuanyu's eyes, he was immediately startled. Her aura grew stronger and stronger, and every step carried a chilling, killing intent. He witnessed this scene, his fear growing in his heart. My life is over. If she had unleashed such an aura at the start, I might have been able to block it. But after just experiencing a violent shock, I have no idea if I can block it. If she attacks again, I will definitely be injured and won't be able to participate in the next match. She's truly formidable. Who can stop her like this? Yanzan covered his head with his hand, pleading tearfully. I surrender. Stop. The spear in Xuanyu's hand stopped in time, and the threatening sensation also weakened. But the killing intent in her eyes remained undiminished, and her words were heavy. Listen carefully. If you dare to win against Shusho, I will never forgive you, the referee generously announced immediately. Lan wins. Bai Shusho couldn't help but wonder. You used the god-slaying annihilation shock twice, Xuanyu softly explained. The second time was fake, just simulated with soul power. All's fair in love and war. She subconsciously pressed him. What about the ascending dragon platform? Did it respond? He raised his thumb, a confident look on his face. No, but I have another plan. I'm going to gradually roam until night. The villa stood majestic in the night. Xuanyu asked seriously, Yuge, did you bring the stuff? She quickly replied, yes. Yuge cautiously held the notebook. Liang Pu had already collected and filtered some information and would give him the list once it was organized. Xuanyu took it and flipped through page after page. Future cultivation resources would be obtained from here. Since I didn't finish today, I'll go check the harvest from the first target. She immediately provided information. Currently there are 2 targets in the city, near the ascending dragon platform. 2 lower-ranked dragons, 1 middle-ranked dragon. The information is accurate. He made a decision without hesitation. Then let's target these 3 dragons. Let's go. A mysterious organization existed on Heavenly Dragon Star, the Anti-Dragon Alliance. This organization would release a list at any time detailing the evil deeds of dragon race creatures, which infuriated many dragon race creatures who had nowhere to vent. After learning about this organization, Lan Xuanyu immediately had Liang Pu collect the list published by the Anti-Dragon Alliance. Eventually, he also found something to take the blame for him. In a short while, Xuanyu climbed back through the window. Shusho, I'm back. Bai Shu quickly ran out. Why did you take so long today? He happily replied. We've already taken action today, she asked worriedly. Was it too rushed? Our cultivation resources are still enough for now. He quickly cleared up her confusion. Now is a good time. Everyone on Heavenly Dragon Star is focused on the Ascending Dragon competition, and most of the god-level dragon race powerhouses are here in Ascending Dragon City. At the same time, Xuanyu also explained the surrounding situation. And everyone is currently undergoing body tempering cultivation, which requires a lot of energy. She couldn't hide her concern. Xuanyu, you've sacrificed too much for everyone. None of us want you to take risk just for a bit of cultivation. He stepped forward and embraced his beloved. In the future, if the Federation wants to take over Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star without shedding blood, I'm afraid this task will fall to us. Bai Shu still didn't understand. You mean? Xuanyu patiently explained. If the 33 Skywing team and the plant-type powerhouses can all break through to god level, coupled with the Federation's mechas and battle armors, we can stand against the Dragon Knights. Otherwise, how can we stop 18 super god level knights and their mount dragons? She asked blankly. But can it be done? He clearly listed the existing information. Elder Tree said that 2 plant-type soul beasts are almost god level, and I also have 6 dragon corpses which can be studied or used as battleship materials. After the Ascending Dragon competition, as long as we can prove that Heavenly Dragon Star's energy can help the Eternal Tree, the Academy and Tang Sect will support us. Xuanyu candidly expressed his feelings. I want to help you. How long has it been since you? Bai Shu was still confused. What exactly are you talking about? He gently pulled her closer. Are you pretending to be clueless with me? Do you need to apply dragon marrow for cultivation again? She scolded him angrily. Naughty, so it's about applying dragon marrow. Xuanyu then teased her unreservedly. Why are you still a little disappointed? What else did you think it was? Bai Shu exclaimed in a high-pitched angry tone. Stop talking, hurry up and apply it. In the fierce and brutal arena, Xuanyu and Huang Yu exchanged a cold glance under the referee's command. Round 5, Match 3, Lan vs. Huang Yu. The voice officially announced match begins. He observed the enemy, constantly formulating plans in his mind. 5 attributes with light attribute at the core. It should be called the 5-colored light 5-element dragon. After the match, I'll let Yuge absorb him. This should be quite good. Anyway, this guy is also on the list. Huang Yu secretly pondered and charged forward fiercely. In terms of strength, I'm definitely not her match. To win, I must rely on my attribute advantage and slowly wear down her dragon power. Therefore his tactic was, his brain was still guessing. Xuanyu had already stomped on the ground and leapt, entangling her. He floated in mid-air, a force enveloping his entire body. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. She didn't fight like this before. Why is this person not playing by the rules? Xuanyu observed from above. Couldn't help but laugh. He activated his magic power, gradually confusing the opponent's thoughts. Shouldn't she transform into her dragon form and fly into the sky? Wouldn't that make her a living target? Or does she have some innate ability that requires her true form to unleash? I really can't figure it out. Xuanyu found it interesting, and top-tier tactics emerged in his mind. These dragon race members probably don't know that for human soul masters, unleashing their martial soul in its true form can double their combat power. I released my martial soul true form to end the battle quickly. Huangyu seemed to sense a threat and immediately attacked first. He deftly turned and quickly dodged all the moves. His heart trembled and his face turned pale with fear, dodged and charged over. Huangyu activated his defensive shield, determined not to get hurt. The two energies collided, catching him off guard, and his mind desperately searched for an escape plan. Directly confronting the Golden Dragon Princess, known for her strength, made him somewhat apprehensive. It was too late to dodge now, so he went all out. As the explosion and bone smoke just dispersed, Huangyu's heart was filled with confusion. Where is she? Xuanyu appeared behind him, delivering a direct blow. His body was severely damaged and pain gradually spread throughout his body, but Huangyu still refused to surrender, activating his final move. He transformed into a white dragon and charged straight at Xuanyu. The collision was too fierce and both were sent flying far away. Everyone in the stands was stunned, craning their necks, waiting for the next development. Bai Shu backstage worried anxiously about Xuanyu, but Xuanyu had already stood up abruptly. The onlookers were surprised. The Golden Dragon Princess is up. Both sides were severely injured just now, but the referee actually announced Lan's victory. Did she rush over to help him? How is she? Xuanyu transmitted with his divine sense. I'm afraid I'll spit blood if I speak. His power is too great and needs time to resolve. Fortunately, I have Golden Dragon protection. Overlord God Dragon armor, 2-word battle armor, and Dragon God bloodline tempering. Don't worry, I won't die. He confidently gave a thumbs up. And I've improved my annihilation divine tremor. The true power hasn't even erupted yet. There's still a part left unreleased. What should I call this? Second stage Annihilation Divine Tremor or Annihilation Divine Tremor Second Strike, which sounds better, Bai Shu complained angrily. I think you're a fool. Xuanyu encouraged her. Alright, don't worry, it's your turn. Be careful. She quickly agreed. Okay, the arena was ready. The two contestants walked onto the stage at the referee's command in Arena Zone 3. Huang Shusho versus Wang Yushan. Bai Shu looked at the girl in front of her, her heart filled with worry and anxiety. The jealous Dragon King Wang Yushan. Her fighting style was extremely aggressive, and in terms of fame, she was even more renowned than Xuanyu's opponent just now, Huang Yu. Xuanyu had always borne too many responsibilities, and unconsciously he had grown into a towering tree. Back in Shrek Academy's inner court, Xuanyu had once thought of giving up on the 33 Skywings, but no one expected them to all be approved to enter the inner court. After that, he had no choice but to shoulder this responsibility, facing everything. Didn't anyone pity him? Bai Shu closed her eyes, sensing every trace of spiritual power around her. Everyone asked him more than once, what can we do for you? Instead of you always selflessly giving for everyone, who am I working so hard to cultivate for? It's to help you share a little when necessary. In the match just now, he clearly could have won unscathed, but he chose to severely injure his opponent, effectively eliminating them from the competition. All for me. In this match, no matter the cost, I will win. The referee controlled the match, announcing loudly. Match begins. Yushan focused on observing her opponent, secretly vowing, I like using a battle axe. It's more satisfying than biting with claws. I'm determined to become a dragon knight, not just a small mount dragon. She fully unleashed her energy. Bai Shu, however, showed no worry. Yushan stomped her foot fiercely, her immense power shaking space itself. She swung her battle axe and charged at her enemy. Bai Shu seized the opportunity, deftly dodging all her moves. She quickly recalled her natal weapon, gently enveloping her entire body with energy. Yushan witnessed this scene, and her mind couldn't help but waver. She was surrounded by various discomforts and her divine sense desperately searched for suitable tactics. My battle axe is actually unable to cut through this tightly intertwined purple-black light. Although it didn't directly cause damage, it kept my body spinning at an undiminished speed, but the direction of my attack was slightly off. Yushan desperately strengthened herself, launching attacks with terrifying pressure, but it was useless, and her spirit couldn't help but waver. Not good. This opponent is skilled in control. The purple-black light is growing, constantly interfering and guiding me, preventing my attacks from accurately hitting her. Yushan's face gradually grew ferocious, desperately thinking about how to defeat her opponent as if she had planned this long ago. Every time I attack, she either deftly dodges far away or changes direction, which will only become more and more disadvantageous for me. I must decide the outcome quickly. With no other option, she launched a series of attacks at her enemy. Storm. Bai Shu perceived everything, her vigilance growing even stronger. She gently recalled her battle axe and the dark energy grew thicker. Bai Shu's voice echoed in space, her power now mature. Abyssal Ice Demon Dragon 8th Soul Skill. Bai Shu integrated with the soul skill Abyssal Devour. Yushan's divine sense was now consumed by nothing but fear and power, too terrifying. This Huang Shusho is not a beautiful vase. Her appearance brought forth that image in her mind. The Midnight Witch, a terrifying witch that instilled fear. Dark energy permeated the entire arena and that powerful force surged towards Yushan, Feeling this overwhelming power, she immediately raised her hand to signal, "Ah, I surrender." Bai Shu withdrew her energy and the darkness in her eyes gradually dissipated. The arena returned to normal and the referee immediately announced Arena Zone 3, Huang Shusho wins. She slowly walked backstage and asked, "How are you recovering?" Xuanyu praised her unreservedly. "I'm fine." "Shusho, you're amazing." Bai Shu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The dragon power tempering effect is really good. I can control my 8th soul skill so easily." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's great," Xuanyu happily suggested. "Then let's continue with the dragon marrow massage tonight." She blushed shyly and retorted, "Why does something so serious sound so strange when you say it?" Time passed little by little and in a blink of an eye night fell. Xuanyu meditated in his room, pondering every necessary move on the chessboard. Shusho won today's match, and tomorrow Wu Wangyu, being severely injured, will likely withdraw. 5 wins and 1 loss means her chances of passing the assessment are very high, but for myself, tomorrow I will face Xu Yanmo, the strongest in my group. His strength has at least reached the Super Duluo level. While I am only a titled Duluo, Wu Wangyu's 5-colored domain is a spiritual domain, indicating that his spiritual power is already close to God level. Facing Xu Yanmo and other powerhouses, I ask myself, if I don't use Dragon God transformation, can I defeat them? To prepare for the decisive battle with Xu Yanmo, tonight I will not look for my teammates but use all my dragon power to strengthen myself. Am I afraid? Xuanyu was currently deep in thought. I am indeed a little worried about the unknown power, but I will not back down. I will not be cowardly, nor will I be weary. I must be more resolute. I know some things are even more precious than life. I have people I want to protect, and the figures of my mother and relatives appeared one by one in his mind. Teacher Nana, therefore I will never back down. I must win. Xuanyu pondered until the next morning. Suddenly, a ray of light from an unknown source enveloped him. A hint of purple light flashed in Xuanyu's eyes, surprising even himself. His spiritual power produced special fluctuations. The speed of the bloodline vortex in his body suddenly slowed down, and he could clearly feel the life aura of every plant outside, as well as the human voices further away. Just as Bai Shu suddenly woke up, what was happening before Xuanyu's eyes surprised her a little. At this moment he was undergoing energy conversion, and streaks of golden light emanated from Xuanyu's body. Bai Shu perceived her beloved's current situation. This is spiritual materialization, a strange phenomenon that only occurs when spiritual power reaches its highest realm close to the peak of the domain realm. She was shocked by the powerful energy emanating from the person in front of her within a single day. Too profound. What exactly happened last night? At this moment he was very confused. What's wrong with me? Bai Shu explained and comforted him. Spiritual materialization. Your spiritual power has reached the peak of the spiritual domain realm. Hearing this, Xuanyu's face showed joy and he replied, "This is an unexpected bonus. Just before facing a great enemy like Xu Yanmo, my spiritual power actually broke through, adding a few more points of strength to contend with Xu Yanmo." At the Ascending Dragon platform arena he saw something and suddenly stopped. The Ascending Dragon pillar. Seeing this, Bai Shu quickly asked, "What's wrong?" At the same time, Xuanyu closed his eyes, sensing the energy within his body. This feeling came from within the Ascending Dragon platform, as if there was another world, and this world was vast, almost boundless. And within it he saw 9 rich colors, containing immense and unknown energy. Not good, Dizzy, the consumption is too terrifying. In an instant, 1/3 of his spiritual power had already been consumed. Is the internal colorful energy the Dragon God's energy, or the Ascending Dragon Pillar's own energy? Only the Dragon God bloodline can utilize the power of this Ascending Dragon Pillar. Suddenly, 4 Dragon Knights representing 4 different colors appeared and watched the competition. Zhu Hai then announced that the matches in other groups would be temporarily suspended. In Group 3, Lan vs. Xu Yanmo, for a one-on-one match, please enter the arena. The two walked to opposite sides looking at each other. Xu Yanmo spoke first. "It seems all 4 Dragon Knights have come to watch our match. Miss Lan, I wonder if your injuries have recovered?" he replied without delay. "I'm fine." Seeing this, he also went straight to the point. "That's great, I will definitely use my full strength in battle." Xuanyu's attitude was firm, facing his opponent without hesitation. More talk is useless. Just seeing the Ink Terror Dragon Knight, Roland curiously asked, "Luo Yayuan, why are you here today too?" Hearing this, he calmly explained, "On the day of the dragon's flight, Miss Lan awakened the core power of the dragon realm. The chief said she needed to be observed. Today she's facing Xu Yanmo. I'm here to observe her performance." Listening to him, he was a little disbelieving. Awakened the deep power of the dragon realm. However, Yayuan was still uncertain. "It's still uncertain, but I once saw that light. Although she will suffer backlash, which even the chief finds hard to bear, her future potential is still worth noting." Liang Wei happened to hear everything and immediately objected. "Then why let her participate in the competition? Just send her to the dragon realm and be done with it," he calmly replied. "She is too weak. Entering the dragon realm would make it easy for her not to come out. If she wins the Ascending Dragon Competition Championship, it means she is close to God level, reducing the danger. Otherwise she would have to wait until she breaks through." After hearing this, they all decided to observe patiently. That makes sense, let's both wait and see. The two were currently preparing to engage. He struck a pose, signaling his opponent to make the first move. Miss Lan, please. Seeing this, Xuanyu also began to employ tactics. Witnessing the tense situation, the two here also became nervous. Xu Yanmo had inherited the pure light attribute of the bright heavenly dragon knight, making him incredibly powerful and terrifying. After observing his opponent for a long time, he suddenly realized something. This guy was probably not just a super Duluo, he was likely close to level 97 or even level 98. Xuanyu didn't hesitate and decided to launch an aerial attack resolved to end the fight. Sensing his opponent's intention, he smiled faintly, responding with a counterattack. He had just noticed his opponent's abnormality, but Xuanyu immediately calculated in his mind, not allowing the opponent's strength to shake his resolve. If he tried to dodge, his momentum would drop, and he might not even have a chance to counterattack later. Xu Yanmo was stronger than imagined. Come on, let the bloodline power and soul power fully merge, transforming into pure strength, human and spear as one. Suddenly, the two collided, creating a huge explosion in the arena. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Liang Wei here smiled slightly and said, "It seems the wild will always be wild." However, Xuanyu was currently overwhelmed by his opponent's power, falling embarrassingly to the ground. Despite this, he still struggled to get up and continue fighting. Although her special vibrations prevent my attacks from stopping, in terms of absolute strength, she is still weaker than me. Seeing this, Zhang Liang scoffed, "Boss, it seems Lan is still too green. Aren't you going to play the hero and save the beauty?" Tianlong, displeased, explained, "Lan is a wild dragon. She just started cultivating dragon power. It's hard to say who will go further in the future." Hearing this, he was somewhat stunned. "She can't be compared to you all," he continued to explain. "Her potential is greater. In the clash just now, the dragon's roar already affected Xu Yanmo's elements. Her bloodline aura has suppressed him. Otherwise, how do you think she became the top of the dragon ascension list? At that time, everyone was just flying, yet her bloodline aura suppressed all the dragons, including us. The 4 dragon knights are here today, most likely because her bloodline strength was inspired by her teammates." Zhang Liang showed a retreating attitude, not knowing what to say. "Is that so?" Inside the competition, Xuanyu was now beginning to feel the power within his body. The limit of the light attribute, with incredibly terrifying speed and destructive power. So the light element can also be used and guided this way. It really hurts. In the face of the light attribute speed, combat techniques are useless. Only direct confrontation is the best way to temper oneself. Immediately after, the image of a golden dragon flew out furiously. Seeing this, Xu Yanmo quickly dodged. A loud roar echoed through the arena. The golden dragon, after the previous explosion, had just fallen heavily to the ground. Despite this, he still struggled to get up under everyone's gaze. The other contestants were shocked by Xuanyu's power. Her injuries will be severe if this continues. She got up again, so terrifying, he too couldn't help but be surprised. Is her defense that strong? Just then, Xu Yanmo decided to unleash his power. The image of the ice dragon god immediately appeared behind him. In an instant, the ice dragon god flew to attack its target, and the two plunged into a furious battle. In the tense situation, the two rushed towards each other without hesitation. A huge collision accompanied by dazzling red light illuminated the entire area. The surrounding smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the 2 dragon gods facing each other, silent. However, Xuanyu was also affected by the explosion at this moment, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. He silently observed his opponent, a hint of hesitation in his heart. Even Qi Tianlong and the others might not dare to directly clash with me like this. But she didn't wait long. He let out a huge roar, then quickly rushed up to counterattack. The two clashed head-on once again. The people here couldn't help but be shocked and indignant. "Oh my god, surrender quickly." Bai Shu here still silently watched the match despite being very worried about Xuanyu. The leaders witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised by her resilient and unyielding posture. Roland suddenly spoke a few words. "It doesn't matter if Lan loses this match. Powerful bloodline, persistent and firm belief. She already possesses everything a dragon knight needs." Xuanyu's sharp claws moved forward, and in an instant he flew straight into the sky. Again, the image of him launching an aerial attack rushed directly towards his opponent. However, that adult suddenly noticed an anomaly in the match at this moment. The golden dragon thus flew towards Xu Yanmo. He suddenly felt a strange sensation from his opponent. "Something's wrong, not good, it's an afterimage. I fell for it." He seized the opportunity to skillfully use a move to finish off his opponent. The golden dragon heard his subordinate's voice, and Xu Yanmo immediately looked in another direction. Hell-suppressing kill, however, he still couldn't evade Xuanyu's sudden attack. A huge crash shook the ground, sending dust flying. A moment later, he too had fallen under her power. Although Xuanyu still had a little strength left after the previous explosion, his body had also gradually weakened. Seeing this, Bai Shu quickly said, "Referee, quickly announce the result." Zhu Hai heard this and immediately announced, "Lan wins." As soon as Xuanyu learned he had won, he no longer had the strength to stand up. Finally won. At this moment in the arena, everyone in the stands was stunned by the intense and arduous battle they had just witnessed. Bai Shu couldn't help but anxiously run onto the field. "How are you? Are your injuries serious?" "Lan, you," however. Xuanyu had no strength at this moment. He could only stare blankly at the sky. Finally won. All the forbearance was for this one strike. From the start I knew I couldn't bridge the cultivation gap. so I could only arrange the situation by getting injured myself. Each time I was hit by my opponent, it was real. The part of the power belonging to the Silver Dragon King also replenished the heavily injured Golden Dragon King. Half of it was feigned. At the last moment, the treasure hunting beast emitted a golden dragon illusion, while my true form transformed into human shape and hid in a corner. Then when he was weak, I dealt a fatal blow. The pool of blood under Xuanyu's body also gradually disappeared. She was still very worried, calling out his name repeatedly. Land, don't scare me. What exactly happened? Little Treasure immediately appeared and comforted. Miss Shusho, don't worry. Master is fine. Such serious injuries were intentional. Bai Shu was somewhat puzzled after hearing this. Intentional? What does intentional mean? The little guy then explained. Master needs a plan to expose the Dragon God's bloodline to avoid being discovered by the Dragon Knights later. So the injuries and bleeding were real, to communicate further with the ascending dragon platform. Suddenly applause came from the direction of the leaders, accompanied by proud and satisfied smiles. Roland was somewhat emotional. This battle used up strength worthy of pride, igniting the fire of passion in the young dragons. It's been a long time since such a role model appeared. Chaoyang also happily chimed in. I actually hope they learn not just willpower but also wisdom. What I admire most is her constant forbearance and her ability to remain calm and clear-headed. Yayuan also followed with admiration. This girl is indeed good, but Liang Wei on the other hand felt that some people really had dumb luck. Hearing this, that adult smiled and said, I think some people are just sour grapes. He sensed the deeper meaning in the other party's words and angrily shouted, You! Returning to Xuanyu's side, a burst of energy suddenly emanated around him. Everyone immediately gasped in surprise. The four people quickly walked towards him. Shusho, you go to the side first. To avoid drawing attention, he quickly turned to everyone and warned, The other groups continue their matches. Keep focusing on the battles. No one is allowed to approach here. Just then, Roland unleashed a move, joining forces with the other three. Seeing this, the other contestants couldn't help but be bewildered. What's happening? All four Dragon Knights are here. Something big must be going on. Xuanyu was still lying motionless at this moment. That adult, seeing this, suddenly recognized a familiar scene like the situation in that place in the Dragon Realm. Yayuan's hand suddenly produced streams of colorful energy. Immediately after, they suddenly glowed under the surprised gaze of the two. At this moment, he already understood everything that was happening in his mind. I can almost confirm that the energy is from the same source. The chief said it's very likely that the ascending dragon platform has connected the Dragon Realm with Heavenly Dragon Star. Meanwhile, Chaoyang also noticed this. But how can this girl absorb the power of the ascending dragon pillar? Even the chief tried many times without success. Liang Wei suddenly discovered an anomaly, recalling the previous match. Bloodline, it must be bloodline. He lost too much blood just now, did you notice? The blood from the previous battle was all absorbed. Hearing this, that adult couldn't believe it. In the previous battle, the blood was also absorbed by the ascending dragon platform. So the two argued, ultimately boiling down to one question. But the speed today was extremely fast, Huang Liangwei said. I also discovered that it was the excessive blood loss from the previous battle that caused the change. So what about us? Can we also attract and absorb such energy? Although Xuanyu here hadn't woken up in his subconscious, he still heard their conversation. This guy is amazing. Even if you bleed dry, it's useless. So that adult had no choice but to decide to wait patiently to see what changes would occur after she absorbed so much energy. If there are indeed changes, we'll discuss whether to try it then. After a while, Xuanyu's whole body suddenly glowed and dragon scales appeared on his face. Seeing this, Liang Wei felt a little hesitant. Could she have absorbed all the energy from the ascending dragon platform? Roland immediately showed extreme displeasure. Shut your stinking mouth. How big is the ascending dragon platform? Think before you speak. You're truly shameless. He too refused to back down, raising his voice to provoke. Roland, do you want to fight? Seeing the two endlessly squabbling, that adult couldn't help but say, All right, is this a time for arguing? Everyone calm down and just wait. Xuanyu was currently focused on the power within his body. The surface of his spiritual sea once again shimmered with colorful liquid. After so many years, for it to suddenly become completely colorful felt a little unfamiliar. Just then, Little Treasure cleverly reminded him, Master, don't move, the 4 dragon knights outside are watching. He heard this and communicated with the other party telepathically. Little Treasure, what's wrong with me? Our plan succeeded. The little guy showed an ecstatic expression and replied, You're right, your blood caused the ascending dragon pillar to react. That's the true power of your former master. When you break through to God level, you'll definitely see it clearly. After receiving the news, Xuanyu already had the next step of his plan. I know everything. I'll wake up in a moment. You help me disguise my appearance. Little Treasure obediently accepted the order. No problem, don't worry. As soon as he saw him wake up, the 4 of them asked in surprise, He's awake, he's awake, he's awake, he's awake. Young lady, how do you feel? Despite knowing it was an act, Xuanyu still pretended to be weak, feigning ignorance of what had happened. Is it Lord Lan and all the lords? Did I faint just now? Why are all the lords gathered around me? What's with this colorful dragon chi? I can even see colors now. What happened to me? Did the Lord save me? Why is everything inside me turning colorful? Meanwhile, Yaoyuan immediately explained to the other party that she had encountered an opportunity. Your bloodline seems to have attracted the energy inside the ascending dragon platform. In a sense, this should be a bloodline evolution. With his acting skills, he still maintained an innocent demeanor. Evolution? How does it evolve? In the ascending dragon platform arena, Yaoyuan continued to explain everything in detail. Your blood has awakened the energy of the ascending dragon platform, causing your bloodline to undergo another dragon transformation like evolution. The reason still needs to be researched. Go back and feel the changes. After the competition, the Alliance will guide you. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xuanyu calmly gave a polite reply. Thank you, Lord Dragon Knight. I will definitely cultivate diligently when I return. Hearing this, the four also felt a hint of relief, some even admonishing. Then we'll take our leave. You rest well. Meanwhile, Roland couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Truly a prodigy. Excellent, truly excellent. Seeing that things had gradually settled, everyone left together. Let's go back too. I'll report this to the chief immediately. As for whether we try it ourselves, we'll have to wait until after the Ascending Dragon competition. With that, it was already getting dark, and all the contestants returned to their rooms to rest and recuperate. In Xuanyu's room, he had now reverted to his true form. So the two embraced after the previous match, still leaving Bai Shu feeling a surge of emotions. You scared me to death. You really made me panic. Why do you push yourself so hard? Xuanyu smiled slightly and comforted. I'm sorry, I made you worry again. She happened to be a little puzzled. I can feel that your bloodline aura is stronger than before. Didn't they suspect anything? Hearing this, Xuanyu also told the other party what had happened. Today I suddenly had a spiritual materialization sensation, and I seemed to see the dragon god's energy on the ascending dragon platform. So I thought about whether I could use my bloodline to awaken it. If it worked, then defeating Xu Yanmo wouldn't be important anymore. They were already stronger than me. If I didn't give it my all in the match, there would be no more opportunities. So I needed a reasonable way to make the dragon god transformation appear. I told Little Treasure not to worry if I fainted after the battle. I would let the dragon god's bloodline appear before the dragon knights, then use the dragon god transformation to fight, avoiding detection. Seeing her beloved execute such a brilliant strategy, Bai Shu couldn't help but admire him. Xuanyu has become more mature, now courageous and fearless. He's not afraid even of super god-level powerhouses, and he knows how to use his advantages to manipulate the dragon race. Everything is according to plan, calling forth wind and rain. She felt truly proud to have such an excellent boyfriend, and she too needed to work hard to become a powerhouse not inferior to him. Seeing the other party looking at him so affectionately, he couldn't help but say, "Why are you looking at me so affectionately? Are you captivated by me, wanting to offer yourself to me? Don't be shy, be brave." Xuanyu was becoming more and more aggressive, making her feel a bit displeased. "Don't force me to hit you in such a happy atmosphere. Honestly, how are your injuries?" Xuanyu immediately stepped forward to prove, "I'm fine, really. It's fine, it's already been healed by the energy of the ascending dragon platform. I need to cultivate immediately. I'll use this opportunity to absorb and temper myself. I haven't transmitted it to you yet because this dragon god's energy is very compatible with me." Hearing this, Bai Shu was also happy for him. "That's great, then hurry up and start cultivating." As soon as he turned around, Xuanyu hugged her from behind. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. "So do I still need to offer myself?" Hearing this, her face suddenly flushed, and without a word, she suddenly grabbed Xuanyu's hand and performed an over-the-shoulder throw, catching him off guard. In the final 3 weeks of the round-robin tournament, Lan Xuanyu won easily. In Bai Shusho's subsequent matches, although she lost another one, Lan Xuanyu ultimately helped her achieve 3rd place in her combat zone with a record of 7 wins and 2 losses. Another day passed and the two were now sitting together. After a while he spoke first. "Shusho, tomorrow is the final stage." She suddenly understood the deeper meaning in Xuanyu's words. A moment later, Bai Shu could only comfort the other party. "Alright, I get it. It's not the finals, I'll be your Mount Dragon then." Lan Xuanyu felt his heart ease considerably. "Shusho, come, I'll carry you." Seeing that Lan Xuanyu still had plenty of energy, Bai Shusho excitedly agreed. "Great, then I won't be polite. Hey little blue, my Mount Dragon, let's go." He cheerfully responded. "Okay princess." Bai Shusho then softly expressed, "Actually I'm fine and I'm genuinely willing to be your Mount Dragon. I truly want to be your Mount Dragon." Her voluntary sacrifice touched Lan Xuanyu's heart. "Shusho, you're too good." So Bai Shusho, following this emotion, hinted at him, "Xuanyu." Finally, he gently kissed his moonlight. "Thank you, Shusho." In the ascending dragon platform arena, Tianlong observed and reported, "This match is Yanmo versus Zheng Shu. The opponent's wood attribute can absorb light attribute energy, which happens to counter Yanmo." Lan Xuanyu then offered a different opinion. "The strength gap is still too large. Even if countered, Yanmo can still win." His words inadvertently swayed Tianlong's heart a little. Just one sentence made Tianlong fall for her. Even Google couldn't save this kind of affection. "This Lan is too extraordinary. Noble bloodline, stunning beauty, and she's young. Who else but me could be worthy of her? And the closer I get to her, my calm inner state actually ripples. I truly want her. Returning to the competition scene, the two now stepped forward face to face. Yanmo and Zheng Shu didn't hesitate. Yanmo immediately unleashed a move to attack first. Seeing the opponent's huge illusion, he was somewhat confused but still firmly decided to fight to the end. In an instant, Yanmo suddenly leapt, revealing that he also intended to charge directly at the opponent to attack. Lan Xuanyu observed from the side, already anticipating the outcome in his heart. The winner has been decided. In the Ascending Dragon platform arena, their match had also concluded. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Final stage, first round of elimination, match 1, Yanmo wins. Final stage, first round of elimination, match 2, contestants number 3 and 4, please enter the arena. Hearing his number, Tianlong immediately stood up. It's my turn. The first elimination match is already so intense I can't lose either. Lan, aren't you number 4? Lan Xuanyu then cheerfully responded, not me. I wish you victory. The opponent, hearing his reply, spoke awkwardly. Alright then. Seeing his expression, Lan Xuanyu's face stiffened. Lan Xuanyu was in an awkward situation at this moment. Bai Shusho observed everything from the side. You really are a magnet for attention. He clearly has feelings for you. Lan Xuanyu felt a wave of disgust. Spare me. A magnet for attention, my heart only belongs to Shusho. Hearing these sweet words, Bai Shusho was both delighted and shy, her face flushing. He, the referee's voice, immediately announced match 2 begins. Wu Chenji. As soon as the match started, he immediately unleashed his power. Meanwhile, Tianlong had also unleashed his moves and was ready. Wu Chenji happened to rush over, and he quickly concentrated his energy to counterattack. In an instant, a burst of energy suddenly enveloped his entire body, and moments later it exploded, creating a huge impact. Wu Chenji couldn't withstand it, and was immediately sent flying by the force of gravity. Witnessing this scene, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. An instant kill, it's an instant kill, how could it be so fast? Unexpectedly, Qi Tianlong was so strong. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing his feet. Meanwhile, the referee's voice rang out, Qi Tianlong wins. Seeing the opponent walk over, Lan Xuanyu politely spoke. Congratulations. Tianlong, hearing this, blushed and humbly explained, the opponent was relatively weak, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. If it were the two of you, I might not have a chance. Seeing his awkward expression, Lan Xuanyu felt very uncomfortable. You're too polite. Why are you blushing? The way he's looking at me isn't right. Damn, how disgusting. I need to find a way to deal with him. However, Tianlong already had a plan in mind. She congratulated me. After the Ascending Dragon competition, I'll ask my teacher to help me propose. With her assistance, I can secure the position of chief. 1,000 years later, after a while, the referee began to announce the matches. Next, contestants number 13 and 14, please enter the arena. He heard this and immediately walked over. Shusho, let's go. Meanwhile, 3 Grand Dragon Knights appeared, silently observing the match. As soon as they saw the two walk over, Jichong offered his opinion. These two sisters can be considered quite outstanding. Unfortunately, the younger sister became a Mount Dragon, so the two can only count as one slot. Roland, hearing this, immediately turned around and chimed in. Vice Chief, this is a wise move. In terms of cultivation, they are still a bit weak. Only by combining their strength can they go further. Hearing this, Jichong still held his ground. With Lan's bloodline, her ranking in the Ascending Dragon competition means nothing. Her future is already within the chief's plans. Liang Wei, not to be outdone, offered his opinion. If it were me, I would directly use the Ascending Dragon competition for bloodline testing. Wouldn't that yield results sooner? That adult, hearing this, humbly said, how about I invite the chief to announce that the Ascending Dragon competition will be used, saying it's the Holy Light Dragon Knight's idea. Knowing the deeper meaning behind the other's words, he awkwardly refused. No, how could I dare? I was just joking, please don't take it seriously. Jichong sighed at this. Oh, Lan Xuanyu was currently waiting for his opponent to appear. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from a distance, heavy and clear. The appearance of the opponent immediately affected both Diao Chan, Luo Shuiyan. Guan Hu's figure approached from a distance. He softly bowed. Greetings, Vice Chief. Miss Lan, Miss Shusho, we are from Cloudwater City. I am Song Guanao, and this is my wife. Shuiyan bowed her head and greeted. I am Luo Shuiyan. The two also responded. Greetings to both of you. Hello. Seizing this opportunity, he had already gathered information about the opponent's background. Luo Shuiyan had an extremely direct positive influence on Song Guanao. The referee's voice immediately rang out. Match begins immediately after. He smiled and hinted, no offense. The two quickly launched their offensive formation. Lan Xuanyu immediately signaled Shusho. Bai Shusho unhesitatingly joined forces with him. Understood. The two were now holding hands, and a burst of power suddenly emanated from both sides. Without waiting long, Lan Xuanyu softly reminded, go. She looked at him, understanding perfectly. Hurry up. As both sides were ready, the match officially began. Bai Shusho was the first to cast a spell, summoning an ice spear. Both she and Lan Xuanyu were armed and ready to fight. Shuiyan now used magic to attack both of them. Bai Shusho blocked in time. Condense water into ice. He observed their fighting style, making a preliminary judgment. If they fight as a duo, there must be something special. There must be a chemical reaction similar to a martial soul fusion skill between a Mount Dragon and a Dragon Knight. That would be the best combination. Seeing that this method was not working, Guanao ordered Shuiyan to act. She flew into the sky, then unleashed an electrostatic whirlwind. At this moment, Bai Shusho was a little confused and blurted out, "Strange," thunder boomed. Knowing the time was right, Lan Xuanyu quickly informed her. "Here it comes." He seemed to sense the danger and quickly shook off Bai Shusho's hand. Water turns to cloud. Cloud friction creates electricity. Thunder booms. "Shusho, be careful." Lightning struck continuously from high in the sky, shaking heaven and earth violently. Despite the numerous dangers, he remained calm. Lan Xuanyu slowly closed his eyes and unleashed his power. Guanao and Shuiyan were both stunned at this moment, unable to believe their eyes. What's going on? How can he be unharmed? Sensing that things weren't going as planned, his face darkened, and he continued to command, "Try harder. Try again." She vigorously unleashed lightning magic, and the booming thunder was even more dangerous than before. However, Lan Xuanyu still stood firm, completely unscathed. Bai Shusho stood there, secretly laughing to herself. He's going to take advantage again. No matter how the opponent's lightning strikes him, he can just use the lightning's power to digest dragon chi, absorbing the ascending dragon platform's dragon chi and using the lightning to aid in absorption and digestion. What a brilliant plan. At this moment, Guanao grew increasingly agitated, thinking, "I don't believe you're truly not afraid of lightning. If one strike isn't enough, then two." Lan Xuanyu, seizing the opportunity, now showed a delighted expression on his face, vaguely thinking, "Keep striking, the more the merrier." But he suddenly realized he might be getting a bit too carried away. "I'm fine, but am I acting a bit too arrogant? If I'm going to act, I should go all out." Thinking this, Lan Xuanyu transformed into a Hollywood actor. Feigning dizziness, Bai Shusho also innocently ran over at this moment. Sister, are you all right?" The arbitration panel watched the entire tense standoff from afar. Liang Wei, seeing Shuiyan and Guanao's attacks, commented, "As expected, too foolish. Playing too big, let's see how they resolve this." Ji Chong quickly interjected to refute. "Are you sure you didn't notice that Lan was intentionally provoking the opponent to unleash more lightning to help temper herself?" He felt confused after hearing this. "How does that wild girl have such intelligence?" Even Liang Wei couldn't see through the trick, so that adult explained. "I heard that this golden dragon princess was known for her adventurous spirit, but now it seems she deliberately hides her intelligence." Chaoyang also chimed in at this moment. "Vice Chief is right. Last time when she fought Yanmo, that silly boy Yanmo lost to her. One day this girl will be extraordinary." Ji Chong, sensing Lan Xuanyu's outstanding talent, enlightened him. "Indeed, utilize everything that can be utilized. That's how we'll have a successor, Roland. These are your people, right? Receiving the items for unforeseen needs," he turned to reply. "Not yet, but they have already signed a millennium contract with the Wind Dragon City royal family." Liang Wei at this moment sarcastically mocked, "Taking advantage is your forte again." Roland, hearing this, was very displeased, so he angrily shouted, "That's also one of my excellent qualities. If you're capable, go and take advantage too. Benefits are earned through one's own ability, unlike some people who have decent talent but always hope for good things to fall from the sky." He frowned and stared at Roland. "What did you say?" The two constantly squabbled, so Ji Chong quickly mediated, "All right, watch the match." Only then did the two cease, nodding submissively. At this moment on the arena, referee Zhu Hai stepped forward to announce last 5 minutes. If no winner can be decided, judgment will be based on match performance. Lan Xuanyu at this moment secretly mused, "The Dragon Knights must have figured out what I'm doing and are reminding me to wrap it up. Where else can I find such good opponents? What a shame." After a while, he turned to signal Bai Shusho. "Shusho, we're done pretending." She then spoke. "Let's go." Lan Xuanyu summoned his golden dragon true body, ready to face the challenge. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence, preparing for this battle. Sensing the dangerous situation, Bai Shusho quickly shouted, "Lan, step back." She blocked in front of Lan Xuanyu, unleashing her power. Martial soul fusion skill. Deep blue gaze. Bai Shusho's magic created a purple whirlwind to counter the opponent. It passed through the lightning, heading straight for Shuiyan, confusing her. This sudden attack caught Guanao off guard, and he shouted, "Not good." Shuiyan at this moment was hit by Bai Shusho's attack, swaying. She fell painfully, unable to resist any longer. Zhu Hai at this moment announced, "Song Guanao, Luo Shuiyan have lost combat ability." "Lan Bai Shusho wins," the surrounding people whispered. "An instant counterattack, so before that they were just putting on an act. This golden dragon princess is too cunning. She doesn't even let go of such opportunities to take advantage. No wonder she progresses so quickly." Tianlong also felt extremely confused at this moment, too desperate. Tempering herself in battle, this Lan truly walks an unconventional path. She's becoming more and more unfathomable. The next day at the Ascending Dragon Platform Arena, the second round of elimination, first match. Lan Bai Shusho vs Duan Mie Zhu Zhou Tianyi. Seeing these opponents, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be a little confused. Are the Dragon Knights doing this on purpose? There are only 3 pairs with Mount Dragons and we're consecutively encountering 2 teams? But he suddenly recalled again. Is my opponent today from the Sky Gazer clan who transformed into dragons during the dragon transformation era? Yizhu, as soon as he saw them, shook his head and lamented. "Too unlucky. I'd rather fight Qi Tianlong than face you two." Tianyi also chimed in. "That's right, I don't want to fight you." Bai Shusho, hearing this, was a little puzzled and asked, "Why don't you want to face us?" He calmly replied, "You'll know once we start fighting." At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. "Match begins." As soon as the words fell, Lan Xuanyu felt something and he quickly stepped forward to block for Bai Shusho. The other side rushed to attack before even starting, but fortunately, Lan Xuanyu reacted quickly. The spectators whispered amongst themselves. "What's going on? What happened? It's like 2 silver lights crisscrossing, too fast to see anything." After the hazy white smoke, Lan Xuanyu's figure gradually emerged. At this moment Lan Xuanyu had already assessed the situation. Teleportation. Does the opponent have spatial attributes? Yizhu and Tianyi, seeing him block the attack, lamented. What kind of defense is this? Only a few white marks are left. That's precisely why we didn't want to fight them. Bai Shusho was held tightly by him at this moment, a little dizzy and almost suffocating. After regaining her composure, she began to unleash her power. Watch me, Ice Demon Snow Death Withering. A shield appeared around them both to ensure absolute safety. Tianyi and Yizhu showed signs of fatigue, but what was destined to come would come. Bai Shusho's area control skills were proficient in spatial attributes. This type was the least desirable to face. The Golden Dragon Princess also had super strong defense, making the battle difficult from now on. He began to analyze the situation, aiming to win this match. He must defeat the opponent in the shortest possible time. He shared the same feeling as Yizhu. Otherwise, in a situation where the opponent can unleash large-scale control, their movement space would shrink and they would surely lose. The two reached a consensus and charged forward together. Let's go for it. After discussing, Yizhu and Tianyi merged, ready to fight. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but think, as expected, any dragon with a Mount Dragon can achieve a powerful fusion with their Mount Dragon, reaching peak effectiveness. Bai Shusho and he also began to unleash spells. Their powers were gradually connecting, and she was also gradually transforming internally. Bai Shusho's eyes at this moment carried a mysterious purple glow, captivating everyone's gaze. Yizhu, seeing her beauty, couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful, too beautiful." The onlookers praised, "So beautiful, so gorgeous," but he suddenly reminded himself again. No, now is not the time to admire beauty. Yizhu immediately charged forward to duel, aiming for a quick victory. Meanwhile, Bai Shusho was exceptionally calm, her cold eyes seemingly able to penetrate space. Bai Shusho's determined gaze met her opponent's, and her entire body exuded boundless power. Her attack surprised Yizhu with its destructive force. He could only exert all his strength to defend and resist. Sensing that he was in an extremely difficult situation at this moment, she cast a spell. An aura enveloped her, and her hands gently danced as if hypnotizing everyone. The spectators, witnessing this scene, began to whisper, "What's going on? I can't tear my eyes away from her. It's as if my spirit has been stolen and my vision is completely obscured." Bai Shu unleashed a massive vortex, completely suppressing Yizhu's power. She was somewhat surprised that the opponent began to defend, but soon Yizhu was submerged by the seawater he himself had created. Bai Shu used this opportunity to decisively end the battle. Ninth soul skill, Heavenly Demon Dance of Heavenly Secrets. A moment later, referee Zhu Hai's voice rang out, "Match over. Lan Bai Shusho wins." After watching, the audience applauded and praised. "So powerful, utterly defenseless." Tianlong stood nearby, frowning in thought. It seems Bai Shusho shouldn't be underestimated either. After the match, she turned her head and looked gently at Xuanyu. "Thanks to the power of your white dragon god bloodline, my spiritual power has finally reached the peak of the spirit domain realm," Xuanyu replied happily. "What's with the thanks between us? Let's think about how to repay me." After the contestants gathered in the center of the stands, the referee began to announce, "Eliminated contestants, please exit. The top 8 remain. Your performance today was excellent, and the top 8 in this Ascending Dragon competition will of course receive rewards." Xuanyu and Bai Shu stared intently at the reward. From its appearance, Xuanyu was a little confused. "It feels slippery today, very smooth in my hand. Could it all be dragon marrow inside?" After the competition, it was evening, and Xuanyu's group returned to their base. When he opened the box, the treasure inside was exactly as he expected. Bai Shu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is too extravagant, truly rich, so much dragon marrow. It's enough for me for several months. If I'm careful, it should last a year." Xuanyu thought for a moment, then said, "In a year you should have already completed marrow refining. Other dragons don't cultivate luxuriously like us." She immediately retorted, "That's not necessarily true. I think Qi Tianling and the others definitely use no less resources. The only thing missing is your dragon god bloodline," Xuanyu excitedly suggested. "Then why don't you trade with him? I bet he'd agree too." Bai Shu's face turned ashen with anger. She began to unleash a machine gun tirade, scolding him fiercely. "Did you even think before you spoke? Why should I trade with him? Everything of yours is mine. Why would I trade with anyone else? Why the hell would I trade?" After scolding for a while, her face darkened and she turned her head, huffing, "I think a certain someone must be addicted to being a woman." Hearing her say that, Xuanyu suddenly became serious. "Shusho." He gently lifted Bai Shu's chin, making her soften a little. He urgently pressed, "I'm addicted to being a woman?" She hesitated for a moment, then replied, Do you want to try?" As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed red, very shy. Xuanyu sat beside her at this moment, his hand still holding hers tightly. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore, don't be nervous." Bai Shu's anger hadn't completely subsided. She turned her head and complained, "Xuanyu, I've always trusted you because you're my boyfriend." After hearing this, Xuanyu leaned gently against her, whispering, "Shusho, when can we make our relationship public?" Bai Shu, blushing, shyly pushed Xuanyu away. "You haven't even proposed to me at the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival yet. Don't wish for good things." Xuanyu suddenly remembered, "Haven't we already been to the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival? We've been together for so long." After hearing this, she felt something was amiss and immediately retorted, No, that won't do. The Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival is a grand event for Shrek Academy's inner court. If we don't experience it, it's like not having the Academy's witness, and that would be our biggest regret. Didn't your parents also confirm their relationship through that festival? Xuanyu gently held her hand at this moment, sweetly saying, of course we'll participate. If I could, I really want the whole world to know that we truly love each other, and with everyone's blessings I'll hold your hand. Bai Shu, blushing at this moment, stammered, we've both made significant progress in this competition, but you still need to be careful and absolutely not get carried away or expose our identities. Seeing her shy and evasive look, Xuanyu just wanted to tease her. His change of topic was not at all abrupt, and he thought to himself, Shusho is shy, so cute. After a while, he also became serious and replied, don't worry, I won't. I'm going to use the Dragon God's power next. I hope the Dragon Knights are mentally prepared. The next morning it was another tense competition day at the Ascending Dragon Platform Arena. Roland announced the start of the battle. The stands were unusually crowded at this moment. As everyone was anticipating this showdown, suddenly the referee loudly announced, Lan Bai Shusho vs Tang Lengxuan. Match begins. Tang Lengxuan's expression was serious, his weapon held tightly in his hand, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Xuanyu, seeing his opponent, already knew his identity. He was Tang Lengxuan, the elder brother of the Earth Attribute giant dragon Tang Yenxuan, hailed as one of the contenders for the championship alongside Xu Yanmo and Qi Tianlong. The Tang family, Bai Shu and Xuanyu, were also armed and ready to charge. To see how strong his opponent's power was, Xuanyu attacked first, his long spear piercing directly towards Lingxuan's chest. Xuanyu's weapon seemed unable to pierce through the armor on his body. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out and Xuanyu's weapon instantly shattered into pieces. This made Xuanyu unable to help but feel surprised. He was astonished by such powerful defense, and he thought to himself, what kind of divine dragon armor is this? Its defensive power is too strong. Seeing Xuanyu's expression, Lingxuan now smiled coldly and said, haha, as soon as he finished speaking. He stomped his foot fiercely, and suddenly countless explosions spread toward Xuanyu. His power made Xuanyu unable to help but feel surprise. Suddenly a stone emerged from Xuanyu's standing position, piercing straight upwards. Fortunately he dodged in time. Bai Shu now cast a spell to pull him out of the dangerous area. Xuanyu landed safely, then turned to her and said, thank you, Shusho. Lingxuan's face turned ashen with anger at the sight. Xuanyu realized the situation could not be delayed and immediately counterattacked. He summoned the Golden Dragon Roar to fight Lingxuan. Xuanyu unleashed his power to attack him. Lingxuan hastily retreated to dodge the attack. He thought to himself, gravity control combined with sudden counterattacks from underground, extremely simple yet effective, truly a master. Lingxuan showed no fear and immediately counterattacked. The surrounding earth and stone suddenly surged and the ground trembled violently. Firestones fell from the sky, whistling towards Xuanyu and Bai Shu. Bai Shu now cast a shield to protect herself. Xuanyu suddenly realized something not good. This stance is meant to kill Shusho. The attacks grew increasingly fierce. Xuanyu noticed that Lingxuan's fighting style seemed premeditated and he pondered tactics. It seems he wants to separate me from Shusho. Kill Shusho first, then deal with me. The underground piercing attacks, gravity control, meteor shower, body rotation burst, and earth wall obstructions, all meticulously planned with precise control over earth elements, formed this dividing line. Both in cultivation and technique, even tactics, he is truly powerful. Unfortunately, it's useless. Xuanyu began to cast magic, his eyes becoming even more determined, resolved to win this battle. Lingxuan couldn't help but wonder, what new trick is this? Although their strength is not weak, the outcome is already decided. The meteorites have already fallen on Bai Shusho's head. Even if she can block this attack, she won't be able to block my second wave of meteorites. Suddenly, Xuanyu's attack interrupted his thoughts. The stones now seemed to be under his control. Stones fell one after another, astonishing Lingxuan, who thought to himself, what just happened? Xuanyu seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack from behind Lingxuan. He suddenly realized he had been too careless, thinking, not good. Xuanyu unleashed the god-slaying annihilation tremor without hesitation, and the explosive power sent Lingxuan painfully to the ground. Seeing him hit by his attack, Xuanyu thought to himself, this divine dragon armor is indeed powerful. It wasn't directly shattered by Xuanyu's full power god-slaying annihilation tremor, and that too in the divine dragon transformation state. Only a few faint cracks appeared on its surface. On the other hand, Bai Shu now seized the opportunity to launch her next attack. This froze Lingxuan solid, rendering him immobile. She continuously unleashed her moves, triggering an ice explosion, followed by a burst of cold ice, and the fierce attacks caused Lingxuan even more pain, making him howl incessantly. Xuanyu and Xi now combined their efforts to end this battle. He concentrated all his strength and raised his fist and charged towards Lingxuan. Xuanyu unleashed the final blow, and their combined mighty power left Lingxuan dumbfounded and caught off guard. Xuanyu's attack created a huge explosion that affected the entire arena. This left the onlookers astonished and speechless due to its destructive power. Lingxuan was now completely defenseless, lying on the ground. Subsequently, referee Zhu Hai loudly announced, match over. Lan Bai Shusho wins. The arbitration panel, witnessing today's match from afar, couldn't help but discuss it. Chao Yang now gave his evaluation. This is a brand new elemental stripping power. That colorful energy is too powerful. Looking at that colorful figure, I unconsciously feel suppressed. Liang Wei then immediately joined the urgent discussion. I think the Ascending Dragon competition doesn't need to continue. We should hurry and try it out. It really worked. It actually formed. After hearing this, he hastily dissuaded. Brother Huang, there's no need to rush. The chief will decide this matter. It's not something that can be decided in haste, nor by any of us. Roland now sarcastically mocked. Some people are too focused on benefits, afraid of missing out. Liang Wei retorted without weakness. What, don't you want to? Don't you want bloodline evolution? Roland denied. Of course I want to, but at least not like you, only thinking of yourself. The chief and vice chief will decide this matter. Brother Long, let's go report together. Chouyang nodded in agreement. Okay. On the other hand, the competition continued fiercely. The quarterfinals should have been exceptionally exciting and highly anticipated. However, due to the special circumstances in the first match, the subsequent 3 matches seemed somewhat bland. Especially Xu Yanmo and Qi Tianlong's 2 matches, their opponents were clearly weaker. They effortlessly overpowered their enemies and achieved victory. After the quarterfinals, the 4 strongest contenders would proceed to the finals. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho, Qi Tianlong, Xu Yanmo, and one lucky contestant became the top 4 of this Ascending Dragon competition, excluding the lucky one who advanced to the semifinals. Qi Tianlong, Xu Yanmo, Lan Xuanyu, and Bai Shusho were the true favorites for the championship. Lady Luck doesn't only favor one person, but she can't always abandon them. In the draw for the semifinals, Xu Yanmo's luck also ran out. He and Qi Tianlong were drawn into the same group. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho, on the other hand, would face the relatively weaker opponent. The top 4 were undisputed after a struggle. Xu Yanmo only lasted 35 seconds against Qi Tianlong. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho expended some effort to defeat their opponent, but ultimately they won and entered the final at this very moment. In the Starfleet Space Station, the flagship command center of the Duluo Federation's 7th Fleet, a meeting was being held to discuss the upcoming plan. Maintain training intensity. According to Federation intelligence, the 8th Fleet will be formed in approximately 2 years. General Bai Ling continued to announce, at that time, officers will be drawn from other major fleets to command the 8th Fleet. Due to our excellent performance in previous battles, our fleet will have the most officers seconded. Fellow colleagues, keep up the good work. Luo Fan happily praised this victory. This great victory of ours came truly timely. General Bai Ling then added, a few days ago, news came from the Federation, saying that something important happened in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. We spent huge resources to obtain the opportunity to watch the recording. This will be of great help for us to understand the cutting-edge strength of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The meeting ends today. Everyone, let's go watch this video data together. According to the intelligence we obtained, this competition is called the Ascending Dragon Competition, a martial arts contest on Heavenly Dragon Star. The specific reason for the competition is still unknown to us. We received the recording of the final match. Please watch the details of the match on the big screen, generals. At this moment, the screen showed the battle between Xuanyu and Lengxuan, and Luo Fan was somewhat surprised to see it. Humans, how can there be humans like us? Feng Hai then added. The upper-ranked dragon race on Heavenly Dragon Star considers transforming into human form an honor. Xing noticed something and thought to himself, what's going on? Why does it suddenly feel a little familiar? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had discovered a secret. No way, no way. Xing now hastily stepped forward to cover the screen, stammering, wait, no, don't watch yet. His strange behavior made General Bai Ling puzzled. Xing, what are you doing? He leaned close to Bai Ling's ear and whispered. I'm sorry, Commander, it's like this. After hearing this, General Bai Ling decisively ordered, if that's the case, turn off the screen first. Due to some special circumstances, we will temporarily stop watching. Everyone return to your respective posts first. We'll watch the video data another day. After everyone had left, General Bai Ling began to inquire in detail. Didn't you say something about Xuanyu? Why is she a girl? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Bai Ling solemnly pressed. Why is she a girl? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Shang immediately affirmed. Yes, Commander. The other person is Bai Shusho, definitely related to Lan Xuanyu. Although she's disguised as a woman, Bai Shusho hasn't changed at all. After hearing this, he could only sigh speechlessly. This kid is really resourceful. Shang now spoke his true thoughts. Although I don't know why he's like this, there's no doubt. Their infiltration is very successful, and this matter is very important. Commander, I think we should report to the Federation as soon as possible. Don't let this information leak out. Otherwise, I'm worried they might risk exposing their identities. After all, if we can buy this video data, it's hard to guarantee that the Federation's data won't be investigated and leaked by someone with ill intentions. Bai Ling also agreed with this point, saying, exactly, I will personally report to the military. This data is classified as top secret and must be protected. On the other hand, at the Ascending Dragon platform, referee Zhu Hai announced that the 2 contestants who entered the finals would each receive a complete set of dragon bones. This reward was truly generous and precious, captivating Xuanyu and Bai Shu. Xuanyu now watched and pondered over usage plans. The dragon bones are over 150 meters long, robust and massive. This should be strength attribute dragon bones, but it's impossible to determine the specific dragon species. These are complete dragon bones containing dragon essence and dragon marrow, which are definitely not from Heavenly Dragon Star. They must come from the dragon realm. Presumably the Ink Terror Dragon Knight personally selected these good items, but how can they be utilized to their maximum potential? Suddenly Tianlong's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Such complete dragon bones can be refined into a nether dragon, or a bone dragon. Controlled by divine sense, it can instantly transform a dragon knight into a bone dragon knight, and thus can also be called a vice mount dragon. Xuanyu politely refused. Thank you, but unfortunately I don't have the ability to refine it yet. He immediately retorted, for you that day will surely not be far off. Xuanyu happily turned and replied, is that so? Thank you. Seeing Xuanyu's beautiful smile, his heart couldn't help but stir. Just as Xuanyu turned away, Tianlong's voice suddenly rang out again. Lan, I'm definitely going to win today's fight. How about we make a bet? Xuanyu turned around, his eyes cold. What's the bet? He stammered. If I win, you'll marry me. If I lose, I'll marry you. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere instantly became indescribable. Both Bai Shu and Xuanyu froze. Xuanyu glared at him as if he couldn't believe his ears. Are you crazy? What did you say? Bai Shu behind him couldn't help but laugh. Xuanyu stepped forward and roared at Qi Tianlong. What are you playing at? Doesn't that mean you win either way? He began to feign shyness and explained, no, it's not that I win. If I win, you'll have to listen to me in the future family matters. If I lose, I'll listen to you until I can beat you. Xuanyu was instantly furious upon hearing this, thinking, are all you dragon race members this shameless? Are you seriously ill? But he said aloud, enough, why should I marry you? Qi Tianlong quickly explained, because in the dragon race, only I am worthy of you. Xuanyu's face turned ashen after hearing this. The royal family and I already have a millennium contract. Although he was seething with anger, Qi Tianlong continued to persuade him. No problem, I can ask my teacher to decide for us. Regardless of which family you come from, you can become my wife. Moreover, we are both destined to become dragon knights in the future. At the Dragon Knight level, the constraints of contracts are minimal and not within my consideration. Xuanyu's ears began to ring, and he interrupted Qi Tianlong. You're overthinking this. This is a competition, not a blind date. I don't like you at all. He then thought of another approach. Dislike can be slowly cultivated, but finding a suitable partner might only happen once in a lifetime. You can't miss it when you encounter it. Bai Shu couldn't help but laugh, watching their fierce argument. Xuanyu asked in exasperation, are you trying to undermine my fighting spirit? Qi Tianlong looked into his eyes and answered honestly, I don't need to undermine your fighting spirit because I am absolutely confident I will win. Moreover, I will show no mercy in battle. When male dragon race members conquer females, they fight until the female submits. Even if you don't like me, if I conquer you, you will still be my wife, just like Dragon Knight Ink Terror. Isn't his wife also his mount dragon? She resisted her whole life, but in the end, wasn't she still ridden by Lord Roland? Xuanyu quickly covered his ears, preventing Bai Shu from hearing anymore. Thanks, we don't want to hear it at all. Feeling that Qi Tianlong had gone too far, Xuanyu thought to himself, the Mount Dragon who was impaled with dragon bones of unknown material by Dragon Knight Ink Terror is his wife. How could anyone treat the person they love this way? After a long while he finally calmed down and said, if you wanted to undermine my fighting spirit, you failed. On the contrary, you've greatly inspired me. How about we change the bet? If you win, I'll marry you. If you lose, you acknowledge me as your master and become my servant. Do you dare? Seeing his somewhat worried expression, Xuanyu pressed on, you don't even have that much courage, yet you want to marry me? How can things be that easy? Your bet was unfair to begin with. If I marry you and become your wife, it means I'll have to be with you for life, giving up everything for you and prioritizing you. If you want to bet my whole life, then bet yours too. Qi Tianlong hesitated, thinking, if I don't agree, the atmosphere I've created will backfire and my momentum will weaken. More importantly, if I back down now, how can I propose to Lan in the future? Suddenly, a sinister voice came from an unknown place. What if you agree? A man should be fearless in life. Since you believe you will win, why consider the consequences? Without the determination to go forward, how can one overcome obstacles and reach the peak? Hearing this voice, Qi Tianlong became even more confused, while Xuanyu's face grew more serious, his teeth clenched in anger. At this moment, he seemed to realize something. The first time he heard this voice, his life was almost in the hands of its owner. It was this voice owner's projection that had quietly sent teacher Nana, who was protected, into the fiery hell of the planet, and he had almost lost teacher Nana forever. The owner of this voice was none other than the chief of Heavenly Dragon Star, the true ruler of the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, and also Qi Tianlong's teacher. The chief of Heavenly Dragon Star appeared in the arena, making Qi Tianlong kneel and bow his head to his teacher. Xuanyu saw him and couldn't help but feel revulsion, thinking, if I had to pick one person on Heavenly Dragon Star I want to kill the most, it would undoubtedly be this one. This is almost like the murderer of my mother, yet now I fear most being discovered by him because no one knows the limits of this person's abilities. At this moment, more people came to check the situation. It turned out the arbitration panel had also arrived. Jichong was the first to greet Chief. As soon as Xuanyu saw him, he thought, you're ranked second among the 18 Dragon Knights. The Holy Light Dragon Knight Jichong, second only to the Chief of Heavenly Dragon, possesses incredibly powerful strength. When the Chief of Heavenly Dragon is absent, he is the highest leader. Is it necessary for all 18 Dragon Knights to appear simultaneously and give so much importance to this match? Is it because of me? No, impossible. Is it necessary to mobilize so many knights to deal with weaklings like us? At least 12 people here are super god-level powerhouses. Strong individuals of this caliber can destroy a planet in the blink of an eye, Qi Tianlong shouted at this moment. Obeying teacher's command as soon as he spoke, the chief of Heavenly Dragon Star had already donned a set of armor on him. He was now full of confidence in winning this battle. Xuanyu and Bai Shu, on the other hand, were stunned by this incredibly powerful equipment. Qi Tianlong looked at Xuanyu with resolute eyes. Lan, I will definitely defeat you. Xuanyu was not to be outdone and said coldly, "We'll see." He then proudly declared the start of the battle. This match, regardless of victory or defeat, will become a legend sung by the dragon race. So let the match begin. As soon as the command was given, both rushed towards each other at light speed. Xuanyu unleashed his power at this moment, his dragon wings spread wide and immense. Sensing the situation, Qi Tianlong no longer hesitated and charged forward to attack. Xuanyu had transformed into a golden dragon at this moment, ready for battle. Xuanyu unleashed his magic, charging towards Qi Tianlong with immense destructive power. He hastily parried and swung his blade at Xuanyu, who seized the opportunity. He flew directly into the air, dodging his blade. At this moment, after observing the situation, Xuanyu began to charge towards Qi Tianlong. His outstretched wings touched his armor, but something was wrong. Qi Tianlong revealed a hint of a proud smile, while Xuanyu couldn't help but panic, thinking not good. The armor on his shoulder actually stuck like a rock. It was stuck to his dragon wing. Bai Shu at this moment cast a spell to free Xuanyu, deep blue gaze. Sensing that she had begun to move against him, Qi Tianlong swung his weapon to defend himself and break free. Sensing that the time was right, Xuanyu launched a fierce attack. Qi Tianlong relaxed and caught off guard, couldn't react in time, and Xuanyu's sharp dragon claws lunged towards his opponent. Subsequently, he began to unleash other ultimate moves, concentrating all his power to form a magical orb. Seeing this, Qi Tianlong couldn't help but feel a little worried. Flame immunity, my teacher once taught me, in this world, absolute power trumps everything, as long as one's cultivation is strong enough. Any technique is irrelevant. With his thoughts concluded, he swung out a massive blade that made the surrounding ground tremble violently. All these attacks were not aimed at Xuanyu, but at his greatest weakness. Bai Shu at this moment felt great panic from this terrifying force. Xuanyu, on the other hand, had no more time to think. If he blocked, he would have to endure this terrifying blade. If he didn't block, the blade would target Shusho in the air and she would be unable to dodge. However, Xuanyu seemed to have a plan at this moment and flew directly into the air. Qi Tianlong's attack, on the other hand, had already closed in on Bai Shu. Yang Wei, seeing this, couldn't help but complain. Lan abandoned Huang Shusho. How utterly foolish. Qi Tianlong's attack won't be retracted either. Huang Shusho alone cannot withstand this god-level attack. As Qi Tianlong's attack rushed towards Bai Shu, she remained unusually calm at this moment, as if she had already planned a countermeasure. Yaoyuan couldn't help but be surprised by everything happening before him. "What's going on?" Bai Shu revealed a hint of a smile, then raised her hand to block his attack and then pushed that attack back, rushing towards Qi Tianlong. This made him incredibly surprised, and he blurted out, "What?" The surrounding spectators all gaped in astonishment at the scene. Xuanyu was both happy and proud of Bai Shu at this moment. The true essence of Heavenly Demon Dance of Heavenly Secrets is to reverse the heavens and overturn yin and yang. Even if Shusho can't fully unleash the power of Heavenly Demon Dance of Heavenly Secrets now, after accumulating for so long, it's enough to achieve one reversal of the heavens. Sensing this terrifying power, Qi Tianlong became cautious, indeed, a difficult opponent. However, in the face of absolute strength, the trick before him was insignificant. As soon as he spoke, Qi Tianlong launched an overwhelming attack, charging directly into Bai Shu's counterattack. Xuanyu was somewhat surprised by his actions, but immediately thought of the reason. He wanted to use strong gravity to pull himself into the blade. Yaoyuan, from afar, praised, "That kid Qi Tianlong is good. He adapts quickly and is truly clever." At this moment, he reverted to human form to dodge Qi Tianlong's area attack. This made Qi Tianlong panic. "What? Revert to human form? The only advantage of doing so is to make the body smaller. When hit, the aftermath of that blade will also hit himself, and he will also be injured. But what's the point?" Xuanyu began to execute his attack plan. He teleported behind Qi Tianlong, catching him off guard. When Xuanyu moved, Qi Tianlong's attack would automatically seek him out. This exceeded his plan. Its destructive power was too great, sending Qi Tianlong flying. Utilizing this opportunity, Xuanyu attacked from behind. Enduring 2 consecutive blows left Qi Tianlong in agony. Cracks had already appeared in his sturdy armor. After unleashing his move, Xuanyu flew into the air to observe the situation. Qi Tianlong landed face down at this moment, and the surrounding earth trembled violently. After a long while, he finally sat up, panting heavily. "Lan, you truly surprise me to be able to push me to this extent. It seems I've lost, not in strength but in underestimating you." But his face darkened and he continued, "I can't lose." He bore a heavy responsibility. "I am a dragon race member, destined to inherit the position of Chief of Heavenly Dragon in the future. How can I lose this match? And if I lose, I have to become her servant. If that happens, how can I ever become a dragon knight, the future ruler of the dragon race? The reason I have been suppressing my strength and not breaking through to god level is to win the championship in this competition." The arbitration panel, seeing the battle just now, couldn't help but discuss it. Jichong, seeing Qi Tianlong seemingly losing control, was very worried. "What is this kid Qi Tianlong doing? He's actually trying to unleash the blood dragon self-detonation technique, instantly burning his bloodline to boost his strength and temporarily suppress his injuries. But after using it, his bloodline will be damaged, and his strength will be greatly diminished, not to mention endangering his life. He turned his head to seek the Chief of Heavenly Dragon's opinion. Do we need to stop him? What he got in return was Qi Tianlong's silence. He was only concerned with watching the match at this moment. On the other hand, Bai Shu began to discuss with Xuanyu. Lan, I feel like he's gotten stronger again. Xuanyu turned to look at her, saying confidently, this is a battle between him and me, and I will definitely boot him to a pulp. As soon as he spoke, Xuanyu's eyes grew serious. He spread his wings and rushed towards Qi Tianlong with astonishing speed. He swung his blade at Xuanyu, catching him off guard. The destructive power of the attack made Xuanyu spit blood. Qi Tianlong's attack was like a bolt of lightning striking the mortal realm. The ground cracked and trembled violently. Xuanyu was sent flying several miles at this moment, his body severely injured. After a while, he struggled to his feet, panting heavily. Suddenly, Xuanyu discovered something that surprised him immensely. He clenched his hands, gathered his strength, and at the same time assumed a ready stance, charging towards Qi Tianlong. The two fought fiercely, with neither gaining an advantage. Liang Wei could only helplessly shake his head and complain. Does this guy Lan really want to take Qi Tianlong as a servant? Otherwise, why fight so desperately? Clearly, Qi Tianlong is the one who should not lose. This intense confrontation had already exhausted Xuanyu. He rested and recovered his stamina while calculating. After the battle with Xu Yanmo, I discovered a weak connection between myself and the ascending dragon platform. A feeling of bloodline fusion, therefore I chose to confront Qi Tianlong on the ground. The enemy's attacks are equivalent to body tempering, and at the same time I use the dragon god's power to heal my injuries. It's a win-win situation. Xuanyu and Qi Tianlong launched extremely fierce attacks. He sustained considerable damage, his body aching and weak, but Xuanyu's spirit never wavered. He shouted, "Come on!" His tenacity surprised Qi Tianlong. He poured his last ounce of strength into the battle. However, Qi Tianlong was indeed a formidable opponent. He sent Xuanyu flying far away with a single slash. Xuanyu lay on the ground motionless. Seeing that he was no longer resisting, Qi Tianlong's heart was filled with worry. I don't understand why Lan harbors such deep hatred for me. She's already so injured. Is it still necessary to fight so desperately? What is she risking so much to fight me for? After a while, Xuanyu slowly sat up. Qi Tianlong saw him awaken and shouted, "Why are you so desperate to win? Are you even willing to risk your life? Even in this state, you still won't surrender? Do you really want to die?" He swung his blade at Xuanyu, roaring, "Then I'll grant your wish." As Qi Tianlong's blade swung down, Xuanyu instantly teleported. This left Qi Tianlong confused, asking himself, "Where did you go?" At this moment, Xuanyu's icy gaze had appeared behind Qi Tianlong. His sudden attack caught Qi Tianlong off guard. Xuanyu's attack was incredibly powerful. Qi Tianlong endured the blow head-on, painfully letting go of his weapon. Seeing his opponent lying on the ground, Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly collapsed, utterly exhausted from the fierce battle. The two had fought each other to a standstill, both ending up on the ground, neither victorious nor defeated. The arbitration panel witnessing this scene didn't know how to judge. Yaoyuan spoke at this moment. "In this situation, it's probably a draw." Xuanyu lay motionless on the ground and Qi Tianlong was in no better shape. Sensing this, the Chief of Heavenly Dragon made a judgment. The best outcome for this match was a draw. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wait!" Bai Shu shouted, both aggrieved and loud. We won, we won." The people present also agreed. "Yes, there are two of them." Ji Chang suddenly remembered it was her at this moment. The Chief of Heavenly Dragon on the other hand had a dark expression, thinking, "Huang Shusho, how could I forget her? She's Lan's Mount Dragon." He clenched his lips, furious and unable to believe that his disciple had lost this match. Subsequently, he could only reluctantly make a judgment. "What are you waiting for? Save them. I declare the finals over. Huang Shusho wins. This ascending dragon competition ends here, and Lan is the champion. The rewards will be distributed as per the old rules. Everyone except the Dragon Knights must immediately evacuate the ascending dragon platform without delay." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, yes." At this moment in the infirmary, Xuanyu was resting. Bai Shusho explained his condition to Yuling. "Lan's injuries are severe, but the Dragon Knights rescued him in time, so he should be fine. Don't worry too much. Brother Huang worked hard today. I'll help wipe off the bloodstains later." Yuling felt relieved. "Okay, then I won't disturb you." Night began to fall. Bai Shusho was still attending to him. Recalling the morning's battle, she couldn't help but burn with anger. Bai Shusho thought with a stern face, "Qi Tianlong, your moves were truly vicious. I won't let you off, just you wait." As she thought, she flipped him over in exasperation, causing Xuanyu to cry out in pain. "Shusho, it hurts. Are you trying to murder your husband?" she asked in surprise. "Ha, you're awake." Xuanyu propped himself up and rubbed his head. "I've been awake for a while. You were rubbing me so hard, of course I woke up. Don't worry, it hurts, but it's not as serious as it looks." Bai Shusho then grabbed his collar tightly and complained, "Confess honestly for leniency. Why don't you ever tell me anything in advance?" Xuanyu softly replied, "We're facing a group of dragon knights who are all peak powerhouses. Even subtle emotional changes can be detected by them. If I told you in advance and your reaction was too calm, they would become suspicious. I was also very nervous today. After all, this is the first time I've met the Heavenly Dragon Leader since coming here. All 18 Dragon Knights came today, which was unexpected." Bai Shusho's face turned anxious. Then will they? Xuanyu then explained in more detail. These dragon knights probably want to research how to draw out the dragon god's power from the ascending dragon platform. But this is not only impossible, but the success rate is also extremely low. The dragon god's power can be said to be top tier in the god realm. He created a super divine artifact which probably requires the strength of a god king to achieve. These dragon knights cannot reach god king level, just as Uncle Lo once told me. He also couldn't destroy the heavenly sacred rending halberd. So I guess the dragon knight's chances of success are very low. After hearing this, Bai Shusho breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The ascending dragon platform is yours sooner or later. Don't let those dragon knights absorb it. They're already strong enough. If they get stronger, I'm worried they'll make a move against the Federation. Xuanyu seemed to realize something at this moment. He turned to her and said in a serious tone, "Quick, go tell Huang Yuling that we're returning to Wind Dragon City immediately. Just say I've woken up." Bai Shusho asked blankly. Return to Wind Dragon City. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Why the rush? Xuanyu hurried off with no time to explain. I'll tell you on the way. You tell him to prepare. After receiving Bai Shusho's notification, Yuling immediately prepared the vehicle, returning overnight. She softly said to him, "I'm sorry, Brother Huang, for suddenly asking to return to Wind Dragon City." Yuling also understood, quickly replying, I understand. Returning to Wind Dragon City is also convenient for Lan to recover from his injuries." Even though Xuanyu had woken up, he still had to pretend to be weak in front of him. At this moment, the two communicated telepathically. She asked, "Can you tell me now, why the sudden departure?" Xuanyu finally explained, "To avoid trouble. Today I defeated Qi Tianlong and won the bet," which was a slap in the face to the heavenly dragon leader. He was originally full of confidence, believing his disciple would surely win. He was already extremely angry at the time but didn't vent because the dragon knights were present. Bai Shusho now understood everything, continuing, "If they can gain any benefits from the ascending dragon platform afterwards, it will naturally improve his mood." Xuanyu was somewhat wary at this moment, but their chances of gaining benefits were extremely low. "Then how angry do you think the heavenly dragon leader will be?" "We'll go to Wind Dragon City immediately. If they can't find us, they'll vent their anger elsewhere. It's better for us to lay low for a while." Bai Shusho thought to herself, he's the heavenly dragon leader, also considered the leader of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Is he really that narrow-minded? Xuanyu continued, "You can tell his ruthless character from his attitude towards Qi Tianlong. There's no need for us to expose ourselves and take risks in front of him, just avoid him. With the Ink Terror Dragon Knight Roland backing us, I believe he wouldn't dare go too far," she asked suspiciously. "What about going to the Dragon Realm? Are we still going?" He decided to postpone it, waiting for other options. "Not for now. After we return, I'll ask Huang Daoqi to write a letter, saying that my injuries are too severe and require a long period of recovery. I'll request to go to the Dragon Realm after I've recovered." Bai Shusho then replied, "So you're not in a hurry?" Xuanyu quickly reassured her. "Everything changes. I was eager to go to the Dragon Realm, hoping to gain something from the relics of the Dragon God. Now it seems the ascending dragon pillar likely holds most of it." Bai Shusho secretly smiled, thinking, is it because he wants me to go with him and fears I'll be in danger, so he's postponing it for now? Xuanyu flattered her. "Our Shusho is truly talented and beautiful, nothing can escape your notice." She kept giggling and then said, "What if you really lost back then? Would you really have married Qi Tianlong?" Hearing the words about becoming that guy's wife, Xuanyu was so angry he couldn't sit still. He turned and roared, "So I absolutely couldn't lose. I really wanted to stab him through the heart with a spear back then, bastard." Yuling, seeing his somewhat grim expression, asked, "Lan, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Why the sudden fierce expression?" He suddenly remembered Yuling was present and made an excuse. "Just a slight pain from the wound." Bai Shusho then added, "Speaking of which, Qi Tianlong is quite pitiful. He was abandoned by the heavenly dragon leader just like that." Xuanyu also continued, "It's difficult for him to recover his cultivation unless his bloodline undergoes a qualitative change, which is even less likely now that the heavenly dragon leader has given up on him." The conversation continued until the group arrived at Wind Dragon City, finally reaching their destination. As soon as they entered the house, Bai Shusho and Xuanyu went to see Huang Daoqi. "Father, we're back." Seeing both of them return, he said, "It seems we were thinking the same thing. You two should recover well. It's good not to rush to the Dragon Realm. I'll take care of the new Dragon Power Hall. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Since you're back, go rest first. I'll notify you if anything comes up." Xuanyu and Bai Shusho both agreed, yes. At this moment in the main hall, Xuanyu turned to her. "Shusho, we need to go to Elder Tree and tell them we're going home." Bai Shusho asked suspiciously, "Home? But what if they want you to go to the Dragon Realm? We can't control that during this time." Xuanyu began to plan, using the excuse of severe injuries affecting his origin. He would go into secluded cultivation to heal, and then talk about it once he recovered. "After returning this time, we probably won't be able to go home for a long time. So even if it's a bit risky, we have to go back once." Bai Shusho agreed after hearing this. "Okay, if it really comes to that, we'll let your servant tell them we went to the place we stayed before. Anyway, they don't know where we used to live." Both were happy to have a long rest. It was also nice to go home after the competition. Indeed, at this moment, a magic ritual was being held on the ascending dragon platform, with many people present, including Jichong, Roland, Yayuan, and Chaoyang. The heavenly dragon leader, with a serious expression, said, Begin. Everyone simultaneously cut their veins and unleashed their power. He confidently believed that his blood was the highest grade among all Dragon Knights, containing the most immense energy. If there was a reaction, he would surely be the first to receive it. Everyone's blood formed a magic array on the ascending dragon platform. Jicheng worriedly thought, ignoring the bloodline depletion. Since reaching this level of cultivation, he could feel that his current cultivation was unstable. If he absorbed little energy from the dragon realm, his power would even diminish. If he absorbed too much, he couldn't advance. According to circulated stories, there hasn't been any cultivation advancement for a long time because there's no divine position. We, super god level powerhouses, also cannot cultivate a system on our own. We need to constantly supplement with external energy to maintain our cultivation. But our lifespan can only increase, not truly becoming eternally immortal. Suddenly, a whirlwind enveloped everyone. Jicheng quickly said, "The ascending dragon platform has reacted." This made Yayuan ponder. Previously, the Dragon Knights also tried to create a god realm with their powerful strength. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch the edge of the god realm. Unless one's individual strength could reach the legendary god king level, perhaps creating a god realm would come naturally. Without special opportunities, even cultivating for many years would not succeed. The power of the dragon race in the dragon realm is indeed strong, but it is still far from being able to support that level. Meanwhile, Roland was very excited. This time, Lan can obtain higher-level bloodline energy from the ascending dragon platform, allowing her bloodline to evolve. Such an evolution might give me a chance to continue cultivating. Liang Wei couldn't help but think at this moment that blue blood flowing out exceeded even half. And for us true super god-level dragons, Lan's blood cannot compare to our abundant blood. Suddenly, a colorful energy flow appeared and everyone shouted, "It's here, it's here, our efforts weren't in vain." At this moment, the energy flow covered the heavenly dragon leader's body. He felt this power and said proudly, "It feels like a complete transformation. This is clearly a higher level energy than our bloodline." Jicheng, Yayuan, Roland and Chaoyang were all surprised by this colorful energy flow. Jicheng also gradually understood at this moment. Sure enough, the four-colored light he himself drew out from his bloodline was not rejected and was naturally absorbed. The feeling of bloodline baptism made the whole body ecstatic. It was a sensation of bloodline sublimation. At this moment, the sky had turned hazy. The heavenly dragon leader felt dizzy and his body showed signs of exhaustion due to excessive absorption. This was an adverse reaction from excessive blood loss. He pondered countermeasures. He must stop the bleeding, circulate his own bloodline, create new blood, and the energy in the blood could still be used for cultivation. But elevating the bloodline level was something that hadn't been achieved in 1,000 years, and today the effect was obvious. After a while, he announced, "That's enough for today. We'll return after recovering our vitality." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, yes." Night gradually fell. Ending a tiring day, Xuanyu and Bai Shusho went to see Elder Tree. "Elder Tree, we're here." You happily welcomed them. "Xuanyu, Shusho, I thought I only had a few years left and could complete my mission after helping you for a while, but now it seems I won't die for a while." He was very happy to hear this. It was then that he explained his purpose. "I plan to take everyone back to the academy. After all, anyone left behind will cause trouble if discovered." You also agreed with his idea. "It's good to go back. It's also a good opportunity to report comprehensively to the academy and the Federation." Xuanyu then asked his question. "Elder Tree, we have collected a large amount of valuable intelligence, as well as many rare metals and dragon corpses. How do you think we should distribute them appropriately?" You began to explain. "The data can all be given to the Federation. They will make it public to the academy. As for the mineral resources, I suggest dividing them in half. You need to accumulate Federation merits, and it's better to bring the rare heavenly treasures back to the academy. The main concern is that someone might discover that these treasures are not from Federation production, suspect their origin and thus threaten your identities. As for the dragon corpses, I suggest not giving them to the Federation either, but to the academy, to secretly build ecological warships. This is also to conceal your identities." After speaking, you sighed deeply, and then slowly said, "Xuanyu, with resources like Heavenly Dragon Star, even the academy has little to reward you with. The inner court's resources are certainly good, but compared to the cultivation resources you obtain from Heavenly Dragon Star, they are simply negligible. You must be mentally prepared." Xuanyu suddenly realized something after hearing this. He quickly spoke to reassure you. "Everything obtained from Heavenly Dragon Star was through undercover work. The academy is my home. Even if the academy doesn't have cultivation resources suitable for me, it still has a prize that I particularly like. Although those prizes are in the Tang Sect." Elder Tree asked suspiciously, "What prize could make you so interested?" He then leaned close to your ear. "It's that one. The Tang Sect's Forbidden Armory." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tree was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. Elder Tree could only sigh helplessly at this moment. Forbidden armory, even if it's open to you, there will definitely be restrictions. Also, what are you trying to do? Blow up Heavenly Dragon Star? I'm telling you, one of the assessments of you by the Academy and Tang Sect is severe violent tendencies. Contrary to your worries, Xuanyu showed confidence and decisiveness. No explosion, but having heavy weapons for self-defense is also good. I really want to know what level of destructive power our current highest technology can reach. In terms of resources, the Federation is certainly not as good as the Dragon Horse Galaxy. But in terms of technology, the Dragon Horse Galaxy is far inferior to the Federation. They haven't even entered a true technological era, you slowly asked after hearing this. Do you think in a one-on-one situation with a super god-level Dragon Knight going all out, our Dragon King-class escort battleship might not be a match? What truly makes them wary is the main cannon of the mothership. So I hope to be rewarded in terms of technology. Arming the 33 Skywings will make everyone safer. Elder Tree chuckled happily and then praised. Your idea for a technological reward is very clear. Xuanyu happily replied, Thank you, Elder Tree. On the other hand, sparing no fuel and flying at full speed, a 33 Skywing battleship returned to the vicinity of the 7th Fleet in less than 3 days. Under the guidance of the battleship, the 33 Skywing battleship silently infiltrated the belly passage of the Star River battleship. At this moment, Sheng saw Xuanyu and greeted him warmly. Xuanyu, welcome back. He turned to Sheng, his face beaming with joy. Captain, why did you come personally? Sheng quickly put his arm around his shoulder. You little rascal, come with me for a moment. Xuanyu asked in surprise. Haha. He put on a detective's act and asked, Xuanyu, there are no outsiders here. Tell me honestly. He was bewildered at this moment what to say. Sheng didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Are you pretending to be a woman? Tell me honestly. Xuanyu, hearing this, thought it was something serious and asked, Can you be serious? Sheng then began to recount the whole story. Not long ago, the Federation obtained a video recording through a secret channel, said to be a martial arts competition in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. The video showed 2 women fighting 1 man. According to the information you sent back, that should be a high-ranking dragon race member on Heavenly Dragon Star. He was very worried after hearing this. The Federation obtained the video of the Ascending Dragon Competition finals. Quickly seal off the information. It absolutely cannot be leaked. If anyone else recognizes me, I'll be in big trouble. Sheng, exhausted from his recent activities, complained, Do you think I'm a fool? The moment I saw the video, I applied to the commander to seal off the video and all related information. I also ordered anyone who saw the video not to leak it. However, that video data wasn't very clear. You were cross-dressing, so more or less some people recognized you. We only recognized you because we saw Shusho, which is why we're asking you, are you a man cross-dressing as a woman, or were you originally a woman cross-dressing as a man? Lan Xuanyu tried to explain to Sheng, Of course I was cross-dressing as a woman. You also know about our martial souls. They both possess Dragon Clan bloodlines. We infiltrated the high-ranking Dragon Clan by cross-dressing as women. We're true men. Upon learning the truth, Sheng immediately beamed with excitement and gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. You're a talent, truly a talent. I never thought you could infiltrate to this extent, and your figure is superb too. Cross-dressing as a woman and so convincingly that even I couldn't tell. You win. Shengyi's attitude sent shivers down Lan Xuanyu's spine. I don't feel like you're complimenting me, because Lan Xuanyu submitted a large amount of crucial information and some minerals. Captain Yan Sheng helped him secure a practical reward within the fleet. General Bai Ling also readily approved their return to Duluo Star, even dispatching a combat fleet to escort them. At this point, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shusho set off to return, and Bai Shusho saw him and called out, Xuanyu, are you here? Lan Xuanyu turned around and calmly replied, I'm back, we're home. Lan Xuanyu held Bai Shusho's hand and softly said, Shusho, once the problem with the Dragon Horse Galaxy is resolved, we won't be busy anymore. We'll live on our home planet, then travel and explore everywhere. How does that sound? Bai Shusho blushed after hearing him. Are you serious? Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Shusho with loving eyes. Of course I'm serious. If I can truly inherit the Dragon God's bloodline, then there might really be a chance to become the Dragon God in the future. At that time, won't we be able to go wherever we want? Even creating a god realm just for fun isn't impossible. Hearing these words, Bai Shusho couldn't help but laugh. After a while, she suddenly remembered something and asked, Xuanyu, do you think Teacher Nana is awake? Lan Xuanyu replied, I don't know, I have 2 important matters, and one of them is to see if Teacher Nana has woken up. This made Bai Shusho curious. What's the other matter? What could be more important than Teacher Nana waking up? Lan Xuanyu didn't rush to say, but gently embraced her. I won't tell you. You'll know naturally when we get back and have time. At this moment, the 2 finally returned home and they were greeted by the teachers of Shrek Academy. Zikin saw Lan Xuanyu and happily said, Xuanyu, welcome back. Lan Xuanyu was surprised to see them. Elder Yan, teachers, why did you trouble yourselves to come personally to pick us up? This will scare the students. Zikin began to explain. In terms of seniority, we are actually of the same generation, not to mention the contributions you've made to the academy. How can a welcome ceremony fully express that? Let's go, we'll talk more at Sky City. Zikin then turned and ordered Tianyu. Little Wang, go gather everyone for a Seagod Pavilion meeting. Yes, he looked at Lan Xuanyu with a proud gaze. Xuanyu, it seems you've made another great contribution to the academy this time. Let's go to the Seagod Pavilion first. Everyone else can cultivate here for now, the students responded in unison. Yes, at the Seagod Pavilion, seeing that the surroundings hadn't changed at all, Lan Xuanyu felt a pang of emotion. Finally back, it felt like this departure had lasted for so long. Teacher Nana, are you awake? And Uncle La, I wonder how he's been doing lately. Suddenly a voice came from afar. Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu quickly turned to look, shouting in surprise. Uncle La, Lan Xuanyu and Uncle Li's eyes met. In an instant, a look of sadness appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face. Uncle La also gently stroked the child in front of him. Xuanyu, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. You've changed a lot since you went out this time. Lan Xuanyu also enthusiastically replied. I'll tell you in detail later, maybe you can even help. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu no longer had the composure he showed when strategizing on Heavenly Dragon Star. He was simply like a child returning to his father's embrace, eager to show off in the Seagod Pavilion. Uncle La spoke, interrupting. Let's go, everyone should have arrived. Lan Xuanyu quickly followed. Zikin and the others also gradually entered, and upon seeing Uncle La they respectfully bowed. Your Excellency, everyone quickly took their seats. Zikin was the first to speak. Tell us, it seems you've gained a lot from Heavenly Dragon Star this time. Lan Xuanyu then excitedly nodded. Indeed, many unexpected things happened. Pavilion Master, Uncle La Teacher's Heavenly Dragon Star is truly a treasure trove. As he described, everyone gradually grew surprised, especially when Lan Xuanyu mentioned his judgment that all Dragon Knights were likely super god-level powerhouses. Everyone's expressions changed. Tang Miao even sighed. So many super god-level powerhouses, I'm afraid they only fear our mothership's ability to destroy Heavenly Dragon Star, right? Even Zikin asked worriedly. Xuanyu, do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu calmly continued. I feel that this planet can indeed be considered a cosmic treasure, a planet capable of giving birth to so many super god-level powerhouses. For the planet itself, its fundamental energy is powerful, its life core is immense, more than 100 times stronger than our home planet. If it were destroyed, it would be too great a pity. In my opinion, if it truly comes down to a fight to the death, our chances of winning are still small. I believe that to acquire Heavenly Dragon Star and Pegasus Star, gradual infiltration might be the best approach. If we can win over some of the top powerhouses of these two planets and conquer some, then the planetary control gained through this method will be recognized by the planet, thereby acquiring this precious planet at the minimum cost. However, Tianyu retorted, Xuanyu, teacher thinks what you're saying is too idealistic. How can we peacefully evolve with a planet that has over a dozen super god-level powerhouses? Lan Xuanyu fearlessly continued to explain. It's not entirely impossible. I say this based on my understanding of the Dragon Clan, and my bloodline is special, coming from my parents. My parents possessed the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon and Silver Dragon, and I inherited their bloodlines. This time on Heavenly Dragon Star, through dragon power tempering, my bloodline has already begun to transform towards the Dragon God bloodline. When I break through to the God level, my Dragon God bloodline will truly recover. There is a rule in the Dragon Clan called Bloodline Supremacy, and I can also cultivate to the Super God level and even restore the true strength of the Dragon God. Then it will be possible to command the Dragon Clan. Once I can command the Dragon Clan, Heavenly Dragon Star will easily be mine, even Pegasus Star will be the same. Peaceful evolution will naturally succeed. At this point, Zikin and Zishan both secretly sighed. To become the Dragon God and then rule the Dragon Clan, this child truly dares to dream. Uncle La, sitting by, also agreed. Assuming Xuanyu becomes the true Dragon God, it's very possible to conquer Heavenly Dragon Star, but without the existence of a God realm, becoming a God King is impossible. Xuanyu, do you understand? Lan Xuanyu nodded shyly. Then quickly stood up and showed everyone. Seniors, please look at this. The sight made Tianyu secretly admire. This child has only been away for a short while and he can already materialize his spiritual power. This means he is about to reach the God origin realm from the spiritual domain realm. This is the evolution to the God level. After recreating everything, he unhesitatingly guided. Please look, everyone. During the Ascending Dragon competition, I discovered a huge stone pillar called the Ascending Dragon Platform. It is very likely a super divine artifact once created by the Dragon God. During the competition, I tried to make contact and could clearly feel the immense Dragon God energy contained within it. Seeing the colorful dress in Lan Xuanyu's hand, Zishan was startled. This is, she silently looked at Uncle La. Dragon God transformation. At that time, you and she, he admitted frankly without reservation. That's right, different paths lead to the same destination, but for us it's a martial soul fusion skill. For it's a transformation of its own. Lan Xuanyu stood there and replied, under normal circumstances, to become a God King, I'm afraid Duluo Star cannot provide enough energy. I understand everything Uncle La said, but what if I absorb the energy that once belonged to the Dragon God? Moreover, the Dragon Realm still contains the Dragon God's bones. Uncle La, however, still firmly reminded, I admit that what you say might theoretically be possible, but you are human after all. In front of so many super god-level powerhouses, you have no chance of escape. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu reined in his resolute attitude. That's right, I understand that. So, I hope, but the next second he announced with great momentum, before I fully grow, I can gain more support, ensuring I have a chance to escape if discovered. This time, I hope to bring all 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts. plus the 33 Skywings members. If they can all reach God level in the future, even on Heavenly Dragon Star, we will have the ability to protect ourselves. At the same time, with the help of Heavenly Dragon Star's life energy, we can help the eternal tree evolve again, which in turn will drive the evolution of our home planet. Only by trying and experiencing it can one understand how fast cultivation is on Heavenly Dragon Star. After returning this time, I will act cautiously and speak carefully. I won't easily go to the Dragon Realm, he continued with increasing enthusiasm. If I can break through to God level, then the true Dragon God bloodline will recover, and all traces of my mortal self will be completely concealed. The hall fell silent. Zicken finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, after hearing Xuanyu, my first thought was that I'm too timid. He's truly audacious. Even if such an opportunity were presented to me, I probably wouldn't seize it." Even Zishan showed a satisfied expression. "Your fearless personality is quite like mine back in the day. When I was a human canon, I was even crazier than you. He's a bit like my son." Only Uncle Le felt speechless about this comment. He calmly reminded, "Not everyone is here today, but let's vote on whether to support Xuanyu's idea." Zicken, however, appeared very calm. "He's your son. If you support him, I have no reason not to. It depends on what you think." Uncle Le was silent for a moment, then admitted, "Deep down I want to keep him in the Seagod Pavilion, not let him go back, keep him by my side forever. That would be the safest approach, but I can't do that. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. I can only respect his decision and do my best to protect his safety. This time I will go back with you and wait for you in the 7th Fleet. If you encounter danger, I will appear by your side immediately. Even if we have to face the Dragon Knights, we will have a chance to escape." In an instant, Lan Xuanyu looked confused. But Uncle Le, Teacher Nana, Uncle Le seemed to see through his worries and comforted him. "She is still getting better. If I'm not mistaken, she will break out of her shell. Don't worry, if there's time, we'll go with you. We owe you too much." A pang of sorrow welled up in Lan Xuanyu's heart. Uncle Le said that he and Teacher Nana would be with him. Uncle Le said they would live for him. In that moment of emotion, he softly called out, "Dad!" Hearing the long-awaited words, Uncle Lee's eyes welled up with tears. Zan, everyone else was also stunned. He bravely held back his tears and smiled. "Xuanyu, you finally called me. My child called me. What could be more wonderful than this?" But remembering everyone else, he quickly wiped away his tears. "Sorry, I'm too happy." Lan Xuanyu then earnestly said, "Dad, we'll always be together, never separated." However, Zishan's heart was a mix of emotions. If she had had the chance back then, perhaps her later choices would have been different. Uncle Le quickly recovered. "Then let's continue the vote." At this, Meng Fei finally smiled. "Of course we have to support him, mainly because we're afraid of getting beaten by His Excellency if we don't. Xuanyu, what kind of support do you need? The Academy and Tang Sect will give their full effort." These words made Lan Xuanyu very grateful. "Thank you, Pavilion Master. I hope to receive more technical support. I hope we can use the Silver Armor Golden Rock battleship. Only a powerful ecological battleship can have a chance to escape super god-level powerhouses." Zicken did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "We can give it to you, considering it exchange for the Dragon Clan corpses you brought back. The bodies of the Dragon Clan are most suitable for building ecological battleships." This made Lan Xuanyu beam with joy. "That's great, and the 2 Hallmasters still need to give me some life-saving items. Can I freely use the Forbidden Armory?" Tang Miao then spoke. "Others might truly need things from the Forbidden Armory to save their lives, but you, kid, are probably really going to use them, aren't you? Don't you want the entire Heavenly Dragon Star? What do you need things from the Forbidden Armory for?" Hearing the question, Lan Xuanyu frankly admitted, "In front of super god-level powerhouses, I might only have a chance to escape by relying on external objects. This is also a precaution. Good things can have many uses after all." Meng Fei couldn't help but hesitate. "This matter needs to be decided by the Pavilion Master. The items in the Forbidden Armory," Zishan, on the other hand, appeared very calm. "Things that put lives at risk cannot be given. Let him choose the others. Anyway, if anything happens, I'll find him." Uncle Le, seeing himself also caught in the crossfire, could only acquiesce, secretly thinking he knows what kind of person his son is. Lan Xuanyu not only has wild ideas but actually dares to execute them. In terms of courage, he certainly didn't measure up back then. She then instructed that the Silver Armor Golden Rock battleship was currently undergoing modifications and would take approximately 2 years to complete the upgrade. "You will command the Silver Armor Golden Rock battleship." Uncle Le immediately rejoiced. "With the Silver Armor Golden Rock we can even deal with Dragon Knights." Zishan then turned to instruct Lan Xuanyu. "Xuanyu, if possible, bring back the god-level Dragon Clan corpses to build ecological battleships. Their power can be greatly enhanced, even more powerful than when they were alive." The energy collection system experiment failed. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. "Yes." Then he curiously asked, "What is a space energy collection system?" Meng Fei calmly explained. "There are many forms of energy in the universe. By guiding and collecting space energy, a space energy crystal core the size of a fingernail is enough to sustain collection work for over a year." This made Lan Xuanyu excitedly inquire, "Are these all equipped on the Silver Armor Golden Rock?" Zishan replied, "That's why it needs modification. I will have Tang Sect technicians go with you to set up a space teleportation array on Heavenly Dragon Star. In times of danger, it can quickly teleport us to the Silver Armor Golden Rock." Lan Xuanyu's face immediately showed surprise, setting up a teleportation array. The other party slowly continued, Long-distance, large-scale bidirectional teleportation arrays. We've had this technology for a long time, but in terms of energy, space energy crystal cores and the silver matter produced from space energy crystal cores have completely solved the problem. Zikin then suggested, thanks to the space worms you brought back, we were able to restart many stalled space science technologies. I think this credit should also go to Xuanyu, shouldn't it? She agreed without hesitation. Merit certainly has its reward because you have brought enormous immeasurable help to the Academy and Tang Sect. There are 3 rewards. First, you are rewarded with 10 Shrek Red medals. Second, in recognition of your growth and contribution to the Academy, as the Seagod Pavilion Master, I grant you provisional membership of the Seagod Pavilion. Once you break through to God level, you will become a full member of the Seagod Pavilion. As for the third reward, the Tang Sect and we have already discussed the merits of you and your teammates. We believe your trials have been sufficient. You have surpassed your peers and even those renowned seniors. Zikin revealed a gentle smile and solemnly announced, this title represents the 30,000-year honor of Shrek Academy. Your father once held it, and now it should belong to you. We believe you will soon make this name shine brightly, Zikin said with deep emotion. We believe that in the future you will become like your father or even surpass him. On behalf of the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy, I officially announce this generation of Shrek 7 monsters belongs to your team. You will lead the Shrek 7 monsters. Since you are still undercover on Heavenly Dragon Star, the Academy will not hold a formal conferment ceremony, but will officially announce your team as the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters at the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival in 2 days. At that time, you may face challenges from seniors. However, these challenges will only affect the blind date, not the title of the 7 monsters. Tell your teammates to be prepared. Zikin quickly stood up and said, today's meeting concludes here. I'm sure you and your father want to catch up. Dismissed. Xuanyu politely replied, thank you, Pavilion Master. Yulin also quickly stepped forward and put his arm around Xuanyu. Let's go, we'll go see your mother. Xuanyu reluctantly complied. Okay, Zikin just silently watched the 2 figures walk away. As soon as they disappeared, Zikin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, like father, like son. The son of the Dragon King is very likely to be the future Dragon God. I truly look forward to that day coming soon. She also nodded in agreement, and the hallway became empty. Xuanyu's heart, however, was in turmoil. Is Teacher Nana really going to wake up? Should I call her mother or Teacher Nana? The room door slowly opened and the dragon egg was enveloped in powerful energy. Xuanyu watched tenderly, calling out in a low voice, Teacher Nana, no mother. But due to his excitement he couldn't help but shed tears. The more he looked, the more earnestly he called out, Mother. He gently reached out to touch the dragon egg, then pressed his face against the eggshell, whispering, Mother, Xuanyu is here to see you. Please wake up quickly. Even Yulin became choked up. Yes, Nana, we miss you very much, but Xuanyu, you don't need to worry too much. Your mother will wake up soon. Looking at the dragon egg before him, Xuanyu secretly sighed. Indeed, the silver dragon egg is much more beautiful now than when it first left. The entire surface of this massive dragon egg was densely covered with silver dragon patterns, each pattern seemingly alive, emitting wild silver light, swirling around the egg's surface. Rich life energy, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, surged into the silver dragon egg from all directions, providing it with what it needed. Yulin also recalled with emotion, the eternal tree is also the source of all life on Duluo star, transformed from my great-grandmother. She is unsparingly supplying her granddaughter-in-law. This made Xuanyu uneasy. Dad and Mom are constantly absorbing great-grandmother's life energy. Will it? He quickly reassured him. The Academy and the Federation have agreed to this. Otherwise, if your great-grandmother's life energy integrated into the eternal tree drastically reduced, the Federation wouldn't fail to notice. Actually, this is still because of you that the Federation agreed so readily. The information brought back from Heavenly Dragon Star deeply shocked the Federation, making them realize the gap between us and Heavenly Dragon Star in terms of power levels. Yulin simultaneously stated with certainty, even if super-god-level powerhouses are hard to reach in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, if we skip stages and cultivate a God King and you become the Dragon God, we can then occupy Heavenly Dragon Star. Xuanyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Dad is right, that's what I thought too. Dad knows the Dragon God and Dragon King bloodlines best. Can my bloodline ultimately ascend to Dragon God? At this, Yulin suddenly grew curious. Weren't you very confident just now? Why are you hesitating again? Although he had some concerns, he still honestly expressed, while I am confident theoretically, I'm worried that if the Academy and Tang Sect have too high expectations for me, and I ultimately fail, it will affect the overall situation. Yulin looked at his young son with love. Dad doesn't expect you to become a dragon god. The birth of a god king requires immense energy, he continued. The advantages you mentioned are commendable. The ascending dragon pillar should indeed be the dragon god's super divine artifact. As for the dragon god's tomb you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, I might know of it in an instant. Xuanyu was surprised. Dad knows, the other party calmly replied. That small space was once attached to our home planet. I once entered it and even lived there for 3 years, burying thousands of dragon corpses, and I also benefited from it, laying the foundation for the future. He could no longer hide his surprise. So that's really the Dragon God's tomb, Yulin confirmed. It's very likely the same space. That space was initially damaged because your mother took out a very important item from it, which I only learned later, but she didn't elaborate, though I can confirm that space contains the Dragon God's bones. I was too weak when I entered that space, so I didn't obtain the core resources from that dragon race tomb. It must have drifted in space after detaching from the planet, and ultimately chose Heavenly Dragon Star. This plane likely contains the will of the Dragon God. Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately looked alarmed. The will of the Dragon God, Dad, means the Dragon God didn't die before? Yulin calmly replied. Under the final attacks of several God Kings, he was split into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. If he hadn't died, there would be no Silver Dragon King and Golden Dragon King. But it's clear that a God King is a powerful existence, possessing the Golden Dragon and the original dragon, which is equivalent to extending his life, not death, but his divine sense, should have been obliterated. And the Dragon God's tomb chose Duluo Star, possibly because of your mother. Your mother is different from me. I only absorbed the essence of the Golden Dragon King, while your mother is the true Silver Dragon King. Based on his own understanding, he continued to explain that perhaps the Dragon God's tomb came here because it sensed her aura, existing by relying on Duluo Star. Your mother must have taken away a very important item. From then on, this plane became unstable and detached, and to restore her level, she needs to devour me, combining the Silver Dragon and Golden Dragon, ultimately giving birth to the Dragon God. But because of love, your mother chose to die under my Golden Dragon Spear. I even think that only at that moment did the Dragon God's tomb truly detach. At that time your mother and I were in danger, and I sacrificed myself for her. Only then could we not be separated. If I had known then that she was pregnant with you, no matter how difficult, abandoning everything, we would have lived for you. Yulin recalled with emotion. You were born with our abilities, equivalent to the combination of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King. You can become the Dragon God. The only problem is the energy source, so you must go to the Dragon God's tomb. If you can utilize the Dragon God's bones, it will be of immense benefit to your becoming the Dragon God. As for what extent the energy in the ascending dragon pillar can reach, I don't know. From your description I speculate that this small space, the Dragon God's tomb, is the foundation of existence. Because it sensed the immense life energy of Heavenly Dragon Star, it allowed the dragon race to continue to multiply. The ascending dragon pillar relies on the lingering will left by the Dragon God to fix the entire plane onto Heavenly Dragon Star, thus initiating the dragon transformation era, causing other races to gradually undergo draconification and become new dragon race members, he passionately affirmed. If you successfully become the Dragon God and make the new dragon race and dragon knights submit, becoming your power, then that is the most perfect state. Unifying the dragon race would be effortless, and rebuilding the God realm with the Dragon Horse Galaxy as its foundation would not be impossible. Yulin pulled out a bracelet from somewhere and instructed, Here, put this on. This made Xuanyu's heart secretly jump. This bracelet seemed to contain an extremely familiar power. Yulin seemed to read the curiosity in his son's eyes and continued to explain. I once spent 1,000 days sacrificing to dragons in the Dragon God's tomb. Although I was weak then, before leaving, I obtained this precious jade, which created a wondrous connection between me and the Dragon God's tomb, as if it could awaken the dragon souls within. In an instant he couldn't hide his surprise, and when he felt it, his heart was even more astonished. It's as if countless beings exist. Countless consciousnesses continuously transmit various emotions to him. The aura of these consciousnesses merges with his bloodline aura as if they are all a part of it. This feeling is extremely wonderful, like entering a fictional Duluo world, suddenly connecting with many similar consciousnesses and entering that world together. Not long after, a new scene emerged in his mind. The once peaceful place was continuously experiencing persistent tremors. Right there, a group of people formed a circle, with the central person forming a magic array. Jicheng and the others were all shocked, and even Tianlong was stunned by this magical sight. He vaguely looked at the 5-colored light surrounding him. This is Lan. Lan and his companions successively exclaimed in amazement, feeling as if their entire bodies had been cleansed, their bloodlines instantly sublimated. This made Tianlong even more secretly delighted. The 4-colored light instantly turned into 7 colors, making all of us feel the glorious radiance. What does this mean? It means our method is effective. We need to continue to supply fresh blood and return to the familiar room. Those 5-colored soul powers quickly gathered on Xuanyu, who was still savoring everything that had just happened. The scene of the ascending dragon platform appeared in his mind. Under the huge pillar of light was a door. That door seemed to contain something and also seemed to be calling him over. Perhaps sensing something, he opened his eyes wide, then cried out in alarm, Dad is right. The dragon realm is the Dragon God's tomb. It must be calling me to the ascending dragon platform. To enter the dragon realm from the ascending dragon platform, Yulin praised with satisfaction. That's right, wear this bracelet and you will be even more recognized there, but be careful in everything, don't approach it easily until you are fully prepared. He could no longer hide the excitement on his face. I understand. Less competition. I actually already absorbed the energy of the ascending dragon pillar, and want to become a god. The ascending dragon platform is the best choice, but before breaking through, I need the support of the dragon knights, so it won't be too dangerous. Yulin didn't stop him at all, and even urged strongly, if the phenomenon you cause shocks the entire dragon race, then those who resent you will try every means to harm you. But those who view you as an heir, leading the dragon race to prosperity, will become your helpers. What you need to do is to increase the number of people who help you and reduce those who envy you, so that you can be safe. Xuanyu understood the meaning of his words. Okay, Dad. Meanwhile, in the Seagod pavilion, Zichen asked doubtfully, Pavilion Master, won't this put too much pressure on Xuanyu? Zichen merely smiled calmly. Pressure is also motivation. You've seen the video of that competition, haven't you? At this, he smiled slightly. I've seen it. Compared to the ultimate battle, I heard the Federation has already punished those who spread the video. She also didn't forget to remind, it's not excessive to protect Xuanyu this way. Just a glance shows how strong their combat power is, which the inner court's teachers and students don't possess. This is Xuanyu's opportunity to prove himself. At the same time, his teammates have also been suppressed too much because of this. If those teammates don't seize the opportunity, how can they be qualified to become the next Shrek 7 monsters? The title represents honor and responsibility. They must let everyone see that they have the strength to bear it. Otherwise, even if the Academy recognizes it, they cannot become true Shrek 7 monsters. At this point, Zichen's face immediately showed worry. Lan Xuanyu, Bai Shusho, and Tang Yuge are recognized to have titled Duluo level strength, so there shouldn't be much problem, but the remaining 4 want to contend with seniors, which is not easy. However, Zichen calmly ordered, the Shrek 7 monsters are a whole. Before the Blind Date Festival begins, I will personally announce it. In the room, Zichen's voice echoed calmly. The Shrek 7 monsters are a whole. Before the Blind Date Festival begins, I will personally announce it. And of course I won't let them be challenged completely one-on-one, that wouldn't be fair to them either. Hearing this, Zichen also breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, there shouldn't be much problem. I also didn't expect Xuanyu to continuously break through in such a short time. Compared to before, he's like a completely different person. She lowered her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of approval. After all, they are their children. He is the true inheritor of the Dragon God's bloodline. If the Academy's first prosperity came from the Tang Sect's ancestor Tang San, then the second can be said to have been created by the spirit ice Duluo Huo Yuhao. And Yulin was the third, who worked hard to turn the tide and bring the Academy back on track, while also creating glory. If there is a fourth time, it might be through Xuanyu, and this time is the most important. I hope he can show himself to everyone and lay the foundation for inheriting the position of Seagod Pavilion Master in the future. However, worry appeared on Zichen's face again. Unfortunately, his current contributions cannot be spread externally. Otherwise, it would probably have shocked the entire Federation already. If we only look at his contributions, he is already getting closer and closer to the crowned Duluo. She revealed a satisfied smile, as if she was truly at ease. The new waves push the old waves forward after all. After all, this is no longer our era but theirs. Looking at that figure, Zichen spoke again with some reluctance. Pavilion Master, if the Silver Dragon Princess wakes up, they will all leave. Pavilion Master Zichen slowly turned around and looked at the other party, then called out with killing intent. Zichen, the surrounding atmosphere also gradually changed, making him pause. Before anyone could react, Zichen suddenly rushed forward and hugged Zichen. He was so shocked by this scene that he stammered, unable to speak. Pavilion Master, when he felt the warmth. She blushed and expressed, we've spent more time together than with him. Don't you think I can see your feelings? Time doesn't mean anything. Only one figure is etched in my mind. I am a stubborn person, seen as a crazy scientist by others 10,000 years ago. In fact, my heart has already grown cold. I am not really a true human anymore. Zichen, you really should go find your own happiness. Her voice suddenly carried a hint of sadness with 3 words. I've never said this to anyone in my life, but I really want to say it to you. Zichen, however, quickly embraced the person in front of him, interrupting, no, don't say it. But the only response was Zichen's distant push. Perhaps we have one thing in common, and that is stubbornness. If I hadn't met him then but had met you first, perhaps. But where in this world is there a perhaps? Regardless of his surging emotions, she turned without hesitation. I'm going back first. Zichen was soon left alone, and pain gradually appeared on his face. Pavilion Master, don't say you're sorry to me. It doesn't belong to you. You were never wrong. I like you just because you are you. Just liking you is enough, and that's why I've been able to live this long. I have already found my own happiness. Outside, the lotus flowers bloomed more and more profusely, and fireflies flickered in the night, illuminating the entire lake. Yulin quietly watched this scene. Zichen and Zichen also walked over from behind. Yulin looked at the stars, reminiscing with emotion. The Sea God's fate on Seagod Lake I still remember very clearly when I participated in the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival back then, not knowing what kind of scene I was about to face. After that, Nana and Gyuyuena merged into one, and only Gyuyuena remained in the world. Hearing this, Zichen couldn't help but question, in your heart is there only her? She silently continued to ask. She had thought he wouldn't come today, but Yulin now seemed extremely pleased. Of course, today is my son's blind date festival. As a father, how can I not come to watch? I've missed too many important processes in his life. I can't miss this one no matter what. Even she found it amusing. This blind date festival was also an important test for her and her team. Whether they could pass this test was very important to her. He affirmed hopefully, I believe in my son on the lake. Many people also began to release floating lanterns in another corner. Nan Cheng and her husband also leaned against each other affectionately. She looked at everything unfolding before her with endless emotion. Honey, have Xuanyu and Shusho finally confirmed their relationship? That's wonderful. Lan Xiao was also very happy beside her. Yes, we're about to have a daughter-in-law. He casually hinted that it would be better if they married sooner. As soon as the words fell, it made Nancheng laugh. Lan Xiao continued with great interest. Last night, Xuanyu told me that teacher Nana is also about to wake up. A legendary family is finally going to reunite. Lanterns filled the sky. Long Zhong excitedly hosted the event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Seagod Lake Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival officially begins today. This year's festival is exceptionally lively, with greatly increased visibility. I hope everyone finds a partner to walk hand in hand with to the end of their lives, he excitedly introduced. Hello everyone, I'm today's host, Zhang Long, and let me introduce the person beside me. My wife is also an unparalleled beauty, and we established our relationship at this blind date festival, Long Zhang even joked. I indeed see some familiar faces who are still unloved, which is truly tragic. Let them feel my happiness and try harder in the blind date process. Samui also felt helpless about her husband. Are you inciting hatred? Even Ming Fei sighed. This Zhang Longjong is truly a character, still flaunting his face everywhere. Tang Miao, standing nearby, agreed, but warned not to be fooled by his appearance, as this guy was very cunning. Longjong continued to ramble. The Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival on Seagod Lake, as its name suggests. Since it's a blind date, you must show yourselves and let the other person feel your charm. The first round is called Love at First Sight, and it's an opportunity for our male protagonists to showcase themselves. Sometimes strength is more important than sweet talk. Without further ado, in the first round, each male contestant needs to step forward to introduce themselves and demonstrate their abilities. Now it's your turn. As soon as the host finished speaking, Xianxia excitedly stepped forward. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Xianxia. In Zheng Longyang's words, I'm a guy no one cares about. I enrolled 3 years earlier than him and I still don't have a girlfriend. I'm usually busy cultivating and haven't paid attention to relationships, which is a great regret. The girls were all stunned and Xianxia continued to introduce himself, engrossed. I firmly believe in fate. Whoever chooses me first later, I will absolutely not object. Everyone present is worthy of me. Whoever chooses me, I will repay you with the rest of my life. With that, he immediately unleashed his soul power. A black dragon enveloped his entire body from nowhere. Xuanyu, watching from the side, couldn't help but be astonished. A 9-ring titled Duluo, all soul rings were 10,000-year rings, and his martial soul was the powerful dark attributed black dragon, the only type that could evolve into a true dragon. Indeed, he was a senior. The aura of the dark dragon had reached the bloodline strength of a middle-ranked dragon clan. His face was filled with ease. This was Duluo Star, his hometown. Everything was familiar and there was no need to be constantly vigilant, let alone disguise himself as a woman. It was truly good to be home. The performance was very exciting. Long John continued to signal for the next person. At this moment, Yuan Rong also stepped forward. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yuan Rong. I've been in the inner court for 4 years. Although I'm not tall, there's a saying, you read only the essence. I want to find a girl shorter than me. That way I won't feel too much pressure. My martial soul is this. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling rainbow immediately appeared. Xuanyu enjoyed the beautiful scene before him with relish. This was a rainbow martial soul, a strange martial soul naturally formed by the combination of light and water. He wondered how powerful this martial soul would be when unleashed. Those flickering lights quickly illuminated the entire sky. The girls exclaimed, "Too beautiful." Yuan Rong bowed politely. I've embarrassed myself. Not long after, it was his turn to step forward. I'm Lan Xuanyu. Hello seniors. Looking at the girls' shy expressions in front of him, this handsome man, Xuanyu, was surprisingly calm. I came today mainly to fulfill a promise. I already have a girlfriend. She's among you. From our first meeting, her figure has been deeply etched in my heart. She has been by my side all these years. Only with her can my heart feel at peace. The Sea God's Fate is Shrek Academy's most important ceremony. It's also a moment to witness the most beautiful love of its disciples. We chose to set our hearts here, so I came. The girls were instantly stunned. Long Zhang and his wife, however, seemed exceptionally excited. He's so articulate, that girl must be very touched. Even Yulin listened with great interest. Truly my son. However, Jiancheng sneered. Junior brother Xuanyu, you're too confident. Aren't you afraid your childhood sweetheart will reject you at the Sea God's Fate? Xuanyu still calmly responded to the other party. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I believe she won't and no one can take her from me. Hearing this, he just sneered. Junior brother Xuanyu, you're a bit arrogant, he still reminded without weakness. Senior brother, you won't let me off later anyway. Let's deal with this first. This made Jiancheng worried. This guy is not simple. Is he one of the new Shrek 7 monsters? Long Zhang continued to host. Are young people so formidable now? Then let's continue. Next up, little Dao calmly stepped forward, looking very gentle. Hello everyone, I'm Tan Xiaodao. My girlfriend is also among you, and only she is worthy of me. No one else will do, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls immediately felt dissatisfied. We're not worthy of you. If you're not convinced, let's fight. You guys who already have girlfriends, why are you messing up the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival? Little Dao could only sigh when he heard these words. She said if I didn't come, she wouldn't marry me later. This is a necessary ceremony. As for why you're not worthy of me, actually you can say I'm not worthy of you too. You won't like someone like me. As for the reason, please see for yourselves. Feeling the aura emanating from him, they immediately trembled. The killing intent was too fierce, a bit frightening. Xuanyu quickly reminded, "All right, don't scare them." Little Dao immediately reined in his aura, chattering, "Got it, boss. I'm just letting the seniors know we're not here to cause trouble, right?" Looking at these seemingly gentle young people, he couldn't help but secretly praise. Bloodsaber Red Underworld Devil Zither. Tan Xiaodao's Red Underworld Saber is a famous weapon, and it suits him well. Of course, Piao Shaoqi also has the Devil Zither Martial Soul. These two are a perfect match, and it counts as internal consumption for our 33 Skywings. After a series of introductions, mostly by those already taken, Long Zhang could only turn to new candidates. It seems the junior brothers all have partners now. Then let's welcome the next person. In front of everyone, Lu Feng calmly introduced, "Hello everyone. I am Lu Feng with the White Dragon Spear Martial Soul, 8 rings." Xuanyu also secretly sighed in his heart. My method of tempering dragon power has begun to stimulate the growth of the White Dragon King bloodline within him. Besides Bai Shusho, he is the biggest beneficiary. Even I don't know Lu Feng's true strength, Little Dao softly muttered. "Boss, it seems this lunatic doesn't think so," he replied. "He's poured all his energy into cultivation and hasn't thought much about this aspect, but breaking too easily is not good. I still need to persuade him." Hearing this, he immediately fawned. "Boss is brilliant." But Xuanyu coldly rejected him. "Stop buttering me up. How's your own physique training coming along?" Little Dao immediately showed an embarrassed expression. "You know, the Red Underworld Saber is activated by killing intent, and I can only use killing intent to temper my bloodline. I'm afraid I'll go crazy, so I can only take it slow." Xuanyu said, "Oh," indifferently, and the other party became even more confused. "But recently we've been cultivating the purple demon eyes, and our spiritual power has been growing well enough to barely suppress it. Just follow the plan." Just then, Xuanyu showed a grim, threatening look. "Little Dao, I'm currently cultivating an ability called Annihilation Divine Lightning. Similar to a divine lightning tribulation. What do you say if I use this lightning element to help you temper your bodies? The effect should be good, right?" Little Dao was scared out of his wits by these words. "Boss, have mercy. My martial soul leans towards the dark attribute. I'm afraid I'll turn directly into ashes. I'll definitely cultivate diligently." He heard this, then rubbed his chin and fell into thought again. Among the 33 Skywings, males account for the vast majority, 2/3, with the rest being females. She exceeded the 1-to-1 ratio, and even 1-to-1 wasn't enough. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared. En Wei gently said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yuan En Wei from the Yuan En family. My martial soul is relatively complex, a bow and arrow type. Today I hope my arrow can connect my heart with another heart. Actually, I'm not very good at expressing myself, but today's opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. I mustered the courage to come here to say that I like her and I hope to truly be with her." Xuanyu was instantly struck by lightning. What's going on? When did he have someone he liked? Even Little Dao was curious. Wei Wei hides things so well. Qianlei couldn't resist and quickly stepped forward to tease. "Wei Wei, you rascal, you're good. When did you have someone you liked? Is it a secret crush or unrequited love?" As if his sore spot was touched, he turned around in anger. "Why should I tell you, Qianlei?" At this moment, Qianlei couldn't help but laugh. "Fine, don't say it. Let me show you what the most explosive self-introduction looks like. Let Big Brother show you." With that, he immediately unleashed his soul power. As soon as he transformed, he startled everyone. "What is this guy doing? Misusing skills? A bit scary. Brother, you're overacting." Even Xuanyu stood by helplessly. "Now he's in battle mode again. Come on, rein it in. We're here for a blind date." Qianlei, being silly and excited, introduced. "I'm Qianlei. I just joined the inner court. I specialize in strength, power attack, and other mysterious abilities, but you don't need to remember me. I already have someone I like." Everyone immediately fell silent. Long Zhang also said confusedly, "Junior brother, that's enough. Rein it in or I think your girlfriend will dump you." Qianlei, far from being grateful, foolishly questioned, "Senior brother, are you jealous of my good looks?" In an instant, the other party's anger immediately flared. "Who's jealous of you?" En Wei couldn't help but quickly step in to smooth things over. "Senior brother, I'm sorry, his brain isn't normal." Only Qianlei remained oblivious. "Don't I need to show off? Was my golden rooster stands on one leg cool just now?" He finally couldn't help but cry. "Lazy, be smarter. After the self-introduction segment ends, the girls opposite will decide based on their judgment. If no one leaves a light on, it means that guy is eliminated. Don't be surprised if all the lights are off when it's your turn. Put your clothes on." Hearing this, Qianlei said confusedly, "Why would they all be off? I still have Mengchen." He kept complaining. "No way." En Wei also felt very depressed. "Wish me luck." Even Xuanyu secretly felt helpless. Why did he have this sense of powerlessness? Like an old father, Long Zhang continued to chant, "The important moment is approaching. It's time for our girls to show their power. Now the girls have a preliminary understanding of the boys," Samui added. "Later, we'll start with the first boy. Girls interested in this boy can leave their light on. Those not interested can turn it off." Long Zhang kept eloquently stating, "Girls, please note, although this is your right, it's also a two-way street. If you turn off a light, you can't express yourself later. The boys whose lights are turned off won't have another chance. I suggest everyone be a bit conservative, leave more lights on, give each other some opportunities, and it will also help with your choices in the next round." As soon as the words fell, Samui eagerly continued, "All right, now let's begin. Please make your choices for our senior brother Zhao Jiancheng." One by one the girls passed, and Jiancheng nervously swallowed. Seeing all the lights go out, the panic in his heart was beyond words. "No way, they're all out. No, that's not right. Xianxia and the two hosts looked curiously at the flickering light behind. There was still one light left, and despair immediately filled his heart. No way, everyone knows what kind of person I am. I'm not that bad. My cultivation is also good. How can there only be one light left? Longjong and Samui were both puzzled. They really hadn't expected this. She tried to comfort him. I didn't expect the first boy to have such a special situation. Then according to the rules, if only one girl chooses a boy in the first round, they will be the first to enter the next round. So senior brother, please step forward. And female student number 28, please come out. Immediately a veiled woman calmly stepped forward. Longjong immediately explained, if they directly enter the final round, our Seagod fairy will introduce herself and express her feelings. Finally, the male student will make a choice. Seagod fairy number 28, you may begin. Are you willing to remove your veil? The other party spoke with cold and sharp words. No, I won't remove it, Zhao Jiancheng. I won't introduce myself, nor will I remove my veil for you. I just want to ask you one thing. Do your words from your self-introduction still count? You said just now that if someone chose you, you would definitely choose her and grow old together. Do you stand by your words? Seeing that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit tense, Longjong secretly assessed he's been cornered now. He glanced at the veiled woman. What will he choose? From her appearance, Seagod fairy number 28 is indeed, but he just said all that. Will he go back on his word? He secretly sweated for Jiancheng. If he went back on his word, not only would he be despised by the inner court girls, but he would also never be able to participate in the Sea God's fate again. Who didn't know that Zhao Jiancheng was a good person with no other hobbies besides cultivation? Looking at his astonished expression, Longjong could confirm that Zhao Jiancheng was indeed being targeted this time. But who was targeting him? After a while, the girl suddenly scolded Jiancheng. What, scared? If you're scared, don't say it. What kind of man is it who lacks the courage to fulfill his promise? Samui felt something was wrong, and said a few good words for him. Sea God fairy number 28, I must remind you that the current situation is unfair to senior brother Zhao, because you already know all his information while he knows nothing about you. It's understandable to hesitate in this situation. The veiled woman listened and calmly replied. He said it himself, and he didn't say he needed to understand me to decide. A true man keeps his word. Words spoken are like water poured out. Can they be taken back? She was speechless at this reply. Zhao Jiancheng had been silent, but now he finally spoke with affirmation. That's right, he looked at her melancholically, revealing his heart. You're right, since I said it, I must take responsibility. I've always been very insecure, which led me to lose the girl I'd had a crush on for years without even the courage to confess. Then he smiled, accepting his fate. Number 28, thank you for your regard. If you are truly willing to be with me, then I accept. Zhao Jiancheng then extended his hand, asking to be bound by fate. How a person looks is not important. I believe that anyone who can get into Shrek Academy's inner court must have a very kind and upright heart. I will be very good to you. If you are willing, please give me your hand. Someone in the crowd seeing this scene couldn't help but shout excitedly. Yes, exclamations also rose from the surrounding boats. Excellent. In this romantic setting, he extended his hand, waiting for the masked girl's response. Seeing this, Longjong joyfully gestured to the girl. According to the rules, female student number 28, you are now bound by fate with senior Zhao. You may remove your veil. The masked girl reached up to touch her hat brim, asked Jiancheng, is this your choice? Then smiled and took off her hat, revealing her teary-eyed self and her true identity, Peng. He saw her face and was too surprised to speak. You are? After Peng revealed herself, she continued to scold him, trembling. You scoundrel. When she contracted her body and shed her disguise, everyone was astonished, because the beauty Peng displayed at this moment was the perfect picture of a pear blossom bathed in rain. He was so enchanted by her beauty that he could only call out her name, Peng. Then his foot slipped and he accidentally fell backward. Peng saw Jiancheng about to fall into the water and quickly reached out to grab him. Their eyes met inadvertently, but he held her tightly. Peng was very surprised after their eyes met. You're crying? The other party remained in that pose, repeating incessantly. Peng, am I dreaming? It's really you, it's actually you. Hearing these insecure words, she couldn't help but hug Jiancheng tightly. Suddenly fed a spoonful of dog food by these two, Longjong pretended to cough a few times, then interjected. You two, listen to me. Today is the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival, a day of great joy. According to the rules, you two are considered destined by fate, he asked them in confusion. However, could you two explain to everyone what you are doing? My heart is about to burst. The two, who were passionately embracing, were startled by the voice and immediately separated awkwardly under the host's gaze. Having ended their embrace, Peng began to sulk again. Weren't you going to look for other girls? This time he firmly affirmed, I only want you, I don't want anyone else. I won't let go this time. Longjong saw signs of intimacy between them and interjected to remind them to clarify things. You two, that's enough. There are many senior and junior brothers and sisters here. You'll have plenty of time for affection later. However, I see that if you don't explain yourselves soon, at least senior Zhao runs the risk of being ganged up on. Look, knowing he was in the wrong but seeing his annoying smile, Jiancheng was still a little irritated. Then he bowed apologetically and began to explain everything. I'm sorry I've affected everyone. Peng and I were classmates in the outer court. I started liking her then. But how could someone like me be worthy of her? I could only secretly like her, cultivate diligently, and improve myself. Jiancheng candidly revealed his worries. I kept thinking, could I make up for the gap between us with my strength? Later we both entered the inner court. At that Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival I was already prepared to confess to her. He recalled that accident, but who knew? When I was about to confess to her, I accidentally slipped and fell into the lake. According to the rules of the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival, I was already out, thus I missed that opportunity. Thinking about how I avoided it back then, I was indeed too cowardly. After falling into the lake I gave up all thoughts and didn't have the courage to face her again. So I ran away, went on missions and only returned after a long time. This resulted in the two of them missing each other. Until finally I adjusted my mindset, returned to the inner court to look for her and pursue her again. But she refused to see me and didn't participate in subsequent Seagod's Fate Blind Date festivals. Peng Peng suddenly interrupted here, taking back the initiative. Wait, let me tell the rest. Expecting to hear the latter half of the story, she instead just scolded him angrily, making Xianxia break out in a cold sweat. You fool. Despite being in the most romantic of settings, Peng Peng's scolding continued unabated. You fool, did you really think I didn't know you were secretly looking at me every day when we were in school? If I didn't have a good impression of you, would I let you secretly look? Are you stupid or not? He didn't know what to do and could only let Peng Peng vent her anger. At that time, seeing you work so hard, I also hoped I could enter the inner court. Didn't think much of it, and after finally getting into the inner court and then coming across an opportunity like the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival, you fell into the water. I really wanted to hit you then. Face to face in the lake, she directly shouted out the resentment she had suppressed in her heart. I thought that after you fell into the water and the blind date festival ended, you would also come to find me. But who knew you not only didn't come but also played hide-and-seek, disappearing completely for more than half a year? I was really desperate then, you know. Xianxia heard this and awkwardly explained. At that time I chose to leave because I saw you seemed to have chosen someone else, but it was only later that I found out. You didn't make a choice. Peng Peng was furious upon learning the reason, making the other party tremble all over. I chose my brother so he would have a chance to confess to the goddess of his heart. Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? After finally coming back once you came to find me again. And after I shut you out you never appeared again. At that time I was completely desperate for you. A person who is insecure to the point of cowardice, how can he be my man? The other contestant, seeing this scene, calmly ate watermelon, waiting for them to finish arguing. Eat your fill of watermelon first, then she earnestly told the latter half of the story. During that time I was truly disheartened. I only wanted to cultivate single-mindedly and didn't see him for almost 3 years. If it wasn't for us meeting again during a mission when I was in danger and he spared no effort to save me, I would have thought he had completely forgotten me. After a while other things came to mind, and her anger continued to rise. Half a month ago this fool even came to ask me if I was participating in the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival. He dared to ask but didn't dare to say he liked me. Do you know how desperate I felt then? I really wanted to beat him to death so he wouldn't harm the world anymore. Peng Peng was still full of rage, questioning Xianxia about everything. Then you came here and said, whoever chooses you, you'll choose them, right? Ready to completely forget me, right? You're desperate about me too, right? He tried to explain himself, but Xianxia couldn't utter a single word. Peng Peng, seeing this, went straight to the point. If you didn't even have the courage to keep your promise just now, then you would have truly lost me forever. Do you know that? Long Zhong, seeing the opportune moment, nimbly took over the conversation, giving him a chance. Senior Zhao, now is your time to show courage. You've been cowardly for how many years? Today, in front of all your teachers and everyone, whatever you want to say to senior sister, say it quickly. Xianxia seized the opportunity, took her hand, called out Peng Peng, then looked directly into her eyes, both apologizing and confessing. I'm sorry Peng Peng, it's all my fault. Insecurity kept me from having the courage to confess to you, causing us to miss out for years. I liked you from the first time I saw you, and later when I liked you even more I found myself unable to help but fall in love with you, he bravely admitted. Actually, when I first came to the Blind Date Festival, I thought that if someone chose me I would try to forget you, but the moment I saw you I realized that was simply impossible. My heart was already filled with your presence, unable to accommodate anyone else. Peng Peng, thank you for still choosing me. Thank you. Peng Peng felt Xianxia's determination and also began to express her feelings. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you either. If I hadn't been so stubborn, if I had been a little braver and taken the initiative to find you, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Actually, you were never a cowardly person. How could a man who is willing to risk his life to save me be cowardly? She hugged him, frankly admitting, after I calmed down that time. I made up my mind no matter what I would hold on to you tightly when I came back this time. If you don't take the initiative I will, so I came and I won't leave again. Everyone around them, seeing this scene, offered their blessings. Long Zhong, seeing this, was overjoyed. Today is indeed a good start. I never expected to encounter such a surprising reversal on my first time hosting. His wife, standing by, smiled and added, very touching. Now let's invite our second male guest for today. A few minutes later, Yuan Rong stepped forward, greeting softly. Please be gentle, senior sisters. The love between senior brothers and sisters is very touching, but I don't envy them. If it were me, I'd stick to the girl I like glue, impossible to shake off. Samui waited for him to finish, then immediately gestured to the contestants. Seagod fairies, please make your choices. The second male student, Junior Zhang Yuan Rong. Seeing a few lights still on, Long Zhang commented, "Excellent, 4 Seagod fairies chose to keep their lights on for Junior Zhang Yuan Rong. Next up is our newest junior in the inner court." As he introduced this person, he didn't forget to remind the contestants, Lan Xuanyu, and a reminder to all fairies, this junior is already taken. Please turn off your lights if you wish. Long Zhang jovially joked, making the atmosphere even more cheerful. Female guests who like Xuanyu, don't accidentally turn off your lights. He was very worried and quickly replied, "Don't say such things." Even Samui felt displeased. "You shut up." Seeing he had gone a bit too far, Long Zhang quickly returned to the program. "All right fairies, please make your choices." Although some lights went out, the majority remained on. This made him think they hadn't heard the instruction, so he reminded them again. "What's going on? Seagod fairies have already started choosing. You can turn off your lights." Long Zhang was very puzzled by this result and immediately asked again, "Did you all leave your lights on for him?" "He's already taken." Provoked, everyone unanimously accused, "So what if he's taken? Can't we fight for ourselves? You talk too much." Long Zhang was chastised by the contestants, then turned to Xuanyu and complained, "Junior, do you know you're now the public enemy of all the boys?" Seeing this, he could only beg for mercy. "I wouldn't dare, spare me." Xuanyu also blushed, secretly feeling a little embarrassed. Although saying this might sound a bit arrogant, he only wanted to take Shusho and didn't want to cause such trouble. In the end, he only dared to say one thing, then turned to little Dao number 3, "That's enough for now. Start choosing male student number 4. Since he didn't have a protagonist halo, he only received 1 light, and the host commented indifferently, "As you wish, 1 light." This hurt him, and he thought to himself, "Boss is so miserable behind the scenes, although aren't ugly people allowed to have human rights?" Samui ignored the grievance and continued to guide the two to confess, "It seems the person you've been waiting for has finally left a chance for you. Please both of you step forward." As soon as little Dao saw the other person, he happily burst into tears. "Gigi, I knew you'd choose me." Although he was beaming with joy, he spoke in an annoying tone. "Originally, I didn't think you were that great, but today I suddenly feel you're exceptionally good and probably only you would like me. Come on Gigi, jump into my arms." Those words infuriated Xiaoqi. "You're still saying such shameless things? What, do I barely deserve you?" Little Dao, unafraid of death, added fuel to the fire. "That's not what I meant. What time is it and you're still fooling around?" She heard this and immediately switched to battle mode. "I'm fooling around, fine, if you want me to be with you." Xiaoqi at this moment emitted a monstrous killing intent, uttering a terrifying declaration that would make anyone want to light a stick of incense for little Dao. "You have to defeat me first." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoqi's ultimate move flew towards the other party. Little Dao saw the attack flying towards him and just laughed, "Ha-ha," then swung his sword to block her attack. Their battle was exceptionally fierce, forcing the two hosts to hide to the side and exclaim, "They're truly brave now. These junior brothers and sisters who can enter the inner court must indeed be very strong." Xuanyu, seeing the situation, reminded them with a headache, "You two, that's enough. Today is a blind date. Go fight at home." He heard the reminder, then looked at the other party, smiling confidently. "Did you hear that? Boss has spoken." "How about it?" Xiaoqi proudly replied. "Anyway, you haven't beaten me yet. I won't marry you. Let's go, wait on the side for boss's blind date." Then little Dao said, pulling her, and walked delicately to the side. "All right miss, this way please." This left Xuanyu dumbfounded. On the other side, Qianlei was pacing anxiously while Enwei was comforting him. "What to do? Will Mengchen really not choose me? It's okay. I'll just apologize when I get back." This also left him helpless. The other person here also expressed his feelings. "I was just showing off, wasn't that proving myself? Is it really that embarrassing?" Enwei listened, his expression serious. "We're brothers, I can't lie to you." Then he gave a thumbs up, making a firm conclusion. After a while, Long Zhang returned to host the show, still mentioning his impressive performance. "All right, next up is the time for our junior Qianlei's lights to be turned off." "That's right, the guy who just turned into a big gorilla." Qianlei saw all the lights go out and screamed, "Ah!" Then his body began to petrify and crack from the inside out, pleading, "Mengchen, don't abandon me." Samui stood by, surprised to see a light still on. "Is that?" He was also very concerned about this and excitedly guided the two to confess, "This must be true love. Please both of you step forward." Standing nearby, he also found it hard to believe. Even in this situation, Mengchen is truly devoted to you. She waved her hand, signaling Qianlei to come to her. In the dreamy scene, the two stood facing each other. Mengchen looked gently into his eyes, and seeing the scene before them, the boys standing nearby whispered, "What kind of girl has the courage to choose that fool? I didn't expect her to be a junior. Does showing off get you a girlfriend?" But he just stared blankly, making her unable to help but let out a peef of laughter. Only then did Qianlei suddenly snap back, stammering, "Mengchen, you're so beautiful today. And I'm sorry I embarrassed you just now." She wasn't angry at all, just smiled brightly. "It's nothing." This made the other party exclaim in surprise. Mengchen intimately told him the reason. "I understand you did that just to prove your ability to everyone. Your personality has always been consistent, never changing. That's also a part of you." Long Zhang heard this and praised, "Junior sister, you are truly broad-minded." Mengchen gently denied, then pointed out his good qualities. No, the truly broad-minded one is this fool in everyone's eyes, compared to everything he's done for me. It's nothing compared to everything he's done for me. This made Qianlei stunned by the praise for a moment. How could I be angry with him over such a small thing on such an important day? No matter what others think of him, in my heart, he's the best. Without hesitation, she continued to express her thoughts under his adoring gaze. Many times I even trust Qianlei more than I trust myself when I'm lost or in danger. You're always by my side. Even though you know I have major flaws, you still stay with me. Though her eyes were already moist, Mengchen still calmly poured out her heart. I'm not good at sweet talk, and I don't know if I can be a good girlfriend or wife in the future, but I can feel your sincerity. Then she looked at Qianlei with a radiant smile and admitted, Today, witnessed by everyone, I want to tell you, I want to be with you. In my heart, you are the best. Qianlei was so touched by these words that he could only utter, Mengchen, then excitedly poured out everything. Even before today, I knew we would choose each other, but I never imagined such a scene. 7 years, even after we got to know each other, you rarely said sweet words to me. Just as Qianlei was about to speak, Mengchen everyone around them excitedly anticipated, but he suddenly picked her up and shouted, I love you. Mengchen, though shy, reciprocated, I love you. Everyone applauded and congratulated them. Qianlei happily thanked everyone. Thank you for your blessings, and she quietly whispered in his ear, Let's go quickly. The two hosts watched them leave, excitedly commenting, Our Seagod's fate this year has been wonderful, excellent. Finally, they announced in unison that they were moving to the next round. Alright, so now we begin the second round. Love at second sight. Soon the competition entered the next round. Samui loudly announced to all the audience, Next we will begin the second round. Love at second sight. In this round, each male guest will face and question the female guests who kept their lights on for them. The female guests can also choose whether to remove their veils and show their charm. After the questioning, if they wish to keep their lights on, they will proceed to the next round. Long John carefully added to the rules of the competition. Please note, female guests, in this round you can only keep your light on for one male guest, therefore. Please choose carefully. This will affect the final outcome of this Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival. The two took turns hosting and Samui quickly took over to continue the program. Next we invite male guest number 2. Zhang Yuanrong. Each female guest can ask one question. When asking, you can decide whether to remove your veil. Female student number 7, please ask in order. As soon as she finished speaking, a soft voice immediately rang out, Hello, I'd like to ask if you've ever had a girlfriend before. How many? Yuanrong immediately answered honestly. 1, we broke up later. The other party continued to press the core question. Do you still love your ex-girlfriend? This question made him sigh deeply. I can't lie to you, I still love her. Our breakup was actually due to my stubbornness and her willfulness. She has left the academy and I don't know where she went. I guess I might never see her again in this life. As soon as they heard these sad words, the other girls extinguished their lights one after another. Seeing this scene, Yuanrong couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. It's not surprising that the lights went out. He sadly prepared to apologize. The question from Seagod Fairy number 16 made me recall everything. I thought I could let go, but in reality I can't. Coming to a blind date with such a mindset is already disrespectful to everyone. Therefore, at this Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival, Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice. Wait! Yuanrong's cheeks suddenly flushed. He recognized that familiar voice. That voice belonged to none other than Zhao. Zhang Yuanrong, I completed the level 7 Heaven Fighter Collective mission and was just specially admitted to the inner court. So I'm back. Dopamine of happiness immediately flooded his entire body, and tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Zhao, then the young couple embraced deeply, and the entire space was immediately enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. Zhao, it was all my fault before. Can you forgive me? Yuanrong, I missed you. Samui quickly stepped forward to announce the good news. Destined for 3 lives growing old together. Congratulations to Zhang Yuanrong and Wen Zhao. I won't let you go again. The Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival on Seagod Lake is a success. The next second she began to lower her voice, switching to the next contestant. Next, please welcome. Junior Xuanyu, please come up, he spoke calmly, displaying the demeanor of a handsome protagonist. I especially appreciate the kindness of all you senior sisters, but Xuanyu truly has someone in his heart. Participating in the Seagod's fate this time is simply to avoid leaving any regrets. Please forgive me, senior sisters. Long Zhang couldn't stop smiling at this scene. Junior has a graceful demeanor truly worthy of a Shrek student. We still have to go through the process. Come, let's start asking questions. Ask whatever you want. Immediately, a tricky question was thrown at Xuanyu. You said you already have a girlfriend and are just participating. Is she that good? You might as well tell us. In my heart, she is the best. However, this did not stop the other party from revealing their intentions. Do you mind having one more girlfriend? Xuanyu was somewhat stunned after hearing this. Senior sister, what kind of question is that? My heart isn't big, it can only hold her. Another person quickly chimed in. What is your ideal? Xuanyu replied succinctly. To rebuild the God realm. The next second they sneered. What big talk, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? What's your current strength? You didn't mention it in your self-introduction. He merely said 2 words lightly, 6 rings. However, the other party was still not satisfied and continued to ask a tricky question. How did a 6 ring enter the inner court? Since you're handsome, I'll ask this. If your mother and your girlfriend both fell into a river, who would you save first? Hearing this, Xuanyu wished he hadn't participated in this show. Sister, you should just turn off your light. Immediately, they reacted strongly. Turn it off then. What's so great about it? What's so arrogant about being 6 rings? However, one person remained calm and kept her light on. Next girl, please. This person's actions greatly surprised Xuanyu. Then a soft voice emerged from behind the veil. Thank you. Xuanyu smiled lightly and politely said, You're welcome. The other party then removed her hat and a wisp of flowing blue hair fluttered in the wind. That person was none other than Bai Shu. He was so embarrassed by this scene that his face turned crimson and he didn't know how to react for a moment. The 2 hosts eating their dog food had radiant smiles on their faces. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman, truly a delight to behold. A perfect match, truly beautiful. I was overjoyed to tears. Young people are so good. Xuanyu, I'm so happy. Suddenly, the host's voice turned to the only remaining light on stage. Now please, the last girl whose light is on. Are you willing to remove your veil for Lan Xuanyu? That person reacted very strongly. Logically speaking, the standard for entering the inner court is 7 rings. Even if you've made contributions, how can your 6-ring strength convince those people just now? If you accept my challenge now and prove your strength, I can turn off my light and make you 2 complete. Hearing this, Xuanyu could only sigh deeply. Then he made up his mind and accepted. All right, please. As soon as he finished speaking, Sholing revealed her true form, accompanied by monstrous killing intent. Come on, she gripped the clear sky hammer in her hand and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. The clear sky hammer, that's the strongest power attack type martial soul from 10,000 years ago. Tang San's great-grandfather was the founder of the Tang Sect, the soul of the original Shrek 7 monsters. His martial souls were blue silver grass and clear sky hammer. Tang Wulin inherited his father's blue silver grass. But due to the Golden Dragon King's essence entering his body, he did not inherit the clear sky hammer martial soul, so Lan Xuanyu naturally doesn't have it. Undoubtedly, he and the girl in front of him must be related by blood. Just sensing the dangerous aura, Xuanyu immediately summoned the Dragon God. The Dragon God's appearance brought immense pressure, and Sholing's brows furrowed. Countless questions suddenly surged in her heart. What's going on? My mind is blank, my blood is boiling instantly. Not good, my body is trembling uncontrollably, and the power of the clear sky hammer is gradually dissipating. Sholing's legs suddenly gave way, and then she fell directly into the cold lake water. The audience on the boat immediately began to murmur, how did she fall into the water? Our immediately asked in confusion, what just happened? Meanwhile, in the forbidden area on the 2nd floor of the Seagod Pavilion in Eternal Sky City, the divine egg in front was slowly cracking, signaling the imminent birth of a new life, and the lake's surface remained calm as if nothing had happened. After the incident, Xuanyu clasped his hands together and respectfully said, Senior sister, I'm sorry, junior brother did not intend to offend you. I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet. The other party didn't want to answer due to her previous embarrassment. After a while, Sholing activated her power and shot out of the water, then stood calmly on a lotus leaf. Only then did she arrogantly reply, I'm Tang Sholing. Xuanyu cleverly explained to the 2 hosts, it was my first time seeing the true clear sky hammer and I was very fascinated by it. I hope to learn from senior sister when I have the chance. 2 hosts, she only fell into the water just now because we were sparring, so it has nothing to do with the blind date, right? Longjong happily announced the final result. So, Junior Lan Xuanyu, are you ready to welcome your true love? The person he was referring to was none other than the fairy sister in his heart, Bai Shu. The 2 exchanged deep gazes and the entire space was instantly enveloped in a pink romantic atmosphere, beautiful as a fairyland at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's heart was filled with endless wonder and peculiarity indescribable. He finally understood why Shusho insisted on participating in the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival. Love within the academy without the witness of the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival was not complete love. His parents also ultimately formalized their relationship at the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival. Xuanyu was so nervous he stammered, Shusho. She didn't wait for him to finish but put her arm around his shoulder, bringing them closer. Then Bai Shu began to whisper, I understand everything, don't say anything more, kiss me. Xuanyu softly replied, as you wish, my princess. Then he gently lifted Bai Shu's small face. The young couple passionately embraced and kissed on stage. The audience held their breath in the romance of the moment. Wulin was also lost in thought because of this. Compared to our time, they are undoubtedly much luckier. The Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival 10,000 years ago made me feel lost. Soon after came that earth-shattering catastrophe. Even after so long, recalling it still leaves me with lingering sadness. Until the very end, she and I still stood on opposite sides, ultimately only seeking liberation. Compared to us, our son's relationship is much smoother. That's good. I also want to be like them. Embrace the one I love, my dear. When will you wake up? The 2 hosts happily announced the good news, destined for 3 lives growing old together. Congratulations to Junior Xuanyu and Junior Sister Shusho. Immediately, warm applause erupted. Congratulations, Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim. I'm so touched. Nan Cheng and her husband and Lan Shao also showered them with praise. We're so happy for our son. Yes, just like when we were young. The young couple was embarrassed by this. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed everywhere. This startled all the audience present. What's that sound? Next second, a dazzling light appeared above the great tree. Xuanyu immediately keenly sensed. Silver light, is it Teacher Nana? Abba immediately turned to ask. Pavilion Master, could it be? Meanwhile, Wulin also couldn't help but become excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Nana, is that you? You're finally awake. In another place, inside the spirit-transferring pagoda, many people had gathered in front of a screen to observe everything. Li Feng couldn't hide his shock. She's back, she's back. That's right, the Federation's intelligence is accurate. The former ruler of the Soul Beast world was once also the pagoda master of our spirit-transferring pagoda. She's back. The disciples of the spirit-transferring pagoda were all startled upon hearing this. Tong Hai was therefore in a dilemma. Pagoda master, what should we do? He thoughtfully remarked. Although she was once our pagoda master, she never truly stood with us. I already guessed it. The Golden Dragon Moon Song is back and the Silver Dragon Dance is coming back soon. There is no longer any power that can compete with Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect. Write a congratulatory letter in my name. Deliver it to Shrek Academy early tomorrow morning. Be as humble as possible and also send gifts. Jen, he immediately retorted in dissatisfaction. Pagoda Master, aren't we going to contend anymore? They might not necessarily help Shrek Academy. After all, they are figures from 10,000 years ago. However, Li Feng had already given up. Contend for what? Shrek Academy has 2 super god-level powerhouses. How can we contend? According to reliable sources, their son grew up in Shrek Academy, raised by Shrek Academy. How could they not side with Shrek Academy? Meanwhile, at the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival, a dazzling silver light emanated from Yu Wulin's body. The aura continuously wrapped around her body, forming wondrous transformations, and in a blink of an eye, Jiu Yuena appeared in a magnificent silver gown accentuating her fairy-like beauty. Jiu Yuena herself was also surprised by these miracles, her gaze constantly surveying the clothes on her body. The audience on the boat was filled with wonder. Who is that person? Could it be? Xuanyu was no exception. Teacher Nana, is that you? While he was confused, Wulin had already rushed forward. He couldn't resist his longing, loudly calling out her name. Nana, Wulin's eyes sparkled with tears, and an uncontrollable joy suddenly washed over him. You finally? He was too excited to say anything more. Separated for 10,000 years, meeting again. The memories from 10,000 years ago were once again as clear as new, because at this moment Wulin's mind was filled with images of that little girl Jiu Yuena from back then. A memory suddenly flashed. Wulin, it's your turn. He had 1 minute, and at that time he made up his mind and asked the question. Jiu, in this world I only love one girl, and that's you. Do you love me? She immediately reacted strongly. Don't you dare, however. Wulin still seemed very decisive. I just want to know the answer. The answer in your heart, the most truthful answer. Don't lie to me. In your eyes, in your bloodline, I can feel if you're telling the truth or not. Jiu Yuena slowly revealed all her true feelings. I like you. Suddenly that silver light enveloped her body again. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes staring, filled with surprise. At this moment their eyes met, and the entire space seemed to freeze, only to grant a brief moment for their love. Back in reality, this familiar moment appeared again. Only this time Wulin had more time to pour out all the thoughts accumulated in his heart over the years. Do you know, in 10,000 years I've learned a new skill. I can sing, and I've sung to many people. They all liked it, but that's not important to me. What matters is that I only want to sing for you, and I believe you will like it too. I remember that day, 10,000 years ago when you met me, and I met you. 6-year-old Nana became my sister. I also remember the day, 10,000 years ago, when I met you at Shrek Academy. At that time we didn't understand that Jiu had already entered my life. We didn't know each other's feelings. I only remember the warmth of the meat bun and your thoughtfulness. At this moment Wulin used his singing to express the longing that had accumulated in his heart for 10,000 years. Your natural, unspoken affection surrounded me, taking over my heart without my knowing. Whenever I miss you, there is only longing in my heart and an eager desire to return to your side. Recalling our encounter at the Seagod's Fate 10,000 years ago, you were both Jiu and Nana at that time. You told me I didn't want to win that match, but I won Nana, I won my heart, and I made your heart completely surrender to me. Perhaps our tragedy also began that day. From then on there was no longer Nana and Jiu, only Tang Wulin who lost his memory to save you. You lost your memory, but you were still by my side. Whenever I was in the most pain you were always there to accompany me. Whenever we encountered difficulties on the road ahead, you always overcame all obstacles with me. I once hated myself intensely. Why was I not strong enough to protect the person I loved most? Why did fate play tricks, ultimately preventing lovers from being together? But I never regretted it, never once regretted it. Even if love was difficult, even if I had another chance to start over, I would still hold your hand tightly. Never let go. 10,000 years have passed, I don't know when the ice sealed us apart. 10,000 years have passed, the fruit of our love has grown up. 10,000 years have passed, you are finally back by my side. There is no longer Golden Dragon Moon Song in this world, only you and I. The lyrics touched Jiu Yuena's heart and tears streamed down her rosy cheeks. Wulin looked at her deeply, his lips moving as he called her name again. Jiu, then the two embraced passionately, all their longing released. See watched this scene, deeply moved. After tens of thousands of years they were reunited at Seagod's fate on Seagod Lake, gazing at each other once more, their eyes intertwined. Love at first sight, love at second sight, destined for 3 lives for them. 10,000 years was more than just 3 lifetimes. Xuanyu watched his parents reunite, overjoyed. Shusho, did you see that? They're hugging. However, before he could be happy for long, Jiu slapped Wulin loudly. Who are you? Everyone's faces turned pale with shock. The audience below also panicked. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho immediately became confused. What's happening? However, they continued to argue. Poor Wulin covered his red cheek. It's me. I'm Tang Wulin. She still insisted on denying. Aren't you young Master Luo? When did you become Tang Wulin? Only then did he understand. Oh no, I've recovered my memory, but Jiu doesn't seem to have recovered hers. Isn't that right? From her perspective just now, I was just acting like a hooligan. In his bewilderment, Xuanyu suddenly shouted, Mom! Jiu instinctively turned her head. Xuanyu-san, he continued to shout. Mom? Then the two immediately embraced tightly. Mom, you're finally awake. Xuanyu, my son, Wulin and the audience present were all overcome by this sacred motherly love. So touching, I'm crying. The family of 3 is finally reunited. So touching. However, he was clearly being left out. Yes, it's clearly a family of 3. Shouldn't I be included too? My dear wife doesn't recognize me. Only my son. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car, and I want to hug my wife too. As he spoke, Xuanyu tightly held Jiu in his hand and poured out his heart. Mom is back. Teacher Nana is back. This moment is truly happier than becoming a dragon god. Mom, do you still remember him? Wulin looked ahead with anticipation. She still silently observed the other party. After a moment, Jiu concluded, he's not a good person. Xuanyu immediately became embarrassed. Mom, he's Uncle Luo, don't you remember? Jiu was still fuming and insisted. Mom knows he's that singer. But why is he hugging Mom? He had no other choice but to softly suggest, it's like this, Mom, there are some things I think we should sort out again. Do you trust me? Then let's find a quiet place and I'll tell you, okay? With that, the 3 left hand in hand, leaving Wulin alone behind. Then let's go quickly. Okay. After a while, they arrived at a forest. Jiu walked in front, but her expression was somewhat displeased. Xuanyu then quietly whispered in Wulin's ear, Dad, Mom's memory hasn't recovered yet. At this time I think Dad shouldn't be too eager, and when Dad sang to Mom just now, Mom also cried. Mom shouldn't have completely forgotten everything. I think Dad should pursue Mom again and make Mom accept Dad again. He was full of questions, having to pursue his wife again. Suddenly, Wulin had a flash of insight. That's right, even if she doesn't remember me now, she at least has some impression. More importantly, she can't accept anyone else besides me. And even if she hasn't recovered her memory, so what? Not remembering those things isn't necessarily a bad thing. It might even make our relationship better. The 3 here were still performing a family drama. Xuanyu, Shusho will never be separated again. Jiu only then did he begin to pour out everything again. It's like this, Mom. Do you still remember the last time we met? That was the first time Mom saw Uncle Luo, and she was a bit emotional, even getting a headache. Uncle Luo even invited Mom to attend a concert. Mom should know that she lost some memories before. From the current situation, we know that Mom and Uncle Luo were sealed in ice in the extreme north for 10,000 years due to some special reasons and were gradually rescued about a dozen years ago. Dad, Mom told me that I was also found in the extreme north when I was a child, and when I was found. Actually, just like when Mom was dormant before, I was also in the form of a dragon egg, and my eggshell also had silver and gold dragon patterns. The silver dragon patterns of course belonged to Mom, but Mom should know that Mom alone couldn't have me. So my dad is the owner of the golden dragon patterns. Xuanyu gently closed his eyes, his voice becoming soft and slightly sorrowful. 10,000 years ago, there were 2 powerhouses who stood at the peak of Duluo continent and simultaneously saved all humanity. They were the Seagod Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy at the time, Tang Wulin, who possessed the forward battle armor Golden Dragon Moonsong, and the Pagoda Master of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda at the time, Jiu who possessed the Silver Dragon Dance battle armor. The retelling of old events stirred a strange ripple in Jiu heart. She seemed to have heard it before. This sentence made Xuanyu laugh with joy. Those two are my Mom and Dad. So just now when Dad saw Mom recover, he was so excited that he couldn't help but hug Mom, and Dad sang to Mom. The lyrics describe everything that happened between them before. The simple explanation immediately cleared Jiu confused thoughts. So you mean I am your mom and he is your dad? Xuanyu couldn't help but nervously interject. That's right. Despite the slightly awkward atmosphere, he still enthusiastically played matchmaker for his parents. They are husband and wife. Unfortunately, the romantic scene didn't last long before Jiu coldly spoke. No, I vaguely have memories and I can confirm. I have never been married. Under Xuanyu's puzzled gaze, Wulin suddenly spoke to confirm. That's right, she's right. At that time we were on different sides and she probably wanted to sacrifice herself for me. We weren't married then, or rather she rejected my proposal, but now I remember. At that time she had already accepted my engagement ring. That ring is on your hand, Xuanyu. That one sentence startled Xuanyu, and he quickly pulled out the item. I get it, Dad, hold this. As soon as he took the ring, Wulin rushed towards the dazed Jiu. Do you still remember it? No, I once personally placed it on your hand. It was only after putting on this ring that you revealed your identity and expressed your intention to overthrow humanity. Excited emotions intertwined with firm rationality, making her scream and hold her head, Xuanyu anxious. Mom? In just an instant, Yuina's body slowly fell, landing in her son's arms. Wulin stood by, witnessing all of this, and jumped in shock. What happened to her? It wasn't until he heard Xuanyu's explanation. Dad, please don't say anything more for now. Mom seems to be too stimulated. It used to be like this. She would get a terrible headache whenever she recalled past events. Only then did he calm down, gently touching his wife's hand. I understand. I used to be like this too. I won't say anything more. I'll soothe her with my soul power first. Time flew by until the cold of deep night when Yuina finally awoke from her long sleep, because she had just heard Xuanyu's constant whispered calls. Mom? She slowly sat up, her hand still cradling her burning head. What happened to me? Seeing her weak state, Xuanyu could only softly remind her, Mom, don't think about it anymore, don't think about anything and everything will be fine, it's all in the past. But Yuina ignored his words, turning to speak with Wulin. You said we were once in love? After a long silence, he finally mustered the courage to speak the words he had suppressed for so long. Everything from 10,000 years ago is in the past. That was just our past. If your body doesn't want to recall everything that happened, then don't recall it. We only need to look forward, only look to the future. You can just treat me as a stranger for now. I owe you too much in this life. I will spend all the rest of my life protecting you. Whether you can remember or not is not important. What matters is that we can be together in the future. You don't need to accept me now. As long as you give me a chance to see you every day, I will be very content. Each heavy word resonated like a warning bell, making Yuina's cheeks flush, and she shyly lowered her head. Wait, my thoughts are a bit chaotic. I need to calm down. Seeing that his method was making progress, Wulin reminded her with both joy and worry. But no rush, just be comfortable. After a while, Yuina finally calmed down and looked around. Is today the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival? Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Xuanyu suddenly confided in his parents. Yes, Mom, I just finished the blind date with Shusho and we both expressed our feelings. It's truly wonderful that Mom woke up at this moment just in time to witness this scene for us. The young couple's sweetness did not soften Yuina's voice. You must treat Shusho well in the future, although I can't understand why I was sealed in ice and couldn't be with you. It must be because your dad didn't treat me well. Leaving poor Wulin to cry alone in the corner. Such a scene left him with no option but a dry laugh. Although he really wanted to say a few good words for Dad, saying too much at this time would give Mom a headache, and saying too little would be useless, the brilliant mind suddenly remembered something and found a line for Xuanyu. By the way, Mom, do you still remember when you participated in the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival? Yuina's mind was blank and she couldn't help but sigh. I don't remember. The beautiful scene was thus immersed in the sad atmosphere of that beautiful woman, even though the festive activities in the town below were still proceeding smoothly. The male host excitedly rallied everyone's enthusiasm. Alright, next please welcome Junior Lu Feng. Junior, please come forward. Seeing the contestants in position, the female host beside him immediately stepped forward to assist. Do you have anything you'd like to say to our Seagod fairies? Under everyone's curious gazes he calmly spoke as if he had already prepared his lines. First, I thank all the Seagod fairies for leaving their lights on for me. In fact, I've always been very clear about my abilities. My talent is very low. I can only have a chance to continue learning by giving my all. It is our captain, my good friend, our boss, who has been helping us, allowing us to progress together and ultimately all enter the inner court. In the silent space, Lu Feng's gentle voice was clearly audible. Seeing him and Shusho together, seeing their family reunited, I am truly happy for him and sincerely wish him well. As for myself, at least for now, I may not be a qualified boyfriend, and cultivation ability is the most important part of my life. At the end of his speech he suddenly changed his tone, becoming calm and mature. When I first started cultivating, I just didn't want to fall behind others, but as I grew older my thoughts constantly changed. Gradually I found that cultivation is not just for myself but also for others. At least I want to be a useful person and not cause trouble for my teammates. I hope to move forward with them, to see the stars and the sea together, and to reach the peak of Duluo continent together. Therefore even now I cannot make any emotional commitments. At least at this stage. Please, all Seagod fairies, turn off your lights. I am only here today because I want to be with my teammates and face all challenges together. After his speech, the surrounding scene gradually fell silent, until a beam of light shone on a fairy with a concealed appearance. The female host was startled. Ah, she's leaving? As a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, she cleverly diverted everyone's attention to the girl. There is currently one Seagod fairy who has left her light on for Junior Lu Feng. May I ask this Seagod fairy, are you sure? Because you are the only one. If you are sure, then we will proceed directly to the next round. Jingjing mustered her courage, took off her wide-brimmed hat, then shyly whispered, I'm sure. The other party's fresh and elegant beauty made Lu Feng's heart race and his cheeks flushed. Jingjing, the female student before him, was Lu Feng's classmate and also a member of the 33 Skywings experimental class. Jingjing ranked in the top 20 on the battle achievements list, usually calm and gentle, but possessed an unyielding heart. In terms of looks, Jingjing was definitely above average among the female students. She had a unique quiet temperament, a petite figure with a touch of intellectual grace, but her presence was not strong. The male host seized the opportunity to stir up conversation. Any story to tell? Come on, junior sister, you can begin. Give Jingjing a chance to confess in front of her crush. I believe happiness must be fought for. I know you don't have much of an impression of me. You usually don't even look at me, but I've been paying attention to you for 6 years. The sweet words excited everyone present. Qianlei even opened his mouth to tease. Madman is amazing. When did he attract the attention of a girl? Did he deliberately reveal something, or show off his Shrek 7 monster's identity? Making Mengchen unable to resist scolding. You only know how to show off. Listen carefully to what Jingjing says. Surrounded by curious gazes, she still softly spoke the feelings hidden deep in her heart. I was born into an unhappy family. When I was very young, my father got into gambling debt and was beaten half to death by creditors. From childhood, my mother, with her frail body, supported the whole family. I knew that if it weren't for me, my mother wouldn't have continued, and my father, even after he was disabled, still often went out to gamble, hoping to win back what he lost, hoping to relieve my mother's hardship. He wanted to prove himself, but can a person really prove himself through gambling? My father was very handsome when he was young, and my mother often told me that when she and my father were together they were very happy at first. She was also very proud, but later events completely disappointed her. These sincere words moved everyone present. So I've always built a barrier around myself. When I first enrolled, I noticed you. You weren't outstanding in class then, always with the class monitor and them. You were resilient, steady, brave, and selfless, completely different from my father. With someone like you, so firm and courageous in pursuing the future, I often secretly observed you from a certain angle. You rarely spoke, preferring to express yourself through action. Recalling past scenes, Jingjing's voice was a little choked. At that time, your whole being was suppressed, yet you climbed up little by little with great resilience, standing up bit by bit at that time. You seemed to be only 14 or 15. Other classmates who saw this said you were simply crazy, out of your mind. But right after that, her words made Lu Feng forget to breathe. Not for anyone else, not for you, but I also want to be like you. I want to be strong as you, never wavering inside no matter what. I know you've never paid attention to me, because your energy has always been focused on cultivation, but that doesn't matter. The more you are like this, the clearer your image is etched in my heart. If I missed this opportunity, we would very likely miss each other for life. When her gaze met the person she admired, Jingjing immediately cried out, Lu Feng, I like you. As soon as she spoke, the crowd couldn't help but stir excitedly. This kid, she's so brave. This little girl is amazing. Yes, everyone, the Seagod's fate today is truly lively. And Lu Feng, the core of this confession, still stood dumbfounded, unsure what to say, making Jingjing anxiously urge, So what do you mean? Trying to calm himself, he spoke slowly, making Jingjing's heart race. As soon as the scene he had just rehearsed in his mind played out, Lu Feng's eyes reddened. Jingjing's call made Jingjing's heart pound as if it would burst from her chest. Until he heard Lu Feng's next words, Thank you. Lu Feng's sincere voice echoed across the entire lake, Thank you, Jingjing. But as soon as she heard it, her whole body stiffened. He quickly explained, The more I explain, the worse it gets. Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. I want to say I'm sorry. I never knew you were silently paying attention to me, but now that I think back, I did often see you. Lu Feng then added a concluding remark, Anyway, Jingjing, you are a good girl. Jingjing's face immediately darkened. Qianlei on the sidelines couldn't help but slap his forehead. He's crazy. And Mengchen angrily crossed her arms. I always thought your emotional intelligence was at its limit, but I never expected this idiot to be even more clueless than you. What, thank you? I'm sorry, you're a good girl. Only an idiot would say something like that. He immediately retorted, My dear wife, you can't wrong me. I'm not like that lunatic. I always show my love for you. But at this moment she had entered a mode of misplaced anger. Get out, look at that lunatic. If he makes such a good girl sad, you'll beat him for me. Beat him until he comes to his senses. Qianlei awkwardly held his head. But we're good brothers, wouldn't that be bad? Mengchen gave him a sharp look, so he immediately changed his stance. But I think you're right, that kid really deserves a beating. On the other side, Lu Feng also knew he had said the wrong thing and was trying hard to explain. I'm clumsy with words, I didn't mean that. Alright, let me put it this way, I can't lie to you because I truly never thought in this direction. So I can't say I like you now, but now my heart is beating very fast, a feeling I've never had before. At this point his tone gradually slowed. I feel like I might never meet another girl as good as you in my life. If I miss this, I will definitely regret it very much. So are you willing to give me a chance to like you? Jingjing pursed her lips, silent. Immediately after, she gently stood on tiptoe and under Lu Feng's surprised gaze jumped towards him. Samui, seeing this, immediately shouted with joy, destined for 3 lives growing old together. Congratulations to junior Lu Feng and junior sister Jingjing on their successful match. Shao Qi stood outside watching the two holding hands on the lake, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Something too hard breaks too easily. This kid's problem has always been my biggest concern. Now it seems, even if he's a steel plate, someone can turn him into soft silk. Back on the other side, Lu Feng's face was now full of surprise. What's going on? Jingjing cried and complained. You scared me to death, I thought I had failed. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho smiled kindly. The lunatic has a partner, that's great, it's just dumb luck. Jiu Yuena stood by, sighing softly. That's good. On the other side, the Zhenhua couple were also happily discussing. Today's Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival is indeed the most spectacular in recent years. Not just in recent years, today, a silver dragon even came. It's the first time in 10,000 years, right? Do you think our son has a chance? Is there any girl in the class who also likes him? Luo Hong, hearing this, also began to anticipate. If there really is such a girl, that would be great. Xiao Qi, standing by, couldn't help but clear his throat, disturbed from his affectionate time with his wife. Manhua immediately flared up. What are you coughing for? He paused slightly but still chose to speak. How should I describe your Johan? This kid, quite a few girls like him, at least they used to. The more he spoke, the more Xiao Qi's tone sounded like a gossiping ant. It's just that rascal has a bit of indecisiveness, and often some special circumstances arise where he can't maintain his composure. What special circumstances? How come I don't know? He finally revealed. It's normal that you two don't know. He wouldn't tell you about his two-timing. These words were like a bolt from the blue, striking the Manhua couple. Two-timing? Xiao Qi showed a remorseful look. As far as I know, probably more than once, so I feel the girls have a deep impression of him. I'm afraid just then Long Yang's introduction sounded. Next up, Ding Johan. He walked out excitedly, only to be met by a series of backs. How could you do this to me? Hearing such a righteous question, the girls all unanimously cursed. Scumbag, get lost, get lost. Johan felt deeply hurt. How did they know I'm a scumbag? There's a lot he doesn't know in this world. For example, Luo Hong was also on the boat at this moment, yelling, "This rascal, I'll beat him to death." Manhua could only hold him back forcefully. Don't be angry. Anger will make you sick. How can you be like this? Children have their own fortunes. She immediately turned her anger towards him. The higher-ups set a bad example. The subordinates follow suit. He felt very wrong, but still skillfully coaxed. Well, if I was wrong. On the other side, Long Zhang and Samui continued their introduction. All right, next up, please welcome. Samui slowly called out a name. Junior Yuan and Wei Wei, please step forward. All right, Junior Yuan and Wei Wei, now you can say something. This is their last chance to show themselves. He took a deep breath, then softly began. Hello, senior sisters, I want to tell you a story. Xuanyu and Bai Shusho, seeing him like this, immediately sensed something unusual. Wei Wei has someone he likes. I never knew or heard that he liked anyone. Why does he seem a little off? He continued to guess. It seems he doesn't dare to look over there. Is that person among our 33 Skywings, or another senior sister? On the other side, Yuan and Wei Wei had already begun to pour out his heart. Actually, before coming here today, I didn't expect this to happen. But the scene of Lu Feng and Jingjing together just now gave me great encouragement. She's right, happiness must be fought for. I hope that today, in this sacred ceremony, it can bring me a miracle of happiness. His friends immediately perked up their ears. So who is it? The breeze carried his voice into the distance. The story actually began when I was a child. I was very small then. I just knew I had an older sister. She was 3 years older than me, and I've known her since I can remember. Hearing this, Yuji's body suddenly trembled. On the periphery, Bai Shu was comforting herself. Listen more, maybe this is just the beginning of the story. Xuanyu stood by, also with a hint of hope. No way, Wei Wei, but soon that hope was dashed. No, that's not right. Look at his expression. Unfortunately, everyone could only silently continue to listen to Yuan and Wei Wei's story. When I was little, I was bullied by my cousin, and my sister beat up my cousin, snatched the things back and gave them to me. At that time, watching my sister's retreating figure, I felt so good to have an older sister. Later, my mother told me, sister and her mother don't like us. Sister stopped talking to me and even actively avoided me. Until one time I fell and got hurt, although sister carried me to get treated. Sister said she didn't like me at all and told me not to look for her anymore. A series of past scenes flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. After that, I lost contact with my sister. When my sister returned, she had already been admitted to Shrek Academy. I could have chosen to cultivate and study in the clan, but for my sister I also chose to apply to Shrek. Later, for many reasons, my sister, as an upperclassman, actually came to our class. I started seeing my sister more often. Although my sister still ignored me, I felt that she must have already considered me her little brother in her heart. Memories grew closer to reality with the narration. We gradually grew up. As teammates who cultivated, fought, and experienced trials together, our relationship gradually harmonized like real siblings. I originally thought we would always be like this with such a good sister by my side, but an accident suddenly occurred. We learned that we were not biological siblings. That's when I realized why my sister's martial soul was so different from mine. At that time, my sister was very sad, and I was sad along with her. At this moment, Yuji's clenched hands trembled. But Yuan and Wei Wei's voice continued, I don't want to uncover my sister's scars at all. Actually, if I don't say it today, I'm afraid I'll never have the courage to do so in my life. The person I like is the girl who always makes me feel extremely secure, just like a sister. Sister, I don't know if I can like you, but my heart tells me that I have always extremely liked you, loved you. I once had a sibling relationship with you. But ever since I know we weren't biological siblings, before he could finish, Yuge coldly interjected. Enough, she unhesitatingly threw her hood aside and slowly and deliberately said, Listen well, I don't like you, and I never will. Yuan and Wei Wei's pupils immediately widened, showing both surprise and disappointment. But before he had a chance to react, Yuge stepped on a lotus leaf and leapt into the air. She activated her soul power and disappeared directly from the stage. He pursed his lips tightly, his body trembling slightly. Xuanyu, seeing this, immediately jumped up to intervene. Yuan and Wei Wei is withdrawing from this blind date. I'll take him away first. After a while, the two of them had appeared on the shore. Xuanyu, shivering from the cold on the sea god's fate, scolded angrily. I told you, kid, Wei Wei. Are you an idiot? He was now regretting it immensely. Brother Xuanyu, he couldn't help but continue to explain the matter in detail. Anyone can confess at the Seagod's Fate Festival except you, especially the story you told. Don't you know that Yuja's most painful thing in this life is her background? She has always hated her father, but he wasn't the true perpetrator. This matter is the deepest scar in her heart. It's fine if you like her and want to pursue her, but you can't expose her scar in front of so many people. Yuan Weiwei immediately looked up in surprise, then he regretfully held his head. Brother Xuanyu, I was wrong. I didn't know it would be like this. I just wanted to tell sister that I like her. At this point, Yuan Weiwei suddenly grabbed Xuanyu's hand with anticipation. What should I do now? How about I go find sister now? Let her beat or punish me, okay? As long as she's not angry, otherwise I don't know how to face her. He sternly interrupted this idea. No, you can't go find her now. She will definitely be truly angry, otherwise she wouldn't have rejected you in front of so many people. Wei, let me ask you one thing, how confident are you? She also likes you a little. I only like her in this aspect. Yuan Weiwei replied sadly. I don't know, but ever since we arrived on Heavenly Dragon Star, sister has been a little different towards me. I feel she's gentler than before. We cultivate together all day and sister even helps me on my cultivation path. Every time I cultivate my bloodline, sister has to guard me. He listened and raised a finger, affirming, since that's the case, you still have a chance. But his eyes were again filled with anticipation. No matter what, as long as I can make sister change her mind, at least not be angry with me, I'll do anything. Xuanyu walked over, put his arm around his shoulder and began to whisper, okay, then we'll do this. After listening, Yuan Weiwei hesitated a little. Can this really work? But for us, your happiness is far more important than our honor. Alright, concentrate and wait here. If it's you, you can't run away. Before leaving, Xuanyu didn't forget to instruct, next time you want to do something like this, you have to ask me first, let me strategize for you. He immediately shook his head. No, I wouldn't dare anymore. Back on the water stage, the subsequent third round of male choosing female and fourth round of forced kissing had little to do with the 33 Skywings. Although they all got different results, they also needed to complete their own blind date. At this moment, the male host Long Zhang began to introduce the program. As per custom, today's Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival is about to end. Samui stood by, rhythmically interjecting. But unlike previous years, today we have an important announcement to make. That's right. This is the most important moment for our Shrek Academy. The list of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters is about to be announced. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. Who will receive Shrek Academy's highest honor, the title of Shrek 7 Monsters, and shoulder this responsibility? Please welcome our esteemed pavilion master to make the announcement. Zishan responded by slowly walking out of the cabin. Then she loudly announced, Shrek Inner Court disciples line up on the lake. The people below immediately activated their soul power and nervously complied. Soon, everyone was neatly lined up at the bow of the boat. Yuan Weiwei stood among them, gently glancing at Yuge, and above Zishan had already continued to speak. Now that everyone is here, I will directly announce this matter at the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival. Firstly, because this is the time of year when the most inner court students gather here, and secondly, for ease of challenge. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately erupted in a clamor. Does that mean this generation of Shrek 7 monsters can be challenged? Wouldn't that mean anyone has a chance? She seemed to have guessed the crowd's doubts below. I imagine many of you find this announcement of the list quite sudden, catching you off guard. This is a decision made by the Academy after careful deliberation, or rather it was unavoidable. A gentle breeze swept through, and clear words reached everyone's ears. The Academy has always been known for its fairness. This applies equally to the entire Federation and to every student within the Academy. Regarding the Federation's situation, the Academy always maintains neutrality to promote the peaceful development of the entire Federation and present a united front to the outside world. Internally, we give every student an opportunity, from the entrance exams to the selection of the 7 monsters. As long as you have the ability, you have the chance to earn this honor. Today is no different. This hasty decision was made because the Academy had reached a point where it had no choice but to decide. These 7 students have rendered great service to the Academy and even to the entire Federation. Zishan's voice carried affirmation and pride. The Academy cannot reward them with anything else. Only the title of Shrek 7 Monsters is worthy of their status. These words once uttered were like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil. What's going on? I heard someone's contributions were even greater than the Academy's rewards. What level of mission did they complete? Did someone save the entire Federation? Due to the excessive clamor, Tianyu had no choice but to step forward and quell the noise, bringing silence to the scene. Once the scene was quiet again, Zishan reaffirmed, "You heard correctly. They indeed made such contributions, so much so that even the Federation had to award one of them an 8th rank Heaven Fighter reward. You are all Heaven Fighters. You should know the significance of an 8th rank Heaven Fighter." Everyone was shocked once again. Even among the elders of the Seagod Pavilion, perhaps only a few have reached 8th rank Heaven Fighter status, right? But the shock did not stop there. Zishan continued to elaborate on the contributions. If it were only that, it wouldn't be enough to make the Academy unable to reward them. He also has contributions that cannot be publicly disclosed, however, including all of you, the entire Academy, and even all of humanity, have benefited from this. That's why the Academy made this provisional decision. Upon hearing this, a student finally couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Master, can you tell us what they contributed to the Federation? Why did the Federation award them an 8th rank Heaven Fighter reward? She wasn't angry at being interrupted. She simply closed her eyes gently. Do you remember Dragon Source Star? Most of you should have completed missions on Dragon Source Star. Upon mention of this, she immediately recalled. Come to think of it, missions to Dragon Source Star seem to have been discontinued. The student next to her nodded in confirmation. That's right, everyone has done missions on Dragon Source Star. At this point, Zishan slowly dropped a bombshell. Because that was actually a huge conspiracy by the Dragon Horse Galaxy targeting the Federation. In fact, all Dragon Source Stars were created by the Dragon Horse Galaxy, containing the divine consciousness of powerful experts at the formidable level, capable of being detonated at any time, and our warships are increasingly using Dragon Source Stars as energy sources. You should be very clear what kind of situation that would cause. Indeed, all the students below were too scared to speak. Her voice continued to ring out. Our inner court students almost paid with their lives yet still managed to transmit this information. It is precisely because their contributions are too immense that the competitive process for the Shrek 7 monsters is no longer needed, as no competitor's contributions can surpass theirs. Among you, many are certainly not convinced. Therefore, inner court students not on the list can choose 7 individuals they believe are most capable and qualified and challenge them. The challenge will use an elimination system. If all 7 individuals on one side lose in one-on-one battles, then the other side wins. Zishan scanned the audience. This way, challengers will have the opportunity to become Shrek 7 monsters, and it will also allow the Academy to overturn its initial decision, letting students compete for the title of Shrek 7 monsters. At this moment, the students below eagerly anticipated who the results would be. She no longer procrastinated. Next, I will announce the list of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters. 7 names and 7 faces appeared in sequence. The new generation of Shrek 7 monsters: Lan Xuanyu, Shrek 7 monsters Bai Shusho, Shrek 7 monsters Tang Yuge. Ma Xian was immediately surprised and couldn't believe it. It's actually her, but the announcement did not stop there. Shrek 7 monsters Lan Mengchen, Shrek 7 monsters Qian Lei, Shrek 7 monsters Yuan En Weiwei, Shrek 7 monsters Lu Feng. At this point, Zishan's tone softened slightly as she gave some instructions to Xuanyu and the other 7. You have been granted your titles, and this challenge is your only one if you win this time. Then the title of Shrek 7 monsters will accompany you for life, and no one will have any further doubts. You have 10 minutes to prepare. If no challengers are chosen within 10 minutes, the challenge will end. Is that clear to all of you? They silently bowed in response. It was then that she continued to announce, for all inner court freshmen, if the challenge is successful, even if everyone competes again, it won't be without rewards for them. No sooner had she finished speaking than he stepped forward on behalf of the entire team to declare war. Please, seniors, guide us later. Immediately after, Xuanyu led his teammates to a corner to discuss strategy. Everyone gather here. This challenge uses an elimination system. I'll arrange the order of appearance. Qian Lei, I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. You're up first. He immediately moved his shoulders excitedly. Just as I hoped, let me show off my skills. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. Good. Immediately after, Xuanyu's assignments and everyone's responses rang out one after another. Lu Feng, you're second. Wei Wei, you're third. Good. Shusho fourth. Yuge fifth. Finally, Xuanyu mentioned his own name. I'm sixth, but this made Mengchen a little impatient. What about me? Hearing this, he turned and assigned a special task. You'll be in charge of everyone's logistical support and healing injuries. The confrontation will definitely be very intense, and some injuries are inevitable. And, at this point, Xuanyu lifted his chin, gesturing to the 5 people behind him. I think the 6 of us should be enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ma Xian was also analyzing tactics. There are over 80 of us choosing 7, who would be convinced by whom? The Pavilion Master only gave us 10 minutes to choose, which is clearly more advantageous for them. You know the 7 of them best. What needs to be done must be done. I can give you a detailed introduction to their situation. Then I suggest that everyone temporarily refrain from immediately confirming who will fight. We will deploy people based on the abilities of the challengers. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone immediately echoed, That's a good idea. Let's quickly understand the situation and abilities of these 7 individuals. Soon the 10-minute preparation time was over. The host loudly announced, First match, Qian Lei versus Ling Wumo. Mengchen, upon hearing this from below the stage, slightly furrowed her brows. Senior Ling Wumo, if they're choosing 7 out of over 80 people, he's definitely on the list. Xuanyu also felt this match was evenly balanced. An inner court senior disciple of 8 years, a super Duluo with twin martial souls for powerful attack and control, the outcome between these two is hard to predict. On the other side, the match did not start immediately, as Qian Lei suddenly raised his hand to speak. Pavilion Master, I have something to say. Zishan softly uttered 2 words, Speak. He then spoke without hesitation. I am a strength-type battle soul master. Fighting on the lake severely restricts me. May I propose fighting on harder ground? Before she could answer, Wumo had already spoken. I agree. Zishan didn't want to be the bad guy. "All right, what kind of hard ground do you want?" Qianlei, narrowing his eyes, made a small request. "Right here is fine, just freeze the lake surface." She nodded in agreement. "Then let your people accomplish that." He immediately broke into a guileless smile. "All right," then he excitedly waved towards the shore. Mengchen, seeing this, immediately understood. She gently stomped the ground, summoning a magic array. Soon, bursts of cold air emerged from the array. Subsequently, the cold air spread across the entire lake surface. In just a few breaths, the entire lake water was frozen solid. The onlookers, seeing this, immediately exclaimed in surprise, "The soul power fluctuation is too strong. It's at least quasi-tidal Duluo level strength. Are freshmen this powerful now?" Qianlei used the lotus leaves as leverage with his tiptoes, then nimbly ran onto the ice surface. At this moment, he didn't forget to turn back and blow Mengchen a kiss. However, this gesture seemed to backfire. Bai Shu and Xuanyu stood by, silently lighting a candle. "Xuanyu, is Mengchen all right?" "Comparatively, I'm more worried if Qianlei can survive tonight after this match." Returning to the other side of the match, Qianlei spoke first. "A solid feeling is indeed better. I'm prepared. Senior, please." Wumo, upon hearing this, his eyes immediately sharpened. "Junior, be careful." No sooner had he finished speaking than 8 soul rings appeared around his body. Qianlei didn't show weakness either. Soul power immediately enveloped his entire body. Seeing this, everyone quickly made predictions before the match. Qianlei's battle armor clearly shows extraordinary quality, but even with the best quality, it's only a 2-word battle armor. Still not comparable to Ling Wumo's 3-word battle armor. On the other side, he waved his hand and 2 halos encircled his body. Qianlei rapidly analyzed in his mind. 2 halos. The first halo clearly belongs to battle armor, so the second halo must belong to spiritual power. This represents spiritual power at the spirit domain realm. A super Duluo possessing spiritual power at the spirit domain realm, if they continue to charge forward, they'll reach god level. As he thought, he also summoned his own halo. Wumo, after observing intently, was immediately surprised. How is there also purple, and a faint yellow layer, a 9-ring titled Duluo? Although he was confused, he still spun the long spear in his hand without hesitation. Soon a rain of arrows was summoned. It rushed towards Qianlei like a sudden storm. At this moment, the expression on his face gradually grew solemn. The 2's eyes met and Qianlei then tossed a coin. A summon gate immediately appeared behind him. A figure slowly emerged from the gate. The behemoth, as soon as it appeared, immediately rushed forward to attack. Wumo, seeing this, raised his hand to meet it with a palm strike. It was no match, and was sent flying by the palm force, falling onto the ice. Wumo seized the opportunity and immediately summoned his sword. He leapt up as fast as lightning, then directly cleaved downwards facing this attack. Qianlei did not dodge at all. The sword blade struck down as expected. But the result was beyond everyone's imagination. The sword shattered into pieces under Wumo's astonished gaze. The people around immediately began to discuss, the defensive power is too strong. Qianlei actually blocked Ling Wumo's dark wind and rain slash. This was a full power attack from a super Duluo, and with the aid of a 3-word battle armor at this very moment. He truly looked directly at the opponent before him. He actually blocked it. This kid has some skill. Just as this thought flashed, Wumo felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively turned to dodge, while simultaneously controlling water currents to counterattack. The behemoth couldn't dodge in time and immediately let out continuous painful cries as it was cut by the water blades. Qianlei, seeing the bad situation, immediately raised his hand to summon it back. Before he could stop, he tossed out 3 more coins. 3 new behemoths swiftly emerged from the summon gate. This caused immense shock among the crowd outside. Too powerful. The attacks are too fierce. The 5th-year kid is truly amazing. Hearing this, Qianlei's lips curved slightly upwards into a smile. Then he loudly commanded, "Charge!" Wumo immediately assumed a defensive stance. This time it was Qianlei's turn to jump forward with 3 behemoths to approach. But as a super Duluo, how could he retreat? Seeing Wumo summon a pillar of light to repel the 3 behemoths, Qianlei secretly made up his mind. He closed his eyes and white energy began to emanate from his body. The 3 behemoths received this energy, and their combat power immediately surged. Xuanyu from outside immediately recognized it. Qianlei's 5th soul skill, Silver Imbuement, elevates all summoned behemoths into silver behemoths. Bai Shu also added from the side. Now his money summon should be called Behemoth Summon Money, because he seems to only be able to summon behemoths, and the upgrades of his soul skills are also related to behemoths. However, their evolution did not stop. Xuanyu, upon seeing this, had even more joy in his eyes. This kid Qianlei is good. He directly used his 6th soul skill. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qianlei's voice also rang out. 6th soul skill, Group Bloodlust, as the last word fell. The 3 behemoths roared in unison, then swiftly charged toward Wumo's sword array. His defense was too strong and summoning only consumed soul power. He was simultaneously using 2 martial souls, consuming much more than Wumo. It seemed he couldn't wait any longer. He made up his mind and then summoned countless halos. Someone seeing this scene immediately felt confused. How did he suddenly get 18 soul rings? No sooner had they asked than a startled cry came from that direction. "Look, what's that?" Inside the arena, the 18 halos spun faster and faster, with even lightning gradually gathering in the center. One approaching behemoth was immediately swept away by a whirlwind, while another, more unlucky one, was directly devoured by the halo. Witnessing this scene, Qianlei's pupils slightly contracted. "Devour. The connection between that silver behemoth and me has been severed." Looking at the increasingly terrifying vortex, he quickly issued an order. Temporarily cease attack. The wait wasn't long. Soon Wumo's figure appeared before everyone. Xuanyu outside was also very shocked. Is this a martial soul fusion skill or a martial soul true body? Although it can't compare to Qi Tianlong yet, his physical strength is only slightly inferior and his ability strength is already on par. Qianlei looked up at Wumo's true body suspended in the air, his right eye once again surging with soul power. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two behemoths, then forcefully threw them out. Wumo slightly lowered his eyes, watching the two behemoths desperately punch and attack. They continuously threw punches but failed to cause any damage. Not only that, Qianlei narrowed his eyes, observing the scene before him. Their bodies are still dissolving, this level of defense and corrosion. Damn it, the opponent's Wumo true body has enhanced all abilities. Although I can dodge most attacks as long as I make contact, I'll be corroded, no doubt about it. The opponent's Wumo true body has enhanced all abilities. This soul skill of the opponent definitely has a limit. When he can no longer control it, the soul skill will collapse. But the problem is that his soul skill's power is growing stronger and stronger. Can I last until he loses control? At this moment, Wumo's hand had already swiftly extended. It attempted to grab Qianlei below. He realized the danger, roared, and used the force of the stones beneath his feet to leap into the air, soul power once again enveloping Qianlei's entire body. He clenched his fist, slowly raised it, and then his fist collided with Wumo's body. He thought it would be like throwing an egg against a rock, but instead its body was punched through. Everyone, including Wumo, was shocked that this happened, while Qianlei on the other side smirked again. The real show was just beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyu saw another yellow halo appear behind him. The seventh soul skill, Summon Money True Body. Immediately after, countless golden coins were thrown out, summoning a behemoth legion. As soon as they appeared, they immediately pounced on Wumo. Xuanyu saw this, and a wave of worry quickly surged in his heart. 9 light gates could summon a maximum of 99 behemoths. Once the martial soul true body is used, it cannot be used again within 9 days. In another place, Ma Xian's lips had completely set. The pavilion master wants us to have a one-on-one match against Lan Xuanyu's 7 people. It seems to be in our favor. If it were a 7-on-7, this behemoth legion's summoning ability would definitely be even more terrifying. And Qianlei still doesn't seem to be at full strength. Don't worry, the main course hasn't arrived yet. After speaking, he closed his eyes, concentrating on mobilizing his soul power. Qianlei opened his eyes, his tone full of pride. Who said there's no spirit domain mental realm? It's just that I didn't use it before. 8th soul skill. Golden imbuement. As soon as the words fell, a white halo appeared on his left. At the same time, these 2 soul powers quickly connected to the entire behemoth legion. Soon after, they all successfully upgraded, becoming a golden behemoth legion. Although he was panting with exhaustion, Qianlei's lips curled up in a triumphant smile. This soul skill consumes too much. This is where my bloodline tempering advantage comes in. Not only is Jin Peng's body tougher than before, but it can also better resist corrosion. The soul core also felt stimulated, speeding up soul power recovery. This time even Zishan couldn't help but exclaim. Qianlei's strength has actually become this strong, a legion composed of 9 behemoths, including silver and golden behemoths. Qianlei can almost be compared to a mech legion of thousands of mecha pilots. And Xuanyu immediately declared firmly that even true dragons cannot withstand these bloodline-burning, simultaneously bloodthirsty golden behemoths. If Qianlei goes all out, challenging a high-ranking dragon race member is not a problem. However, for Ma Xian, the situation was not so good. Senior is still too careless. To deal with Qianlei, either don't let him summon or fight him in a war of attrition. If he had slowly worn him down with cultivation and aerial attacks from the start, he probably wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Moreover, if they don't directly confront, the Behemoth Legion won't be able to exert its power, but it's too late to analyze it now. Qianlei quickly mobilized his soul power, and then all the behemoths rushed forward like a torrential rain as ordered. They immediately completely covered the black aura on Wumo's body. The final result was naturally Wumo crying and conceding defeat. Too strong, how can this be? I concede. Qianlei heard this and cupped his hands in a gesture of humility. Senior, you've been too kind. Luo Hong stood outside with her arms crossed, proudly telling her husband. Did you see that? This is what I taught. Manhua immediately clapped and praised. My wife is the best on the other side, Zishan announced loudly again. Next match, inner court disciples enter the arena to compete. As soon as she finished speaking, the disciple, Xu Feng, jumped onto the stage. I Tian Zefeng request guidance. Qianlei also returned the salute. After a brief exchange of greetings, Zefeng immediately attacked, intending to gain the upper hand. Seeing the opponent charge over, he once again chose to block with his fists, but the opponent's speed was too fast, and before Qianlei could swing his fist, he was already slashed across the chest. Xuanyu immediately felt worried. So fast. I remember now, senior brother Tian Zefeng is also a super Duluo, known as the elite of the agile attack system among inner court disciples. He possesses the Qi condensation cone martial soul, specializing in speed and instantaneous burst. As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger in his hand flickered with a cold light as if responding at this moment. Qianlei was covered in wounds and panting. Zefeng observed carefully and quickly analyzed in his mind. Qianlei's soul power should be almost exhausted. To prevent him from recovering, I'll defeat him as quickly as possible. Thinking this, he once again leapt off the ground, unhesitatingly launching a series of close-quarters attacks. Qianlei was surrounded by attacks from all directions, able only to cross his arms and shield his chest. Although we had the upper hand, Ma Xian couldn't help but frown. Qianlei's defense is too strong. Tian Zefeng uses the high speed of the qi condensation cone to tear through space. This is a battle technique that creates spatial cracks which only a god-level powerhouse with a 5-word battle armor can block at this moment. He also discovered something abnormal. Qianlei was only relying on his physical body, not releasing any soul power. This means this guy is recovering soul power. Is he planning to summon the Behemoth Legion again? Absolutely cannot give him the chance. Having made up his mind, Zefeng quickly summoned his halo. Witnessing this scene, even Ma Xian, who was on the same team, couldn't help but be surprised. Tian Zefeng's instant burst of power ranked first in the inner court, and now he was like a giant bomb, concentrating all his strength. Unfortunately, Qianlei showed no signs of backing down. The 9th soul ring. Zefeng's face immediately turned serious. Not good, I can't wait any longer. 7th soul skill. Qi condensation true body. As soon as the words fell, countless hollow blades appeared behind him. Windstorm. 8th soul skill. At this moment, Mengchen outside couldn't sit still. Not good, Qianlei is in danger. I have to go help him. But before she could take a few steps, Xuanyu called out to her. Mengchen don't believe Qianlei. On the other side of the arena, he chose to use his hardened body to withstand the attack. Qianlei sustained more wounds and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but gradually a purple soul power once again surged around him. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, 3 people stood in the cockpit of a spaceship. Yin Zhu bowed slightly behind him, respectfully saying, "Brother Changong, I'm going out for a moment." Gong Wei nodded in response. In another place, Zixing was silently looking at Fang Sha. Just then, Yin Zhu walked over and greeted him. "What's wrong, Z?" He frowned slightly and whispered, "Just now I felt a strange summons." A hint of surprise quickly flashed in his eyes. "Summons? Who else can summon a person?" Hearing such a question, Zixing turned around. "I'm also very curious. This is likely related to the planet we were on before, but the direction is completely different from our current trajectory. Perhaps this positioning will help us. I'll transmit the positioning sensation to you. You can discuss it with the other god kings to see if we can more precisely pinpoint the target." Yinzu nodded very seriously. Okay, several god kings who ruled the god realm had been searching for a way back, but the distance was extremely far and affected by uncertain factors in the universe. They often lost the target and needed to constantly recalibrate. After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't help but ask, "So did you respond to the one who summoned you just now?" Zixing gently nodded. "I've already responded and sent my aura over. It should help him with this summon. In the future, if we lose our coordinates again, I can use the reaction from that summon to help us pinpoint our location." Yinju's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. "That's great." Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered again, "By the way, how is Seagod doing lately? Hasn't he returned yet?" At the mention of this, his face was once again filled with worry. Perhaps only Brother Changong knows. Maybe Seagod is looking for other ways back or has something he needs to do. Zixing also silently prayed in his heart. "He is very respectable. Without him, we probably couldn't have escaped. I hope the journey back will be smoother." Then his voice became increasingly firm. "As long as we find his planet, we can use it as a base to find our planet and at the same time find enough resources to establish a god star. Only by establishing a god star can we truly gain a foothold in the universe." Back to the match on Seagod Lake, carrying a trace of Zixing's aura, Qianlei's soul power gradually became complex and terrifying. As the closest person, Zefeng immediately recognized what this guy Qianlei had transformed into. Soon everyone around noticed, "I feel suppressed by the bloodline." "Me too." In just a few short minutes of conversation, Qianlei opened his eyes and waved his hand, and the ice surface immediately cracked, quickly spreading to Zefeng's feet. Qianlei's soul power surged from the cracks in the ice enveloping Zefeng. He was choked by the power within, only able to watch as Qianlei swiftly rushed over. "Not good, I can't break free and I can't block it. I'm finished." But just 1 second before the large hand pounced, he suddenly stopped. Don't misunderstand, Qianlei wasn't reluctant to strike. There was only one reason. Exhausted, Zefeng was already crying in his heart. "Oh my god, I almost died." At the same time, his eyes had already turned into spirals. Dizzy. Just then, Zishan announced again. Qianlei retreats due to exhaustion. Tian Zefeng retreats. Both sides send out their next contestant. As soon as she finished speaking, Mengchen rushed onto the arena. "Don't scare me. Are you okay?" Seeing who was supporting him, Qianlei fainted with relief. With Mengchen here, nothing can go wrong. Seeing this, she patted his shoulder and comforted him. "I'll heal you, don't move." In his coma, the corner of his mouth still couldn't help but curl upwards. 1 against 2, and he didn't even leave the second opponent for his teammates. What could be more wonderful than defeating 2 super Duluo-level powerhouses consecutively? He hadn't used his 9th soul skill before. This should be the result of bloodline tempering and fully unleashing the Behemoth Legion. It invisibly opened a door. The connection just now allowed a powerful force from afar to enter his body, leading to the subsequent changes. It turned out to be the Zixing Behemoth, an existence equivalent to a behemoth god, which only the Golden Behemoth King has a chance to connect with. I need to temper my bloodline even harder in the future. If my bloodline reaches the level of the Golden Behemoth King, I might be able to summon the Zixing Behemoth." Seeing Qian Lei open his eyes with a smile, Mengchen couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing about? If you're fine, get up quickly." Lu Feng is up next. As she spoke, he had already bowed. 33 Skywings. "Lu Feng, please guide me, senior sister," the opponent also softly replied. "Hello, I'm Yu Yingxin." As soon as she finished speaking, Xuanyu's mind quickly brought up information about this person. "Senior sister Yu Yingxin, this senior sister is no ordinary person. She is one of the few older individuals who looks young but is actually 30 or 40 years old. She must have been cultivating in the inner court for more than 10 years. Even if she's not a limit Duluo, she's at least a level 98 powerhouse." The two didn't immediately start fighting but exchanged a few pleasantries. "Hello, senior sister, junior brother, you're too kind. The 2 matches just now indeed opened my eyes. Originally at my age I shouldn't be coming out to contend with you, but they lost too badly so they pushed me out. I hope junior brother will forgive me. I'll only fight 2 matches." After explaining the reason, Yingxin summoned her soul ring weapon. "Let's begin." Lu Feng also summoned his white dragon spear. Wumo's brows gradually furrowed upon seeing this. Titled Duluo, another titled Duluo, plus Lan Xuanyu is also very likely a titled Duluo. Could it be that more than 3 of these 7 new inner court students are titled Duluo? At this moment, Lu Feng had already made up his mind. If it weren't for Xuanyu, I wouldn't have become a titled Duluo so quickly. So no matter what, I must fight for my teammates in this battle today. A gentle breeze had already begun to ripple around Yingxin's feet. 2 soul rings, each carrying an energy intertwined with each other. Lu Feng lightly brandished his long spear and soul power immediately filled his entire body. He held the white dragon spear, charging majestically towards his opponent like a Veer's dragon hunting prey. Yingxin's grip on her weapon tightened slightly upon seeing this. She raised her left hand and a bright moon immediately appeared behind her. Lu Feng's spear tip pierced the protective shield in front of him, but it seemed to cause no damage. "Can't break it." Just then Yingxin lightly reprimanded, "Retreat." In a direct confrontation, Lu Feng thrust his spear, but it was blocked by his opponent's outstretched hand. What surprised him even more was that Yingxin blocked the spear with her bare hands. Suddenly a slight smile appeared on her lips, carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Before he could figure out what was happening, a fireball like a miniature sun appeared. Everyone was stunned by its heat and pressure, their faces filled with worry. Facing this situation, Lu Feng was also somewhat apprehensive, secretly assessing his opponent's combat power. Senior sister's strength is truly terrifying. It looks like an ordinary attack, but it feels unavoidable. This strange soul power wants to cut off my connection with soul power, and at the same time it will pull me, making me unable to dodge. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, standing before the heat wave of the fireball, but Lu Feng did not retreat. He jumped directly and unleashed a strike in front of Yingxin. A flash of light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes, ready to use his 5th soul skill. But before he could cast any magic, the fireball suddenly crashed violently to the ground, forcing him to quickly use Dragon Wing Tremor to evade. Seeing the raging flames, Lu Feng was slightly flustered. "Damn it, I still haven't made her use a soul skill." Yingxin, having gained the upper hand, looked forward triumphantly with her ruby-like eyes. The fireball behind her had now transformed into an ice ball. A flash of light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Spatial battlefield. He used magic to confine the 2 of them within a glass dome. She was somewhat surprised by this move. "A restrictive skill?" Lu Feng said nothing more, gritted his teeth and charged forward. The dome between them immediately disappeared, replaced by a majestic white dragon named White Dragon Peerless. Yingxin uttered a light incantation. Freeze! His body was enveloped by a layer of hard energy, making it difficult for him to move. "What kind of skill is this? My soul skills can't be released." She continued to raise one hand, bending her thumb, and a huge golden palm pressed down on Lu Feng as several bolts of lightning quickly streaked past him. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Feng, holding his glowing spear tip, gathered his strength and summoned his white dragon true body. The skin on the back of his hand began to show faint blue scales. Yingxin waved her hand, pointing at him, and a strong gust of wind blew past without deviation, but her face held a hint of surprise. "Missed it." Lu Feng retreated. Yingxin also put away her old tricks and raised her guard. The 2 stood in the center of the ice ball like a miniature moon, creating a fantastical scene. Lu Feng's cheeks and neck also gradually showed scales, and elliptical trajectories like negatively charged particle trajectories surrounded him. 9th soul skill, power condensed and then violently erupted, amplifying into a huge circular air pressure. Yingxin raised her hand to block above her head, astonished. "What is this?" The people below began to chatter. "Is he going to burn the fire of life for the match? This is just a spar after all. Why is he fighting so desperately?" Facing this situation, Tianyu couldn't help but call out, "Pavilion Master!" But Zishan merely calmly instructed them to continue watching. In the sky, accompanied by magical auxiliary halos, Lu Feng, the white dragon, still felt quite nervous. "I'm not burning the fire of life, it's just that the 9th soul skill is also a desperate soul skill. If its effect is similar to burning the fire of life, once the 9th soul skill is used, I will directly lose the ability to continue fighting." He steadied his gaze and regained his composure. After some deliberation, Lu Feng finally decided to take the risk and use his 9th soul skill. In an instant the clouds in the sky parted, quickly making way for the magnificent light that was rising. Lu Feng's reckless choice to use the self-sacrificing white dragon immediately made Yingxin's face turn pale. This power must not be allowed to grow stronger. She quickly changed into a golden armor, appearing like a legendary general wielding the sun-moon concentric circles. A halo appeared behind Yingxin. Unfolding into abstract galaxies and planetary shapes, she transformed that circle into a shield, blocking the furiously descending attack across from her. Lu Feng continued to exert even greater force. He threw his spear, aiming directly at the center of the ninth soul skill's light sphere. As the weapon gradually fell, Lu Feng caught it with quick and precise speed, and applied even greater force. Faced with the overwhelming torrent of power, Yingxin had no choice but to retreat. Shielding herself with both hands for a moment, she whispered, "God gathers the sun and moon, restrain. God gathers the sun and moon, destroy." She held two golden turtle-shaped rings in her hands, emitting a suppressive aura of sun-moon concentricity and heaven-earth profoundness. But the result surprised even herself. What's going on? That sharp edge wasn't restrained. She was unexpectedly hit by the recoil. Lu Feng's gaze followed his opponent's figure, but when the thick smoke cleared, Yingxin was still standing steadily. He was truly shocked. What? She can still stand? Not only that, she even shortened the distance between them. Black halos appeared around her. His eyes widened. This move is. Yingxin clasped her hands, forming a tiny light sphere at her chest. It was the ninth soul skill, devouring starry sky, and she pushed her spiritual power directly towards her opponent, leaving him in a sorry state as he frantically parried. After an exhaustive struggle at the end of a long trail of blood, Lu Feng's weary voice rang out, "We concede this match." Xuanyu checked Lu Feng's condition, then commented, "The self-sacrificing white dragon combined with the Dragon King's strike is indeed very courageous, but under this attack all of Lu Feng's power exploded and was exhausted." Mengchen solemnly explained from the side, "This is a small achievement from cultivating the White Dragon King bloodline tempering. It hasn't damaged his origin, otherwise it would take half a year to recover." Yingxin's face changed with a hint of confusion. Although she couldn't fully parry midway, she still stubbornly continued the challenge. Even though she herself had consumed a lot of spiritual power and had said it was 2 matches, "I still need an opponent." One hand was about to push Enwei forward, but Xuanyu had already spoken to stop her, changing the order of appearance. "Shusho, it's your turn this match." She didn't question the move and readily agreed. "Okay." Bai Shu stepped forward and respectfully began. "Hello, senior sister, I'm Bai Shusho." Yingxin smiled and praised. "You truly opened my eyes." "Please, junior sister." The pleasantries ended there. She closed her eyes and began to assume a stance. "Then I won't be polite, senior sister." Bai Shu rushed towards her with an icy whirlwind, taking the initiative. "Ice demon snow." Yingxin's face turned pale. The sudden coldness struck and her soul power rapidly diminished, making it difficult for her to breathe. She frowned, quickly searching for a countermeasure. "It seems I must go all out. This is an opponent who can truly threaten me." Bai Shu, still beautiful amidst her exquisite ice and snow, prepared for an all-out battle. Sea energy shot towards Yingxin like scorching earth. She calmly took out her treasured weapon and fiercely fired it forward with the great sunlight. The dazzling arrow clearly locked onto Bai Shu as if automatically targeting her. Before she could be directly harmed, she crossed her hands, conjuring a barrier with the third soul skill. Ice-Tide counterattack. Bai Shu's gaze was calm and unfathomable. She extended her hand using the third soul skill, Ice Burst. This greatly shocked Yingxin, who asked herself, "How many ways does she have?" Nana, observing from outside, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Shusho is even stronger now." Seeing the situation escalate beyond her expectations, Yingxin leapt up. "It seems I can only use this move." She instantly lost sight of her opponent, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Too fast. Yingxin used her old trick again, shouting sternly, "Enemy!" But Bai Shu calmly opened her magic eye on her forehead. Great sun pond wide, several dark figures violently slammed into the ground as if foreshadowing a dark invasion of death and decay. Both girls were equally tense, their faces completely focused, but regrettably Yingxin was the first to be controlled by her opponent's aura. All the juniors present were shocked. Senior sister was actually at a disadvantage. Is Bai Shusho really that strong? Zishan narrowed her eyes at her, subtly raising her estimation. Bai Shusho's strength is even greater than in the video. The others also changed their attitudes after watching the previous 2 matches. Lan Xuanyu's team of 7 claiming the title of Shrek 7 monsters might indeed be well deserved. Qian Lei's summoning of the Behemoth Legion, Lu Feng's self-sacrificing White Dragon and Dragon King strike. At this moment, Bai Shusho displayed comprehensive and formidable strength, and most importantly, they are still the youngest members of the inner court, young and powerful, signifying immense potential, proving the strength of their overall power, and the strongest, Lan Xuanyu, has yet to make his move. In the arena, cold winds howled around them. Bai Shu maintained her initial posture, swinging her long fist. Immediately after, countless sharp blades rained down on Yingxin. She brought out her familiar golden shield and mighty golden armor. Yingxin raised her hands and a huge force erupted. The sun-moon concentric circle. It formed an arc-shaped barrier, blocking all the blades from her opponent. 2 beautiful girls were evenly matched and the match was truly spectacular. Wulin's figure appeared, and points of light from lanterns fluttered around the ancient tree, forming a wondrous and shimmering scene. The boats on the water were covered in a layer of beautiful light. He stood beside Jiu Yuena, who, when she shyly glanced at Wulin, showed some surprise and confusion. Jiu Yuena snorted, turning her face away, suddenly annoyed, leaving him at a loss. Without her knowing, Wulin secretly watched her from behind, thinking to himself, "As long as I can be by her side, that's enough." A gentle expression appeared on his face. "As long as I can be by her side, I'll just pursue her again. I owed her too much back then, and all my future time will be spent making it up to her." Looking at Jiu Yuina's sulking expression, he felt even more pampered. We also have a child and she doesn't seem to completely ignore me. Meanwhile in the match, Yingxin erupted with power. She recalled her previous combat weapon. On the grass by the riverbank a figure lay alone. Lu Feng's gaze suddenly flickered when he saw the shimmering light from the ancient tree in front. He murmured to himself, if Yu Yingxin and the Sun-Moon concentric domain had appeared together before, it would have been difficult for me to escape by chance, and I don't even know if I could have injured Yu Yingxin. My explosive power is still far from strong enough. However, this battle has clearly shown me the direction to move forward, surprise attacks, and then continue to strengthen my cultivation after bloodline tempering. Once I can also reach the same level of cultivation as senior sister, she naturally won't be able to withstand my attacks. On the other side, Bai Shu had already transformed with a pair of wings on her back. Heavenly Demon Dance, Heavenly Secret Heavenly Demon Dance. Yingxin spread her arms with powerful magical halos on both sides counterattacking. Bai Shu also controlled her power to counter, and the two directly confronted each other. This astonishing collision triggered an earth-shattering explosion. All witnesses could not take their eyes off the scene. Stones and the force of the explosion erupted violently. She was supported by him, softly calling out, Xuanyu. Yingxin also restrained her aura and spoke. That's enough. She clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. My apologies. Zishan announced the result. This round is a draw. Both sides will continue to send out their teammates. The recent scene startled the audience, making them chatter. Too strong. This is no longer a simple contest. Both sides can threaten each other's lives. The powerful aftershocks of the nearly god-level attack are too strong. It feels completely irresistible. This is already close to peak strength. Under the brilliant sky, Bai Shu sat in the magical flames, healing. Suddenly she loudly complained to Xuanyu, if you don't make a move I can still continue the match. He stammered, trying to coax her. No need, it's not like we can't win, why take the risk? Besides, even if you can block most of the attacks, the Ice Demon Dragon armor would be damaged and difficult to repair, and we wouldn't be able to explain it on Heavenly Dragon Star. Xuanyu reached out and held her hand. Most importantly, I can't bear to see you get hurt. He turned and reminded Enwei, it's your turn next. He looked ready. All right. Enwei confidently walked to the center of the arena. Zhang Yuan smiled and greeted him, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Junior, you're really handsome. I'm truly envious. He maintained a polite demeanor and said, Hello Senior Zhang, I'm Yuan and Wei, please guide me. He carried a huge hammer and courteously said, I wouldn't dare guide you. Let's have a match. Outside the arena, Xuanyu was a little worried about Enwei. Zhang Yuan, a legendary figure in the inner court, a power attack type battle soul master. In terms of cultivation and martial soul, he could almost be considered top tier in the inner court, and was also one of the popular candidates for the Shrek 7 monsters. He rose in momentum and assumed a ready stance. Then let's begin. Outside, several girls' eyes shone with envy. The Shrek 7 monsters are so handsome. He's clearly an elven prince. And he's single, which means we all have a chance to compete to be his girlfriend. Enwei raised a bow and arrow, pointing it at the sky. Looking at the decisively shot arrow, Zhang Yuan secretly probed, locking onto its aura. He suddenly looked up and found a weapon suspended above his head. He held a glowing giant hammer in his hand, a myriad stream cone maximized. Zhang Yuan fiercely counterattacked his opponent's opening move. Enwei flew high into the sky with his immortal wings to observe the situation. The oppressive force of the myriad stream cone is truly strong. He unexpectedly found Zhang Yuan's hammer charging towards him with great power. But he skillfully dodged sideways. Enhui's gaze gradually became serious, and he tightened his bowstring. It seems I must use that move. He used his second soul skill, Poison Spirit Devouring Soul, third soul skill, Fire Spirit Life Counter, followed by his sixth soul skill, Elf Bati. 3 arrows flew out in succession, heading straight for him. Zhang Yuan's face changed with a hint of surprise. This junior can actually use 3 soul skills in an instant. The myriad stream cone had now struck towards Enwei. Xuanyu and Bai Shu anxiously shouted reminders to him. Yuan and Wei dodged quickly. Enwei heard this and turned around in surprise, realizing it was a sneak attack. Despite the sudden situation, he immediately used shape-shifting to dodge. The next second, Enwei shot an arrow at Zhang Yuan. The golden arrow, materialized from energy, struck him. Zhang Yuan was greatly alarmed. This arrow was too fast, actually piercing through his armor. He painfully frowned, only then realizing one thing. Damn it, continuous moves are too difficult to deal with, and I'm poisoned. And while Zhang Yuan was still panicking, Enwei had already charged up, preparing to unleash his 7th soul skill, Elf King True Body. Xuanyu explained the current situation in detail from outside the arena. When the illusionary elf dragon first signed a contract with him, it would affect his bloodline evolution. But after bloodline tempering, it instead became bloodline evolution, aiding the growth of the illusionary elf dragon. This not only made their relationship more intimate but also awakened some extremely powerful latent abilities in him. For example, the previous shape-shifting, Bai Shu added from the side. Shape-shifting has the ability of instantaneous movement, but this is not a spatial ability, so it is still affected by spatial blockade. Not far away, countless sky lanterns were flying into the night sky. No matter how beautiful, they couldn't make Yuge take her eyes off the match between Enwei and Zhang Yuan. That period was her most dejected time. Yuan and Wei stayed by her side every day, comforting and caring for her, as if her mood was slightly off. After leaving home that time, Tang Yuge never went back. She constantly numbed her body with cultivation, unbeknownst to her. Tang Yugei developed a dependence on Yuan and Weiwei. Yuju's background changed, which left her heart filled with complex emotions, and Yuan and Weiwei always stayed by Yuju's side like her last straw, her last family member. Yugei never thought of him in any other way, always treating him as her younger brother. She even considered him just a child. It wasn't until things developed to this point that she suddenly realized that the little boy who had always followed her had grown up. Now he was a full-grown man, standing tall and proud. When other girls left their lights on for him, Tang Yugei even felt a pang of jealousy. At that time she even told herself that it must be the feeling that her younger brother might be snatched away by other girls. The thought of Yuan and Weiwei possibly having someone he liked immediately filled Yugei with an utterly unacceptable feeling. Was she about to lose her last family member? But what Yugei didn't expect was, when Yuan and Weiwei walked out again and said those words in that moment of complex emotions, she even felt a secret delight. Her gaze continued to follow Enhui's magnificent battle on stage, but her heart remained restless. What should she do? What exactly should she do? Zhang Yuan watched Enhui charging up his skill in the air, secretly vowing that he still couldn't underestimate the juniors. He must go all out. He would not give in either, immediately mobilizing his power and concentrating, sending sand and stones flying. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Body. Xuanyu, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What kind of Martial Soul True Body is this? I've never seen such a situation. Zhang Yuan now only wanted to defeat the junior in front of him and immediately rushed forward with unparalleled speed. Immediately after, his surprised voice continuously rang out, "The Martial Soul True Body can evolve all soul rings in an instant." Although powerful, this didn't scare Enhui. On the contrary, he even gave his opponent a clear look of disdain while simultaneously summoning 8 different magic arrays behind him. All soul skills activated, and energy beams of various colors shot forward. Miraculously, they didn't fly in a straight line but twisted at extreme speed towards Zhang Yuan. Xuanyu watched the scene before him, cold sweat pouring down. Using 8 soul skills simultaneously, except for Yuan and Weiwei, who had diligently practiced the 100 refinements of hidden weapons from the Tang Sect's profound heaven treasure record. Probably no other student here could do it. Bai Shu was also incredibly nervous beside him. With the aid of the Elf King's state, the power was more than doubled, and the changes were more than several times. In the arena at this moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes had become blank. He swung the massive myriad stream cone in his hand with all his might to counterattack. The current situation was like a hair's breadth. Zhang Yuan was alone, facing 8 soul skills attacking simultaneously. Zhang Yuan was enveloped in a dazzling flame. His firm gaze was fixed forward. Above his head, Weiwei shot out furious colored arrows. But Zhang Yuan had already brandished his myriad stream cone and rushed up, closing in on his opponent. Weiwei's face turned pale with tension. Noticing the distance was too dangerously close to dodge, Ma Xian, watching from outside, was also very worried. This hammer blow was Zhang Yuan's full power attack. The Raging Hammer possesses 6 characteristics: explosion, pulverization, vibration, dizziness, and imprisonment, also known as the 6-fold killing hammer. With this hammer blow, space twisted, making evasion impossible at this moment. Zhang Yuan heavily slammed the myriad stream cone into the ground, causing a huge tremor. While she wasn't paying attention, an arrow sliced through the air, heading straight for her back, and Zhang Yuan let out a cry of pain. But he quickly recovered, secretly telling himself he'd rather get hurt than not unleash the Raging Hammer, just to decide the outcome with one blow. He didn't believe that with Yuan and Weiwei's current physique, any method could block this hammer blow. Suddenly a glowing shadow appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. What is this? That figure grew a pair of wings, flew up, aimed at the myriad stream cone, and then fiercely collided with its surface as if to take the place of its master. This scene completely shocked Ma Xian. How did he turn into Zhang Yuan? What kind of strange ability is this? Unbelievable. Weiwei still calmly drew the green bowstring. He suddenly let go and the arrow shot straight to the ground. Battle Spirit God. Under that dazzling light, Zhang Yuan could only secretly tell himself, too fast, completely unstoppable. Never mind. Suddenly a strange sensation struck, making him stop, and a pair of invisible eyes appeared, seemingly controlling everything. All time stopped at the moment the arrow almost pierced the myriad stream cone. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan suddenly sobered up that he heard the announcement. Match over. This round Yuan and Weiwei wins. Watching Weiwei bow respectfully before him, he still felt confused. What happened? How did I lose? Luo Yu made no secret of his curiosity. What kind of monster is this? They just entered the inner court. Hong Fei was also surprised by the previous match. In such a short time, they've already become strong enough to defeat excellent inner court students. What kind of growth speed is this? Zishan smiled faintly, with a hint of joy on her face. They've been in the inner court for less than half a year and haven't even officially studied in the inner court, yet they've achieved such results. Just then, Yuzhu appeared and spoke. I've entered. Everyone stared at her with gleaming eyes. It's her. In the middle of the river, a boat slowly drifted with the water. Tang Miao was quite surprised by Yuzhu's appearance. Why is she here too? Isn't she testing new soul tools in the sect? Meng Fei's delicate face showed an expression of having everything under control, yet also helplessness. She hasn't officially graduated yet. Why can't she come? She's definitely here for that boy. He gently eased the atmosphere. All right, stop talking about others. That kid hasn't shown anything. To put it bluntly, it's still our poor girl's willing heart, others whispered. The Crimson Lotus Witch is back. When did she return? Yeah, ever since that blind date festival. Don't say it, it's not good if she hears you. Weiwei was a bit curious about that identity. Crimson Lotus Witch, this person wasn't in the information he collected before. Suddenly Mengchen seemed to recall something. I think I know who she is, she recounted Yuju's background. She is the Crimson Lotus Witch, Chen Yuju. It is said that she once deeply loved an inner court senior, and later expressed her affection at the Seagod's Fate Blind Date Festival. But that senior ultimately chose another person. Therefore, the Crimson Lotus Witch challenged her love rival and defeated her. Although the witch didn't end up with the senior according to the rules of the Blind Date Festival, that senior and the other senior sister were not considered a successful match. Senior sister Chen was already renowned as the strongest female student 80 years ago. Hearing this, Qianlei's expression suddenly froze. Is she even stronger than senior sister Yu? Mengchen confirmed. Senior sister Chen's initial love rival was senior sister Yu. Xuanyu deliberately probed. Limit Duluo, the person in front, didn't deny it, so it's very likely. On the competition stage, Yuju coldly and concisely introduced herself. I am Chen Yuju, Wei Wei as usual politely greeted her. Hello senior sister Chen, I am Yuan and Wei Wei, please guide me. She didn't care much, just wanted to test her opponent's abilities as quickly as possible. Begin, with just a few opening remarks. Zishan roughly judged, good. This girl is too stubborn, what a pity. In terms of talent, no female disciple has surpassed her in 100 years. Zikin heard this and asked a question. Then what about the new generation? Do you think they can surpass her? She observed carefully, without giving any predictions, uncertain. We'll see after the next round of tempering. Zishan lowered her face, her hat brim and hair covering her eyes. This child Yuju is indeed too stubborn. If it weren't for that incident she caused back then, she probably wouldn't have had to wait until now to contend for the Seven Monsters title. His expression also carried a hint of sadness. She gave up, it's truly a pity.